The blood-red, setting sun seemed to melt into the heavens. At the edge of the cliff, a wheelchair slowly rolled forward. The youth seated in it was pale and gaunt, his expression dazed as though illness had tormented him until he was scarcely human. On this twilight evening there were no birds calling, no insects chirping. Everything was silently still, stripped of all. A young girl stood beneath a nearby tree. The gentle afterglow draped her in a fine halo of golden light, lending her in that instant a purity and otherworldly grace that did not seem to belong to the mortal realm, radiant like an angel walking the earth. Yet the words that spilled from her lips were far crueler than her age should have known. Song Rui, they are all dead. Song Rui replied, there is no real meaning in my being alive. On the eve of starting university, I became paralyzed. These past years you have been the only one to visit me. I do not know what I should say. Neither thank you nor I'm sorry can capture what I feel. She said softly, if I told you that your paralysis was my doing, would you still say such things? In that instant the man named Song Rui was struck as if by lightning. His entire body trembled, yet in the end he exhaled as though a heavy burden had been lifted. Over these years I have grown used to the fickleness of human relationships, to the hollowness of lies. For you to say this and put my heart at ease before I die, I should thank you, Yifei. The girl lowered her head, one arm folded across her chest, while the other hand lightly stroked her chin, her expression indifferent. Only on her left wrist was there a conspicuous scar. Do you have any regrets left? She asked. Song Rui's gaze lingered on that scar as he answered. If I must speak of regret, it would be going back to when we were 18 and leaving with you. If that night you had managed to kill me, it would have been far better than my living 6 years as a cripple. When he finished speaking, Song Rui braced his arms against the wheelchair and without the slightest hesitation hurled himself toward the cliff. The wind wrapped around him at once, and in that moment of falling he hazily saw a white figure following close behind. Suspended in midair, the words murmured by Yan Yifei were etched into his mind, something he would never forget, even though he was about to die. If you had kept lying to me all this time, that would have been so much better. The wind howled past his ears as Song Rui felt his body jolt violently. The sensation of his torso tearing apart and the dizziness flooding his mind engulfed him at the same time. Before his consciousness was swallowed by darkness, Song Rui recalled the past he shared with Yan Yifei, a surge of genuine guilt wrapping around him. Yan Yifei had once truly liked Song Rui. The two of them met when they were 18. At that time, Yan Yifei had just arrived at Jiangxing School as a transfer student dressed in shabby clothes. She stood before the class and introduced herself. Jiangxing School was the best in the city, naturally filled with many children of powerful families. Because Yan Yifei had transferred midway and had no grades to prove herself, she was placed in a somewhat chaotic class. Inside the classroom, the students discussed the transfer girl with all manner of tones and attitudes, indulging themselves in mockery. She was like Cinderella who had strayed into a royal ball, forced to endure malice from all sides. Only Song Rui came up to her with a sunny grin to say hello and even arranged a seat for her. At the time she believed Song Rui to be a kind boy, unaware that he had ulterior motives. The wealthy second-generation brats at the back of the class wanted some amusement. Many of them tried to pursue her, yet all returned in defeat. In the end, Song Rui stepped in, cautiously approaching her and becoming her friend. To everyone's astonishment, Yan Yifei accepted. Everything unfolded naturally from there. Song Rui invited Yan Yifei to attend a dinner party. That day he stood at the hotel entrance and looked at Yan Yifei in her white dress, asking tentatively, "Our relationship has grown to this point, and there is something I need to tell you. The host of this banquet does not welcome you. Perhaps you should go back first." Seeing the panic in his eyes and the subtle tremor of his thumb, Yan Yifei decided to give herself a chance, and to give him one as well. "Song Rui, do you like me? I know that you and I come from two different worlds, but I don't care. Tonight there are only two endings, either you leave with me, or I go in with you." Song Rui said, "If from beginning to end this has all been a scheme, a trap they set to strike at you and humiliate you, to turn you into a joke in everyone's eyes, would you still go in with me? I advise you to go home." He added softly, "You really should go back." Yan Yifei answered, "I don't care about their trap. I only want to ask you, Song Rui, do you like me? You were the one who sought me out at the beginning, and now you are the one urging me to leave. Yes, I am forcing you and forcing myself. If you like me, then leave with me. If you walk inside, I will go in with you. If you must, then stand there before everyone and humiliate me together with them." Song Rui clenched his teeth and balled his fists, yet could not make his legs move from where he stood. He said, "I am only a tool. From beginning to end, I have been their accomplice. Yifei, the reason I can still stand at the door and try to persuade you to leave is that I think you still have a chance. But I am already worthless beyond saving, and I will never be with you. Do you understand?" Yan Yifei said, "I don't understand. I will say it again, either you leave with me, or I go in with you." It was a birthday party, and all the rich youths of Jiangxing's circle had gathered. Inside the villa, under the glow of lights and flowing wine, the place seemed warm and welcoming. Yan Yifei took the initiative to confess to Song Rui, but he rejected her, shaking his head and walking toward the host of the birthday party, Yao Pingping. Laughter and jeers surged from the crowd. "So the high and mighty model student can also confess to someone first. Is this all you amount to? Did you really think Song Rui liked you?" Yan Yifei crouched down on the floor, and for reasons she herself could not grasp covered her face and began to cry. Song Rui stood in the crowd watching her in silence. These cruel, playful rich youths had no inkling of what kind of demon they had provoked. Yan Yifei was a girl who repaid every slight. After the college entrance examinations, she returned alone to Yanjing. When she reappeared, she possessed the power and influence to exact revenge on them all. On the night Yan Yifei went back to Yanjing right after the exam, Song Rui became paralyzed. From the day he woke in the hospital, he had not seen a single familiar face. He was paralyzed, truly reduced to a cripple. Even his father ignored him. Only Yan Yifei took him out of the hospital, rented a place, and cared for him with meticulous attention. In the small seaside villa, Yan Yifei would come once a week to chat with Song Rui about everyday matters, who had lost their family and leapt to their death that day, who had been consumed by scandal and ended by swallowing poison, each one a former classmate of his. Song Rui was the last to die among them. He never understood why Yan Yifei had never struck directly at him. Perhaps in the heart of that once sensitive and proud girl a place remained reserved for the hypocritical man who had spoken to her with gentle words. After all, in this world, no one had ever been truly good to her. In the end, however, Yan Yifei, having lost all desire to live, followed him and leapt from the cliff as well. Why had she done so? In the final flicker of memory, Song Rui thought, if it truly was Yan Yifei who made me what I am now, then that would be wonderful. At that very moment, on Song Rui's right wrist, blood-slick and mangled, an old-fashioned watch began to glow. It was the token of affection Yan Yifei had solemnly given him at that long-ago birthday party, later thrown to the floor and shattered by the crowd. In the little convalescent villa, she had again presented him with the repaired watch. His blood flowed backward, webbing around the watch like strands of a spider's silk. In that moment, Song Rui closed his eyes completely. Song Ji, well done. Someone cheered faintly in the distance. In a haze, someone next to his ear was egging him on, and a burst of applause crackled to life. Song Rui snapped his eyes open and stared around in astonishment. This is my 18th birthday party. Above the noisy crowd hung a huge crystal chandelier. Its light was not harsh, but hazy like melted malt candy, suspended in the middle of the living room. The crowd had opened up an oval space, all of them laughing and hurling insults toward the center, mocking without restraint. There in the middle, Yan Yifei knelt on the floor weeping. She wore a clean white dress, hands covering her face as she released a near-screaming wail of grief, like a bird crying out on the brink of death in a winter's night, slicing human nerves inch by inch. Yet the classmates who mocked her not only failed to relent, they intensified their cruelty. And he, Song Rui, was the one who had set the whole incident in motion, the vilest accomplice. A broken watch lay silently by Yan Yifei's side, its hands still ticking away. The girl in the crowd lifted her head, letting her gaze sweep across the faces of the guests, as if she meant to etch each of them into her memory. At last that fierce gaze settled on Song Rui's face and slowly dissolved into the despair of a wandering soul. Why are you so foolish? He murmured. Song Rui heard himself say, to use your entire life to force someone as worthless as me. Song Rui, what are you waiting for? On the other side of the crowd, a girl's impatient voice rang out. Song Rui turned his head slightly. The one calling him was Yao Pingping, who at this moment was encircled by a cluster of her girlfriends, held aloft like a moon surrounded by stars. Recalling every fragment of his life after being paralyzed, Song Rui felt a sudden, inexpressible surge of emotion. Yao Pingping lifted her proud gaze toward Yan Yifei, curled her lip, and said, did you really think Song Rui liked you? Song Rui remained rooted to the spot. Since discovering he had been reborn, there was only one reason he had delayed so long to go over and help Yan Yifei up. It was precisely because at this very moment in time, he had just shaken his head and rejected her confession, then hidden himself within the crowd, staring at her in a daze. At that moment, he let out a self-mocking laugh, pushed aside the young onlookers, and said, calm down, or he'll end up squatting here crying along with her. Song bro, are you going to pour champagne on her? Or dump the ice bucket over her head? Are you deaf or just stupid? Song Rui snapped his head around and barked a curse at them. Seeing the ferocity in his expression, that cluster of second-generation rich kids fell instantly silent. Sensing someone drawing near, Yan Yifei lifted her head slightly. When Song Rui saw the look on her face, his heart gave a violent jolt. She seemed in that instant to have made some kind of decision. Her amber eyes, set in the shadow beyond the light, appeared extraordinarily deep, like two pools of ink of subtly differing shades, holding endless layers within. Layers Song Rui could no longer see through. Expressionless, he took a tissue from his pocket and gently wiped Yan Yifei's tear-streaked face, doing his best to soften his tone. Do you want to stand up and slap me first before we talk? The people around them were still chattering noisily about what Song Rui was going to do to Yan Yifei, but Yao Pingping shouted in irritation, what are you going crazy for? Did you take the wrong meds? Song Rui did not bother to answer her. If only the hands of the clock could turn back a little. Never mind returning to when Yan Yifei had just enrolled and the two of them still got along. Even if it were only back to the moment at the hotel entrance when he persuaded her to leave. Had he gone away with her, then none of this would have happened, would it? Seeing Song Rui squatting there with a grimace like a patient doubled over on a toilet, Yao Pingping felt a surge of bafflement. Hadn't this guy promised that he would be confessing to her next? What on earth was he doing now? She strode over to him, reached out to pull him up, muttering in annoyance, "Get up already. Has your brain grown in the wrong place, or something? Stop chirping in my ear." Song Rui abruptly shoved her away. The boys watching from above them all sucked in a sharp breath. Silently, Yan Yifei climbed up from the floor, patted the dust from her clothes, picked up the shattered, old-fashioned watch from the ground, and walked past Song Rui toward the exit. Perhaps she had knelt too long. She stumbled and pitched forward, but Song Rui reacted swiftly, catching her in his arms. Around them, the sound of people drawing in cold breaths grew even louder. Frowning in frustration, Song Rui said, "About the watch, can you still give it to me?" Yan Yifei acted as though she hadn't heard him at all, pulling her arm out of his grasp. Song Rui wanted to say more. "Get away from me." Actually, he tried to continue, still struggling to explain. Yan Yifei interrupted him without the slightest courtesy, her voice icy cold. "Everything I did was of my own free will. I came here of my own accord. I confess to you of my own accord, so it has nothing to do with you. I don't blame you." After hearing this, Song Rui exhaled a sigh. "When you put it like that, it makes my skin crawl." Behind them, Yao Pingping shouted in fury, "Song Rui, why did you push me? Are you out of your mind?" Song Rui could not be bothered to respond to the enraged girl behind him. He tilted his head back, gazing up at the dim crystal chandelier above. In his previous life, public opinion had begun to ferment soon after, and all manner of rumors spread madly among the students. For someone like Song Rui, whose character was already considered vile, no one would have cared much. But once the cool, aloof Yan Yifei became the protagonist of those rumors, it was a different matter entirely. Photos of her kneeling on the ground circulated wildly, and became the favorite topic of idle conversation among their classmates. Once Yan Yifei could have chosen not to care about any of this, because for those who did not care about her, she had no obligation to explain herself. But in the darkness of her former life, a faint ray of light had once shone through. She had thought she could rely on the weak glow he offered to illuminate the road beneath her feet in the days to come. Only now, at this moment, did she awaken to the truth that so-called light was nothing but an even denser darkness. When the only source of light was itself wrapped in lies, the hope she had for her own life became like a candle flickering in the wind, burned away to nothing. All that remained was hatred. True despair, after all, only comes to those who have first brushed against hope. Only when one carries a longing for the future, and then suffers the most lethal blow, can one finally grasp what kind of hell one truly inhabits. After being reborn, Song Rui understood all of this. In that small villa where he spent his stifling days, he was tormented by guilt at every moment, and at every moment, he tasted something of the despair Yan Yifei had once felt. He deserved to suffer, deserved to be crippled, deserved to die without an intact corpse. Even so, he still wanted to do something, anything, within his power. Even if this was nothing more than a dream before death, a dream painfully real, at least it was one in which he might seek redemption. Looking at Yan Yifei's swaying, unsteady figure, the anguish on Song Rui's face finally eased a little. He hurried over to her side, reaching out to support her. "Don't touch me." Somehow finding the strength, Yan Yifei shoved him away violently. She was utterly disillusioned now. It took no effort to imagine that Song Rui must be plotting some new humiliation and torment for her. Head lowered, she walked on. Song Rui caught her hand. "I haven't seen this expression on your face in a long time. You look more alive like this. You're really angry now, aren't you? Don't bottle it up. If you've already thought of a way to make me regret everything, then be decisive. How about I jump off a building for you?" Yan Yifei shook off his hand. Song Rui immediately followed, stepping in front of her to block her path. In all seriousness, he said, "Let's leave together. Go outside and cool off for a while. If after you've calmed down you still want to hit me or curse me, there will still be time. What, you think I haven't been humiliated enough? Still want to keep playing with me? Song Rui, you disgust me." The corner of Yan Yifei's mouth lifted in a faint curve, as she herself could not tell whether she was laughing at herself or mocking Song Rui. Yet the moment she smiled, tears streamed down once more, drawing bouts of dumb, jeering laughter from the boys and girls watching. Song Rui took out another tissue and handed it to her, wanting to wipe her tears away again, but Yan Yifei slapped his hand aside, rejecting his attempt at kindness. "If you really want to atone," she said, "fine. They'll tell you how Song Rui disappear from my sight, preferably forever. Otherwise, I swear I'll make you wish you were dead." In that instant, there was unmasked hatred in Yan Yifei's eyes. Yet to the reborn Song Rui, this perhaps was a good sign. Better at least than the pitch-black despair she had once sunk into. Behind them, however, Yao Pingping felt her temples throbbing. Seeing Song Rui doggedly blocking Yan Yifei's path, she suddenly realized that the dog she had carefully trained for so long seemed to be wagging its tail for someone else. As the girl who basked in the adoration of all, Yao Pingping's father was a prominent figure in Jiang City. Whenever the two of them had a falling out, Father Song would intervene and take it out on his son. Because of this, Song Rui had always obeyed Yao Pingping's every word. The plan to humiliate Yan Yifei at the birthday party was also one of her willful, pampered whims. Yet the true climax had not arrived. They were still one step short of it. According to the plan, this was the moment when Song Rui should have dropped to one knee and declared his love to Yao Pingping with deep affection, only for her to reject him outright. That way the atmosphere of the birthday celebration would reach a fever pitch, and Yan Yifei would never again be able to lift her head. After all, the boy she believed to be her boyfriend would be revealed as nothing more than a dog docilely trained by Yao Pingping. Why humiliate Yan Yifei? Ever since she transferred to their school, this high-achieving girl, withdrawn, yet never impolite, had been hailed by many classmates as the campus belle and crowned with the title of Iceberg Beauty. Deep down, Yao Pingping believed herself to be a favored child of heaven. In her eyes, someone as poor and down and out as Yan Yifei, whose only asset was a pretty face, ought to bow and scrape before her. Now the pampered daughter of heaven was truly angry, but felt as though someone had stolen her scene. You think you're so pure and lofty, Yan Yifei. You're nothing but a frivolous gold digger. You only fancy Song Rui for his money, don't you? My family has money to burn. Why don't you try confessing to me instead? You're right, I am a gold digger, and I shouldn't be here. Yan Yifei left the scene without looking back. At the entrance of the banquet hall, faced with the menacing and threatening Yao Ping, Song Rui gave a self-deprecating smile and picked up the birthday cake from the table, throwing it at her. Yao Pingping screamed as she was hit, sitting down in disbelief, and began to cry uncontrollably. Several people hurriedly helped the birthday girl up. What's wrong with you? Are you trying to die, Song Rui? Damn you, Yao Pingping. Song Rui turned his head and said to the bewildered crowd behind him, of course I don't deserve to live either. After saying that, he hurriedly left, leaving Yao Pingping, who was still in shock, and her stunned companions behind. The room fell into silence, quiet as a grave. Yao Pingping bit her lip tightly, her small face pale as death, the blood vessels in her eyes appearing even more striking under the dim light. After a long while, her close friend finally spoke up to comfort her. Song Rui seems a bit off. He's hiding in the crowd without saying anything, and now he's thrown cake in your face. He wouldn't do that unless you two have some new plan you haven't told us about, right? From the perspective of the friend group, Song Rui's unexpected behavior was absolutely at Yao Pingping's behest. They had all witnessed his attempts to win her over the past 3 years. It wasn't that Song Rui was weak or a sycophant, it was because his father's company was under the jurisdiction of Yao's father, and they had known each other since childhood. The interests tied to their future were firmly bound to Yao Pingping. He must be very clear that once he angered Yao Pingping, the consequences would be severe. Another friend murmured, don't worry, Pinger, Song Rui will come back later. This is your birthday party. He will definitely kneel down to ask for your forgiveness. You're the one with problems. I told you his emotions have always been unstable. Let everyone know to exclude him from our circle from now on. He's just a well-behaved dog. There are plenty of others who want to be her dog. As for that ridiculous engagement, it's merely a joke among adults at the dinner table. I've already decided that tonight I will make it clear to Song Rui not to think about using me to climb the social ladder through my father. Meanwhile, in the crowded streets beside the neon lights, Song Rui was as anxious as an ant on a hot stove, searching for Yan Yifei, as he wondered how just a little delay could lead to her disappearing. As he passed a narrow alley, he heard a boy sigh from a distance. Yifei, I told you that Song Rui has ulterior motives. Why do you insist on going? No one answered in the alley, but Song Rui realized that things were about to go wrong. If Song Rui was Yan Yifei's rotting white moonlight, then the one speaking in the alley, Luo Mo, was the bloody reality check for Yan Yifei. During the time he was recuperating in the villa, Yan Yifei told Song Rui that she had an old friend named Luo Mo whom she had known for over 10 years. They had a good relationship, but later there were some conflicts. Luo Mo fell in love with another well-off girl in college and entered into marriage. Yan Yifei had once told him about this seriously, with an implication that in her past life she had liked Luo Mo. Little did he know that the humiliation he inflicted on Yan Yifei in the previous world was merely the beginning of their mutual understanding. Since he was reborn, he would not allow himself to become someone else's experience fodder. However, Song Rui also knew Luo Mo as they were classmates. Ever since he began to curry favor with Yan Yifei, he had heard Luo Mo advise her several times, but ultimately this guy had always been just a noisy king, too timid by nature. As he pondered the past and present, both of them in the alley noticed a tall figure at the exit. Luo Mo took the initiative to confront him, spreading his arms to block Song Rui like a protective mother hen. You beast, how dare you come here? Don't you think Yifei is suffering enough? After rebirth, various events came flooding in. Song Rui's emotions were already prone to instability, but seeing Yan Yifei crouched in the corner sobbing softly, he restrained his anger and said, I don't want to argue with you. Stay away from us, understand? In front of the powerless Luo Mo, no matter how he spoke, he was still a rich second generation. How could he be insulted for no reason, though he indeed deserved it? Song Rui, what do you want? Luo Mo's voice was small, trembling with fear. Yifei is already in such a miserable state, can't you let her go? This statement instantly infuriated Song Rui. If this guy could protect Yifei, she wouldn't have suffered so much in her past life. But thinking back, Yan Yifei was a strong girl. She would silently endure insults and humiliations and retaliate later. Just like at the birthday banquet where she faced such blatant humiliation without an extreme reaction, she merely kept a mental note. If Song Rui were to say she was pitiful, it would probably make her hate herself even more. Whether Yan Yifei would turn dark, Song Rui wasn't sure, but he still had to do what he needed to do, at least to alleviate his guilt before collapsing. Indeed, Song Rui saw Yan Yifei frown slightly and tightly press her lips together as Luo Mo stood behind her. How should he resolve the current predicament? After all, Song Rui was a reckless little tyrant. No matter what, he had to clarify things tonight. To hell with it, he directly lunged at Luo Mo, grabbing his collar, clenching his right fist, and swinging his arm back. Luo Mo's face turned pale with fear, and he shrank his neck back, but the anticipated pain did not come. Song Rui merely patted his face lightly, and then pressed him against the wall of the alley. Yan Yifei looked at Luo Mo, who was slowly sliding down the wall, and the faint chill in her eyes made Song Rui. Look at you, you were scared the moment I raised my fist, Song Rui sighed. If Yifei were to face retaliation from others, do you think you could protect her? Just go back. I don't want to see you. My patience is really limited. If you jump in front of me again, I'll have to hit you. Song Rui walked up to the clenched-fisted Yan Yifei and unceremoniously pulled her along. Yan Yifei stumbled as she was dragged, desperately trying to break free from his grasp, but Song Rui, with his stubborn temper and greater strength, pulled her to the roadside in just a few moments. Yan Yifei tried to pull her arm from his grip, but it was futile. After giving up on wasting her energy, she shot a look filled with overwhelming hatred at him. Let go of me. Song Rui leaned down close to her, whispering like a caring couple, I know you hate me. Do we have a chance to start over? I will agree to anything you want to do to me, but you cannot be with Luo Mo. I suddenly understand that hatred is also a part of life. If you want to hate me, then you can torment me, but don't kill me. If you want to kill me, just say so, and I'll sit on the road. Yan Yifei instantly stopped struggling. I've already said it, I jumped into the trap myself. I don't blame you, nor do I hate you. It's my own foolishness, so just don't come looking for me. I am quite happy to hear some resentment in your words. Am I right? If I were to say I like you, or that I regret it, you wouldn't believe me, would you? Do you think you can accept my explanation like this? You treat me as someone who fears you, afraid of being harmed or crippled by you. That's why I came out to find you after the birthday banquet. Whether you want to hit me or scold me now, I don't care. I just have some debts to settle first. After I settle them, do you think I can die? Can I die then? In that moment, a cold glint passed through Yan Yifei's amber eyes, a gaze so sinister that Song Rui seemed to see again the terrifying woman who had bound him to a wheelchair. Song Rui forced himself to calm down, placing one hand in his pocket. Let's leave this place quickly. I can die at your hands, but not at the hands of others. The two of them walked through the alley, turning left and right for some time. Yan Yifei wiped the tears from her face and said flatly, Can I go home now? Of course not. Song Rui turned back, looking at the girl who had regained her composure, somewhat astonished. Now we need to find a place to hide. If Yao Piping gets angry, someone will definitely block us. Don't worry. Since you said you were just a tool, I won't do anything to you. Can you let me go back now? Yan Yifei clenched her fists, her innocent face contorting into a somewhat sinister expression. Clearly her emotions had been suppressed to the extreme, almost out of control. No. Song Rui decisively rejected her. He recalled the injury on Yan Yifei's wrist from his past life, and it was very likely that she would harm herself again after returning home. If he let her go home like this, she would still hurt herself in a fit of rage. No matter what, today he had to take her away, especially since she had just sustained some injuries. I just want to go home, do you understand? But he was interrupted without hesitation by Song Rui. Then I will take you home. You cannot leave my sight today. Yan Yifei saw him take out a Nokia phone and quickly stepped forward to press it down. Due to the excessive force, her fingers trembled slightly and her voice became hoarse, accompanied by her clenched teeth. I don't understand, truly don't understand. I spoke clearly with you at the hotel entrance. Either you come with me or I go with you. Since you didn't care that I entered the hotel, then we are done. Do you understand? I don't quite understand either. I feel that what you say and what you do are always the opposite. You clearly know I am a beast, yet you still use yourself to force me. Why bother? You're not as carefree as you claim to be. Song Rui stared at her for a few seconds, a strange light flashing in his eyes. How about this? I really like ponytails. Give me a chance during this time. Whenever you tie your hair in a ponytail, I will do as you say. Do you understand? You like my hair? Yan Yifei fixed her gaze on the nonchalant man before her, her amber eyes revealing a deep darkness. So if I cut my hair short, you would let me go, right? Song Rui was shocked. He had seen this kind of gaze before. In his past life, while in the wheelchair, when Yan Yifei smiled and softly informed him of their classmate's tragic death, she wore that same expression. Yan Yifei seemed to have already turned dark. Song Rui suddenly snapped back to reality, but it was too late. He saw Yan Yifei pull out a pair of scissors from her dirty bag, grasp a lock of long hair from her forehead, and with a snip the black strands floated gently in the wind, falling like burnt grass ash on the road, illuminated by the evening glow. What are you doing? Song Rui shouted. Why won't you just let yourself go? But Yan Yifei remained unmoved, a cold smile appearing on her lips. You let me go first, and then I will let myself go. She grasped the scissors and suddenly slashed towards her cheek. In that moment, Song Rui said softly, Why do you think of hurting yourself? The culprit is here. If you want to stab someone, you should stab me instead. Yan Yifei's expression changed several times, her gaze avoided his. She knew that the man in front of her was deliberately. He continued, There's something you probably don't know. Yao Pingping will refuse me later, and then continue to scold you. So I came out to find you, avoiding being scolded myself, right? Yan Yifei raised her eyes to scrutinize him, but still let out a cold snort. I am indeed a beast, but no matter what, you cannot be with someone like Luo Mo. He cannot appear beside you. If I get angry, I'll spend some money to hire someone to throw him into the river. Regardless, Song Rui wanted to stay by her side. He planned to take Yan Yifei to visit her mother's friend Peng Yuan, who was a doctor. He had been injured since he was a child, and he always went to her. Song Rui flagged down a taxi and took the opportunity to snatch the watch from the other person's hand. It was a rusty old mechanical watch, and the glass of the watch face had already cracked like a spider web due to brute force. Surprisingly, the center of the watch was now covered with something like ink, making it impossible to tell the time. If it weren't for Song Rui seeing this watch glow before he died, he would have thought it was something picked up from a trash can. Song Rui felt a mix of emotions as he stuffed Yan Yifei into the back seat and squeezed in himself, commanding the driver in front, "Take me to Jiangxing People's Hospital." On the way to the hospital, Yan Yifei fell into silence. No matter how Song Rui tried to talk to her, she kept her mouth tightly shut and didn't even glance in his direction. After arriving at the hospital, Song Rui brought Yan Yifei before Peng Yuan and stayed behind to guard her bag, which contained an account book and a pair of scissors. He self-deprecatingly thought, was Yan Yifei planning to stab herself right in front of him after he rejected her? What could possibly cause her to give up? Because she shouldn't have to trade her life for his worthless one, right? That didn't make sense. Then why did she jump off the cliff with him in her past life? He was puzzled and could only focus his gaze on another account book. Inside was a list detailing Yan Yifei's earnings from working over the past 2 months' daily expenses and a piece of paper that seemed to have been torn from a notebook filled with fragmented words. He said he liked my ponytail, but I don't want to comply with him in everything. I am not his toy. I also want to maintain my dignity in front of him. I have never been in a relationship, but I know what it feels like to like someone. It is two dignified souls drawing closer to each other. However, his attitude towards me seems to have nothing to do with liking you. It feels more like intentional proximity and flattery, which is a bit off. But, no one has ever treated me this well, and no one has ever cared for me like this. I simply cannot control myself. Tomorrow I have to attend the birthday banquet, and they say there is something very important that I must go for. I seem to know my fate, yet I still can't help but want to go. I pray to the heavens and all the deities, hoping that the Bodhisattva and Buddha will bless me. Even if this is a dream, I hope it is a beautiful dream that allows me to sleep soundly. Even if he is lying to me, I hope he can keep lying to me for a lifetime. Song Rui stuffed the few pieces of paper back into the bag, clenching his fists tightly. He felt that when he left the birthday banquet, a saying was very correct. He indeed did not deserve to live in this world. 5 years ago, in Yanjing, Miss, the young master has delivered the medicine. The sunlight streamed in, cutting through the curtains to illuminate the hospital room. On the snow-white bed, a little girl with a pale face sat motionless, her brow slightly furrowed. She was very young, exquisite, like a porcelain doll. The caregiver approached the little girl's bedside, stifling her tears as she called out, "Miss, it's time to take your medicine." The girl's expression was calm. The morning sunlight bathed her face in an eerie, haunting white, while her clear and delicate eyes were as black as deep ink. If a compassionate person stood before her, they would surely see the despair of a lost soul in her eyes. The old maid took out a handkerchief from her pocket, wanting to wipe away the mist in the girl's eyes. After hesitating for a moment, she ended up wiping her own eyes instead. "Madam, and you have always treated me like family. When my child got married, it was you who helped provide the household appliances and jewelry. When Madam took you away from home, she said she would help me find another place, and even gave me 100,000 as a farewell gift. Who would have thought that after all these years Madam would leave just like that? I heard the miss has returned home, and after much thought, I decided to come back and watch over you for peace of mind. But I never expected to see you like this upon my return." The old maid began to sob, then covered her chest, seemingly unable to catch her breath. The little girl sitting on the bed handed the old maid a glass of water, which the elderly woman took, while crying, taking several minutes to catch her breath. "I truly feel heartbroken for you, miss. You're only in middle school, you're still so young." The old maid wept, saying, "You really can't just wait here to die." The girl smiled faintly at the maid and said softly, "Where else can I go? My mother is also dead. Staying here at least means someone is paying to take care of me." "Miss," the old maid said urgently, "the young master is not taking care of you. He's really going to harm you. He calls you sister so affectionately, but look at you. You had a stomachache at school, and the school nurse said you have chronic gastroenteritis from starving for years. Yet the young master claims you're just stubborn and don't want to go to school, locking you in your room for 2 whole months, giving you painkillers as medicine. This time you fainted, your duodenum is already perforated. You were rushed to the hospital where part of your stomach had to be removed, and you took half a year to recover. Now he says you're emotionally unstable and wants you to see a psychologist and prepare to prescribe you medication. He's really going to kill you." The girl fell silent for a moment, her quietness carrying a sense of resignation. "At least my brother still cares about me. He asks around for suitable doctors for me. Otherwise I wouldn't have made it this far. It must be a coincidence. Miss, I overheard them chatting bits because the master is inquiring about your situation." The old maid's tears flowed freely. "If this continues, you'll eventually die at home. It could be tonight. They'll find a way to lure the bodyguards away. Take advantage of the darkness to leave here. The further away the better. Otherwise the young master will eventually harm you. He will kill you." That night the little girl tore her bedding and clothes into strips, weaving them into a rope, preparing to hang herself. Just as she placed her neck into the noose, she vaguely heard the old maid's cries in the distance, as if someone was beating her. The girl jumped down from the stool, walked to the balcony, and using the hanging rope lowered herself to the first floor, expressionless as she glanced towards the direction of the elderly woman's cries. Where would there be anyone who cares for me? Perhaps I should go to my grandmother's place. In front of her lay an endless darkness. As the little girl plunged into it, she was unaware that her suffering was only just beginning. Her encounter with Song Rui was a precise, surgical operation that would remove her undeserved hopes and emotions one by one. However, the current timeline had changed due to Song Rui's rebirth. For instance, tonight Yan Yifei should have been returning home with Luo Mo's support, but instead she was in the hospital undergoing examinations. In the clinic, Peng Yuan carefully examined her, and then took Song Rui outside. Under the pale light, the doctor's expression was unusually serious. Song Rui thought about the trouble he had caused and requested Peng Yuan to give Yan Yifei a comprehensive examination. Now seeing the doctor's expression, it seemed the situation was not optimistic. The little girl is very weak. Her digestive system issues are particularly severe. Right now her stomach is like a deflated balloon with digestive absorption functioning at only half of a normal person's capacity. Song Rui scratched his head, not daring to respond. Peng Yuan continued to ask, "She has many bruises and external injuries. Which beast could be so vicious as to beat a malnourished little girl? Is there no justice in this world?" Song Rui rubbed his face, also taking on an indignant expression, and cursed, "Exactly, those who bully her are nothing but subhuman beasts. I think this group of people should go to hell." Peng Yuan frowned tightly. She handed over the medical record and softened her tone. "This is the little girl's medical record. Please give it to her later. He'll prepare some medicine and nutrients for her. Tell her to remember to eat smaller meals more frequently from now on, and to consume soft foods like millet porridge, soy milk, and steamed eggs. At her young age, she must pay attention to her health. Do you understand?" "All right, Annie." Peng Yuan stared at Song Rui for a long time before she couldn't help but ask, "Is this little girl your girlfriend?" "Yes," Song Rui answered without hesitation, then squinted his eyes after a few seconds. "I just agreed to be her boy." Peng Yuan's brow furrowed even tighter, but from the end of the clinic's corridor a voice called for her, so she reached out to rub Song Rui's head. "Xiao Song, your personal life is something I shouldn't interfere with, whether it's this little girl or Yao Pingping, it's your freedom. But you haven't been home for a long time and your dad is worried about you. With exams coming up, you still need to." She pondered her words, letting out a deep sigh. "You still need to study well and not spend all your time with that group of people. Do you understand?" If it were the 18-year-old Song Rui, he would have undoubtedly clashed with this caring aunt on the spot. However, after living again, a warmth surged in Song Rui's heart, and he nodded. "I understand, Aunt Prong. Starting tomorrow, I'll correct myself, study hard, and not let you worry." Song Rui turned and left the corridor. Before picking up Yan Yifei, he planned to buy a serving of millet porridge first, hoping to soften her up. The sky darkened again, but the lights came on. Shadows flickered across Yan Yifei's face, seemingly witnessing her tragic past. Yet whether in darkness or light, she was always alone, seeking a glimmer of hope to survive. However, today, she felt she had already fallen into the same despair as her mother. Yet she felt she was still different from her mother. Before dying, she also wanted to take someone with her. Yan Yifei was truly exhausted and very tired. As that figure appeared at the end of the corridor, she sat on the bench, her right hand digging into her bag, tightly clutching the scissors. Inside the backpack, the sharp blade cut through her finger and blood dripped down between her fingers. Yan Yifei looked at Song Rui, who was approaching her with indifferent eyes. She might as well drag him down to hell with her. After all, she had once liked him. While holding a cup of soybean milk and a bowl of plain congee standing beside Yan Yifei with a smile on his face, Song Rui suddenly felt something hot in his pocket. He reached into his pocket and found that it was a broken watch from the banquet. Just as he was about to say something, an alarm rang loudly in his mind. At that very moment, just as Song Rui placed the steaming dinner on the bench, Yan Yifei suddenly pulled out a pair of scissors stained with blood from her backpack and lunged towards his heart. There was no scream, no cry, silently with enough force to pierce a person, she thrust the scissors forward, resolved to perish together. In that instant, Song Rui and Yan Yifei locked eyes in midair. He saw the curve of her lips, a smile reminiscent of a drowning person surfacing with a sense of peace. The next second, in a moment of life and death, Song Rui grasped Yan Yifei's wrist, but unfortunately the girl's desperate strike was far stronger than he had anticipated. In a panic, he could only extend his left hand and push against the scissors that were about to stab into his chest. The sharp scissors smoothly cut through the flesh of his left palm, splattering blood everywhere, causing screams from the crowd in the hospital corridor, while leaving Song Rui with a gruesome wound. Fortunately, as the scissors made contact with his palm and blood splattered, the force diminished significantly. Shouts and noises filled his ears. Many people pointed at the girl with the raised scissors, while others stood frozen in place, unsure of what to do. A group hurriedly left the scene, shouting to call the police. After stabbing, Yan Yifei felt a wave of weakness wash over her, kneeling in the blood that Song Rui had spilled, and began to sob softly. Yet she restrained her hand, not as ruthless as one might imagine. Beside her, Song Rui covered his bleeding left wrist, standing dazed. He seemed to realize that the girl before him, though not the infamous female demon, had hardened her heart long ago during the birthday banquet. The memory of that woman who had smiled and softly told him about a classmate's death seemed to merge with the sobbing figure kneeling on the ground. "I'm serious, just stay alive," Song Rui squatted down beside her softly advising. "If you live you'll have a lifetime to slowly hate me." Yan Yifei knelt on the ground without responding, her gaze shattered. Suddenly, she let out a hoarse laugh, like a madwoman. At the end of the corridor, two serious-looking police officers holding electric batons observed that the girl had no weapon before slowly approaching. After dispersing the crowd to the end of the corridor, a female officer crouched to meet Yan Yifei's gaze, while another pointed a body camera at her. "Yan Yifei, you are a student of No. 1 high school, right?" The policewoman paused for 3 seconds before suddenly pointing at Song Rui beside her. "Why did you attack him?" Yan Yifei's eyelashes trembled as she glanced at the coagulated blood on Song Rui's palm. Finally, she pressed her pale lips together, remaining silent. After repeated questioning, the female officer still could not elicit any information from the girl kneeling on the ground. She waved her hand, signaling the accompanying officer to help Yan Yifei up, and instructed Song Rui to take care of his wound before following along. Watching Yan Yifei obediently stand up to return to the police station, Song Rui stopped her path. "Wait a moment." The policewoman was in a bad mood due to Yan Yifei's silence, and frowned even more. "What? Do you have something to add?" "Of course." Song Rui glanced at Yan Yifei behind the police, unsure if she was scared or regretful, and took a deep breath. "I injured myself." In that instant, Yan Yifei suddenly looked up at Song Rui, her eyes flashing with shock and disbelief. The policewoman appeared intrigued as she pulled out a notebook and quickly jotted down 2 lines, signaling Song Rui to continue. Song Rui awkwardly laughed twice. "Actually, well, we're just boyfriend and girlfriend, and she wanted to break up with me, but I wasn't happy, so I hurt myself to threaten her." The crowd fell silent at first, but once they regained their wits, a loud uproar of discussions and angry curses erupted. A bald man wearing a big gold chain angrily stepped forward and shouted, "Damn. I bet $500 this little brat is acting. Ooh, police comrade, check if what's on the ground is ketchup, and if the wound is..." Song Rui shamelessly showed his left hand wound, retorting, "Watch your mouth. Do you think him like the gold chain around your neck, still faking it?" The crowd looked at the bald man's neck with suspicion. Feeling guilty, he glanced around and shrank his head away. Another girl in school uniform, tugging at her friend's sleeve, exclaimed loudly, "Wow, what a real-life Yandere story. Hurry up and take a picture to post on the school forum." Before the flash crossed Yan Yifei's pale face, Song Rui took off his shirt to cover her head, and then threatened the gossiping girl. "If you dare post this online, he'll come find you at your house." The little girl had never encountered such a bully and immediately screamed and retreated into the crowd. The police nearby coughed, and Song Rui quickly said, "Police sister, I'm just someone who enjoys joking around. I'm a law-abiding citizen and definitely won't go down the path of crime." Another woman holding a baby exaggeratedly covered the infant's ears, muttering, "What a sin, a scum like this who threatens women with suicide should be chemically castrated." Song Rui immediately turned to face her, pointing at his own face seriously, and spat, "Damn, such a handsome man being castrated would be a shame, right?" The crowd booed, and Song Rui proudly put his hands on his hips and chuckled twice. "Be quiet." The police shouted angrily to silence the indignant crowd, and then scolded Song Rui. "You hurry up and bandage that, then come with me to the police station to give a statement. Just 2 minutes, get some bandages or something." Before the police sister, Song Rui behaved obediently like an innocent child. "We're short on time. Oh, let's quickly write a statement and go home. I have school tomorrow." "You still know you're a student?" the policewoman retorted without hesitation. "You even resorted to self-harm threats. Quite resourceful, huh?" Song Rui chuckled. "Of course, with such a beautiful girlfriend, I definitely can't break up." The policewoman snorted and stopped engaging in banter with the slick-talking Song Rui. Song Rui walked out of the hospital side by side with Yan Yifei, lowering his head to whisper in her ear, "When the police ask you for a statement later, just say you wanted to grab my hand to stop me, okay?" Yan Yifei kept her head down, walking on her own. After Song Rui poked her shoulder with his elbow 3 times, she finally couldn't help but reply softly, "This is my scissors, and I stabbed you with it." Song Rui's expression changed, but he still earnestly persuaded, saying this could get you imprisoned. "If I have to go to jail, then so be it." Yan Yifei remained stubborn. Song Rui elbowed Yan Yifei's shoulder again, his voice tinged with anger. "Why can't you take advice? Why should I listen to you?" The police turned around and saw the two whispering, instantly furious. "You two behave yourselves. What are you whispering? If you don't want to talk, then I'll speak for you." After Song Rui finished, he followed them into the police car. "Tell me exactly what happened." In the mediation room, facing the sullen female officer, Song Rui was the first to speak. Officer, the matter is straightforward. I only used a pair of scissors to threaten her not to break up with me." The officer glanced at the silent Yan Yifei and asked, "Then how did those injuries on her body occur?" "It was just a lover's quarrel, some pulling and tugging, that's all." Song Rui lied with an untroubled face, utterly unashamed. The officer frowned. She had already called the principal and learned that Yan Yifei was an exemplary student of high standing, whereas Song Rui came from a family with some money and was known as a bully who squandered his life. Looking at the scene before her, she began to piece together what likely happened. Like many domestic abusers after striking their partner, they wept and begged, even resorting to self-harm to prove their remorse. The officer, righteous indignation burning in her voice, scolded him. So you were the one who hit her. You're really something. When beating a woman doesn't work, you threaten with self-harm instead. Song Rui was momentarily at a loss for words, but since matters had reached this point, he swallowed pride and took on the blame. I didn't hit her, I didn't. Just lost my balance and pushed. Okay. Sometimes my temper gets the better of me. I have bipolar disorder. I asked my doctor if you don't believe me. The officer, disgusted by his shamelessness, stopped trying to verify with Yan Yifei. The young woman had an impeccable reputation, diligent, hardworking, never any scandal. The counselor had rushed to the station the moment she heard Yan had gotten into trouble. Song Rui's record, by contrast, was ugly. Antisocial behavior, lack of empathy, constant disruption in class, and so on. After notifying his parents, the counselor arrived soon after. Her surname was Sun, a bespectacled middle-aged teacher who glared at Song Rui as if she wanted to flay him alive. Feeling guilty, Song Rui showed a thin, uneasy smile. Seeing Yan Yifei cling to the mediation room and refuse to leave, he jabbed her twice with his elbow. Ms. Sun grew even more furious and unleashed a torrent of curses in the station, calling him a thug, a societal degenerate, damned to hell. And her insults grew harsher and harsher. Song Rui twisted his head with a bored air, almost blowing a whistle. After Yan Yifei left, Song Yifei arrived in a hurry around midnight. After learning the facts, he signed a guarantee, paid the fees, and took his son out of the station. From the beginning to the end of that night, the father and son remained silent, not speaking to one another, as if they were at the street corner where thick night met pallid streetlight. The jagged interplay of light and shadow drifted across his mind. Only then did Song Rui feel the sting of the wound in his left palm, a pain that cut to the bone and made his heart jump. The middle-aged man before him regarded him with nothing but a cold, indifferent gaze. Even so, Song Rui found it impossible to suppress the long-stalked fury inside him and let loose a mocking barb. I thought you'd only come by day to pick me up. Looks like you're not very busy today. Song Yifei turned slowly. Father and son bore a striking resemblance. Only the father bore mottled white hair and a face mapped by fine wrinkles. Song Yifei produced a pack of cigarettes and lit one. For a few seconds the silence was so complete that the hiss of tobacco burning could be heard. Such quiet always threatens to erupt. Song Rui watched his father, noting how the fingers that held the cigarette trembled with a nervous, almost compulsive motion. The father smoked one cigarette after another. Song Rui stared vacantly at the street lamp. Each mouthful of smoke was expelled and hung ghost-like around them. At last Song Yifei spoke in a deep, weary sigh. If your mother were still alive, seeing you like this, she would be so disappointed. At that moment Song Rui felt as if a poisonous snake had bitten him. He clenched his teeth until they chattered and gave a trembling, stifled sound. Since your mother passed, his father continued, I never let you lack for clothes. I never shirked what needed to be paid. But look at what you do. Ever since you were small, when things went wrong, you would take a knife and cut your wrist to threaten me. That was bad, but I am your father, and perhaps I deserve that. Now you're grown, and you've perfected the trick, using self-harm to threaten other girls, and now you've dragged it all to the police station. Song Rui swallowed. He realized his mouth tasted of blood from biting down so hard. Silence fell between them again as his father lit another cigarette. Today Yao Pingping's father called me. Did you ruin his daughter's birthday party in public? Song Rui snapped back, ruin. I just smashed a few bottles and wrecked a cake. So what? I've been acting like her dog for years on your say-so. I won't do it anymore. Big deal. He said it with a venomous edge. He'll put it bluntly. Do as you please. If you want to kiss her behind my back, go lick yourself. Song Yixu's voice rose at that. What are you saying? If your mother knew. Song Rui's sudden roar cut him off. Shut your filthy mouth. You're the last one who should speak of my mother. Song Yifei fell silent, ground the cigarette into the pavement with his foot, and said, cold as dismissal, so you've grown hard-winged, have you? Let's see how long your stubbornness lasts. At least until you're in your coffin, the father spat. Don't imagine you're somebody, Song Rui. You're so worthless that even as a stray dog no one would pay you any mind. Song Rui shot back, furious. I'd rather be a stray dog than stay in that broken house. I don't need your filthy money. Get out of my sight. Enraged, Song Yifei raised his hand as if to slap him. But Song Rui met the threat without fear, pressing his face forward. Hit me then, hit me here. I'll tell you straight, since I was a child you've never hit hard enough. It's like a mosquito bite. Try harder. Kill me if you can. Song Yifei stood motionless for a long moment, staring at him, then flicked his hand as if brushing away a fly. When the time comes, don't come crawling to beg me, he said. With that he turned, climbed into a black sedan parked by the curb, and sped away. Song Rui staggered backward, his heel struck a nearby trash can, and he turned to steady himself against the cold metal, slowly sinking to a crouch. His heart spasmed more violently, and he curled into a fetal ball, forehead pressed against the icy rim of the bin. Neon signs blinked and shifted in the distance. He buried his face in his knees, hands clawing at his hair until they cramped. His dry eye sockets burned as if on fire. He wanted to roar in anger, but the sound that escaped was a hoarse, choked sob. At that moment a shadow fell over him. In a dizzy blur, he caught the faint scent of jasmine, the very perfume his mother had loved. "Mama," he murmured, instinctively curling into the shadow like a drowning man clinging to driftwood, clutching at the white skirt of whoever approached. Yan Yifei's voice cut through his reverie, and the hem of a skirt slipped from his fingers. "Sobbing here in the middle of the night like a slaughtered pig. It's awful to hear," she said. Song Rui squatted on the ground, his eyes, which always sparkled with a cold light, now appeared profoundly solemn, resembling flames at the edge of hell, darkened, as if enduring a scorching burn. In that moment Yan Yifei was slightly dazed. She even felt that she shouldn't be so impulsive in the hospital. Shaking her head, she reminded herself that the person squatting on the ground was nothing but a shameless scoundrel, and everything was of his own making. Upon hearing Yan Yifei's mocking words, he cautiously raised his head, asking who. After a few seconds of recognizing the visitor, a glimmer of light began to coalesce in Song Rui's eyes, yet his tone remained unceremonious. "Why are you here to scare people in the middle of the night?" This question had been lingering in Yan Yifei's mind since she left the police station. Now seeing Song Rui regain his composure, she immediately asked, "Why did you help me? I really wanted to kill you back in the hospital." Song Rui, in a state of agitation, shouted despairingly, "I know you hate me now, but that's fine. I just want to do this as long as you hate me a little less than before. That means you like me." Yan Yifei opened and closed her mouth, unsure of what to say. After contemplating for a long while, she retorted sharply, "Song Rui, you really should get a psychiatric evaluation." Song Rui remained silent, squatting on the ground. Yan Yifei did not expect the originally aggressive bully to now resemble a wronged wife. After considering for a moment, she pulled out a handkerchief from her pocket and handed it to him, saying, "You look rather proud. I do have a bit of a perverse side. If you're interested, I can slowly share my family's ethical stories with you. You're right, I'm a bit of a madman. But even among madmen, I'm rather handsome, so picking me as your boyfriend is definitely a good choice." He grinned, leaning closer. "Do you want to slap me? The sensation should be quite nice. You're beyond saving." After a moment of consideration, Yan Yifei decided to take the handkerchief back and turned to leave without hesitation. Song Rui watched her silhouette and followed, energetically displaying a carefree, roguish demeanor. "Let me walk you home. It's dangerous out here at this hour. What if you run into a scoundrel or something?" "No need." Yan Yifei shook her head as she walked. "My home is nearby. And besides, who would dare to act up near the police station?" As she spoke, she abruptly stopped, turned her head, and shot Song Rui a blank stare. Song Rui immediately understood that the scoundrel she referred to was indeed him, but he felt no anger, casually following her. The two walked in silence for about 10 minutes. Yan Yifei felt that if they continued, she would be escorted home, so she suddenly said, "Why did you run out from the birthday party?" "My girlfriend left." "What significance does my staying there hold? What do you want from me now, eh?" After saying this, Yan Yifei suddenly turned to stare at Song Rui. Under the warm yellow light, Song Rui noticed that she had a very beautiful nose, narrow with a high bridge tapering to a sharp tip. If it weren't for her slightly yellow hair softening the look, it would give off a cold demeanor that repels others. Her bangs were unevenly cut, yet it did not seem messy, instead highlighting her warm eyes. Song Rui, frustrated, slapped his forehead, pondering how he could explain his behavior that so thoroughly disrupted his persona. To be honest, if someone acted like him, he would be suspicious too. Song Rui racked his brain, fiddling with the button of his shirt collar, and uttered a few words. "I didn't intend to get anything from you. I just suddenly had an epiphany, realizing that what I did was wrong, and wanting to turn over a new leaf." "I've noticed you have a habit," Yan Yifei retorted sarcastically. "You habitually hook your right thumb whenever you—" Song Rui stood there with his mouth agape, using his injured left hand to strike his right thumb. "You're the only one who—" "And another habit," Yan Yifei continued. "Whenever you're about to lie, your eyes will dart around." Song Rui took a deep breath, pinched his nose. "I didn't expect you to be so concerned about me. Are you trying to find amusement at my expense?" The night wind lifted the hem of Yan Yifei's school uniform, revealing a bruise on her waist. Song Rui suddenly realized that in front of the sensitive and suspicious Yan Yifei, the disparity between his past behavior and current demeanor was too stark, causing irreparable harm. In this situation, he completely lost her trust. The most painful betrayal always begins with the deepest trust. "No, you're overthinking it." Song Rui tried hard to control his trembling thumb. "I know you hate me now, but I want to say that if I had just a little more luck, think about it. If I had changed my mind a moment earlier when you were delivering the watch, would our relationship have improved? Could you deceive yourself to slightly block that memory and try to be with me? What do you think? Have you even listened to what you're saying?" Yan Yifei snorted coldly. "What's it to you whether we're together or apart? What do I have left that you haven't taken? What do you feel sorry for me, guilty on your conscience, wanting to come and bestow some kindness? I don't want to be entangled with you any longer. Your actions will only make me hate you more." "Indeed," Song Rui sighed. "Which way do you find more acceptable? Whether I'm being hypocritical or whether I'm a wayward son returned to the fold, as long as you're okay with it, I can take on any role." Yan Yifei's lips curled into a cold smile. "Go die." Song Rui was taken aback. He could not comprehend her thoughts, feeling an overwhelming sense of loss. He remembered that in the previous timeline, after Yan Yifei helped Luo Mo home, she never spoke to him again from the next day on. Around the same time, he had a huge argument with his father, and the next day saw Yan Yifei with a bandaged left wrist. No matter how he mocked her afterward, she never acknowledged him, her occasional glances filled with melancholy. Yet now, after enduring a cut, Yan Yifei hated herself even more. This development left Song Rui puzzled. What exactly was happening? After a long pause to gather his thoughts, Song Rui cautiously began to speak. Dying isn't a big deal, but I feel that if I were to take my own life now, I would feel somewhat uneasy. After all, you're a victim and may encounter men worse than me in the future. I'm a bit worried and want to stay nearby to observe. You probably think I'm psychologically twisted, but I really like the way you frown. I had a dream where you smiled upon seeing me, and it scared me a bit. What are you even saying? Yan Yifei's eyes radiated a hatred for the entire world as she turned to leave. Song Rui seemed to realize he had misspoken and hurried after her to make amends. You already know what kind of person I am and understand my motives for getting close to you. Now that the anticipated outcome has happened, the subsequent developments are not as you imagined, so you're feeling flustered and confused, right? You could either try to use me as a tool, tell me what to do, and I will do it, even if it's to retaliate against Yao Pingping and the others. Are you insisting on dragging me into this? Yan Yifei asked. Do you still think we're a couple? Don't be so hypocritical. If there's a chance in the future, I will make you wish you were dead. That's fine, you have a lifetime to slowly hate me. If you want revenge, that's what I deserve. If I can use this life to bring you some comfort, I'm okay with it, but you should be decisive. Don't leave it halfway. If I end up disabled, you'll have to take responsibility for me. It was already past 1 in the morning when Yan Yifei arrived at her grandmother's house. At this hour, most families had turned off their lights and gone to sleep, but the light in her grandmother's bedroom was still on. Her gaze slowly swept across the wine bottles on the coffee table in the living room. Yan Yifei furrowed her brows and turned to push open the door to her grandmother's brightly lit bedroom. The door was ajar, not locked. As she entered, she saw her grandmother's frail body lying on the cold tiled floor, her wrinkled face marred by a wound on her forehead that had already scabbed. Yan Yifei anxiously tossed her backpack onto the ground and knelt down to assist her, calling out, "Grandma." "Oh dear Yifei, what happened to your face? It looks bruised. Come closer so Grandma can take a look." Yan Yifei hesitated and remained silent. Her grandmother, disregarding her own injury, began to choke up with concern. "Who bullied you? I will go find them and reason with them. I will risk my old bones for you." A fit of violent coughing interrupted her words. She hunched over, gasping for breath like a broken bellows. Yan Yifei wanted to pat her back, but was firmly gripped by her grandmother's withered hand. "Oh, how I regret. When your mother left me a letter entrusting you to me, I thought our family was poor, so I swallowed my pride and returned you to your father. Alas, I am such a useless old thing." Her grandmother's bloodshot eyes were filled with tears as she suddenly covered her face and wept loudly. "You nearly lost your life over there. My poor girl, your suffering is all because of me. If you are to blame someone, blame your grandmother." Yan Yifei had endured a life of hardship since childhood, yet she was always obedient and understanding, never venting her grievances to her grandmother. This time, returning home wounded in the middle of the night truly startled the exhausted elder. Yan Yifei's chest heaved violently. If she were to feel hate, the little girl who lay in a hospital bed waiting to die had indeed felt it. But now, facing her closest kin, she rarely showed a gentle expression, saying, "I have never hated Grandma. How did you fall?" "Sigh, I'm getting old. I got up in the middle of the night to fetch some water and tripped over a small stool. But it's nothing serious. I was just about to get up." Yan Yifei's eyelashes fluttered as her gaze fell upon the cup of water on the bedside table, falling silent. "Grandma, at your age, you shouldn't be falling. Let me check on you." As Yan Yifei turned her head, the dim light just grazed the bruise on her neck. Her grandmother suddenly grasped the girl's wrist, asking, "Who bullied you?" "That won't do. I'll go talk to your teacher tomorrow." "I fell during gym class." The girl lowered her head, letting the shadows obscure her uncertain expression. "It's late, Grandma, you should rest early. When your mother was 18, she told me she was going out to dinner with friends, but she came back in the middle of the night saying she had a boyfriend." Grandma Chungying sighed again and patted Yan Yifei's small hand. "Dear, I heard there's a boy named Song Rui at school who often circles around you. His family has some money, but we don't need to care about that. You must study hard and rely on yourself, understand?" "I have no relationship with him." Yan Yifei fell silent for a few seconds. "There's nothing between us. Don't think of your grandmother as nagging. When looking for a partner, it's important to find someone of equal standing. That way you can hold your head high and speak with weight. I think that guy Luo Mo who often goes to school with you is quite good. He has good grades and a good personality, and he wouldn't bully you after marriage." "Grandma, I'm about to take the college entrance exam. I'm not interested in those things." Yan Yifei replied indifferently, "Why didn't you call uncle to help you when you fell?" "He was drunk and ran outside to have fun." Grandma Chungying's eyes flashed with disappointment. "Yifei, don't blame Grandma for being biased. We've always been ordinary folks leaving behind little. I only have this old house and some savings in my name. You're a girl with good grades and a bright future. Education costs money, but your parents are gone, so I'll leave my savings to you. This old house should go to your uncle. The house your uncle lives in was left for you by your mother, and I'll find a way to trade for it. I don't want your money, Grandma. I will have the ability to earn my own in the future." That scoundrel Chungbin has never held a proper job, drinking and gambling every day. To make matters worse, after his wife and children left him, he shamelessly set his sights on his sister Chung Ying's retirement money, beginning to live off her. That would be fine, but Chungbin not only lacked gratitude, he often cursed and swore. If he knew that Grandma was leaving money for Yan Yifei, it would surely turn their home upside down. Yan Yifei thought to herself that she couldn't take the money and Grandma shouldn't give it to Changbin either. The only way to keep it safe was to keep it with Grandma herself, so that her uncle wouldn't become even more outrageous. But Changbin, standing at the bedroom door, did not think so. Sister is becoming more and more muddled. Why won't she share a bit of the savings with me? It's bad enough that she spends money to support that ungrateful girl's education, but now she even calls me out in the middle of the night, and I couldn't care less about her well-being. The two siblings had a big fight, and in a fit of anger Changbin pushed his sister Changying. Afterward, he simply ran outside to drink with friends, leaving behind her cries of pain, which he couldn't be bothered to care about. On the other side, Grandma had just pulled out a black package from a hidden compartment in an old mahogany box, when Changbin barged in his face, full of anger. He entered with a fierce demeanor and immediately began to curse. Is there such bias from a sister? What use is it to leave money for the girl? After she graduates from high school, she'll just marry someone and need a dowry. What's the point of reading? What's the use of studying? It's better to find a rich person. What use is it to find a rich person? My daughter committed suicide because she found a rich man, Grandma coldly replied. Moreover, Yifei is a person, a free individual. She can choose not to marry whoever she doesn't want. For her roguelike brother, the old woman had long lost hope. Now she only hoped that Yan Yifei would soon get into university and quickly sever ties with her second-rate uncle, so she wouldn't have to return to this chaotic home and be burdened. As for herself, Grandma felt that her life was already like this. She was used to a life of hardship and suffering, but she didn't want her granddaughter to follow in her footsteps. Changbin sneered, my niece is just being foolish, getting involved with a wealthy man without knowing how to make money, and ended up being killed by someone. As for this girl, we've raised her all these years. Did we raise her for free? When it comes time to marry her, I still have to give my nod, right? Grandma grabbed a ceramic cup from the bedside and threw it at him. My daughter was deceived by a beast. You're already gnawing on my retirement fund, and now you're setting your sights on Yifei. Get lost. Get as far away as you can. Changbin dodged and, fueled by alcohol, seemed to unleash a box of malice, cursing, old hag, you have money to raise a worthless girl, but refuse to give it to your own brother to spend. As Grandma sensed Changbin approaching, she vaguely realized his intentions. Just as she was about to turn and hand the package to her granddaughter, Changbin grabbed her by the collar from behind. The drunken middle-aged man yanked her, causing her to stagger and fall to the ground. Yan Yifei hurriedly rushed forward to catch her grandmother, but unexpectedly Changbin snatched the package from her grandmother's arms and quickly left the room. I'll take this money for now, Changbin declared triumphantly. Grandma, however, was out of breath, her chest heaving violently. In the face of her brother's brazen theft, she was drained of both energy and spirit. She struggled to stand up, crying and shouting, trying to snatch the package back. Come back. Come back. That money is for Yifei's college tuition. It's what I saved up with great difficulty. This is a crime. Hurry and return it, please. In her urgency, Grandma's lips trembled and her whole body shook. She grasped the hem of Changbin's clothes, but he stepped away ruthlessly. Unable to support herself, she fell to the ground wailing. After all, Grandma was old, over 60. In front of Changbin, who was a decade younger, she had no strength to resist. Changbin ignored her, clutching the package, and quickly ran away, disappearing into the night. Yan Yifei knelt on the ground, holding her grandmother and gently patting her back to soothe her. Grandma coughed violently, tears streaming down her face. My poor girl. Grandma is truly useless. I couldn't protect your mother before. Now I can't protect you either. Your life is so hard. Yifei, Grandma is really sorry for you. Grandma, please don't cry. I will earn a living for myself. Don't be so distressed. Having gone through all this, Yan Yifei had long been numb. Pain and suffering seemed to be the hallmarks of her life, so she tried her best to comfort the weeping elder. Suddenly, she recalled Song Rui, who had changed his attitude at the birthday party, and impulsively asked Grandma, shall we go to the police station and report this? Can we get Uncle arrested? That night, Yan Yifei waited by her grandmother's bedside, dozing off with her head drooping, until 6 o'clock, only to wake up slowly with Luo Mo's arrival. The two walked towards the school, Yan Yifei tightly clutching her worn-out backpack, remaining silent, while Luo Mo couldn't help but ask after Song Rui. Pulled you away yesterday. I called your homeroom teacher, and later I heard that the teacher went to the police station to pick someone up. What happened? Nothing happened, Yan Yifei replied absently. You mustn't go soft on Song Rui, Luo Mo continued. He's a lunatic, a pervert. You can't let him get close again. Yan Yifei hesitated, wanting to talk about Song Rui's change of attitude yesterday, but found it meaningless, fearing it would make the other think she was soft-hearted and lead to more lecturing. At that moment, a shadow waiting at the school gate spoke the answer for her. I am not a lunatic. As the voice sounded, Song Rui strode into the space between the two, causing Luo Mo to stumble and fall into the greenery. Good morning. He began to fawn over them. Yan Yifei furrowed her brow as Song Rui feigned realization and pulled Luo Mo out of the bushes, carefully brushing off the leaves from him. The sound of slapping was loud. Luo Mo cried out in protest. Have you had enough of this? Yan Yifei couldn't help but speak up. Enough, enough, Song Rui said with a smirk as he held out the breakfast he had bought: soy milk, fried dough sticks, millet porridge, and several large meat buns, shoving them into Yan Yifei's hands. Here, breakfast. Intimidated by Song Rui's domineering presence, Luo Mo had no choice but to leave first. As Yan Yifei and Song Rui walked into the school side by side, many classmates gasped in disbelief. Yan Yifei entered the classroom expressionless and began to catch up on yesterday's homework while feeling hungry. Two boys, seeing that Song Rui had arrived in class so early, shouted, "Bro, did you go back to Coke's Ping Ping last night? I heard she was so angry she smashed several bottles of wine." "What are you talking about? Yao Pingping never drinks, how could she smash wine bottles?" Song Rui waved his hand dismissively, like swatting flies, sitting down next to Yan Yifei, without any courtesy, picking up a large meat bun and eating it with relish. Yan Yifei frowned, not because her classmates' gossip affected her, but because the detestable Song Rui, next to her, chewed noisily like a hungry pig, slurping up slop. She glanced at him and said, "Can you eat outside? You're distracting me from studying." "All right," he said, while chewing. "Food shouldn't be wasted. If you," he continued, "don't eat the breakfast I bought, then I can only eat it myself. Look, there's millet porridge, sweet and sticky, delicious." While slurping the millet porridge, Song Rui spoke. "Look, there's fried dough sticks, crunchy." As Yan Yifei's expression grew increasingly displeased, Song Rui burped and handed another breakfast over. "Your family situation isn't great, right? You have a grudge against me, but not against the buns. I bought these randomly as I passed by. It's not an apology. If you think I'm bribing you with food, well, that's fair. Actually, this morning I wanted to bow to you, but seeing Luo Mo around, I couldn't quite control my temper." In fact, Yan Yifei was already very hungry. When she was holding the fragrant soy milk and the steaming fluffy buns filled with the aroma of wheat, she couldn't help but swallow repeatedly. But last night's experience made her wary of Song Rui. Even though her stomach kept growling and her gut ached, she still tossed the breakfast aside. Song Rui got up to go to the bathroom. A few boys were puffing smoke in the stalls. Seeing him come over, they quickly offered him a cigarette. "Song, bro, what are you doing here so early?" "What do you mean by that?" "I'm just here for morning self-study." Song Rui habitually raised his right hand to take the cigarette, and the group noticed the bandage on his left hand, asking what had happened. Song Rui boastfully bragged, "I ran into someone getting robbed yesterday. I showed a little skill and subdued the thug on the spot, even went to the police station. The people inside praised me for being impressive." "Impressive." The others all gave Song Rui a thumbs up. Song Rui put the cigarette in his mouth and took a deep drag. Suddenly, the expressionless face of Yan Yifei flashed before his eyes, so he awkwardly tossed the cigarette, but into the pit, thinking that if he blew smoke at her, it would probably make her hate him even more. Gurgle. This was the third time Yan Yifei's stomach growled after Song Rui left his seat. She forced herself to concentrate on the paper in front of her, but couldn't forget the sweet taste of the buns and soy milk. Just then she suddenly saw a hand holding an oil paper bag being extended towards her. The bag had the logo of Liu's Baozi shop. "Are you done yet?" "Breakfast," Song Rui said in a voice only she could hear. "Hurry and eat, or I really will." Yan Yifei was about to refuse when she saw Song Rui turn back and start playing around with that group of friends again. She discreetly raised her head to glance at Song Rui, who was happily chatting, and noticed he wasn't paying attention to her. So she carefully placed the soy milk on her lap and took a sip. The sweet taste of red dates and the fragrance of soybeans gradually filled her throat, particularly delicious. Yan Yifei, at her wits' end, took another sip, feeling her stomach warm and no longer aching. "If I don't drink, that guy Song Rui will start slurping nearby and distract me from studying." She found a reason to convince herself and took out a bun from the oil paper bag, taking a small bite. After biting it, she didn't chew, but raised her head to watch her classmates, finally glancing at the playful Song Rui. Fortunately, no one noticed. She began to chew carefully, the juice bursting in her mouth, savoring each bite, until she reluctantly swallowed. In the end, Yan Yifei only ate one. She controlled her desire and stuffed the other two meat buns into her drawer. She had heard that Liu's Baozi shop's items were expensive, and she planned to take them home for her grandmother in the evening. On the other side, after Song Rui finished bragging with others, he suddenly got up from his seat and walked directly toward Yan Yifei. Stiffened. She had just eaten the breakfast Song Rui gave her, and now she didn't know how to face him. She could only ignore him and continue writing the paper, but she couldn't swallow the last bite of the bun in front of him. "By the way, can I sit next to you?" There were 8 rows in the classroom. Yan Yifei was in the 4th row, while Song Rui had originally sat in the last position. Now, with a smile on his face, he looked like a sunny boy. Yan Yifei propped her head on her hand and glanced at him casually. She felt it was inappropriate to speak with her mouth full, so she turned her head to block Song Rui's gaze and swallowed the last bite of her bun. "I don't care where you sit, but I hope you won't disturb my studies. Don't think about making any compensation, or I'll just pretend nothing happened. I wish you would die right now." "It's good that you can hate me," Song Rui replied with a smile. "What I fear is that you have no feelings for me at all. You know, I often dream of a you who hates me fiercely." Looking back, love and hate seemed to be just a thin line apart. "If you couldn't even be bothered to hate me, I might just jump off a building and end it all." "Song Rui." Yan Yifei slightly shifted her gaze from the exam paper and glanced sideways. "What nonsense are you spouting all day? What do your dreams have to do with me? Just leave me alone." "Of course it has nothing to do with you. What if we just hate each other like this? I've been thinking that people's hearts can change. Many couples become resentful partners over time. They might find each other adorable at first, but later can grow to hate each other." Song Rui smiled. "Perhaps we've crossed the line of love and gone straight to hating each other." Yan Yifei's face turned cold and pale as she stared at Song Rui, looking at him as if he were a monster. Song Rui acted as if he hadn't seen it, raising his eyebrows at her. Just then a group of girls walked noisily into the classroom, and in the center, like stars surrounding the moon, was the host of yesterday's birthday party, Yao Pingping. Yao Pingping glanced at Yan Yifei, who was beside Song Rui, furious and pale, her brows tightly knitted. She then walked up to the front of the fourth row and stood still. Song Rui, what did you mean yesterday? What do you mean? Song Rui looked at her confused. Isn't it obvious? Yifei followed me in here and confessed to me, so she's my girlfriend now. Since my girlfriend wanted to leave your party, I naturally left with her. Isn't that reasonable? One of Yao Pingping's friends chimed in. How can you talk to Pinger like that? Song Rui suddenly jumped up from his desk, narrowing his eyes as he assessed the girl who spoke. I'm definitely not a man, Song Rui scoffed, waving his hand. So why don't you find a successful man to please Yao Pingping? What do you mean by that? Are you playing hard to get? The girl continued to chatter on. Is it really like this? Our Pinger has been more than nice to you, accepting your gifts, letting you help her. That's all an opportunity. Plus it was agreed at the party that if you performed well she would consider it. Isn't that enough? But she was abruptly interrupted by Song Rui's impatient wave. Alright, I'm not interested in talking about this with you. I don't care what you think of me. I'm tired now, so please go back to your seats before the teacher arrives, and don't chatter next to me. Yan Yifei continued working on her exam paper, her pen strokes steady amidst the confrontation. Yao Pingping took a deep breath. She was somewhat unaccustomed to Song Rui's change. Subconsciously, even though she rejected him, he was still a dog that could be summoned at her whim. Only I can reject Song Rui. Why should he reject me? Song Rui, I really don't care what attitude you have towards me. Yao Pingping's face tightened as she pointed at Yan Yifei. But I warn you, stay away from this filthy woman, understand? Yao Pingping, are you so bored that you have nothing to do? Song Rui sighed helplessly. If you really have nothing to do, go run a couple of laps on the playground to warm up and show off that little collarbone of yours. I'm sure some eager young boys will come over to chat you up, okay? Yao Pingping momentarily lost her composure, incredulously repeating, what did you say? Yao Pingping, the reason I followed you before was partly because of my dad, but mostly because I was a fool. I'm officially telling you that I'm leaving your circle. You'd better stay away from me, and by the way, I'm protecting you. This statement hit Yao Pingping like a heavy blow to her chest. In an instant she felt her heart racing unexpectedly so fast that it seemed to push all the air from her lungs. She had always been willful, and at this moment she instinctively reached out her hand, ready to slap Song Rui in front of their classmates. Yet Song Rui, who had always tolerated and appeased her, suddenly grasped her hand. Song Rui, you bastard! Yao Pingping shouted in fury. What do you think you are? Song Rui mercilessly pushed her away, sending her crashing into the desk behind her with a dull thud. He was tall and strong, and when angered he naturally exuded a predatory aura. You're right, I'm not a good person and don't deserve to live in this world. Just mind your own business and don't come looking for trouble. Yao Pingping had always enjoyed privilege, and no one dared to go against her will. Yet now in front of everyone the dog that used to obey her had turned and bitten her. This man who had obediently followed her orders a few days ago was supposed to humiliate Yan Yifei, and then confess to her. How did it turn out that he was now the one being humiliated? Yao Pingping straightened her clothes, sneering as she turned to Yan Yifei, who was writing furiously. What did you say to Song? Yan Yifei was too lazy to respond to the commotion beside her. She only felt that it was too noisy and her speed on the exam paper slowed, considerably uncertain of her accuracy. Seeing that Yan Yifei was ignoring her, Yao Pingping's anger flared even more. She stomped over to Yan Yifei's desk, about to rip apart the exam paper on the table, but was caught by a pair of iron grip hands. She stiffened all over and looked up sharply to see Song Rui, glaring at her with fiery eyes. If you're going to go crazy, I'll throw you out. Song Rui let go. Yao Pingping had never seen Song Rui so angry. She felt that if she dared to question Yan Yifei again at this moment, he would undoubtedly toss her out of the door. What was going on? Was this guy really mad? The very same boy who had pounded his chest before the birthday party promising to thoroughly humiliate Yan Yifei had suddenly turned against her. I told you to get lost. Song Rui forcibly pushed Yao Pingping aside, pointing at her nose and scolding, are you deaf or just stupid? Get away from me. Ooh, I don't want to fight in school and disturb my classmates' studies. You. Yao Pingping's face alternated between red and white, and finally she scoffed disdainfully, let's see how long you can keep this up. She angrily returned to her seat in the second row, roughly in front of Yan Yifei's left. A few boys looked on in confusion, wanting to step forward to ask Song Rui what was going on, but he shot them a glare. Shut up. Class is starting. What are you making noise about? Yan Yifei occasionally caught a glimpse of Song Rui's left hand, which was wrapped in bandages with hints of red showing through. After the commotion, that red was even more pronounced. Song Rui waited until all the classmates returned to their seats before he sat back down, carefully unwrapping the bandage. The scabbed wound from last night had opened up, blood gushing out. What a mess, he grimaced as he pressed on his left wrist. In the next few days I might have quite a few people looking for trouble. Leaving my original group will probably put me on the bullying list as well. If things turned physical, this injury would really affect him. Suddenly Song Rui realized a serious problem. The injury that should have appeared in Yan Yifei's palm was now in his own hand, because he had forcibly taken her to the hospital. Does this mean that regardless of what happens, what needs to happen will still occur, just redirected? For example, the next target of bullying has now become him. Yan Yifei noticed him staring at her palm and felt that she could no longer concentrate on the exam paper. So she simply put down her pen, not knowing what to say, and coldly left him with a single remark. "You brought this on yourself?" Yan Yifei said with a composed voice that nevertheless carried concern. "What on earth has possessed you? Since yesterday, I've felt there's something off about you. Your manner of speaking is different. What's the matter? Go to the hospital and get checked." Song Rui looked at her baffled. "What's wrong with me? If I've done something wrong, you'll correct it. As for my way of speaking being strange, that's your illusion. I've always been like this." She shot back, "Have you always addressed me in this obsequious tone? What happened? Yesterday I was the one who got beaten, not you. Are you out of your mind?" Yan's sharp words were devastatingly effective. Song Rui swallowed a retort until it nearly choked him. "You have a point. Maybe something is wrong with my head. All I can think about lately is how to apologize to you. I am hopeless at talking. If you keep mocking me like this, I'll cry right in front of you. Do you find teasing me so amusing?" Yan Yifei sneered. "Song Rui, there's no need. I'm a penniless student with nothing to my name. I'm not worth your elaborate theatrics. Stop putting on this act." Song Rui grinned and reclaimed the moment. "You are right. I plan to keep up this performance for a lifetime." At that moment, Yan Yifei's deskmate hurried over. Seeing the little bully occupying her seat, she could only go reluctantly to the back. "I'd advise you to go back. And let's not even mention Yao Pingping." Yan's face tightened and her voice grew icy. "The homeroom teacher is even angrier with you than usual. You hand in blank papers all the time, and now you're sitting beside me. As for yesterday, in any case, she will definitely give you a scolding." Song Rui thought of the bespectacled, temperamental homeroom teacher and couldn't help a twitch at his mouth. "What's a scolding? It's not like I've never been scolded before." He pulled out yesterday's homework carelessly and spread it open. The math paper came first since Yan Yifei was currently working on that very sheet. His habits were deplorable. Rather than waiting for someone to finish and borrowing answers, which Yan would never allow anyway, he would watch her write an answer, shove his head over until his face nearly touched her paper, then click his tongue and proclaim, "Oh, this is I knew it. I'm a genius." Yan, exasperated nearly to laughter, snapped, "Why don't you just stop writing? You've never handed in homework before. Next math class, I'll do the paper. I'm afraid Sun will chew me out if I don't. Besides, sometimes I want to study too." Yan asked, "Have you forgotten what you told me before?" Yan couldn't help the sarcasm in her voice. "Do you actually need to study?" Song Rui suddenly recalled the time he confessed to Yan, and she refused, saying studies came first, and she would not date. He had replied then, "I don't need to study. My family has money. Since we're friends, I'll help you. I'll pay your university tuition. It's not much really. I can just skip going out for a couple of days." Gazing at the mocking half-smile on Yan's face, Song Rui sighed in resignation. "I've reformed. I'll do it myself." He flipped the math paper, picked the shortest choice among A, B, C, D, scribbled a random number in the blanks, copied one question down in the calculations, and finished what took others an hour and 5 minutes. Proudly, he pushed the sheet toward Yan. Yan glanced at the crabbed scrawl across the page. Not a single multiple-choice question was correct. Seeing Yan startled by his achievement, Song Rui puffed up with false grandeur. "I just don't usually study. Once I buckle down, full marks are child's play. Now you see my true prowess, right? This paper could serve as a negative example to mislead a whole generation," Yan said. Embarrassed, Song Rui scratched his head. "Thanks for the compliment." Yan ignored him and bent her head back over her work. She worked deliberately and slowly, nipping her lip from time to time and revealing a pair of small dimples. Song Rui couldn't resist a whistle from the side. "Since you praised me, I ought to say something to praise you in return." Yan shot him a glacial sidelong glance. "No." Song Rui, hopeful, added, "It's a foreign phrase. Do you want to hear?" She put her pen down, impatient. "Can you be quiet after you say it?" "Yes." "Then say it." "Yoshi." For a moment, Yan wished she could stuff his mouth with cotton. He was an endlessly chattering, never-still creature. Suddenly a voice thundered from the doorway. "Class time. Quiet." The math teacher, Sun Xiuyun, strode to the platform with a thick lesson plan in hand and began her customary admonition. 93 days remain until the college entrance exam. Some of you still dawdle and act so lax. Having finished her sermon, she chalked a line on the board, then suddenly turned and spat. Song Rui. "Present." Song Rui straightened in his seat. "Does the 8th row no longer have room for your grand Buddha? Why have you dragged yourself to the front?" A few students let out scattered snickers that were promptly smothered under the teacher's severe glare. Yao Pingping turned her head amid the laughter. Song Rui answered with a crooked smile, "Teacher, since the exam is near, I thought I'd make one last effort." Sun snapped, "You want to study? I won't even belabor your foolishness. Don't inconvenience this young girl. Yan Yifei is aiming for Qingbei top of the class, while certain shameless people still don't even know how to sign their answer sheets." A few girls at the front looked back at Song Rui. He wanted to whistle in reply, but faced the teacher instead. "Teacher, look, I did the paper today. Give me a chance, please." Sun Xiuyun walked up to Song Rui, glared at him with venom, glanced at his paper a moment, then tore it to shreds with a crisp final rip. "Go back to row 8 and sleep," she ordered, every motion brisk and decisive. Song Rui shrugged helplessly and, lowering his head toward the expressionless Yan Yifei, said, "Let's have lunch together later." Hearing that insolent line, Sun flung the chalk at his back and unleashed a tirade. "Lunch? You want leave? Why didn't you use scissors yesterday to cut your arteries and threaten that poor girl? Do you have any shame at all?" Her words fell like a hammer in the classroom, silence held for a moment before a roar of gossip exploded. The room seethed like boiling water as classmates pointed at the bandage on Song Rui's left hand and whispered. Only Yin gripped her pen so tightly its tip gouged the paper, tracing circle after circle. Song Rui suddenly cocked his head at Yin and grinned impishly. Miss Sun, your new crystal nails are With a thud the lesson plan hit the floor. Sun Xiuyun trembled with anger. You are an incorrigible rogue. Don't think your father's donation lets you run rampant in this school. He called me yesterday. If necessary, you'll process your leave of absence. I'm so disappointed in you, I can't be bothered. Where is your mother? Tell her to come speak with me. How can she leave you like this? What on earth is she thinking? Yan's pen pierced the paper under the force of her grip. At that moment Song Rui's face darkened and a hard edge entered his expression. You'd better teach the class and mind your own business about other people's families. Sun bellowed. What did you say? Say it again. Song Rui inhaled deeply, preparing to reply. But then with a swift, decisive motion, a third figure rose to her feet in the classroom. Yan Yifei lowered her head and silent gathered the books from her desk. Amid the stunned intake of breath from the whole class, she walked to row 8. Passing Song Rui, she whispered under her breath, if you want to lose your mind in class, go find your doctor. Song Rui swallowed the curse that had formed on his tongue and obediently sat in the 8th row, beside Yan Yifei. That corner was usually empty, occupied only by a dreamy, distracted man who sat in a daze. Today, however, a cold-faced girl had taken a seat there too. Class teacher Sun Xiuyun finished the math class almost in a fit of rage, unable to believe that the most obedient student had willingly fallen from grace. Looking at the figures in the last row, she felt a profound sense of regret akin to the pain of a flawed jade mixed with a feeling of disgust. After class, Yan Yifei was packing her stationery, while Song Rui scratched his head, wanting to say a few words. Suddenly, he felt that his life spent in a daze was truly pitiful, as he didn't even know how to strike up a conversation with an 18-year-old girl. Summoning his courage, he tried to speak in a gentle tone. Your presence here disturbs my sleep. You should return to the 4th row. I feel uncomfortable with you sitting next to me. Yan Yifei shot him a sidelong glance and retorted sarcastically, who was it just now that said they wanted to sit next to me? I must have been out of my mind. Ooh, just let me be. It's none of your business where I sit. As the class representative, I just don't want to see some lunatic disrupting classroom discipline. Yan Yifei replied bluntly. And don't think too much, I won't be influenced by you sitting at the back. I feel no guilt for injuring you yesterday, you deserve it. I was quite happy to see you scolded by the teacher. Your words are truly chilling, Song Rui said. Don't you find your own actions disgusting? Yan Yifei replied without holding back. I won't give you any chance to win me over without reason. From now on, don't talk to me about this matter. The subsequent class was relatively calm. Seeing Song Rui sleeping obediently at his desk and not disturbing Yan Yifei, the other teachers paid little attention, and time smoothly passed to noon. With time pressing in the 3rd year of high school, the students had little time to gossip about Yan Yifei and Song Rui rushing towards the cafeteria for lunch. Yao Pingping did not come to cause trouble and left with her friends. Yan Yifei stayed behind to take out her lunchbox, preparing to get some hot water from the water dispenser to soak the rice. She had rushed out today and didn't bring any pickles, but a little blandness was fine as she was used to it. Just as she bent down in front of the water dispenser, Luo Mo from the adjacent class appeared at the classroom door, holding a very thick lunchbox. Yifei, my mom brought me a lot of dishes today. Let's have lunch together. Before Yan Yifei could respond, Song Rui stood up from his desk brimming with anger and shouted loudly. You brat, are you itching for trouble again? Luo Mo shrank his head in fear, but feeling a bit safer in the school classroom, he shot back. Song, I've heard from classmates that you used some despicable methods to threaten Yifei. Yes, I can't beat you, but you can only use violence to seek a sense of existence. I'm not afraid of you at all. Very good, you have quite the tongue, Song Rui said, clapping his right hand against his left elbow. He then walked in front of Luo Mo, looking down at him imposingly. Standing at 185 meters, Song Rui had a certain oppressive presence over Luo Mo, who was around 175 meters tall, as the large and malicious male antagonist loomed over this harmless-looking good student. I have a suggestion. Song Rui casually grabbed a compass from a nearby desk, showcasing its sharp tip to the other. Today, let's have a little contest. We'll both stab our hands with this needle, and whoever lets go first loses. The loser must leave the classroom immediately. How about that? Luo Mo bit his lip and did not respond, but Song Rui took the initiative and stabbed the compass into his own elbow, instantly causing blood to gush out. He coldly asked, your turn, darling. Luo Mo turned pale and ran away. At that moment, Yan Yifei happened to walk in front of Song Rui and snatched the bloodied compass from his hand. Not everyone is like you, a lunatic. Song Rui widened his eyes, staring at her with a hint of ferocity, before quickly holding it back. After a moment, he managed to say, I'm hungry. Yan Yifei pointed towards the classroom door. The cafeteria is right there. However, I suggest you stop the bleeding before you go to avoid scaring the other students. I usually don't eat at the cafeteria. Just do me a favor and accompany me. Yan Yifei gritted her teeth. I brought my own lunch. But I didn't bring anything. Your lack of preparation is not my concern. Yan Yifei pursed her lips and ignored him, sitting directly in her seat. She opened her soaked rice, and just as she was about to dig in, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of her and snatched her lunchbox, finishing the soaked rice in a few quick bites. What are you doing? Stop saying I'm not smart, I just have a bit of a bad temper. A school bully is just like that, but even a school bully knows to be grateful. It's about reciprocity. It's my turn to treat you to a meal now. Song Rui tugged at Yan Yifei's clothing, dragging her directly out of school. What on earth are you doing? Yan Yifei, increasingly impatient from being pulled, began to struggle. I'm still hungry and want to eat a bit more, Song Rui said, firmly holding onto her wrist. He recalled what Aunt Peng had said yesterday. Yan Yifei had significant digestive issues and was severely malnourished, so he intended to take her out for something good. Regardless, Song Rui knew that Yan Yifei was extremely sensitive and had a strong sense of pride. After the large incident that had just occurred between them, she would definitely not agree to go to the cafeteria under everyone's gaze. The two pulled each other towards the school exit. It was now March, and the weather was warming up. As they tugged at each other, they inevitably touched through their clothing. Yan Yifei's body was very cold, so much so that she felt less like an 18-year-old girl and more like a block of ice beneath the layers of fabric. Song Rui found a food stall in the alley next to the school, where the owner was stirring a pot over a fire that roared like a jet engine. It was a stir-fried noodle shop, cheap and practical. Yan Yifei definitely wouldn't be able to handle the spicy hot pot, but she should enjoy a steaming bowl of stir-fried noodles filled with cabbage, beans, sprouts, eggs, and minced meat. Boss, 2 bowls of stir-fried noodles, no spice. I'll give you an extra 5 yuan, so add more meat and eggs. Song Rui shouted at the boss after sitting down. All right, the boss replied gruffly. Yan Yifei sat down with her head down, remaining silent. Even when the fragrant stir-fried noodles were placed in front of her, she did not move her chopsticks. While eating, Song Rui urged, you may hold a grudge against me, but you don't have any grudge against stir-fried noodles, do you? Besides, 1 bowl of stir-fried noodles doesn't count as corruption with money, does it? In the future, if you want to hit me, scold me, or torment me, you'll first have to buy me 10 or 8 bowls of stir-fried noodles, so your conscience won't feel uneasy. I also thought of a good idea. You could force me to finish 10 bowls of stir-fried noodles in one go. Isn't that cruel? At that moment, Yan Yifei swallowed hard and ultimately couldn't resist picking up her chopsticks. Even when hungry, she still maintained her manners, chewing slowly and savoring each bite, pursing her lips after every mouthful, revealing a pair of cute dimples. Just then, a group of 5 boisterous teenagers walked past the plastic stall, led by a boy with a permed hairstyle. He looked curiously at Song Rui before pushing aside the curtain and entering. The leader said upon entering, "Bro, why are you here eating?" He then noticed Yan Yifei using chopsticks to pick up noodles and contemptuously added, "I heard from people in the circle today, but didn't believe it. What's up? Have you really started dating the school beauty?" Song Rui recognized the person who spoke to him as Zhou Youqi, a local bully from the first high school, an influential second-generation rich kid. According to the previous timeline, Song Rui should have been out with him today, calling friends and smoking. However, this time, having been reborn, Song Rui turned to take Yan Yifei out for a meal. In the eyes of these wealthy heirs, Yan Yifei was decent-looking, but she exuded an aura of poverty and pretentiousness. Many had faced setbacks in front of her, especially after Yao Pingping embarrassed herself in front of Yan Yifei, leading several to eagerly seek revenge. You've got some skill, Song Rui. Zhou Youqi snorted. You've even managed to get the Ice Queen. Looks like this bet is a loss for me. Come pick up your car tonight. A bean sprout fell from Yan Yifei's chopsticks onto the table. She paused for a moment, picked it up, and put it in her mouth, chewing with her eyes lowered. Song Rui felt a bit uncomfortable, but still replied, I already made it clear to Yao Pingping this morning that we should part ways amicably, so don't come looking for trouble with me. Get lost, just bring your girl, and show up on time tonight, Zhou Youqi mocked. I'm not joking, Song Rui retorted. I had a quarrel with my dad, and now I'm broke, just a poor kid. What did you get shot in the head this morning? Zhou Youqi stared at him in confusion. You're acting all shy and not like a man. It's settled then. Song Rui was rapidly running out of patience, his tone becoming somewhat stiff. I went to the police station yesterday and lost my source of income. If you want to play, go ahead, but don't come looking for me. I've made my point clear. I hope you don't bring trouble on yourself. Zhou Youqi, feeling humiliated after being rejected by Song Rui in front of his gang, slammed his hand on the table and spat. What's wrong with you? What are you trying to pull? Are you going to forget your brothers just because you got a girl? I remember you were cursing. He pointed at Yan Yifei, who was slurping noodles, calling her a poor wretch. Have you forgotten already? Song Rui fell silent for a while, struggling with his thoughts, as if immersed in some kind of pain. When he finally spoke again, it was as if he had made a certain decision. Yesterday I thought I could insult her, but afterward I realized I was just a fool with a problem. Don't look at me like that, you're not much better. Let's just leave before things get ugly. Zhou Youqi was taken aback for a moment, then burst out laughing, his gang following suit, as if hearing the funniest joke. Have you been bewitched by a woman? What's so special about this girl? Maybe she insulted me a few times, and it made me feel like if this continues I'll be left with nowhere to hide. I'm afraid of dying, and I advise you to be careful too, or you'll end up in a worse situation than I am. Zhou Youqi couldn't hold back his laughter, bending over and pounding the table in front of Song Rui. The other gang members joined in, and amidst the laughter Yan Yifei put down her chopsticks and said coldly, Are you going to let anyone eat here? Both Zhou Youqi and Song Rui stopped laughing at Yan Yifei's reprimand. The former wore a sardonic smile, while the latter's expression was indifferent, as if nothing mattered. You're really trying to act tough. I know exactly what you are, Song Rui. You've really spent a fortune trying to woo this girl. Not only did you argue with Yao Pingping, but now you're also feuding with your brothers. Zhou Youqi straightened up and squinted at Yan Yifei. What's so great about this girl? Just because she's pretty and does well in school. Are you really that desperate for a woman? And you say you're afraid of dying. Right, you can say I think she's pretty, but I'm telling you her pickled fish is quite good. I've tried it a few times, but I'm getting a bit tired of it. I prefer to eat crab meat in the future. Yan Yifei was about to stand up when she caught the hint of sentiment in Song Rui's tone, casting him a puzzled glance before sitting back down. Alright, I get it. Zhou Youqi interrupted Song Rui impatiently. Just keep pretending, but seems this girl means a lot. What's so good about her? Can she even make a sound in bed, or is she just a dead fish? A thug named Chun Lin chimed in with a laugh, while the others provocatively whistled at Yan Yifei. Song Rui glanced at Yan Yifei, whose expression was cold, as if encased in ice. In his previous life, Yan Yifei had been bullied by Yao Pingping and her gang with the bandages on her palm torn off, revealing a bloody wound. This time the retribution seemed to have fallen on him. Looking for death, are you? Song Rui slammed his hand on the table and pushed Zhou Youqi, who was mocking him, to the ground. He then grabbed Chun Lin by the collar and jerked his arm back forcefully. Bang! With that punch, blood immediately gushed from Chun Lin's nose as he fell to the ground with a thud. The scene descended into chaos. Yan Yifei picked up her unfinished fried noodles and retreated to the side. Song Rui lunged forward, kicking the thug on his left in the chest, letting him lie on the ground, wailing regardless of the other 3 thugs approaching him. He shouted angrily as he mounted Chun Lin, raising his fists menacingly. Damn it, who do you think you are to talk to me like that? Bang! This punch landed on the thug's face, instantly caving in his eye socket as he continued to scream. You little bastard! A thug behind Song Rui elbowed him in the neck, coldly stating, don't push your luck. But before he could finish his sentence, Song Rui began to stand up little by little, slowly prying open his fingers. The thug's fingers contorted and twisted in his agonized cries until they emitted a chilling, cracking sound. Yet he still held on to Song Rui's neck tightly, hoping his companions would deliver a fatal blow to this guy. A metal rod swung toward him with a whistling sound. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Rui pulled the thug hanging onto him back, and with his bandaged left hand struck hard at the thug's wrist. Clang! The metal rod fell with a thud. Amidst the commotion, Zhou Youqi's cold voice resounded ominously, everyone stop. The 5 thugs surrounding Song Rui fell silent and stood aside. Yan Yifei walked over, grabbed a takeout box, and began packing up her unfinished fried noodles. The boss of the stall had already abandoned it at the first sign of the fight. Zhou Youqi said nothing, merely observing the injuries of his companions one by one. Song Rui, he suddenly spoke. Chun Lin deserved to be hit for his reckless words, but I've always treated you kindly, and you just knocked me down hard. What do you mean by that? Song Rui turned to look at Zhou Youqi, his tone icy. Sorry. Zhou Youqi squinted. What do you want then? Song Rui retorted coldly. Do you want me to kneel and apologize? Do you even have— It seems you've really been bewitched by that woman. Zhou Yuki's face darkened. I want to see if you can keep being so arrogant after— Officer, there's a group fight happening here. This was Yan Yifei's cold voice. You guys stand still. That's another young woman's severe reprimand. The footsteps interrupted the harsh words Zhou Youqi was about to unleash. At his signal, several thugs each grabbed their injuries and disappeared into the alley. Song Rui let out a long sigh, lowering his head to lift the plastic curtain in preparation for the police inquiry. But as he bowed his head, his gaze fell upon a pair of delicate hands resembling orchids holding a box of packed fried noodles. There were no police outside. In the warm midday sunlight, a girl in a faded school uniform stared at Song Rui, her figure fragile like a straw. You have to pay the fried noodle vendor, right? Alright, Song Rui replied irritably. This is the first time I've seen you smile since yesterday. I hope you don't squint when you smile at me in the future. The girl slightly furrowed her brow, and at that moment Song Rui suddenly felt she resembled a beautiful woman frowning while holding her heart. 3,000 yuan. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Song Rui grabbed the boss of the fried noodle shop and pointed at his nose, cursing. It's just a few plastic stools. Are they made of gold? At most 100. The boss, flustered, stammered. The customers have all been chased away. The lunch revenue is gone. You should at least give me 2,000. In the plastic shed, Song Rui still had that rogue demeanor. Yan Yifei had been staring at his back without leaving. Her previously timid self had always fantasized about having a friend by her side to help her stand up for herself, to relieve her grievances. That wish had once been fulfilled, but was torn to shreds yesterday. She still remembered when Song Rui brought her breakfast. She asked while eating, "Why are you so nice to me? Do you want—" The young man just frowned and replied, "If this is how I treat you, well then your previous life must have been terrible. Friends are like this. Seeing you satisfied makes me happy." At that moment she was momentarily dazed, but her face showed no expression. After school she carefully drew a smiley face in her diary and noted, "Today is my lucky day. Oh, someone cares about me again." If only what happened last night hadn't occurred. Even though Yan Yifei knew that Song Rui had ulterior motives, she still flitted to the meeting like a moth to a flame. Previously she had sorted out the relationships among friends, listing Song Rui and Luo Mo as important partners in her future life. But after last night her naturally sensitive and suspicious nature took over. She couldn't adapt to Song Rui's current state, feeling terrified so much so that she couldn't muster the resolve again. Yan Yifei had little left to lose. With Song Rui leaving last night, only her grandmother and Luo Mo remained. But now Song Rui completely shattered her previous impression, acting like a reckless jerk, forcefully trying to barge into her world and creating chaos. She still resented him, thinking this was just a new trick to toy with her. Yan Yifei tightened her grip on the lunchbox, her fingers turning pale with frustration. Damn it, at most 500, take it or leave it. On the other side, Song Rui, infuriated, pulled out 5 red bills from his pocket and tossed them at the boss, spitting. Let me tell you the truth, this is all the money I have right now. I can't give any more. If worst comes to worst, we can go to the police station together and file a report. They'll honestly tell you the guy who just fought me is named Zhou Youqi. If you call the police and get him arrested, I guarantee you won't be able to run your stall anymore. After saying that, Song Rui hurriedly made his way to the door. Just as he tugged at Yan Yifei's clothes, he remembered something, rushed back into the plastic shed, and a commotion ensued. When he came out, he was holding 2 bottles of drinks, a bottle of nutritional supplement, and a bottle of iced tea. He handed the bottle that hadn't been stained with blood to Yan Yifei, cursing, what a huge loss. Seeing that Yan Yifei didn't reach out, he placed the drink on top of the takeout box, saying, take it, I've already paid for it. He was worried Yan Yifei would think he was being too domineering and bullying her, so he casually explained, this guy doesn't make $1,000 a day, taking 2 bottles of drinks from him is quite normal. Hurry up and follow me. What if Zhou Youqi comes back to cause us trouble? Yan Yifei's hand trembled slightly as she held the drink, letting out a sigh. Song Rui. What? The spring sunlight was always hazy, making the boy's outline appear a bit blurred, softening his features, which prevented him from looking too malicious. You don't need to think about making amends, or I don't need that either. It's over between us, and I won't like you again. Stay away from me in the future. Yan Yifei hoped that after Song Rui heard this, he would fly into a rage and start cursing at her. Only then could she proceed with her plan with a clear conscience. But the boy in front of her simply tilted his head back, allowing the sunlight to gradually wash over his cheeks. Then he smiled warmly, his lips curving up. Are you still angry? I can apologize to you formally in any way you want. I've been regretting it since yesterday. Why should you apologize? I think it's my wishful thinking. You haven't done anything wrong. How should I put it? I'm not defending myself. I did indeed humiliate you with those guys before, but when I saw you crying on the ground, I regretted it. I know you're still very suspicious of me, but rest assured, whenever I feel no guilt, you can choose to let me live, let me die, or let me go, as you wish. There's no need for that. I've already thought it through. You and I come from 2 different worlds. Rather than seeing you cause chaos in the future, it's better to end this messy relationship as soon as possible. If you insist on liking a poor girl like me, I can help introduce you to someone. There are plenty of girls like that in this world. If you're going to say that, I'm a bit saddened, but I do know that no matter how much I hurt your feelings, you should still care about me. After finishing his words, Song Rui took a step forward, ignoring Yan Yifei's fierce resistance, and directly tugged at her clothes toward the school gate. The latter wasn't angry, as she just replied in confusion, Song Rui, you'll regret this sooner or later. I can't wait to see your show. Song Rui shrugged dismissively. If it makes you happy, what's wrong with me being a clown? Back in the classroom, Song Rui disregarded his earlier words about studying hard and buried his head to sleep. He clenched his right hand into a fist against his forehead, while his left hand supported his cheek, occasionally nodding to wake himself up. Originally, no one paid attention to him, but now Yan Yifei was sitting in the 8th row, naturally attracting the teacher's gaze. This was a chemistry class. The skinny teacher shouted in anger, pointing his yellowed finger. You there, stand up, and Song Rui stood up, still smacking his lips, seemingly not fully awake from his dreams. The classmates burst into laughter, including several girls in the front rows. Especially Yao Pingping, who sneered at him from the back. You don't know the answer, do you? The chemistry teacher raised his eyes, not too disappointed. Then tell me what we were discussing. Song Rui awkwardly cast a pleading glance at the academic overachiever beside him. Yan Yifei remained expressionless, unmoved. He could only use both hands and feet, first nudging her chair with his knee, then trying to pry her textbook with his hand. Impatient, Yan Yifei wrote a few words in her notes. Song Rui, with sharp eyes, immediately read it out loud, Fermat's last theorem. What Fermat's last theorem really was, Song Rui didn't know, but he knew the academic overachiever beside him wouldn't harm him. Naturally, the chemistry teacher was taken aback at first, then recalled his university knowledge and sneered. It seems our Song Rui is a top student already studying advanced mathematics. Stand there and wake up. Laughter erupted in the classroom again. Song Rui awkwardly scratched his head, indignantly poking Yan Yifei's arm with his finger. The latter, maintaining a stern face, replied softly, serves you right. Didn't you say you would study hard? Finally, the school hours came to an end. Song Rui crouched down to rub his sore knees after standing for so long, while Yan Yifei packed her textbooks beside him, preparing to go home. What are you going to do later? Going home. I'm really hungry, let's go have dinner together. I want to go home. Song Rui knew that Yan Yifei was stubborn and refused to budge. He squatted beside her, jokingly saying, my fried noodles were all spilled at noon, I didn't eat enough. Please accompany me for dinner later. Aren't you out of money? Yan Yifei turned her head, glancing at him skeptically. You should first solve your own food and clothing problems, or you'll end up sleeping on the street. Don't worry about the money. I've been waiting to split from my dad since I was young and have envisioned this scenario countless times, so I've saved up some money. Plus there's the savings book my mom left me, so I'm fine for now. Every time he was beaten by his father, Song Rui thought about leaving that house. He had to thank Yan Yifei for it. Without her he wouldn't have taken that step. After saying this, Song Rui pulled Yan Yifei along with the crowd out of the school. Outside he attempted to hold her hand, but before he could touch her, she simply shook him off and left, indicating the deep chasm between them as profound as the dark mist on that ancient watch. He had gotten used to wearing that watch. In the small villa during his recovery, he often stared blankly at the watch on his left wrist. After his rebirth, Yan Yifei had asked him for the watch several times, but he always brushed it off with excuses like, "This is a gift from you." He used similar excuses to evade the topic. From then on, Song Rui fell asleep in class every day, chased off the clingy Luo Mo after class, and then took Yan Yifei out to eat. The fried noodle vendor in the alley always turned pale when he saw Song Rui, fearing that a group of delinquents would storm in and cause havoc, but thankfully that never happened. As for how to make money after his rebirth, he had neither the ability nor the experience. Compared to his third year in high school, when he was paralyzed in the hospital and imprisoned in the villa, he hadn't gained much wisdom. All he knew were the things Yan Yifei had shared with him from his past life, like traps set up for corporate mergers waiting for her brother to fall into them. Thus they lived through several peaceful days. Yan Yifei had gotten used to having a domineering man dragging her to various restaurants. Resisting seemed futile, perhaps it was just her fate. Song Rui also noticed that Yan's attitude towards him had softened considerably. Sometimes as he lay on his bed, he thought about whether those people from the parking lot would appear again in his past life. Was Yan Yifei still planning to paralyze him? Though he felt he deserved it, he couldn't shake off the feeling of dissatisfaction, thinking everything after his rebirth was in. His mood soured at this thought, causing the healing scab on his left palm to itch. His entire body felt prickly, and he couldn't help but scratch at it. In a moment of frustration while eating at a fast food restaurant with Yan Yifei, Song Rui accidentally pushed his meal box off the table, spilling food all over the floor. With no other choice, Song Rui squatted down to clean up the mess. Yan Yifei swallowed her food, put down her chopsticks, and crouched beside him. Suddenly Song Rui said, "I really dislike troublesome situations. Can you be straightforward?" Yan Yifei tightened her grip on the tissue in her hand, lowering her gaze in contemplation. Her eyes were a light color, glistening with unshed tears under the restaurant's lighting. Song Rui dared not meet her gaze, knowing that this watery sheen was largely a result of his own recklessness. But in that moment he steeled himself, meeting her eyes again. "What I mean is, can you be more straightforward in the future? I don't want to be paralyzed. It would be best to just end my life. Before I die, please treat me to a meal, slip me some sleeping pills, and let me sink into the river. After all, I have no one to care for me, no one will report me missing, and no one will remember me." "What are you talking about?" Yan Yifei avoided Song Rui's probing gaze, her expression shifting from shock to confusion. "What does your paralysis have to do with me?" Understanding the key point, Song Rui chuckled self-deprecatingly, but said nothing further. At that moment their hands brushed against each other while wiping with napkins. Yan Yifei looked at where their hands touched and suddenly asked softly, "I figured out what you want yesterday. Is it that you want to sleep with me? Once that's done, will this farce end?" Song Rui was taken aback at first. His mind, still recalling past experiences, was momentarily slow to react. But once he understood the implication of her words, he immediately wanted to retort, yet he held back and remained silent. "So you have acknowledged it, huh?" Yan Yifei's tone turned cold. "It's entirely normal for you to have such thoughts. It fits with your previous strange behavior. It's human nature, there's no need to be ashamed." "Human nature?" Song Rui flushed with embarrassment at Yan Yifei's sarcasm, standing up and saying, "I deserve this. I secretly want you to torment me, but if you say such things I feel like you see me as an animal. It seems you increasingly regard me as worthless." After standing up, Song Rui grabbed his backpack and stormed out. Yan Yifei crouched on the ground, watching him leave in a huff. He accidentally bumped into a classmate who had just entered the restaurant, knocking them over and sending them sprawling. It seemed to confirm her suspicions. Yan Yifei felt relieved to have torn off the man's hypocritical facade, but when she truly realized her current predicament, she felt utterly exhausted, unable to stand up from crouching. Just then a familiar voice sounded from the entrance where Song Rui had knocked someone down. "Yifei, I haven't seen you for days. Where have you been?" It was Luo Mo, who walked into the restaurant laughing with a group of high-achieving students. With their midterm exams just around the corner, they had decided to come to this restaurant for a meal, but they hadn't anticipated finding a girl crouched on the ground, her pale cheeks as white as paper, fragile enough to shatter with a touch. Luo Mo rushed in to help Yan Yifei up, complaining, "Did Song Rui bully you again? I told you to stay away from him. He's definitely up to no good, he's just pretending to deceive you." As Song Rui stepped out of the restaurant, he saw Luo Mo crouching down to help Yan Yifei, and his anger flared. He stormed over to Luo Mo and grabbed his wrist. "What nonsense are you saying? I will help Yifei myself. Get your dirty hands off her." Luo Mo's wrist shifted slightly, but before he could react, Song Rui's next words thundered in his ear. "And I don't like it when others call her Yifei." Keep your mouth clean. You can call her Yan classmate or Song Rui's girlfriend, but do you— Song Rui flung Luo Mo's hand aside, took Yan Yifei by the arm, and marched toward the door, warning in a harsh tone, "He's a scumbag. Stay away from him, got it?" Yan Yifei was yanked along, awkwardly wincing in pain, her brows tightly knitted together. At that moment, Luo Mo's voice rang out behind them. "Song Rui, if you truly like Yifei like you claim, then you should stay away from her. She and you are not the same kind of person." Song Rui whipped around fiercely, his expression fierce like a beast ready to pounce. Song Rui had often pondered in his wheelchair for a long time, thinking about Luo Mo's happy family. Thus he would unreservedly express his goodwill, hoping to infect those around him, just as his parents loved him, without reservation. He, without any sense of boundaries, cared for Yan Yifei in the days to come, so much so that when Yan Yifei was severely injured by Song Rui, she gradually managed to emerge from the shadows, only to be dealt a heavy blow when she needed warmth the most. In a certain sense, the two of them were not different. Both had once held up Yan Yifei's fallen soul, yet before the dawn of redemption arrived, they personally severed the lifeline. The difference is one was a sudden sharp pain, while the other was a long torturous cut, like a soft blade. Song Rui had also wondered countless times during sleepless nights why Yan Yifei would actively confess to him at her birthday party. He could never understand how a scoundrel with little more than a bit of money could attract the attention of a girl covered in scars. It took Luo Mo 6 years to melt Yan Yifei's heart, while Song Rui only took half a year. What gave him the right? Simply because he had forcefully squeezed into her world. What Song Rui did not know was that he and Yan Yifei were of the same kind. Accustomed to emotional indifference, aware that every interaction had ulterior motives, his nightmares were filled with the raised hand of his father ready to strike, while her memories were haunted by the shadow of her mother before she jumped. The sharp-eyed and suspicious girl understood that they were kindred spirits, both wounded beasts, and thus tried to accept him, even harboring hopes of helping herself. In a sense, this was a way of helping herself, accepting herself, and a means of self-adjustment to step out of the shadow. But this previous attempt had already been utterly destroyed by Song Rui at the birthday party. In a jumble of thoughts, unable to understand, filled with anger, Song Rui disregarded Yan Yifei's struggles, tightly gripping her hand, and sneered, "I am selfish like that, the kind who drags others into hell with me. Luo Mo, stay away from us. Someone like you raised in a honey pot will never understand us." Yan Yifei's right hand was caught by Song Rui's left hand. Just as she was about to struggle, she touched the coarse scab on his palm, her body stiffened, and she said nothing more. Thus the two of them walked out of the restaurant together, but Luo Mo still rushed out, like a lingering ghost reaching out to grab Yan Yifei, yet hesitating. Due to Song Rui's domineering presence, he eventually withdrew. But Song Rui could no longer hold back his curse. "I see you are looking for a beating." He turned around and grabbed Luo Mo by the collar, tightening his fist, his arm pulled back. Luo Mo was frightened, pale by the enraged man, but the group of good students who had come with him started shouting, "Song Rui, don't be so overbearing. What did Luo Mo do wrong? You can only be a bully for a few more days. I heard Zhou Youqi is rallying people to deal with you, and Yao Pingbing is also going after you. Right now you're like a rat crossing the street. Everyone is shouting to beat you." At this moment Luo Mo chimed in, "Yes, Song Rui, the college entrance examination is coming up soon. How can you be with Yiko Kofyuan classmate looking like this? She will be dragged down by you. What do I care? I want to stick with Yifei. What can you do about it?" Song Rui sneered. Then we can just call the police." "Call the police?" Song Rui was instead amused by Luo Mo's naivety. "Why don't you go home and drink milk, good boy?" The group continued to rebuke Song Rui. The previously meek good students were now emboldened by Song Rui's collective isolation, feeling like a drowning dog. Song Rui, uninterested in their opinions, pulled Yan Yifei and intended to leave, but just as they stepped out, he felt his left hand pause. Turning back, he saw Yan Yifei's other hand being held by Luo Mo, who stubbornly stared at him. "What will it take for you to let Yifei go? Is this never-ending?" Song Rui turned around, gripping Luo Mo's collar, pinning him against the wall, furiously raising his fist to strike. "If you don't bleed today, do you think you'll feel good all over?" Seeing Song Rui's fierce expression, Yan Yifei seemed to catch a glimpse of the shadow from the argument with her father, so she ran to stand between them, grasping Song Rui's raised fist, softly advising, "Don't be angry, let's go." She felt that Song Rui would not listen to her after all. At the police station entrance, she had only approached him to ask questions after he had vented his emotions, otherwise she would not have dared to provoke the emotionally unstable Song Rui. Yet at this moment Song Rui surprisingly let go like a good boy, sighed deeply and nodded, "All right, let's go." "Okay." Yan Yifei actively reached out her hand, intertwining it with Song Rui's as they walked out of the restaurant. Song Rui felt a warm sensation in his heart. Perhaps it was the first time holding hands. Yan Yifei's hand felt slightly cool, like a piece of uncut jade. Perhaps what the ancients said about icy skin and jade-like flesh was just like this. Also, because the girl had always been cold towards him, this was the first time she spoke to him in a pleading tone. Her voice was sweet and soft, a gentle and tender sound that entered his ears like freshly baked sugar cakes with a slight stickiness when bitten. In such a sweet tone, who could refuse? Truly deserving of being the school belle, this voice was simply essential for a sweet girl. If she had a normal life and a smile that could brew honey, Song Rui believed that Yan Yifei would definitely be a fragrant, soft, sweet girl like a rose. Yan Yifei led Song Rui out of the restaurant feeling that he was as docile as a puppy just over a month old. She sneakily glanced at him with her peripheral vision. His eyebrows were thick, so thick that it would take an entire night's darkness to dye such thick brows. He was actually quite pleasant to the eye as long as he didn't frown. Yan Yifei shook her head, feeling that her mind might indeed be, as Song Rui said, a bit problematic. Upon returning to the classroom, Song Rui was fast asleep in the 8th row. During class, Yao Pingping waved at Yan Yifei, signaling her to come out. Yan Yifei clenched her fists, but ultimately followed her out obediently. Just like in the confession written on paper, she did not wish to be a fragile pet, nor did she want to always be protected. Yan Yifei felt that she did not need a savior to rescue her. The two of them passed through several doors, then through the fire exit leading to the gymnasium. Between the stairs and the landing, Yao Pingping finally stopped, turned to look at Yan Yifei, and coldly said, "What exactly did you say to Song Rui? I heard he got into a fight with Zhou Youqi because of you. Did Song Rui fall out with everyone because of you?" Yan Yifei was taken aback for a moment, contemplating the cause and effect. It seemed to be the case, yet she replied coldly, "Do you want to persuade me to leave him? I've already said it several times. Leave?" Yao Pingping interrupted her with a cold laugh. "Yan Yifei, I don't need you to get a man, he's merely a dog I've chosen. What you desire is nothing in my eyes." Yan Yifei looked at Yao Pingping's flushed face due to excitement, and smiled faintly. "All right then, let our conversation end here." "Yan Yifei," Yao Pingping called softly, a hint of madness flashing in her eyes as she shouted angrily, "Stop." Since Yan Yifei transferred to the first high school, Yao Pingping, who originally had good looks and came from a privileged background, felt an intense sense of crisis. Yan Yifei was very beautiful and had a unique kind of pride. On the first day of physical education, this girl drew everyone's attention, regardless of gender, whether classmates or teachers. Girls gathered together to size her up, envious of her, with a somewhat embarrassed expression. Yao Pingping recognized that look. It was one of self-deprecation, as she had seen it among other girls before. Boys always found reasons to approach her, yet hesitated to speak much, wanting to please her, but unsure how to act in front of the cold Yan Yifei. This was the power of appearance. Not only did timid boys from the lower grades want to surround her, even boys from the same grade would furtively cast glances at her. Wherever she went, those gazes followed. Yao Pingping once comforted herself that it was only because her family was poor and shabby that made her seem easier to pursue, yet she could not avoid realizing under the intense and fiery gazes of her classmates that she truly paled in comparison. Thus Yao Pingping felt the need to compete with her in everything. When Yan Yifei ranked first in mathematics, she had to get first in English. When Yan Yifei ranked first in comprehensive science, Yao Pingping had to score full marks in her Chinese essay. Even in physical education, if Yan Yifei long jumped 1.6 meters, Yao Pingping had to jump 1.61 meters. "There's nothing to discuss between us." Yan Yifei half turned her head, revealing the soft lines of her chin. "If it's because of Song Rui, I can only tell you that I like you. Also can't understand what's going on with him, but I can assure you that we will part ways after the exam." She turned to leave, but paused, and added, "Also, Song Rui is a person, not an object. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't make him mine. You should talk to him instead of coming to me. So sorry." "Sorry." Yao Pingping laughed angrily, all the grievances rushing in at once. "You should be the one apologizing to me. You're a thief, a robber. Since you came, you've taken everything away. I won't let you off. Just wait and see." Yan Yifei stared at her silently for a moment, then turned to walk up the stairs, but Yao Pingping stubbornly reached out to pull her stop. "I still have things to say." Yan Yifei impatiently shrugged her arm off, but unexpectedly lost her footing as Yao Pingping tugged at her, letting out a sharp scream as she rolled down the stairs. "Yan Yifei." Yao Pingping was also startled into a scream and stumbled down the stairs, kneeling beside Yan Yifei, reaching out to touch her. Yan Yifei did not respond. In the dim light of the corridor, Yao Pingping saw dark red blood oozing from under Yan Yifei's slightly yellow hair. Yao Pingping trembled as she walked up the stairs, hesitatingly glancing at the girl in the pool of blood, then disappearing down the corridor without looking back. When the class bell rang, Song Rui noticed Yan Yifei had not returned. Skipping class was something that could only happen to a student like Song Rui. It was impossible for Yan Yifei to do so. After a long while of tossing and turning, Song Rui took the initiative to ask the homeroom teacher, Miss Sun Xiuyun, but she merely scolded him before starting the analysis of today's exam paper. At that moment, Yao Pingping returned to the classroom, trembling, without even announcing her arrival. Realizing that something was wrong, Song Rui felt restless, his attention focused on Yao Pingping's reddened eyes. Yao Pingping's deskmate was talking to her, but Yao Pingping merely shook her head. Yet Song Rui caught several key phrases. Yan Yifei conversation. In that instant, he realized something, a sudden panic rising in his heart, as if the whole world was tearing apart before him, accompanied by a vague sense of helplessness. Bang! Just as Miss Sun was unfolding the exam paper on her desk, the classmates saw Song Rui suddenly stand up, storming towards Yao Pingping's desk, grabbing her collar as if lifting a chick. "Where is Yan Yifei?" Song Rui heard his voice, trembling violently. At that moment, the classroom fell silent as a graveyard. Math teacher Miss Sun Xiuyun saw Song Rui erupt, and immediately threw the blackboard eraser at him. Song Rui, I warn you, if you keep making a scene, I'll call the principal over. At that time, you'll be expelled. Shut up. Song Rui turned his head sharply and shouted angrily. Ms. Sun saw a bloodthirsty light in his eyes and swallowed hard. Yet Yao Pingping was stammering and unable to speak. I'll ask you one more time, where is Yan Yifei? Song Rui's grip gradually tightened. If anything happens to her, you won't survive. Perhaps Song Rui's threat worked. Yao Pingping finally spoke up, but the once arrogant girl merely retorted angrily, how would I know? I only asked her to go out and chat, and once we finished I would return. Let go of me, Song Rui. Be careful, or I'll tell my dad. Where is she? Seeing her eyes darting around, Song Rui gritted his teeth and asked, if you don't tell me, I'll kill you right now. Song Rui. Terrified, Yao Pingping burst into tears, hitting Song Rui's iron-like arm as she cried, she's by the stairs in the corridor leading to the gym. Why are you being so fierce? It's not like I did it on purpose. Who knew she would be so useless and couldn't even stand firm? This is all your fault, it's all your fault. If you had listened to me, I wouldn't have gone to find her. Song Rui released her and dashed towards the gym. That place's fire exit was generally untraveled by anyone. He ran, using all his strength to sprint. After pushing open the heavy and sturdy door, he saw Yan Yifei lying at the stairway entrance. Vivid red blood curled around her head like a blooming rose. Song Rui couldn't help but shudder. He knelt down and carefully cradled Yan Yifei's head, pressing tightly on her wound. No matter how hard he tried, blood continued to flow from between his fingers, staining everything red. It also dyed the color of their future. In the KTV private room, colorful lights flickered vibrantly. Yao Pingping sat in the corner, several bottles of 150 milliliters liquor before her, a complete variety, ranging from cognac to blended whiskey liqueurs and single malt. She arranged the bottles for a photo and eventually opened a bottle of Coca-Cola, silently pouring herself a full glass. Zhou Youqi, who was drinking and having fun with her, comforted Pinger, don't look so glum. I've heard about the incident. Yan Yifei, who fell down the stairs, is just a pretty face, without any power. What kind of storm could she stir up? It's been determined that it was her own clumsiness that caused the fall, and she can only count herself unfortunate. Yan Yifei brought this upon herself, though I'm not worried about that. Yao Pingping's eyes flashed with a cold gleam. I'm just thinking about how to pin the blame for Yan Yifei's fall on Song Rui. Zhou Youqi was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Let me tell you, in matters like this, it's still women like you who are ruthless. Just a while ago, didn't you say that as long as Song Rui returned you would let it all go? And now you're already plotting against him. It's because he pulled my collar in front of so many people. Yao Pingping squinted her eyes and scolded in anger, no one has ever threatened or insulted me like that since I was a child. I want Song Rui to regret having to come to me on his knees in the future, and I want him and Yan Yifei to both fail at Yizhong and drop out together. While Zhou Youqi clapped his hands with delight, grinning maliciously, it seems you're really going to make a serious move this time. Let me think. First, the corridor leading to the gym has no surveillance. You can assert you only bumped into Yan Yifei. Second, we can find a cleaner from that area and make him testify falsely that he saw Song Rui push someone. This shouldn't be a problem, I'll just pay him off. The trickiest part is Yan Yifei herself. You need to make her turn against him and insist that Song Rui pushed her down the stairs. If that happens, the plan will succeed. So Yan Yifei needs to bite back at Song Rui. Yao Pingping took a sip from her cup. That seems a bit difficult, right? Not difficult. Didn't Song Rui humiliate her badly at the birthday party? Yan Yifei must be harboring resentment. I've heard that recently Song Rui has been pursuing her, and our beauty has grown quite tired of it. As long as we offer some benefits, she will definitely be willing to change her tune. Zhou Youqi extended 5 fingers. A poor girl like her has never seen money to offer her this amount. 500,000. Yao Pingping was slightly surprised. What I actually meant was 50,000, but 500,000. Zhou Youqi stroked his chin and suddenly had a bright idea. Just 500,000. After she accepts it, we can threaten her by saying she committed perjury and demand the money back. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He slapped his thigh suddenly. If it's not enough, we can increase it. As long as she agrees, I'm worried she won't be able to spend it. And if it goes well, we might even end up sleeping with her. She's quite pretty. It would be a waste not to have some fun. Put away those lecherous thoughts. Yao Pingping huffed disdainfully. If money could stun Yan Yifei, Song Rui wouldn't have spent half a year just to get her to agree to date him. I think you'll just end up humiliating yourself by trying to pursue her. That's because Song Rui is always doing useless things. If it were me, I would throw some drugs on the bed and just handle it. If she disagrees, she would have to agree. Why be so overly cautious, sending gifts and fawning over her like a wild dog that bites anyone who gets too close to Yan Yifei? Zhou Youqi waved his hand dismissively. What's the point? You're currently at odds with us over this woman. You don't even think about who has been protecting you all this time. To be honest, if it weren't for Pinger, I would have already dealt with him. Alright, stop rambling. Yao Pingping impatiently interrupted him. I have a gut feeling that Yan Yifei is not as simple as she seems. She is very thoughtful. What if she turns around and threatens you after you give her money? How is that possible? Zhou Youqi exclaimed in disbelief. Women are all about money. Don't forget that there's also a woman in front of you. Yao Pingping interrupted him again. I'm too lazy to discuss this with you. Although Yan Yifei won't change her tune for money, I have other ways to make her submit. Oh, do tell. Zhou Youqi sat up straight, leaning in eagerly. Yan Yifei is actually very emotional. If I were her, I would have already sought revenge on Song Rui for humiliating her. However, the last time in class, Yan Yifei specifically sat in the 8th row to protect Song Rui. So I have an idea Yan Yifei's parents have both passed away, and it is said that her grandmother raised her. She must value her grandmother greatly. If we threaten her with her grandmother's safety, she will definitely comply. Yao Pingping said with a cold smile, then let's see Song Rui turn into a wild dog that no one wants. Zhou Youqi's eyes widened silently, thanking his lucky stars for never provoking Yao Pingping. This woman was truly vicious, no wonder she could manipulate Song Rui so easily before. Then I'll find someone to get something from Yan Yifei's grandmother. Zhou Youqi stood up. He'll arrange for Chen-Lin to go, but he hesitated for a moment. Song Rui is quite formidable, I'm afraid he might interfere. Don't worry, he has too much on his plate, exhausted from taking care of Yan Yifei, Yao Pingping said, her anger flaring up at the mention. He'll have my dad call Song Rui's father to give him something to do. Alright, I'll find a few brothers to ambush him outside the school. That way it will be foolproof. Just as Yao Pingping said after the incident occurred, Song Rui had been by Yan Yifei's hospital bed the entire time. He took out all the money from his card and booked the best hospital room. Song Rui roughly knew that Yan Yifei had no relatives, just a grandmother. Thus, he specifically found Luo Mo and asked him to talk to her grandmother, saying that Yan Yifei would be out of town for an Olympiad competition in the coming days so that she wouldn't worry. During this time, classmates took turns visiting Yan Yifei, and their homeroom teacher Mr. Sun had also come by twice, though his gaze toward Song Rui carried a hint of impatience. After Yan Yifei woke up, she had not spoken a word to Song Rui. He understood that she might be resenting him in her heart. Around Friday, Song Rui returned home from the hospital, took a shower, changed clothes, and then went out to buy something. Yifei, this time it was Song Rui who harmed you. Before entering the ward, he heard Luo Mo's excited voice shouting, I think he colluded with Yao Pingping to bully you. Didn't he do that before? Luo Mo. Yan Yifei spoke softly, seemingly wanting to say something. Luo Mo quickly reacted, you're still too kind, you can't endure this any longer. Song Rui really wanted to open the door and punch the clueless Luo Mo, then apologized to Yan Yifei, but at that moment there was something more important to do. The old watch on his wrist rolling with the darkness like clouds. During the time Yan Yifei was hospitalized, he understood that seemingly after rebirth the future could not be changed and events once experienced would inevitably happen again. Just like he had always taken Yan Yifei to hide from Zhou Youqi and his gang of thugs, but in the end the humiliations and bullying that were supposed to happen accumulated, leading directly to Yan Yifei being hospitalized. The consequences were even more severe than before his rebirth. Thinking of this, the scar in the palm of his left hand began to itch again. He knew that since bullying was inevitable, he would no longer avoid it, and would become the target of the assault himself. This way the misfortune would shift, and perhaps Yan Yifei would be safe. Without hesitation, Song Rui knew that Zhou Youqi had been stalking him during this time, and it was time to make this group of Yan Yifei's grandmother Cheng Ying gradually became hard of hearing, and her vision blurred after turning 60. Perhaps it was due to the hardships she endured in her youth that left her with lasting ailments. Now she sat by the living room window, burdened with worries. Outside the window lay a great river shimmering in the light of the setting sun. The water sparkled, reflecting the bright red hues of the sunset, exceptionally brilliant. The scenery was beautiful, yet her mood was dreadful. Her granddaughter had not returned home for 3 days. According to that boy Luo Mo, she was participating in some math competition, but despite her failing eyesight, the old lattice mind remained sharp, and she could discern something amiss from Luo Mo's hesitant tone. The old woman sat anxiously in pain, unaware of what had happened to her usually obedient granddaughter, left only to wait at home for news. Feifei was simply too well behaved. After starting school, she needed no supervision from me. Now I don't even have a teacher's contact information. Who should I turn to for help? At that moment the doorbell rang. At 9 in the morning, Song Rui knocked on the door of Yan Yifei's grandmother's house. Soon a cautious voice from an elderly woman called out, who are you looking for? Song Rui smiled kindly from outside the door. Is this Yan Yifei's grandmother's house? What do you want? The old woman's voice remained wary. I am a classmate of Yifei. Song Rui introduced himself. My name is. He pondered his notorious reputation and decided to change his introduction. Chu Sheng. I'm here to visit you. The grandmother's tone grew tenser. I don't believe you. You wouldn't be with that group from last night, would you? Song Rui noticed the grandmother's anxious reaction and felt a pang of urgency, yet he continued to speak gently. Don't worry, grandmother. I am her deskmate. Her student ID is 6. She transferred to the school 6 months ago and participated in an out-of-town math competition 4 days ago. At this moment Cheng Ying's tone finally softened, and she opened the door. After Song Rui entered, she nervously closed the door again and poured a glass of water for him. Upon entering, Song Rui observed the room, which seemed to have been ravaged by a hurricane. The corners of the room were littered with garbage, the windows shattered and glass shards scattered across the floor, yet the furniture was relatively intact, though there were many signs of damage, like cuts made by a knife. Grandmother, what happened here? Song Rui restrained his anger and asked as calmly as possible. Cheng Ying sniffled and sighed heavily. I don't know what happened. A group of people burst in last night, smashing things and demanding that I convey a message to Feifei, insisting she think things over. You tell me, why is our Fei suffering so much? What kind of trouble has she gotten into? After speaking, she couldn't help but start sobbing quietly. A wave of sorrow rose in Song Rui's heart. Having never comforted anyone before, he was at a loss for words, and could only continue to ask, "Grandmother, please stop crying. Can you tell me if those who came here said anything specific?" But just as he spoke, he was interrupted by the terrified grandmother. Her voice trembled with tears. "Classmate, I truly don't know what's going on. I heard them say that Fei was taken to the hospital because someone named Song Rui pushed her down the stairs, and they wanted Fei to remember clearly. I'm so anxious to go out, but when I tried, they started smashing things. What is happening here?" After finishing her sentence, the grandmother collapsed to the ground. Song Rui hurriedly helped her up. They said someone named Song Rui pushed Yan Yifei down the stairs. With his support, the grandmother cried uncontrollably. "The house was smashed. If it weren't for the fact that I'm an old woman in my 70s, they might have physically assaulted me. Who has Fei offended? Do they want to drive her to death?" Song Rui quickly helped the grandmother into a chair, his voice filled with anger, as he said, "Was it about what happened?" "Yes." Qingying nodded while crying. "They said if Fei doesn't agree, they'll come back every couple of days to drink tea here." Song Rui patted the old woman's back, gently comforting her. "I'm so sorry for dragging you into this, grandmother. Please calm down and tell me what the leader looked like." The grandmother sobbed. "Good child, why are you apologizing to me? You're a student, know why engage with such thugs? It's fine, don't worry. I'm just curious and wanted to ask. The leader seems to be surnamed Chun. They all call him Brother Chen. Child, you should hurry home. If you see Fei, tell her not to come back. Grandmother's house is very dangerous right now." As Qingying spoke, she strained to sit up and pulled out a few crumpled black and gray 100 yuan bills from her pocket, handing them to him. "Tell Fei to find a place to stay outside for a while. She must not come back." "Okay, I understand." Song Rui solemnly accepted the money and turned to leave. That night, he bought an iron knuckle and put it on his hand. After warming up, he vanished into the night. Chen Lin was a notorious ruffian in the area. A casual inquiry would reveal where he lived. He knocked on. A woman in her 20s opened the door, looking at the amiable Song Rui. "Who are you looking for?" "I'm looking for your husband, Chen." Song Rui flashed her a friendly smile. "Just tell him that Zhou Ge has something to tell him." "Okay, wait a moment. Honey, someone is looking for you. They say they're from Zhou Ge." After calling out, the young woman turned to leave. Song Rui pulled out a prepared Gucci scarf and handed it to her. "This is..." The young woman accepted it with joy, and within moments Chen Lin appeared at the door in a bathrobe, groggy and ready to speak. But just as he stepped out, Song Rui swiftly wrapped his left arm around the young woman, while his right fist struck Chen Lin's head with great force. Bang! Chen Lin was caught off guard and fell to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. The woman in Song Rui's arms screamed in terror at the sight of her husband's condition, bursting into tears. "Look at your husband." Song Rui held the young woman with one arm, the one who enjoys threatening his family. Chen Lin struggled to rise, but Song Rui lowered his body and mercilessly struck him again, pinning him firm. Bang, one punch. Bang, two punches. Meanwhile, the young woman trembled, trying to escape back into the house, but Song Rui pulled her back. "Don't go. You need to see how your husband ends up." Bang! Another kick landed hard on Chen Lin's waist, and the thug began to beg, let go of my wife, please." The young woman, seeing her husband's pitiful state, was so frightened that she couldn't even cry out. "I'm begging you, please stop hitting my husband. Do you enjoy watching your husband get beaten?" Song Rui's malice was evident. "Tell your husband that as long as he brings others to harm innocent people, I will let you see how he gets beaten again, okay?" The next day, Song Rui appeared at the entrance of an elementary school. He had visited this place several times when he was on good terms with Zhou Youqi. This is the elementary school of Zhou Yuqi's biological sister, Zhou Weiyun. They had once come here together to pick her up. Although Song Rui was a madman, he was not foolish. Chen Lin was just a thug who could use violence to counter violence, but Zhou Yuqi's family held significant influence here. If he got beaten up for no reason, it would be troublesome if the police got involved, so this time he decided to be a little more friendly. Today was Monday, the day Zhou Youqi picked up his sister from school, so he found an opportunity to puncture this guy's motorcycle tire. In just 10 minutes, he could take the girl away. 5 minutes later, a group of children arrived at the school gate under the guidance of their teacher. From a distance, Song Rui waved at a delicate little girl in the crowd, who looked like a princess, showing an extremely bright smile. "Little Wei, I'm here to pick you up on behalf of your brother." "Where's my brother? Why isn't he here to pick me up?" The little girl looked at him suspiciously. "His car broke down, so he asked me to come instead." Song Rui stepped forward to take the little girl. The elementary school teacher scrutinized him for a while, and he quickly introduced himself. "I'm a friend of Zhou Youqi. I've come here before to pick up little Wei. You should remember me, right?" "I do remember, but please wait a moment while I make a phone call." The teacher, still uneasy, took out a black Nokia N70 and dialed a number. Song Rui was startled and instinctively wanted to stop her, but there were parents all around, and the teacher was wary of him. If he directly intervened, it would definitely raise suspicion, and someone might even call the police. What should he do? He was anxious, and after thinking for a moment, decided to abandon the plan, shouting to the little girl, "Zhou Weiyun, why don't you wait here for a while, until your mom and dad come to pick you up?" "I don't wanna." The little girl shook her head. "They are so busy they won't have time to come for me. They must have sent a driver, but I don't want to go home to play the piano." In that moment, looking at the little girl with her puffed up cheeks, Song Rui felt as if lightning had struck him. He seemed to see his own shadow in her. He stood rooted to the spot, but the teacher's voice on the phone rang in his ears. "Hello teacher, what's the matter?" This was Zhou's father's voice. Song Rui told himself that if he didn't leave now things would be exposed. He turned around and blended into the crowd of people picking up children, letting out a long sigh. Big brother, big brother. Suddenly someone tugged at the hem of his clothes. The little girl looked up at him with tear-filled eyes. "Last time my brother didn't come to pick me up, I waited here for a long time before someone came. I'll give you a sticker if you take me with you, okay?" The little girl said sweetly, "It's the prettiest star sticker." At that moment Song Rui's pupils constricted sharply. Just then Zhou's father's voice boomed through the crowd. "This little rascal still won't pick anyone up." Yes, Mr. Zhou." The elementary school teacher held the phone while bowing, as if apologizing to the person on the other end of the line. "Mr. Song is here to pick her up. Wei knows him well, they have a good relationship. Then let him take her home. I'll be there soon." Beep, beep, beep. The call ended, and the little girl excitedly waved her hand, then cautiously looked at Song Rui. "Big brother, can you just take one sticker?" "I don't want a sticker, I want to take you to a nice place," Song Rui said with a mysterious smile. "Where are we going?" The little girl asked suspiciously. "Didn't Dad say you should take me home?" "Let me guess," Song Rui said with a smile. "You definitely don't listen to your dad at home, do you?" "I do listen just a little bit." "Then how about I take you to the mall for some fun?" "Oh yay!" the little girl exclaimed happily. Song Rui took her backpack and the two boarded the bus heading to a nearby mall. Along the way Zhou Weiyun kept complaining to him about her busy schedule. She had calligraphy practice on Tuesday, piano practice on Wednesday, ballet on Thursday, painting lessons on Friday, and piano classes all weekend, leaving her no time to play. Song Rui gently patted her fluffy hair and said softly, "That's because your mom loves you and wants you to learn many skills. But she is annoying and only knows how to scold me. Our relationship is terrible." Song Rui squatted down, bringing his eyes level with hers. "Then I envy you for having a mom who cares about you. If you don't understand my pain at all. When I grow up, I'll make her learn this and that, and even wake her up early." The little girl said angrily. Song Rui smiled, but said nothing. The two entered the mall and enjoyed various activities, rock climbing castles, catching little fish and turtles, and he even bought her a lollipop. The little girl was as happy as a little angel running around everywhere, and after she worked up a sweat, Song Rui bought cold drinks and invited her to sit down and take a break. While biting into her cone, Zhou Weiyun pointed to the piano nearby and happily said, "Big brother, since you bought me a cold drink, I'll play a song for you." Song Rui looked at the piano, his expression darkening. In the past at the seaside villa, Yan Yifei had matched him with a piano, asking him to play for her. However, he had long forgotten the techniques of playing due to the torment of those years. Even now it had been more than 3 years since he had touched the piano. Soon a rendition of Twinkle Twinkle Little Star began to resonate under the little girl's fingers. Song Rui nodded to the rhythm, and when the little girl proudly turned to him, he praised, "You play very well. Your fundamentals are solid and the transitions between notes are even. It seems you've put a lot of effort into the piano, but Big Brother has a suggestion. When you play, don't smile and look at me at the same time." Big Brother seems to understand piano well. In the movies, people always smile while playing. Song Rui gently tapped the little girl's head. "That's because movies are all made up. The most important thing in practicing piano is to sit in the middle and keep your fingers close to the keys. Don't have unnecessary expressions or movements. That's the standard way." The little girl nodded, seeming to understand. "Little sister, practicing piano is very hard work. I hope you don't give up halfway like Big Brother did." The two of them were having a great time, almost like siblings. However, when Zhou Youqi returned home, he was met with a severe reprimand. "Where is your sister? Where do you say your sister went?" Zhou's father paced back and forth in the villa's hall. "Call the police. Right now, immediately call the police." After Zhou Youqi explained the situation, he received a beating from his father, leaving his face bruised and swollen. It must be that madman Song Rui who took little Wei away. He's just a lunatic. Have you been used to acting like a tyrant and forgotten how to restrain yourself? Zhou's father slapped him again. "Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. If you push someone else to the edge, they will fight back." Zhou Youqi felt quite anxious. He hadn't thought much about Chenlin being beaten into the hospital yesterday. After all, no matter what, Song Rui wouldn't dare to lay a hand on his family. But unexpectedly, he received a call from his father that afternoon saying his sister had been taken away by someone surnamed Song and was now missing. He was filled with regret, but still held his head high. "I don't believe that someone surnamed Song would dare to do anything. You beast!" Zhou's father kicked him again. "Now go out and find someone. If your sister is missing, you might as well die." At that moment, a servant rushed in and shouted, Sir, the young lady is back." Zhou's father and Zhou Youqi turned their heads sharply to see Zhou Weiyun joyfully holding a teddy bear, happily running towards them. However, upon seeing the serious expressions of the adults, she stopped in her tracks, feeling unsure. Song Rui's figure gradually appeared behind the little girl. He politely nodded to Zhou's father, "Good evening." In that instant, Zhou's father snorted coldly, while Zhou Youqi, with a bruised face, rushed up, wanting to hit Song Rui. "Don't bully my big brother." The little girl, though scared, still stood up like a hen protecting her chicks, spreading her arms to block Song Rui. He smiled mysteriously behind her. "Not welcome, Mr. Zhou." In the villa's living room, Song Rui sat on a chair with a steaming cup of tea placed before him. "As you can see, your daughter is safe and sound. I just took her out to play for a bit, and she was very happy, Mr. Zhou. I have limited patience. Hurry up and say what you have to say, then leave this place." Mr. Zhou detected the underlying meaning in his words, his tone unfriendly. I want you to tell your son that misfortune does not extend to family. Song Rui gazed at the swirling mist before him. I only did this because your son touched my bottom line. Aren't you afraid of my revenge? Mr. Zhou asked coldly. I am a madman, the least afraid of exchanging. Song Rui scoffed repeatedly, and I believe that a big shot like you wouldn't need to deal with a minor character like me. It wouldn't be worth it, would it? Mr. Zhou remained silent for a long time. Finally, taking a deep breath, he slowly spoke. I will make Yoshi behave. As for the matters between you and him, you can handle them yourselves. Song Rui let out a light sneer. Then let's leave today's matters here. I don't want to see you around my daughter again. Mr. Zhou's voice carried a hint of sharpness. Otherwise your little girlfriend in the hospital won't have a good outcome. It's a deal then. You don't speak like an 18-year-old child. As Song Rui reached the door, a little girl named Zhou Weiyan suddenly ran over and grabbed his hand. Big brother, I have something to ask you. You can't lie, okay? Go ahead. Brother said you took me away to hurt me, is that true? Do you believe it? The little girl's eyes welled with tears as she shook her head and sobbed. I don't believe it. Big brother is so nice, chatting with me, praising me for playing the piano well, and even buying me toys. I don't believe you are a bad person. Song Rui knelt down again, bringing his eyes to the same level as the little girl's, gently saying, Big brother is a bad person, a very bad person, and your brother is also a bad person. But little Wei Wei is a good girl and mustn't learn to do bad things like us. Only then will you be happy in the future. Song Rui wiped the girl's tears away. All right, big brother has to leave now. Remember, don't play with bad people like me in the future, understood? After he finished speaking and stepped outside, he heard the little girl's heart-wrenching cry. Big brother, I have something. Little Zhou Weiyan took out a sticker from her pocket and handed it over. Here, this is the star sticker we talked about. If you stick this on, you'll become a good person. Song Rui solemnly accepted it, waving goodbye, while the little girl's reluctant voice followed him. Big brother, you must become a good person. Then I can come play with you again. However, just 500 meters away from the Zhou residence, his path was blocked. A total of 6 people armed with iron rods and long sticks surrounded Song Rui in a dim alley. So you are Song Rui? The leader, a man with a grim expression, looked at the tall man before him with a hostile tone. Is the retaliation coming so soon? Song Rui cursed inwardly, realizing that Mr. Zhou understood his meaning. As long as he didn't touch the people around him, he could use any other means, and he would accept it all. I heard you've been causing a lot of trouble around here lately. Those under Chen Lin have all ended up in the hospital. I wonder if Song Rui adjusted his breathing, flexing his limbs, while calmly assessing the several men in front of him. They were robust and powerful, clearly not ordinary thugs. I've had too many troubles lately, and frankly I'm not very willing to cause trouble for others anymore. Song Rui loosened his muscles and, expressionless, took a step forward. Behind him at the alley's exit, about 5 to 6 meters away, 4 more men appeared, equally robust and powerful. Yes, it seems you're quite the troublemaker, and resolving this will be a bit tricky, so I brought more people. Kid, remember my name. I am Chen Jirui. Just be honest and take a beating. A burly man standing behind Chen Jirui said coldly. With so many of us, you better not. Before he could finish, Song Rui charged into the crowd. With a terrifying force and momentum, the speaking burly man was sent flying backwards as if hit by a truck, unable to utter the words, you better not think of escaping. At the same time, the once solid human wall instantly created a gap. Without losing momentum, Song Rui leaped over Chen Jirui and the other burly men and sprinted madly to the end of the alley. Chen Jirui reacted quickly. After a brief moment of shock, he yelled, Damn it, what are you dazed for? Go after him. It was now past 9 at night. Song Rui sprinted quickly, exiting the alley and finding himself on a sparsely populated street with a group of furious burly men cursing and chasing behind him. Run, only run. Judging by their demeanor, they definitely intended to incapacitate him. If caught, he would at least be lying in the hospital for half a year, or worse, without needing Yan Yifei to make a move, he could end up paralyzed. The crowd along the way gasped in surprise, quickly scattering. I'll cut you all up sooner or later and send you to your parents. Song Rui shouted insults at the burly men chasing behind him. The group of burly men, whether out of anger or exhaustion, all had red eyes. About 6 minutes later, after running a full 2 kilometers, Song Rui found himself at a dead end. Looking back, the pursuers were only a little over 100 meters away. What a persistent bunch! Ordinary thugs could never keep up with his speed. He looked around and finally saw a toilet at the end of the alley and had no choice but to head in. Chen Jirui and his men arrived at the toilet, leaning on their knees, gasping for breath, as if their lungs might burst. This little bastard runs too fast. He's in the toilet. His subordinates were equally out of breath. Block the exits for me, break one of his arms and one of his legs today. Chen Jirui waved his hand fiercely. Good, make sure to shove him in the latrine later. The burly men were equally furious. Just then a figure suddenly appeared from the men's restroom. It was Song Rui holding a long-handled spoon. Everyone present involuntarily held their breath. The smell was overwhelmingly nauseating. In the nighttime darkness, the man with the spoon flashed a sinister smile. Are you ready? In that moment, the burly men who realized what was in Song Rui's spoon stood frozen in place, as if struck by That night no one knew what happened in the alley, only that passers-by occasionally heard retching and screams emanating from and the sound of a man's maniacal laughter. 20 minutes later Song Rui emerged from the alley covered in bruises. He disdainfully spat into the alley, then as he opened his mouth leaned against a nearby utility pole and began to vomit. After cleaning her body, when she came to the hospital for bandaging, the gaze that Peng Yuan revealed was probably a mix of heartache, disappointment, and anger. Song Rui did not explain much, but he dared not look into Aunt Peng's eyes, keeping his head down and silent the whole time. Eventually Peng Yuan could not help but ask, "Who did you get into a fight with? Your ribs are fractured." "They aren't good either," Song Rui stammered out. "Aunt Peng, can you lend me some money? I'm out of cash and my dad has cut off contact with me again." "You who have always spent money extravagantly have gotten into a quarrel with your dad again. You've been fighting all the time. I heard last time that you injured your hand in the hospital corridor. Is that true?" Seeing Song Rui keep his head down in silence, Peng Yuan thought for a long time about what to say, and finally sighed. "He'll transfer 50,000 to your account, but I need to tell your dad about this, understand?" "Yes, I understand, Aunt Peng." In front of Peng Yuan, Song Rui was exceptionally obedient, because his mother had a close relationship with her. They were not only classmates, but also during his mother's last moments, it was Peng Yuan who stayed by her side. Among the things that Song Rui found hard to accept, perhaps it was the disappointed expression on Aunt Peng's face. He always felt he could vaguely discern his mother's likeness within it. "Exams are coming up soon, and your grades have been so poor. Should I have Sister Xiao come back to tutor you?" Peng Yuan advised earnestly. "You can't just step into society like this. Forget it, Aunt Peng. Sister Xiao doesn't like me. There's no need to force her. You're still not likable to girls, are you?" Peng Yuan helplessly thought about reaching out to pat Song Rui's head, but then realized he was already an adult. To break the awkwardness, she asked, "Is that girl from the hospital your friend? I heard she also got admitted recently after hitting her head." "Yes, Aunt Peng, I'm going to see her now." After chatting a bit more with Peng Yuan, Song Rui left the ward and heard her excited voice while on the phone. "Song Yifei, do you still want this child? Ling has passed away and you are indifferent. He is going to waste away." Because the hospital was quiet, Song Rui could hear clearly the dissatisfied murmurs from the other end of the phone. "What do you mean I haven't taken care of him? Just look at the trouble he's causing me now. If the company is about to go bankrupt because of him. I heard that this brat pushed someone down the stairs and caused a huge financial loss. I think he should just drop out of school, otherwise he's bound to cause even bigger troubles." "Have you even asked him? How can you push him so hard since he was young? After Ling passed away, he doesn't even smile anymore. When he comes to see me, it's either to hit someone or get hit. It's painful to watch. Do you even have a conscience?" Hearing this, Song Rui walked away, expressionlessly passing through several corridors until he reached Yan Yifei's ward. At that moment the sun was just right and the girl was holding a book reading. It was unclear whether Song Rui's footsteps were too light or if Yan Yifei was deliberately ignoring him, but the two hadn't spoken for a long time. "You don't need to worry about Yao Pingping. I've already handled it. Keep this phone to contact me if you need anything. Also, if you see Grandma, please tell her I'm sorry." Song Rui placed a black Nokia phone on Yan Yifei's bedside. "It's just that you have a thumb's-eye scar by your ear this time. You'll have to wear your hair down in the future. No ponytails, but straight hair looks good too." Also, Song Rui rummaged through his bag and pulled out an apple and cake, putting them into Yan Yifei's hands, softly saying, "Dinner. I've already eaten." Yan Yifei did not even lift her head. Actually, Song Rui wanted to say something more, but couldn't find the words. He could only scratch his head and bid farewell. "Forget it, then he'll leave." Just as he exited the ward, he ran into two familiar figures coming toward him from the other side of the corridor. His father, Song Yifei, was leading Yao Pingping. Song Yifei walked in front, his face filled with anger, while Yao Pingping followed behind wearing a smug expression. Song Rui's face instantly turned cold as he strode toward the two. As he approached with fierce intent, Father Song shielded Yao Pingping behind him. Song Rui ignored him and looked angrily at the girl behind Father Song. "Just the right time, I need to talk to you." Song Yifei first frowned at the bandages wrapped around Song Rui, then adopted a fatherly authority to reprimand him. Song Rui apologized to Pingping. Song Rui couldn't be bothered, not even glancing at him coldly, saying, "What should I apologize for? You pushed someone down the stairs at school, and then spoke coldly to Pingping here. She doesn't know how much suffering you caused her. How can you be so heartless? First of all, I didn't push anyone, it was Yao Pingping who pushed. The matter is very clear. Secondly, you are the one without a conscience judging without knowing the truth." Father Song was embarrassed in front of Yao Pingping and immediately became angry. "How are you speaking to me? You used to be so well-behaved when your mother was alive. How can you be so disrespectful now? What was the point of bringing you into this world? Just to make me angry. It's too late for you to regret now. You should have smothered me when my mother died." Yao Pingping looked at the two of them arguing, more fiercely, the smugness in her eyes evident. "You will soon be out on the streets, ungrateful brat. Being homeless is still better than staying at home and getting beaten to death by you. Can't you use your brain a little? If I starve to death, whose face will that ruin?" Seeing him standing up to him like that, Song Yifei was filled with rage, and regardless of being in a hospital, raised his hand. Though seriously injured, Song Rui had long since been prepared. He swiftly turned to dodge and faced the arrogant Yao Pingping. Feigned weakness, saying, "Song Rui, how can you speak to your uncle like this? Just apologize and it'll be over. He can't do anything to you. After all, you are father and son. She particularly emphasized the words father and son, but what awaited her was a merciless slap. Smack. It was a crisp and heavy slap that sent her tumbling to the ground. Song Rui clearly saw Yao Pingping's expression change from smug to astonished, and finally to grievance and anger. I wanted to slap you a long time ago. Song Rui kicked her again, saying stop pretending. In that moment, Yao Pingping's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at him, the man who had always surrounded her, tears welling up in her eyes. You, how could you? She sat on the ground, unable to speak through her tears. At this moment, Song Yifei, who had turned around, was already on the brink of exploding. He simply could not comprehend what he was witnessing. His son had slapped Yao Pingping and even kicked her twice. In a fit of rage, Song Yifei pushed his son, who was covered in injuries, to the ground, then began kicking him repeatedly while shouting with only a few words discernible. You. Disgrace. Waste. Passers-by in the corridor looked in shock at the sight of a bandaged youth being violently beaten by a middle-aged man too scared to speak. Song Rui endured his father's relentless kicks, but let out a sigh of relief. He even recalled hiding under the piano being kicked by his father back when he was just 6 years old. He had fantasized about being a sponge soaked in blood, and every time his father hit him, new blood would emerge. Yao Pingping, sitting on the ground, added fuel to the fire. Uncle, please stop hitting him. I'm fine. From an outsider's perspective, the situation seemed clear. A boy was bullying a poor girl and was being violently punished by his enraged father. If you hit him again, he'll die. Just then a cold voice interrupted. Yan Yifei, dressed in a white hospital gown, peeked halfway out of the ward, her eyes still as watery as before, as if holding back tears. This is a hospital. If you want to fight, go to the police station. After saying this, Yan Yifei returned to the ward, but her cold voice continued to resonate. If there's something to discuss, do it properly. Is there no one here who can talk instead of always resorting to violence? After regaining his senses, Song Yifei wanted to reach out to help and say some soft words, but Song Rui stood up with a limp, looking at him with an expression of indifference. That gaze made him feel utterly ashamed, and he was immediately filled with anger and embarrassment, wanting to strike back. A passerby who rushed over held him back and advised, the child doesn't understand. There's no need to be so agitated. Oh, look, his clothes are soaked with blood. Song Yifei coldly snorted at Song Rui, saying, you should reflect on yourself. If you feel you've done something wrong, come back early. I won't give you any less money. After saying that, he left the hospital with Yao Pingping. Like his father, Song Rui coldly snorted, estimating his injuries as if his entire body were ablaze, each part filled with tearing pain. He involuntarily tugged at his mouth, just about to turn and leave, when Yan Yifei's voice came from behind. Did you go to fight with Zhou Youqi? Turning around, he saw Yan Yifei slightly frowning, the light casting on her somewhat pale face. Undeniably, her features were indeed perfect, if one were to overlook the scar behind her ear. Song Rui pinched his chin with his thumb, saying, there was no fight. I just went to play with his sister, and we had a great time. He has already promised not to disturb you, so don't worry. Neither your grandmother nor you will have any problems in the future. At least in this matter, Mr. Zhou's words still carry weight. After saying that, Song Rui turned to leave, but after taking a few steps, the corner of his clothing was tugged. He turned back to see Yan Yifei with her brows tightly knitted, her mouth opening and closing, hesitant to speak. Does your dad always hit you like this? Yan Yifei's voice was light and airy, like a little cat that hadn't eaten for days. Not that often. He used to hit me when I didn't want to learn the piano, but later I got so angry that I smashed the piano. It's no big deal, Song Rui casually said. Just protect my stomach and face a kick to the back is all it is. I still laugh about it. I got used to being beaten. Oh, I don't retaliate, but I don't not retaliate either. One time I had just finished eating when he hit me, and while he was hitting me I vomited. When he saw me vomit, he stopped hitting me, so later on whenever he moved I would vomit to show him. Ha! As he laughed, Song Rui bent over, covering his face with his hands, tears streaming down as he gagged. Yan Yifei continued to tug at the corner of her clothing. What plans do you have for the future? What plans could I have? After gagging for a while, he couldn't comprehend such a disjointed conversation, his thoughts becoming chaotic. I guess I'll just keep going on like this. Let me think. I've been away from home for more than half a month. This time I've had a bit of hard lessons, so you shouldn't have anyone bothering you for a while. Why not study with me? Yan Yifei interrupted, biting her lip tightly. I'm just a hopeless case. Dragging you down would be a waste of your time. Who would have thought that such a phrase would cause Yan Yifei to immediately release her grip on the corner of her clothing and say coldly, what you just said is quite right. Indeed, a hopeless case should stay in the gutter. Song Rui sensed the sarcasm and coldness in her words, feeling a bit anxious. What's wrong? Why are you angry at me for saying that about myself? I'm just repeating what you said, Yan Yifei replied bluntly. Why are you getting so worked up? Alright, I'll just follow along with your studies, Song Rui conceded first, but don't have any expectations of me. If you have no expectations of yourself, why would I have any expectations of you? Yan Yifei's tone remained icy, but this sarcastic attitude was much better than her previous indifference. Song Rui felt choked for a moment. He turned to face Yan Yifei, staring at the scar behind her ear. Then aren't you going to deal with your wound? Yan Yifei looked at the blood-stained bandage on him, her eyes shimmering with concern. But Song Rui directly grabbed her arm and returned to pack his things, saying busily, I just applied medicine, it's nothing serious, you don't need to worry. I have nothing to worry about for you. Yan Yifei's cold voice came from behind him. Whatever you do is what you deserve. Now that your dad doesn't care about you, and you are both lazy and lack self-discipline, if you keep going down this path you might really end up on the streets. But if you don't want to learn, then forget I said anything. Song Rui fell silent, feeling like a homeless child, quietly following Yan Yifei out of the hospital until they arrived at his grandmother Cheng Ying's neighborhood entrance. Are you taking me to your home for tutoring? He couldn't help but ask. Is that a bit inappropriate? Should I go to Yan Yifei countered. You've already met my grandmother, so it's just right to come to my place for tutoring. Starting today after school, don't go out to play, you'll just come back with me for tutoring, and after we're done you can go home by yourself. Then you won't be attending evening classes? Song Rui asked in surprise. I can do my homework at home, just this. It was Grandma who opened the door. Upon seeing Yan Yifei return home, she first held her granddaughter's hand, and smiled joyfully for a while, then turned her gaze to the other person outside. Grandma naturally recognized Song Rui as he had introduced himself as Yan Yifei's classmate named Chu Sheng. Cheng Ying looked him up and down and hurriedly asked, Child, you seemed fine when you came here that day. How come you are so badly injured now? You weren't fighting, were you? No, Yan Yifei explained after entering the living room. He fell off a horse during gym class. I noticed no one was taking care of him, so I occasionally went to see him. His grades aren't great, so I thought I'd take him home to teach him. Is that okay? It's fine, but... Grandma hesitated, saying, But Feifei, a group of people came to our home a few days ago and caused a ruckus. If you two come back now, what if they come again? That would be dangerous. Grandma, Song Rui patiently reassured from outside. I reported that group to the police that day. They have already been taken in and won't come back here. That's good, that's good. Grandma Cheng Ying let out a long sigh of relief and then led Song Rui inside. The furniture in the living room had been completely smashed a few days earlier, so Yan Yifei took Song Rui into the bedroom, the only room with a lock. The room was sparsely furnished, or rather shabby, would be a more fitting term. Aside from a necessary single bed and a small cabinet in the corner, there was just a rickety little table. Yan Yifei took out a few sheets of white paper from the drawer, quickly wrote a few questions on them, and handed them to Song Rui, saying, This is a placement test, at least let me know what level you're at now. And he'll be watching you write, so don't think about slacking off or leave it blank if you don't know the answers. At that moment, while her words remained ungracious, her gentle demeanor was somewhat at odds with her usual image, leaving Song Rui feeling somewhat unaccustomed. A few minutes later, after completing the test paper, Song Rui handed it to Yan Yifei, carefully asking, How did I do? Very impressive, Yan Yifei said as her gaze swept over the haphazardly written characters and the excess she had drawn over them. Such a unique test paper is quite rare. See, I told you I'm a genius. Song Rui exclaimed proudly. He had some self-awareness. He thought Yan Yifei would scold him a bit, but to his surprise, she merely curled her lips, slightly resembling a confident smile of a strong person facing difficulties. Although none of the answers are correct, at least you filled the entire paper. After reviewing the exam papers, Yan Yifei took another sheet of paper and carefully began to write while sitting in her chair. At this moment, she already had a rough plan in mind. Song Rui had not studied at all in the past 3 years, but after spending more than half a year together, she understood that his grasp of the fundamentals from middle and elementary school was quite solid. Since she decided to do this, Yan Yifei was determined to achieve perfection. She was a very obsessive person. To prevent Song Rui from backing out midway, she drafted an agreement. At that moment, Party A was Song Rui and Party B was herself. Party A would unconditionally accept supervision from Party B, who could arrange various assignments and activities to improve his grades without Party A's consent, requiring 2 hours of study every day, and so on. As for the fee, she deliberated for a long time. This was a necessary reason, and also a justification for herself to undertake this task. 40 yuan per hour. 40 was not a very auspicious number. Yan Yifei crossed it out and changed it to 30. Song Rui read through the document quickly, and after some thought, everything made sense. Perhaps she was going through such trouble to come to his home for tutoring, just to earn some money to help with household expenses. He picked up his pen, ready to sign his name. At that moment, Yan Yifei suddenly asked, Which school are you planning to apply to? He'll apply to whatever school you apply. Yan Yifei frowned, thought for a moment, then snatched the pen from Song Rui's hand, and changed the 2 hours in the agreement to 4 hours, causing Song Rui to gasp in shock. 4 hours, every day? Are you trying to kill me? Yan Yifei remained silent, giving him a sidelong glance that was almost mocking. Her expression was already cold, and paired with her sharp gaze, it made Song Rui's heart tighten, as if he had touched static electricity while brushing against fabric, confused yet unwilling. Then it settled, starting today. From this moment on, it was as if Song Rui was stimulated by that gaze, and he began to study diligently alongside Yan Yifei. Yao Pingping and Zhou Youqi had become much more reserved due to Song Rui's previous vengefulness. At least for the next month, they did not come to trouble him. Every morning, Song Rui would wake up to memorize English. Even on his way back to the rental apartment after tutoring, he would take out his book and lie on the bed to read for a while. During regular classes, since he couldn't keep up with the pace, he would bury himself in the exam papers Yan Yifei assigned. As a result, while doing the questions given by Yan Yifei, his scores gradually improved. While grading Song Rui's exam papers in the classroom, Yan Yifei couldn't help but ponder what this seemingly cynical young man had experienced. He had a very solid foundation in middle and elementary school knowledge and must have been an excellent student in the past. He seemed to be someone who had once known happiness but had also lost it. The difference between the two was that Yan Yifei was someone who had never experienced happiness in her life and was even willing to endure suffering. It was the small stings of pain that allowed her numb heart to experience a bit of self-torturous pleasure. But at this moment, watching Song Rui's grades gradually rise with her accompaniment, she felt a surreal sense of disconnection, as if something was enveloping her. Yan Yifei recalled that night that had torn her life apart, when Song Rui had thrown a watch at her in front of everyone, mocking her together with a group of rich second-generation youths. She could accept this outcome, and was even willing to accept it, but it was Song Rui's sudden change afterward that left her perplexed. Could the reason be that when she knelt on the ground, crying, she resembled Song Rui's mother? Was it out of pity for herself? This speculation annoyed her, and stirred a nauseating feeling deep within her. She didn't need others to pity her. Sympathy was after all a deeper form of contempt. Was there any other possibility? Yan Yifei wondered. Aside from her face, she had nothing else. But after this injury, tying her hair back would reveal the scar behind her ears. In this light, she realized she actually had no advantages. No matter how one looked at it, Song Rui's family had some wealth, and he was fairly handsome, albeit with a strange temperament. However, many girls would not mind, especially considering his family's financial status. Could it be due to Yao Pingping's instructions? But seeing Song Rui in that state in the hospital didn't seem like he was colluding with Yao Pingping to use such a ploy to win her over. Was it worth it? Yan Yifei had been lost in thought for a while, unable to fathom Song Rui's intentions. She wanted to ask him directly, but could already foresee the answer to her question. Because you are my girlfriend. Girlfriend? A guy like him must have had a very chaotic private life before transferring here. It would be normal for him to change girlfriends every week. What could the reason be? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She drew a large X in the last blank space of Song Rui's math test, angrily saying, "What's wrong with you? I've explained this problem so many times, and you still got it wrong. The midterm exam is coming up, and I doubt you'll even pass." After finishing the exam, Song Rui felt quite good about himself and wanted to boast a little. However, at that moment he was suddenly scolded and didn't understand why Yan Yifei was so angry. He wanted to defend himself, saying that the last big question in math was indeed difficult, but knowing the temper of this unpredictable girl, he could only lower his head and cautiously say, "It can't be that bad. I worked on it for a long time last night." Yan Yifei remained expressionless, simply glaring at him with wide eyes. The deadly allure of her large watery eyes was too strong. Even her angry expression looked pitiful. Song Rui dared to look up for just 2 seconds before averting his gaze. "I must have done something wrong to make you angry, right? I don't have time to be angry at you. I have many things to do." "I see you're angry with me. I already said I don't have time to be angry at you. If you have time to apologize, why not spend it studying instead? Is that okay?" Song Rui wanted to say a few more words, but at that moment their homeroom teacher, Mr. Sun, walked over to Yan Yifei's desk, knocked on it, and gestured for her to come over. Yan Yifei obediently stood up and followed him to the office, while Song Rui quietly stood up and pressed himself against the wall to eavesdrop. He saw Mr. Sun first smiling and exchanging a few pleasantries, then beckoning Yan Yifei to come forward. "I've heard about your situation. Due to financial reasons, you've accepted Song Rui's tutoring request. However, I think you shouldn't let this small fee affect your grades. Thank you for your concern, teacher. Teaching him won't affect my grades." Mr. Sun made a disdainful expression. "What you just said is a bit naive. You are a student with potential for Qingbei. This is the most crucial moment in your life. Don't let any petty emotions affect your future path. By the way, what does it matter if you teach Song Rui? His grades are improving a bit, but he's still teetering on the edge of passing. No matter how much effort you put in, he'll at most end up at an average school. Besides, he's a rich kid living in a big villa using brand name items. If his grades are poor, he can still spend money to study abroad, which is a way out for him, but you don't have that option, understand?" "I understand, teacher." Yan Yifei's fingers clutched the hem of her pants, and Song Rui noticed that her knuckles were turning blue. "Then I'll take my leave now." However, Mr. Sun still seemed unconvinced and continued to instruct. "I know you are very stubborn, and you won't listen to what I say. But this is how studying works. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Go back and change your seat, move to the 4th row." Yan Yifei, who had originally planned to step forward, suddenly stopped. In a serious tone she said, "I believe Song Rui is capable. His knowledge from middle school is very solid, and he will do well in the future. I believe Song Rui has great potential. His knowledge from middle school is solid, and he will perform well in the future. He will, and he can get into the same university as I do. He has turned over a new leaf. Although he is still a failure, he is a failure who can achieve results. Do you think Song Rui can stay with you for long? A guy like him with his fickle nature will end up leaving you in 3 months. When you fail the exam, you will regret it deeply." Yan Yifei lowered her head, her eyes fixed on her worn-out sneakers. This was a valid point, and she could not refute it. Song Rui was merely looking for amusement at her expense, a truth she had always understood. At that moment, a tall figure suddenly entered the office, striding over to her side. It was Song Rui who humbly addressed the homeroom teacher saying, "Teacher Sun, can we make a bet about something?" Teacher Sun was taken aback for a few seconds. Her first instinct was to expel this misbehaving student from the office, but considering his polite tone she hesitated and asked, "What kind of bet can a teacher and a student make?" "Actually, it's related to academics. I can guarantee that I will place in the top 10 in the midterm exam." Teacher Sun chuckled in disbelief, thinking he was just boasting. "I don't know if you've heard my earlier evaluation that you've made some progress recently, but your current level doesn't even place you in the middle tier of the class. Speaking to me like this makes me think you're joking. I'm being serious, which is why I want to bet with you." "Alright, since you're so serious, what are the stakes if you lose?" "If I lose, I lose. You know the risks I'm taking." "You." Teacher Sun was momentarily at a loss for words due to his shamelessness. "That won't work. I can't just bet with a student without any stakes. Since you two are united, if you lose, let Yan Yifei return to the 4th row, and you'd better not come to school and disturb the other students, understood?" "What if I win?" "As long as it doesn't violate school rules, you can propose your own conditions. Let's say this, if you can score in the top 10 in math, I'll consider myself defeated. The midterm exam is next week, and you have a few days to prepare." Song Rui hesitated. He had only come over to interrupt their conversation, not expecting Teacher Sun to raise the stakes. Now he found himself in a difficult position. He realized that Yan Yifei had changed her impression of him quite a bit, but if he backed down now he might lose her trust. Just then Yan Yifei nudged him with her elbow. Song Rui understood and gritted his teeth. "Alright, I agree." After the decision was made, they both left the office. Yan Yifei immediately frowned, saying, "I was nudging you to give up earlier. What's wrong with you? Don't you want to study? Why fight over face? I can't stand hearing that. Teacher Sun used to scold you much worse than this, and you still whistled at her. So now you..." Yan Yifei was clearly determined to provoke him, and the key was that he had no rebuttal. "After all the trouble I've gone through to learn a bit from you, you could say you're half my teacher. As a student, how can I let others look down on me? Doesn't that mean losing face?" Song Rui unwillingly argued a bit. "I can't be bothered to deal with you. Just go back and tell Teacher Sun to "Let's do this. Well, flip a coin to decide," Song Rui said, pulling a coin from his pocket. "This is a game. Token heads is a number, tails is a design. I'll flip it 3 times, and as long as one time is heads, I'll go back and apologize to cancel it." Yan Yifei narrowed her eyes like a little fox, but she didn't shake her head. Song Rui flipped twice, both times landing on tails. When it came time for the 3rd flip, she suddenly laughed, as if amused by his antics, catching the coin midair. "You can choose not to study, but don't use a coin that has the same side on both faces to fool me." Song Rui suddenly realized that the tricks of children could not fool this extremely perceptive girl. Rubbing his head, he said, "I never said I didn't want to study. I just wanted to vent my frustration. Besides, I know that test paper was last year's mock exam extremely difficult. The average score was failing. If the midterm exam is that hard, then I could actually make it into the top 10. Yan Yifei snorted and ran off, leaving after school alone. When she returned to her room and put down her homework, she waited for Song Rui for 10 minutes, but still hadn't seen him. So she jogged downstairs and saw him squatting by the flower bed, gently petting a tabby cat. It was a stray with a dusty face and body, but very friendly. After a while, Song Rui clasped his hands in front of the stray cat, as if praying, while Yan Yifei stood behind him, arms crossed, silently watching. Noticing a figure behind him, Song Rui realized what was happening and raised his voice. "Little cat, I made a bet with someone. If I lose, I have to leave school in shame. You must ensure that I win. Oh, I don't want to lose again. I thought you didn't care about this at all, and we're just going out to play. I don't care much about the bet itself, but I don't want the teacher to think you're wasting time. Besides, I want to attend the same school as you, so I need to study hard." As Song Rui squatted down to speak, Yan Yifei couldn't see his expression, but his tone was very sincere, like a devout priest praying to God, except that he was speaking to a stray cat. Yan Yifei's eyelids drooped as she mockingly advised, "You don't need to pretend in front of me. Song Rui, you don't owe me anything. As for what happened at the birthday banquet, you've already repaid it all. You never missed a tutoring fee of 30 yuan per hour. After the exam, we'll go our separate ways. Actually, there's no need to be so clear-cut. You've always been so stubborn." As Song Rui petted the cat, he patiently persuaded her, "I still have some money, though I haven't withdrawn my mom's savings yet. After the midterm exam, I'll treat you to a big meal." "Song Rui, don't be so childish and naive. I won't cling to you like a lifeline just because you're nice to me. I don't need a savior. I hate being pitted and then treated well unconditionally. I'm not that stray cat in your hands." After finishing her sentence, Yan Yifei added in her heart, "I hate being in debt even more, and I despise you as a creditor who could disappear at any moment." That night, she completely changed. Rather than passively accepting kindness, it was better to maintain a proper distance. At least after being abandoned again, she could leave herself some leeway. On the morning of the midterm exam, Yan Yifei had been waiting outside Teacher Sun's office for nearly half an hour when the homeroom teacher hurriedly arrived. This time, with a rare smile on her lips, Yan Yifei said, "Teacher, I would like to discuss the cancellation of the bet with you." However, Sun Xiaoyun did not appreciate the sentiment, instead saying with a hint of sarcasm, "Why is it that he doesn't dare to come, yet you come here to speak on his behalf? Didn't you say he was quite capable? Now that the moment has arrived, you think he isn't capable after all?" Yan Yifei's expression stiffened, and after a long pause she continued, "He truly is talent, but when it comes to studying, cramming at the last minute only goes so far. Therefore I feel it's unnecessary to make things too difficult for him. At that moment Sun Xiuyun felt a certain satisfaction, as if witnessing a scoundrel regretting his actions, yet her lips remained tight. What's wrong, Yifei? Are you here to beg for leniency, because you don't want him to take responsibility? It was Song Rui who proposed the bet, and now he brushes it off, and sends you to plead for him. As a young lady you should have some self-respect, and not take the fall for others. This isn't about begging for leniency, I just think it's unfair to him. It's perfectly fair. His grades reflect his efforts. Why should he surpass others who have studied diligently for years after just a month of effort? Grades are the most impartial and ruthless. It's too late for him to regret now. Yan Yifei frowned, lowering her head, ignoring the sarcasm in the teacher's words. She earnestly bowed to Teacher Sun, saying, "Teacher, please give him a chance. I can assure you he will definitely rank in the top 10 in our class by the end of the semester. We are indeed immature and have caused you a lot of trouble. Can we let Song Rui off the hook this time? He is slowly changing, and if he faces setbacks now he might completely give up. It's all my fault, as I promised to be his girlfriend at that time." Sun Xiuyun said, "I've heard about your situation. You owe him nothing, rather it is he who owes you. You don't need to do this. No, I genuinely apologize to you. I have indeed caused a negative impact in class. I have been thinking about this for the past 2 days. I know you care for me, but if someone like Song Rui who struggles academically can excel, wouldn't that also reflect well on you, teacher? I don't need another good student. You need to think this through. Continuing down this path is undermining your own future." Teacher Sun waved her hand impatiently and said, "Fine, then focus on teaching him well. It's not my concern." Yan Yifei understood the meaning behind Teacher Sun's words and bowed deeply again, her eyes filled with soft gratitude. Meanwhile, Song Rui had been waiting at his grandmother's house for a long time without seeing Yan Yifei come out. He could only cover his head and rush to school, unexpectedly encountering Yao Pingping on the way. This proud girl looked at Song Rui, who was carrying a backpack, with disdain, saying, "So you've really changed for that poor guy. Get as far away from me as possible. I feel sick just seeing you." "You really are putting on a show for me," Yao Pingping said coldly. "Your dad cut off your financial support long ago, right? I heard you've been going to bars at midnight to play the piano for extra cash. Why not consider coming to my house? I'll pay you double." "What is wrong with you, Yao Pingping? I really don't want any relationship with you. You look down on me, and I look down on you. I still haven't settled the score with you for pushing Yan Yifei down the stairs, and you're coming here to bother me. You haven't settled the score with me." Yao Pingping suddenly became furious. "In front of so many people at the hospital you slapped me and kicked me. If it weren't for your dad pleading for you in front of mine, I would have made your life miserable. Song Rui, I'm not saying this to you despite your family's status. Look at what you've become. You live in a rundown place and rush off to others' houses as soon as school ends. Who in school would even bother with that poor guy? You are groveling to her, yet has she ever treated you kindly? She's only after your money. When your money runs out, let's see how she treats you. What I do is none of your business. What's wrong? Is it unfair because I prefer her over you? You." Yao Pingping was rendered speechless by his words, her face alternating between red and white before she turned on her heel and left in anger. Just as Song Rui was about to mock the departing Yao Pingping, he held back and instead ran towards Yan Yifei, who was standing at the school gate, a smile on his face. "Why didn't you wait for me this morning?" Yao Pingping said, "You went to a bar at midnight to play the piano for money." Yan Yifei frowned at him. "If you have that kind of time, you might as well read more books." As fate would have it, Song Rui immediately turned red in the face from Yan Yifei's retort and said brightly, "It's not for the money. I just wanted to try it out and play for you in the future. You learned the piano just to impress some girl." Yan Yifei bluntly shot him down that morning as if she was intentional. Song Rui thought she was upset because he acted without consulting her. After all, they had spent nearly 10 years together in this life, and the last, so he understood her temperament. He must not force her to accept anything or make any decisions for her. He remembered back when he was in a wheelchair at the small villa, he had been so bored that he decided to cook a meal, hoping to invite her to dinner as a token of gratitude for accompanying him all those years. It was quite a struggle to push the wheelchair while cooking, but when Yan Yifei returned, she exploded in fury, throwing all the food off the table and smashing the pots and pans. In the end, she dismissed all the servants and left Song Rui alone in the villa for 3 days. Although Yan Yifei had changed somewhat in this life, that stubborn and eccentric temper still surfaced. "Of course not. If you don't want me to play, I simply won. After all, there's hardly any money in it." He continued to plead for forgiveness. Yan Yifei snorted coldly and turned to leave. Song Rui noticed her rapidly quickening pace, clearly very angry, so he could only jog alongside her, jokingly saying, "I have a feeling I'll definitely rank in the top 10 in math today. Your ranking has nothing to do with me." Yan Yifei stopped and shot him a sidelong glance. "You'd better turn in a blank paper today, that way I can sit back in the 4th row." Song Rui stood there feeling somewhat at a loss in the face of Yan Yifei's rage. He didn't know what had triggered her. On the other hand, Yan Yifei knew well that her temper was unreasonable. Feeling flustered made her easily angered. After all, what was she to him? His girlfriend? Certainly not. She was just the second target of Song Rui's affections, like Yao Pingping. He could scorn Yao Pingping today, so he could equally disdain her in the future. Yao Pingping was wealthy and influential and beautiful too, yet she was still pushed aside by Song Rui. Yan Yifei in her destitution resembled a stray cat at the community entrance that day. Song Rui had made wishes before her, and he would soon leave. She found it hard to imagine how Song Rui would treat her like that in the future. However, it seemed there had already been one instance at the birthday party. After the bell rang, Song Rui walked into the examination room and was surprised to find Yan Yifei's desk right in front of him. When the invigilator entered, he was taken aback again. It was their homeroom teacher's son Xiuyun. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It was true that enemies do meet, and this time it felt like all the drama had come together. The exam papers were passed down one by one, and Yan Yifei turned to him with an expressionless face, her lips moving as if she wanted to say something. What finally reached Song Rui's ears was, "Don't think about looking at my answers to cheat. If I find out, I will be the first to report you to teacher's son." Once again, Song Rui was unfairly scolded. He was stunned for a few seconds and didn't reach out to take the exam paper. Teacher's son Xiuyun, standing at the podium, sensed something was off and shouted, "What are you two talking about privately?" "Oh, the trouble." Song Rui felt that today was indeed starting off on the wrong foot, but after receiving the exam paper, he was surprised to find several questions similar to last year's challenging mock exam, especially the last two big questions, which were almost just variations of the data. This time he was definitely secure. Song Rui felt delighted in his heart, picked up his pen, and began to write vigorously. After finishing, he noticed there was still more than half an hour left, so he laid his head down on the desk for a quick nap. Yan Yifei reviewed Song Rui's exam paper. She had a good memory and could say that scoring high or even full marks was no problem, but she still frowned tightly, suspecting that Song Rui, after being scolded by her that day, had not adequately reviewed for this exam. Thinking it over, she recalled how she had taught him step by step how to solve the last few questions, including the scoring points and formulas. If he couldn't do them, then he deserved to be looked down upon for life. However, considering how drastically the data had changed in this challenging exam paper, she still felt a bit worried. After finishing, she kept spinning her pencil in place, her body leaning on the desk, covering the entire exam paper. Should she leave a corner of the paper exposed for him to take a look? At least if he got all the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions correct, he wouldn't lose face too badly. However, she had just spoken harshly earlier, and Song Rui's temper wasn't great. He probably wouldn't come to check. Yan Yifei had just shifted her elbow when she stopped again. If she could pass this hurdle, what would happen during the actual exam? It was impossible for her to still be in front of him. After contemplating for a long time, Yan Yifei's previously pale face turned red, her expression becoming strangely intense, causing teacher's son at the podium to frown repeatedly. She held on until the end of the exam, slowly packing her stationery. Her movements were indeed slow, as she really wanted to turn around and ask how the guy behind her did, but since she had been scolding him all morning, she felt embarrassed to speak first. Thus she placed her eraser into her stationery bag, dropped her pen on the ground, and then her ruler fell too, picking them up again and again, just waiting for the boy behind her to talk to her. After several items fell, Yan Yifei caught a glimpse of Song Rui sleeping soundly at his desk. Even teacher's son, who was collecting the papers at the podium, scoffed in disdain, and the meaning behind that glance made her clench her fists. Bang! She slammed her fist on Song Rui's desk. He jolted awake, panicking as he shouted, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Seeing Yan Yifei's gaze that seemed like it could pierce through him, Song Rui immediately understood and said proudly, "I guarantee I can make it to the top 3 this time." Yan Yifei didn't give him a good expression. After checking the answers, she just pointed out the mistakes. It wasn't that she was intentionally making things difficult, but her expectations of Song Rui were far higher than his expectations of himself. But Song Rui didn't realize this. He thought Yan Yifei was just angry for no reason and purposely trying to pick a fight with him. Instantly, he felt a bit impatient and waved his hand, saying, "Let's not talk about this. Let's go eat together." Yan Yifei replied calmly, "I can't let your tutoring fee go to waste. You at least got 3 multiple choice questions wrong and 2 fill-in-the-blank questions wrong, so I'm pointing them out to make sure you learn your lesson." "Okay, I know I was wrong. I definitely can't compare to you." Yan Yifei's simmering anger suddenly erupted, but she was used to enduring it. Sometimes the angrier she got, the calmer she became, and her eyes could even narrow slightly, forming 2 eerie crescents. "If you're not going to compete with me, how can you take the same entrance exam as me?" After saying that, she turned and left, leaving Song Rui dumbfounded. The rest of the exams passed quietly except for the English exam day, where there was a minor incident. A teacher named Wang stood behind Song Rui, making his scalp tingle. After the exams, Yan Yifei seemed to be sulking at Song Rui, but fortunately he had a thick skin and didn't mind her sarcastic tone, always laughing off the situation. On about the 3rd day, teacher's son specifically called for Song Rui to come to the office for a talk. Song Rui felt a bit anxious knowing that the results were about to come out. He stood obediently beside teacher's son Zuyin's office, and when he looked over, there were 2 exam papers on the desk. One was Yan Yifei's, which had 2 points deducted, and the other was his, which had 20 points deducted. Teacher's son Xiuyun said to him, "Your math score this time is very good, ranking 3rd in the class, with only Yan Yifei and Yao Pingping ahead of you." Song Rui sighed in relief internally and wanted to laugh a couple of times, but fearing that the homeroom teacher might change her tone, he could only repeatedly praise her, saying, "That's because you taught well, teacher's son." "But I haven't finished speaking yet." Teacher's son pointed at the big questions on Yan Yifei's paper. "In his paper, Song Rui, you tell me, what was your state before this? And what's your current score?" "What do you mean, teacher?" Song Rui's expression stiffened. Teacher's son continued to press, "How many math papers have you done in the past month? How many exercises have you memorized? How do you think your math is overall? It's okay, I guess. Math either is good or bad. There's always an answer. What does okay even mean? I think it's bad, so you look at the big questions between you and Yan Yifei. The problem-solving ideas, punctuation, even the conjunctions are all neat and uniform. Do you really think it's that coincidental? At that moment, Song Rui suddenly recalled Yan Yifei's exam in his past life. For some unknown reason, she had been accused of helping others cheat, resulting in her score being cancelled, and she hardly attended classes for the second half of the semester. Fortunately, in this life, he was the one who cheated, and only he had his score cancelled. He could still accept all of this. He stared blankly at Teacher Sun, initially thinking such an incident wouldn't evoke any emotions in him, but upon careful reflection, he felt a strange mix of discomfort and numbness, curiously accompanied by a sense of relief. He tried to articulate this feeling, saying, I did similar exam papers before the test, and it was Yan Yifei who taught me, so it doesn't really prove anything. Let Yan Yifei off the hook, don't let her go down the wrong path. Teacher Sun smiled gently. It seemed that this smile had already recognized the facts. She is a poor child, very poor at home with no relatives and no background. She spent so much money to transfer here, and with the exams coming up, if she fails, what will she do next? Just give her a break, let her get into a good school, so she can find a good job in the future and change her life. Song Rui nodded almost like a different person and said calmly, Teacher, I won't come to school anymore. Teacher Sun waved her hand and said, Don't say that as if I'm some kind of villain deliberately insulting you. If I were to do that, I would have come to lift your 2 exam papers during the exam. My demands aren't high. You just keep sitting in the 8th row while letting Yan Yifei return. Do you understand? I know it was I who led her astray. Song Rui nodded solemnly, smiling wryly. But teacher, I'm still quite touched by how much you care about her. I've disrupted classroom discipline so much, and I apologize to you here. Starting tomorrow, I won't attend classes anymore. Teacher Sun collected the exam papers back, probably wanting to say something more, but unexpectedly someone burst into the office and scolded Song Rui. Don't you have a mouth? Can't you argue back a bit? Seeing the exam papers in Teacher Sun's hands, the tone turned even harsher. Teacher Sun, Song Rui hasn't seen. Sun Xiaoyun was taken aback and reprimanded Yan Yifei, who had walked in, saying, So you are saying you copied Song Rui's exam paper? If you don't believe it, give him another set of questions to test him. Although he may not perform as well as in this exam, he won't do too. Yan Yifei argued back. I don't have time to waste with you two. Sun Teacher, furious and embarrassed, said, It's so obvious. Do we need other evidence? Yifei, it's not that I want to criticize you. The teacher has high expectations for you, yet you're not only helping Song Rui cheat, but also providing him with corroboration. Don't you care about your grades? There's only one correct answer. What evidence is there for agreement? Yan Yifei's stubborn temper flared, arguing like a mule. Song Rui has been studying hard lately, and it's normal for his grades to improve. Besides, I've been teaching him how to solve problems recently. What's the big deal about having similar thought processes? It's unfair to think like that. Sun Ziyun's anger escalated. Don't push your luck. If you hadn't come to me for help the other morning, I would have kicked both of you out of the examination hall. On what grounds? Do you have evidence of us cheating? The two of them continued to bicker fiercely. Sun Xiaoyun turned and took out Song Rui's exam paper, tearing it to shreds before their eyes. No matter how you argue, it's still a 0. Don't expect me to change my mind. Yan Yifei tried to charge forward, but Song Rui quickly held her back, saying, Don't be so agitated. Oh, let's talk. Yan Yifei was tugged out of the office. Just as they reached the door, she couldn't contain her anger and returned to Sun Teacher's desk, grabbing her nearly perfect exam paper and tearing it apart in front of the shocked teacher before storming out. Song Rui watched the pieces of paper fluttering around the teacher, slowly falling to the ground. One piece rose up, neatly inscribed with the name Yan Yifei. He stumbled and knelt beside the torn paper, trying to piece it together. 0 points for both of you. He'll notify the principal, and you'll both face punishment. Sun Xiaoyun waved her arms excitedly, feeling her authority slipping away. Not only had a troublesome student torn up an exam paper right in front of her, but even the most promising class representative was acting outrageously. At that moment, she felt as though the sky had fallen. Song Rui panted in place. At that moment, he wasn't feeling sorry for himself, but for Yan Yifei. Why should she suffer this punishment without cause? Why was this happening again in this lifetime? He took a deep breath and said, Teacher, actually, I forced Yan Yifei to show me her exam paper. No matter what, please don't let her face punishment. It's too late to say that now, Sun Teacher replied, still angry. Look at what you've turned Yan Yifei into. She's not like you. You have a wealthy father. You can disregard the exam rules and act recklessly. But Yifei can only rely on herself. Now, not only has she helped you cheat, but she willingly became complicit. Do you know how heartbroken that makes me? Okay, but it shouldn't lead to punishment, Song Rui said, honestly, lowering his head. She's quite innocent, as she shouldn't have to face it. Let's go, he said. As Song Rui turned his head, a beam of sunlight shone from behind, Yan Yifei swirling between them. Her hair and face were bathed in a dazzling golden glow. Song Rui widened his eyes, astounded, as the noise in the office suddenly quieted. Yan Yifei's expression was calm and gentle as she slowly reached out toward him, tears falling like silent stars one by one. Song Rui was stunned for 2 seconds, then nodded. Okay, let's go. They both skipped class and wandered around outside the school. Song Rui collected his thoughts and couldn't help but sigh. What were you thinking? I cheated, so what? It's not a big deal. And now you not only lost your grades, but also face punishment. He felt a sense of helplessness. The wheels of history continued to follow their original trajectory, rushing forward regardless of his resistance. Everything would repeat itself. Perhaps this girl beside him would also for some reason cause herself to be paralyzed again. But who knew that after hearing this Yan Yifei would become even more furious? Song Rui, let me tell you, don't think you can protect me like this. I've told you many times I'm not your pet. I don't need a savior, and I don't want you to sacrifice yourself for some tragic scene only to say it's for me. I completely don't understand what you're trying to express. What's wrong with your head? Yan Yifei replied, you are good to me, protecting me and changing yourself. I see it all, and I try to repay you in my own way. I don't want to owe you so that when you leave me, I won't feel unaccustomed. How could I ever leave you? Besides, I don't want anything in return for being good to you. Even if you have nothing, I still want to be good. Change is a difficult thing. You can do it, but I can't. So I am in pain and suffering. I may never be able to repay you in this lifetime. If I just watch you skip school and let you sever ties with everyone because of me, let you endure this humiliation, how can I repay you later? I think I was too much at my birthday party. It's my punishment. I deserve it, so I don't need your repayment. Look at me. You can't just give up everything. Yan Yifei looked up into his eyes. At least at that moment, the boy's gaze was very clear. You always seem to want something from me. Before it was because of Yao Pingping's instructions, but now that you've cleared your relationship with her, what exactly do you want from me? Why do you always think I have ulterior motives? Because I am that kind of person. I believe that anyone who can approach me also has ulterior motives. For a moment, Song Rui was speechless, blocked by Yan Yifei's stubborn reasoning. What's wrong with your head? Why do you have to force me to answer these questions? Because after the birthday party, you said you felt sorry for me, so you showed me unrequited generosity. I often wonder, if someone else were to fall into such a situation, would you still lend them a helping hand? What kind of relationship should we have? You're always thinking about this and that. Song Rui felt uncomfortable under Yan Yifei's scrutinizing gaze and grew increasingly impatient. Can it just be that I simply want to be good to you? Impossible. The world works that way. Oh, all kindness hides a purpose. I used you to avoid Yao Pingping and her crowd. You should gain something from me. Otherwise, once I lose my value, you will eventually discard me. At that moment, Song Rui suddenly understood. Perhaps due to a lack of love in her childhood, Yan Yifei had extreme distrust of outsiders. Even towards him, she couldn't accept unconditional kindness. Deep down, she was still fearful, afraid of being hurt again after relying on others. She subconsciously regarded Song Rui as someone with ulterior motives, using this stance to speculate on what he truly wanted. When her cognition was shattered, she stubbornly sought to know his intentions. Can it be just because you're my girlfriend? Song Rui retorted. Okay, then what kind of clothes do you like? Yan Yifei lowered her head, biting her lip. A blue dress. Wait, what do you mean? After the exam, Enzo buy a blue dress, and then we'll go to a hotel together. Tears welled up in Yan Yifei's eyes again. After you get what you want, you should leave contentedly, right? This topic had been brought up at that small restaurant. At that time, Song Rui had angrily cursed a few times. But hearing it again today brought a sense of desolation. He stammered, why do you always think so badly of me? I've said many times I'm not that kind of person. Is being in a relationship some kind of transaction? Either you treat me like a dog, or I treat you like a cat. I know I was too much that day. If you want me to kneel down and beg for your forgiveness, I can do it right now. Even if you stab me and cripple me, I won't say a word. I just hope you have a better life. Yan Yifei frowned, the tears in her eyes more pronounced. You don't need to apologize to me. I was already mentally prepared when I went to the hotel that day. I won't blame you. After saying this, she turned to leave, but felt weak, wanting to ask Song Rui to leave quickly and put some distance between. However, before she could speak, Song Rui grabbed her wrist. Alright, let's talk about my apology later. I'm not ready to forgive myself, but why do you always avoid things? Why do you always wrap your heart in malice? If you want to know what I want from you, I'll tell you now. Can you stop being so wary of me? I can't change, Song Rui. That's just who I am. Unconditional love in this world is reserved for good children and only for the lucky ones. I'm not a good person. More than gaining something, I'm afraid of losing something. If you want my forgiveness, then don't be good to me anymore and stay away from me. I don't want to see you again. She suddenly broke free from his grasp, leaving Song Rui with a dazed expression. On her way back, Yan Yifei's hands and feet felt cold. Remembering her childhood and future made her feel particularly heavy. She couldn't figure out what Song Rui's attitude towards her truly was. In the past, she had always thought about it, but recently she dared not think. When she did, it felt too painful. Just as she was walking with her head down, a voice sounded behind her. Are you Yan, the student? She blinked, turned around, and saw a woman she had met at the hospital that day, the one Song Rui called Aunt Peng. Hello, Auntie. Yan Yifei greeted with poised grace. Is there something you need me for? Peng Yuan wore no white coat. Her hair was elegantly coiled, and she dressed in a beige knitted dress, carrying a small leather handbag, an image of refined composure. She first offered Yan Yifei a gentle greeting, smiling softly. Song Rui has been searching for you relentlessly, even called me to track you down. It seems my luck today surpasses that boy's. Peng Yuan led Yan Yifei to a nearby cafe where they sat facing each other. The physician ordered an Americano. Yan Yifei chose warm milk. What brings you to see me, eh? Yan Yifei cradled her cup, drawing warmth from its gentle heat. It's Song Rui who wishes to speak with you. Did you two quarrel, eh? Peng Yuan asked quietly. No quarrel, Yan Yifei replied, and paused, her voice softening. We're not romantically involved. He helped me when I transferred schools, so occasionally I returned the favor. Of course I understand, Peng Yuan said, her eyes twinkling knowingly. You two must be close friends then. Song Rui has always been profoundly solitary. Few ever earned his genuine trust. You're a kind-hearted girl, truly generous in helping him. I'm hardly a good friend. I have a terrible temper, no one can bear me for long. Yan Yifei shook her head. Not even Song Rui. Peng Yuan let out a soft chuckle. You're mistaken there. I've watched Song Rui transform over this past month, and you, dear, are the very force that pulled him back from the edge. His willingness to change came from within. He made that choice himself. I played little part in it. You underestimate yourself far too much. Let me tell you about Song Rui's childhood. Back then his father's career was just taking flight. Long hours were inevitable, so his mother resigned from her job to become a full-time homemaker. I urged her repeatedly, never surrender your profession, no matter what. But she refused to listen. As her husband's business expanded, her sense of self began to warp. She grew fearful, anxious, desperate to bind her husband to her through their son. She pushed Song Rui, relentlessly determined to prove her worth at home through his achievements. Peng Yuan spoke with a wry, sorrowful smile. Yan Yifei sipped her warm milk, and for a fleeting moment the hazy silhouette of her own mother seemed to shimmer before. Once Song Rui attended piano lessons, but rebelled inwardly, performing half-heartedly. His instructor sensed his disengagement and stepped out to inform his mother, he's not focused here, teaching him is futile. Without hesitation his mother stormed into the classroom, and before a room full of children struck him across the face, sending him sprawling onto the floor. Dazed, he lay motionless on the ground as she kicked him and screamed, you good-for-nothing wretch. Even your teacher refuses to teach you. What use will you ever be? The music teacher had never witnessed such brutality toward a child. She immediately intervened, then recounted the incident to Song Rui's father upon returning home. That night, he beat Song Rui until his body bore deep, livid wounds. Have you ever seen his feet? Crisscrossed with scars, some self-inflicted, carved in unbearable anguish, others inflicted by his parents' fists. Song Rui often came to me bleeding and trembling, begging me to bandage him. More than once he wept bitterly in my arms, whispering, I don't want to play piano. I don't want to study. I don't want my parents. I want you to be my mother. Yet I could not grant that wish. All I could do was send him back home. He was in truth a heartbreakingly fragile child. I heard he's recently begun playing piano at a bar, to earn money. Yan Yifei murmured, her gaze fixed on the rippling surface of her milk. Yes, it's no small feat for him to return to the piano at all. His mother died because of it, and tragically because Peng Yuan sighed deeply. One day his mother attended a gathering. Somehow learned that a friend's daughter had won a piano competition. She returned home furious, berating Song Rui relentlessly. In his rebellious phase he lashed back, and his father, summoned home, struck him violently. That night Song Rui sobbed on the floor, shouting, I've had enough of both of you. You treat me like a tool. I never want to see either of you again. Then he rushed to the balcony, preparing to leap. His mother lunged forward to pull him back, desperate to save him, but lost her footing. They fell together, tumbling from the height. Fortunately they lived on the third floor. Thankfully, she broke his fall with her own body. Peng Yuan drew a long, shuddering breath. The glisten of unshed tears in her eyes told Yan Yifei. This story held deeper, darker currents. Indeed, after a long silence, Peng Yuan slowly exhaled, her voice now trembling. At the hospital his father stormed and dragged Song Rui off the bed and beat him savagely onto the floor. His mother struggled upright from her own bed to shield him, when Song Rui, he must have witnessed it firsthand, crouched beneath the bed like a terrified feral creature. He saw his father, consumed by rage, swing his arm wildly, and accidentally shove his still unhealed mother backward. She collapsed and never rose again. With her final breath, she entrusted Song Rui to me, whispering, I've wronged him most in this life, pressuring him endlessly, never once considering his pain. Only when he climbed onto that ledge did I realize my cruelty, but by then it was irrevocably too late. From that day onward, he lived beneath that shadow. His father blamed him for his mother's death. He in turn believed his father had killed her. Father and son became strangers, bitter adversaries, estranged beyond reconciliation. Yan Yifei listened in quiet stillness, but her eyes held a sharp, aching glint. She realized with quiet shock that she had never truly known Song Rui, had always viewed him as calculating, self-serving. Yet now, recalling the subtle undertones in his gaze, the smoldering restraint, the weary resignation, she recognized something hauntingly familiar. So Auntie begs this favor of you. Song Rui's relationship with his father grows increasingly volatile, like oil and water. I believe only you can persuade him to return home, even briefly. I won't ask for miracles, no sentimental plea for reconciliation. I simply know he lives without steady income, struggling alone outside. Returning home, even just to receive some financial support, would ease his burden greatly. Auntie, we're merely acquaintances. I fear he'll resent me if I intervene. Yan Yifei responded calmly. He feels guilt toward me over certain events, so he occasionally complies with my requests. But if I truly press him, he'll push me away without hesitation. I've watched Song Rui grow up. I know how deeply he loathes the piano, how fiercely he hates himself. Hearing he now plays occasionally at bars earning pocket money, that astonishes me profoundly. So please don't undervalue the place you hold in his heart. Yan Yifei fell silent, hesitant, uncertain. A genuine tremor of fear stirred within her. What would Song Rui's reaction be should she dare make such a request? Yet the deeper the fear, the more insistently her mind probed, against her own nature which would normally welcome his furious dismissal and swift departure. Instead, a fragile, unprecedented yearning emerged, faint, almost imperceptible, yet unmistakably hoping he might say yes. Peng Yuan, seasoned in human hearts, simply smiled and waved a reassuring hand. Take your time to consider it. Refusing is perfectly acceptable. Truly, it changes nothing. In truth, Song Rui is far happier living outside his family's walls. A fine drizzle fell as she walked home, the pavement slick and treacherous. Emerging from the shop, Yan Yifei stepped with careful precision, her brow furrowed in quiet dismay at having spent over 100 yuan on herself. Luo Mo spotted Yan Yifei while walking home with classmates. She wore a fresh, radiant dress, the indigo skirt swaying like ocean waves with each measured step shimmering with liquid light. Pure, yet melancholic, she embodied the very essence of vulnerability that stirs instinctive protectiveness. Luo Mo recalled it had been weeks since he had last seen her walking alone, ever since Song Rui began accompanying her to and from school. Without hesitation, he excused himself from his friends and hurried after her. Yifei, Luo Mo called out from behind. Yan Yifei halted, turning to find Luo Mo beaming with unguarded delight. Sometimes she wondered why he radiated such effortless, untroubled happiness. Yet in her presence that very joy felt like an accusation, piercing and painful. Shall we go out for dinner this weekend? It's been ages since we've gathered. Let's pass. Yan Yifei replied, her tone cool. Luo Mo sensed the shift in her demeanor and spoke cautiously, though not without a hint of self-congratulatory pride. Has Song Rui been bothering you lately? Let me tell you, after you were injured, he came pleading to me. I told him I'd agree only if he kept his distance from you. But the moment I returned from my grandmother's house, he threw me out of the hospital. He's shameless, dishonest, and rotten to the core. Don't trust him again, not for a second. Hearing Song Rui's name, precisely the source of her inner turmoil, Yan Yifei's brow tightened. If there's nothing else, I'll head home now. Wait a moment. Luo Mo's expression stiffened. Had heard that same detached tone before, after the birthday party when Yan Yifei had dismissed Song Rui with icy indifference. Panic flared in his chest as he scrambled to continue. How did you do on your midterms? Grades came out today. You're surely first again, right? 0. Last place. No way. Luo Mo gaped in disbelief. How could you possibly score 0? Was it Song Rui's doing? Don't fear him, Yifei. We've all grown tired of him. He's destined to become a street thug. Well, collectively petition our teachers to expel him before he ruins the school. Yan Yifei had been standing sideways to Luo Mo, but at those words she whirled around sharply and drew a slow, steadying breath. And precisely in that pivot she caught sight of a tall figure looming behind Luo Mo, casting a shadow over him and fixing her with a gaze so intense she instinctively lowered her eyes. In that instant she felt inexplicably guilty, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her dress. Even if he doesn't drop out once exams, and you'll finally be free of him. Luo Mo continued oblivious. Free of me? Song Rui's temples throbbed with visible veins. I've warned you before. I haunt you as a vengeful spirit even after I'm dead. And let me make one thing crystal clear, I've told you countless times. Don't you dare call her Yifei. How familiar do you think you are with her? Looks like your skin's itching for another beating. Luo Mo felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. His mouth moved, unsure of what to say. Just then a group of classmates he had been dismissed from approached, giving him a surge of confidence as he indignantly declared, "What I said is the truth, Song Rui, you are a disaster. If you truly care about Yifei as much as you claim, then you should keep your distance from her. You can't understand human speech, can you?" Song Rui rolled up his sleeves, ready to resort to violence. "This is between us, and it's none of your business. Get lost. How am I an outsider? Yifei has always been my good friend. You are the one who intruded between us pretending to be nice to her, and in the end you caused her so much trouble. If anyone is an outsider here, it's you." This statement held some validity. Yan Yifei had been with Luo Mo for a year and a half, and he had accompanied her to and from school during that time. If Song Rui hadn't intervened, they would likely have maintained this relationship until the exams were over. After finishing his words, Luo Mo continued to stare at Song Rui, wary of the latter's potential rage. Through this statement, he also wanted to signal to Yan Yifei that she must not trust the man in front of her anymore. Several boys gathered around Luo Mo, casting scrutinizing glances at Song Rui. If it weren't for the potential backlash, Song Rui would probably have gone over to slap him. In the midst of this standoff, Yan Yifei finally spoke up. "He is my boyfriend now, not an outsider." In that instant, Luo Mo's expression collapsed. He looked at Yan Yifei in shock, as if he were meeting her for the first time. Even Song Rui, who was itching to curse at him, swallowed the words he had prepared. "Let's go," Yan Yifei in the blue dress said, stepping past the surprised onlookers and waving to Song Rui from a distance. "I have something to discuss with you." As Song Rui passed Luo Mo, he bumped his shoulder against him hard, nearly knocking him off balance. "Today I'm in a good mood, so I'll let you off. But stay away from Yifei, as she is my girlfriend." "What are you wasting your time on?" Yan Yifei frowned and looked back at him in confusion. Song Rui made a show of acknowledging Luo Mo like a domineering crab and followed closely behind. Once he reached Yan Yifei's side, he whispered, "Are you still going to tutor me today?" No, Yan Yifei decisively refused. All right then. Song Rui looked at her momentarily at a loss for words. The sunset cast its glow on the path they walked, and the blue of Yan Yifei's dress resembled the swirling blue of Van Gogh's Starry Night, hiding within it a sense of gloom and restlessness tinged with unease. As they walked, Song Rui and Yan Yifei arrived at an arcade. He stood at the entrance, unwilling to go inside. "What are we doing here? This isn't a place for you to be. Why can't I come? Isn't this the place where you used to waste time?" Yan Yifei countered. "This isn't a place for a good student. They'll take you home now. I used to hear the joyful laughter of students when passing by the arcade, and I envied them. I've always wanted to come in and take a look. By your logic, if I go in, then most of the boys in school must be bad students. Hey, why are you so stubborn? If I say we can't go, then we can't go. You said you wanted me to forgive you, so what I'm thinking now is to have you take me to the arcade to play. Hurry up and take me inside, they're all watching us." Yan Yifei furrowed her brow as she grabbed his hand. Normally, she would only suggest something and would immediately give up if faced with a denial, just like when she urged Song Rui to study in the hospital. But today she unexpectedly became assertive, pulling Song Rui in as if afraid he would refuse. She entwined his hand around her chest, and as they brushed against each other through their clothes, she felt herself warming up, her breath quickening. Upon entering the arcade, many students playing the machines paused, turning to look at the girl in the blue dress at the door. Several recognized Yan Yifei and began to whisper among themselves. The arcade required exchanging for tokens first. As Song Rui approached to pay, he was stubbornly stopped by Yan Yifei. She spent 100 yuan buying a large box full of coins, but this time her expenditure didn't cause her as much distress as when she bought the blue dress. Yan Yifei handed most of the coins to Song Rui, holding the rest in her palm. With that, she wandered around the arcade with the bewildered Song Rui. Inside the arcade, there were many machines, from joystick obstacle courses to racing games, none of which she recognized or had played before. She pulled Song Rui over to a basketball machine. She had done her research. If she made enough baskets, she could exchange tickets for prizes. In front of the basketball machine, Song Rui appeared unusually stiff, like a nervous schoolgirl. Meanwhile, Yan Yifei boldly started shooting, but she wasn't very good at it, managing to make only 2 out of the first 10 shots. Unable to watch any longer, Song Rui picked up a basketball and made several baskets. In the end, the machine spat out 5 prize tickets. Feeling guilty for potentially leading Yan Yifei astray, he thought to let her play a bit before leaving. However, seeing her lack of enthusiasm, she pulled him over to a piano machine and said, "Didn't you play the piano at the bar? Why not give this a try?" Song Rui stared at the row of plastic keys, his throat tightening. In front of Yan Yifei, the keys seemed to sprout sharp needles, and before his fingers even touched them, he felt a prickling pain. But Yan Yifei stepped forward and inserted a game token. As someone used to spending money without care, Song Rui felt an unexpected pang of regret, but he forced himself to play. Fortunately, the songs were simpler compared to a piano. With his mind elsewhere, he absent-mindedly plucked at the keys, occasionally glancing back at Yan Yifei. Though her expression remained indifferent, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, which made him happy. As he played one song after another, more and more people gathered around until he reached the most challenging piece, Flight of the Bumblebee. This did not pose a challenge for Song Rui. He even broke the record and achieved the highest score, prompting applause from the crowd when the machine dispensed the tickets. That was impressive. Yan Yifei nodded at him. Song Rui smiled back, feeling a strange sense of absurdity. Who would have thought that something he had once discarded to the trash heap would now earn him Yan Yifei's acknowledgement in such a setting? He felt a mix of shame and unworthiness, yet he also derived an unexpected sense of satisfaction from the applause of the crowd. They eventually spent all their tokens collecting 150 prize tickets. Most of the prizes were stuffed toys, which Song Rui had no interest in, and neither did Yan Yifei. Initially, she planned to take them home, but instead she chose a house-insulated cup and stuffed it into his hands. "This is the prize you earned." Holding the cup, which felt hot to his touch, Song Rui accepted it nonetheless. As they prepared to part ways, Yan Yifei suddenly said, "Is your piano at home fixed? I'd like to hear you play." At that moment, Song Rui finally realized the purpose of this outing. In a familiar environment, through the medium of games, Yan Yifei cautiously reached out to touch his past, in the gentlest way, protecting his meager dignity. Yet he felt that his rebirth was meant for atonement, not to accept redemption from her. His emotions became tangled, and his voice almost carried a note of pleading. "You don't have to treat me like this. It makes me feel uneasy. You should know I'm a bad person. I know you're a bad person, but you've never killed anyone." Yan Yifei joked, a rare smile gracing her lips. Yan Yifei gazed at him silently and continued, "I've hated many people, and they all wronged me. I always thought that when I had the chance I would take my revenge. I feel unhealthy inside, just like today. When I stood next to Luomo and looked at him, I felt pitiful and ashamed. But beside you, I don't feel that way, because we are both people who have been through hell. It's the same, but you shouldn't be thinking about me." Song Rui reached out his hand, but ultimately did not touch hers. Instead, he tightly gripped the insulated cup in his hand. "This is a complex matter. I can't really articulate what I'm thinking inside. Play the piano for me tomorrow, and perhaps after hearing it, he'll have my answer." "Okay, what do you want to hear?" Debussy's Clair de Lune. On a weekend morning, Yan Yifei woke up early. She took out the tuition fees for Song Rui, and her savings from the past few years greeted her grandmother and headed to the nearest mall, a place she was not accustomed to feeling somewhat out of place. In April, the mall had already turned on the air conditioning, exuding a kind of unapproachable chill. Yan Yifei recalled her childhood when her mother would take her shopping. Back then she had no shortage of clothes and could confidently walk into various luxury stores with her mother, where the sales associates would greet them with genuine smiles and offer snacks and tea while her mother selected items. But now entering a shop alone and facing their scrutinizing gazes made Yan Yifei feel somewhat uneasy. She used to believe that walking in school felt solid underfoot, each step reassuring, yet now under the air conditioning, she felt lightheaded and entertained the thought of how nice it would be to have someone accompany her. Not long after she emerged from a bakery holding delicately packaged pastries. Passing by a bun shop, she caught a whiff of a familiar aroma and looked up to see the logo that read Liu's Bun Shop. It turned out that Song Rui often came here for breakfast despite it being quite far from school. She checked the prices, 2 yuan for a bun, which felt rather expensive, so she left without buying anything. As she exited the bun shop, she happened to see a winery. The owner, noticing her entry, greeted her warmly. "Are you here to buy a gift, little girl? I only have 600 yuan, what can I buy with that?" This is the 2008 Olympic commemorative Mount I, just arrived in the store, definitely a prestigious gift, though it's slightly over budget. Isn't it a bit too much over? You cannot put a price on something that brings joy to the heart. This will surely make your family happy as a gift. A while later, Yan Yifei arrived in front of a 2-story villa with the wine in hand. From afar, Song Rui spotted the bottle she was carrying and immediately panicked. "What did you buy? It must have cost several hundred. Don't bring it inside, I'll go return it later." As she approached him, Song Rui finally got a clear view of the gift in her hand, realizing its exact price, at least 3,000 yuan. He rushed forward to snatch it away. "What were you thinking? If I had known you were buying such expensive wine, I shouldn't have agreed to come home." Yan Yifei remained silent, tightly gripping the item in her hand, unwilling to let go. Just then a black car stopped in front of the villa, and 2 people got out, Peng Yuan and Song Yifei. Seeing the 2 of them in a tug-of-war, Peng Yuan's eyes flickered over to the gift, pretending to be surprised. "Oh, Song Rui, such an expensive gift for Dad, how rare." This actually, Song Rui's expression visibly stiffened. Yan Yifei casually handed the item to him, and greeted Song Yifei and Peng Yuan. Song Yifei nodded gently, and together the 4 of them entered the house. Soon Peng Yuan brought out a large spread of dishes. At the dining table, Song Yifei took the initiative to ask Yan Yifei, "I heard that Song Rui has been studying at your home lately. He hasn't caused too much trouble for your parents, has he?" Yan Yifei bit her lip, just about to respond, when Song Rui interjected, "I've already been here for over a month. What's the point of asking now, pretending to care?" Song Yifei paused with his chopsticks in midair. "Yes, out of courtesy and reason, I should pay a visit to your parents and express my gratitude to you." "No need for thanks," Song Rui said, using his chopsticks to serve Yan Yifei some fish, carefully removing the bones. "April's base has firm flesh and a sweet taste. You should give it a try. You guys should eat more fish at this stage. Of protein is good for the brain and skin. Yan, next time invite your parents over, and we can all get together." Song's father had a clear motive, wanting to probe into Yan Yifei's family background. Subconsciously, he still believed that Song Rui should be with Yao Pingping. Although they weren't exactly a perfect match, it could be considered a strong combination. Seeing Yan Yifei's shabby clothes, he couldn't help but press on this point. Yan Yifei remained silent for 2 seconds, yet before she could speak, Song Rui retorted, "What's with you always prying into other people's family situations? Can't you keep your mouth shut while eating? Come on, let's drink some wine. Ooh, I'll toast you first. Oh wait, I forgot you have gout. Never mind, take it easy then. Here, have a piece of tofu. You can't eat tofu either. Then never mind, I can't eat this meal anymore. Let's leave." Song Yifei's face flushed with anger, his grip on his chopsticks trembling violently. Peng Yuan sighed, and Song Rui got up to pull Yan Yifei along. He first went to the living room to find the wine they bought, while Yan Yifei waited for him at the entrance of the villa. At that moment, another car stopped at the entrance, and a girl stepped out. The girl was tall with slightly natural curls and approached Yan Yifei saying, "Are you Song Rui's classmate, Yan Yifei?" The curly-haired girl scanned Yan Yifei's outfit with a growing look of amusement. "This is our first meeting, right? My name is Peng Xiao, and I'm like Song Rui's half-sister. We grew up together." Yan Yifei, sensitive to her tone, sensed an inexplicable hostility, but still greeted her. "Is there something you need from me?" "Nothing much, just wanted to ask if you're really leaving like this." "Song Rui is leaving, so I'm going with him." "Then he's being foolish. You should persuade him, shouldn't you?" Peng Xiao said in a low voice. "But it's probably for the best that Song Rui leaves. He and his mother are both a bit neurotic. One is a bitter wife, the other is a lunatic. My mother is soft-hearted and used to listen to Song Rui's mother complain all the time. Now she even has to discipline her son. Thankfully, he gave up piano, otherwise just imagine practicing with someone like him. I'd eventually go crazy too." Yan Yifei understood the girl's character and intentions and retorted, "If I'm not mistaken, you must be the award-winning piano child that Song Rui mentioned, but I haven't heard your name in any major competitions. I suppose your talent has already reached its limit. Are you now trying to regain your sense of self by going home to see Song Rui? No matter how you put it, you belong to a second-rate category, far from a true genius." Now that you're feeling unfulfilled, is it only by returning to see Song Rui that you can find your place? Peng Xiao was taken aback by her sharp words, her face alternating between red and white. Why is your mouth so venomous? Are you sick? I'm just stating facts of what's your problem. What I said is also a fact. Yan Yifei wanted to continue, but was stopped by Song Rui, who tensed up behind her staring at the curly-haired girl. What are you two talking about? Peng Xiao felt a moment of embarrassment the instant she saw Song Rui approaching. However, she quickly adjusted her emotions and replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing, just two people chatting. Besides, she's still your classmate. Aren't you afraid of losing face with her dressing like this?" Song Rui retorted without hesitation, "What is there to be ashamed of? It's her who should be embarrassed." Peng Xiao was taken aback by her usually amiable younger brother's disrespectful words and squinted her eyes to scrutinize him. She noticed Song Rui holding a bottle of wine he had just bought and asked, "Why did you bring something from home? Are you short on cash again? How about this, you leave the wine with me and I'll transfer you some money later to save you from getting a beating from Dad." Song Rui was momentarily at a loss for words and could only turn to Yan Yifei. "What were you two talking about just now?" "Nothing much," Yan Yifei replied breezily. "I actually have some understanding of the piano, so we talked about the upcoming competition abroad. She should be about to win some award, right?" Hearing this sarcastic response, Peng Xiao felt a bit embarrassed and immediately said, "You sound so knowledgeable. Oh, I wonder when you have time to give me some guidance." Yan Yifei remained silent, and Song Rui spoke up again. "Save it. I know you're good at playing the piano, so stop bringing it up all the time." After saying that, he turned around and pulled Yan Yifei to leave, but behind them came Peng Xiao's meaningful voice. "Song Rui, are you going to run away from home again? I heard Yao Pingping had a falling out with you. Is it because of that sharp-tongued girl beside you? Your dad even lost a big deal because of this. Why are you being so thoughtless?" Song Rui stopped in his tracks and said, "Whether he is doing well or not has nothing to do with me. Besides, do our family matters concern you? I don't want to see you again, do you understand?" Peng Xiao froze in place and Song Rui grabbed Yan Yifei's arm. "Let's go." The two wandered aimlessly along the road for quite a while. Song Rui suddenly squatted down as if he had lost all his strength, still holding the bottle of wine that Yan Yifei had bought. It seemed that fate was unchangeable. In his previous life, Yao Pingping had once deliberately bumped into Yan Yifei in the cafeteria and then demanded money from her. Song Rui remembered that the amount claimed was 3,000 yuan, and it was Luo Mo who had asked his parents for some money and then pulled it together with Yan Yifei. That incident was likely the key to changing their relationship. But after starting over, Yan Yifei still paid that amount, buying a bottle of 2008 Maotai as a gift when she came to his house. Such a thing must not happen, so he steeled himself to go back and retrieve the wine. Little did he know that Yan Yifei coincidentally ran into Peng Xiao at the door. It was indeed a complicated relationship, or in their previous life they had also had entanglements. It all started when Yan Yifei, after her exam, worked part-time at a piano store and encountered Peng Xiao, who was there to choose a piano. They had a quarrel over a disagreement leading to animosity. Seemingly, Peng Xiao didn't fare well afterward either. Yan Yifei held grudges very deeply. He pulled up his sleeves and glanced at the watch on his wrist, which was swirling in black clouds. The crack from the birthday banquet was slowly healing. Did this mean that once the watch was whole again, he would inevitably return to that seaside villa to live a dull life? All this struggle felt like a dog chasing its own tail, a laughable futility. "Are you going to cry?" Seeing him sitting dejectedly on the ground, Yan Yifei realized that her presence had worsened Song Rui's relationship with his family. She wanted to say a few comforting words or express her apology, but unfortunately, all she could manage was that one line. "I went to check my room. The piano isn't fixed yet." Song Rui took a deep breath, his voice heavy with fatigue as he said, "They'll become disabled in the future, living in a villa. It may be quiet, but I don't want this." "Don't worry, you are so down and out that you won't be able to afford a big villa. Sometimes the things you say are just getting more and more sarcastic." Song Rui almost laughed at Yan Yifei's sharp tongue. "Yeah, I am useless and can't make money, but you will have a lot of money in the future. Can you support me?" Yan Yifei thought seriously for a moment. "If I have money, I would find you a villa by the sea." "Why? I want you to listen to the sound of the sea breeze and the tides. I think that sound is beautiful, and it might help you abandon thoughts of suicide." Song Rui looked at her, his head raised in confusion. "I've long had enough of this white noise. Can you do me a favor and give me some sleeping pills so I can leave quietly? If you don't want to live, you can sit in the middle of the road right now." Song Rui stood up from the ground, silently walked to a bench, and beckoned her to sit beside him. He smiled and said, "Could you please refrain from speaking so harshly? Come over and sit with me. To be honest, although we are called a couple on the outside, we haven't really talked much. Let me ask you a question. Did you ever think about what you wanted to do when you grew up?" Yan Yifei almost answered instantly, "No." "Give me some face and think about it properly." Song Rui and nudged her arm playfully with his elbow. Yan Yifei bit her lip and hesitated. "My dad taught me since I was little that I don't need to study too hard. Just being a pretty gift to be well packaged for marriage is enough. Back then I thought that even being a wife is a kind of profession and it requires competition. For instance, my mom pushed my brother's mother out of the way because my mom was more capable. Later, when my mom's abilities declined, she was just left behind, ignored." Song Rui was baffled by her strange logic. So how do you rate your own abilities? Not great, I can only be so. Yan Yifei glanced at him sideways. But I learned from my mom that abilities depreciate with age while money does not. Instead of relying on a man, it's better to work harder and earn more money. That way the relationship will be stable. You're back to the topic of interest again. To me, this isn't love, it's just the mutual attraction between money, isn't it? Song Rui said irritably. If you had a very wealthy father who suddenly appeared one day wanting to marry you off like a commodity, what would you do? Yan Yifei bowed her head and thought for a long time. If I couldn't resist, I would probably agree. In that moment, as she bowed her head, a cold and ruthless future emerged in her mind. If her father really did that, even if she married into it, she would find a way to have her marriage partner and father die, then bring Song Rui back. Would that be possible in time? At that instant, she felt as if she had woken from a dream, suddenly drenched in cold sweat. Why did such thoughts suddenly flash through her mind? When did she begin to consider a future with this man before her? Song Rui did not seem to harbor any feelings for her, more like an unconditional act of atonement. If he suddenly felt he no longer owed her, wouldn't she risk being abandoned again? After all, the birthday banquet was merely a minor interlude in life. She should understand that Song Rui would eventually leave at some appropriate time, just as he had left Yao Pingping. Such thoughts were like a festering sore, causing her panic, while also engendering a sense of resentment. You usually have strong opinions, but deep down you're quite pessimistic, enduring complaints and insults, Song Rui said with a smile. If it were me, I would rather commit suicide than live such a manipulated life. Lost in thought, Yan Yifei instinctively replied, you can't commit suicide. You mustn't just forget the wrongs you've done. You need to live bearing the guilt of having hurt me and my resentment together with me. Song Rui's face turned red suddenly all the way to his neck, and he pretended to be calm while examining the expressionless girl before him. Are you saying you don't want me to leave you? No. We'll take it that way. Don't worry, I won't leave you, Song Rui shrugged nonchalantly. Think whatever you... Alright, then let's first go to that winery and get your money back. Wait a moment. Yan Yifei's tone softened considerably. I haven't eaten much tonight, and I just ran out with you. As a guest, this treatment is too much, isn't it? Please treat me to a meal. There are night stalls available tonight. The two walked one in front of the other, a meter apart on the road. The road was spacious, and the camphor trees rustled in the evening breeze, while streetlights lit up one by one with various cars whizzing by. After walking for a while, they came to a small vendor, a roadside barbecue shop with everything available, including an iron plate. There were many plastic tables beside a small truck, and as the weather warmed up, there was no worry about getting cold outdoors. The owner took out various skewers from the large freezer, set up the grill, and placed the charcoal, welcoming the first table of guests for the evening. Song Rui stared at the frozen meat and squid skewers with concern and said, it doesn't look very clean. This is the plate. Song Rui thought for a moment and nodded. Yan Yifei rarely made demands of him aside from earlier at the hospital when she asked him to study. She seemed indifferent to food and drink. Since she was determined today, he decided to go along with her. The two casually found an empty seat to sit down. Yan Yifei sat on a plastic stool, slightly lowering her head. Today she wore a blue dress and had made a bit of an effort to look nice. The crowd here was large and diverse. If someone came over to flirt, Song Rui would inevitably have to deal with some verbal conflict, and it might even escalate into a confrontation. She didn't want him to get into trouble because of her feeling like a disaster. As expected, several young men were whispering and pointing their phones in her direction, and she could vaguely hear the sound of it. Yan Yifei took a deep breath and pulled at her dress to cover her exposed thigh. Just then Song Rui returned after placing the order and seeing her walk straight towards the group taking photos. She hurriedly went up to tug at his shirt, saying, don't make a fuss, it's no big deal to take a photo. However, Song Rui smiled at the group of young men and said, so what do you think? Isn't my girlfriend beautiful? The young men initially thought Song Rui was coming to confront them, and their expressions turned serious. Hearing his words, they smiled politely and replied, with such a beautiful girlfriend, how could you let her eat at a roadside stall? Exactly, you should at least take her to a Western restaurant. Bro, I'm just a broke guy who I can only afford to eat here, Song Rui replied with a laugh, completely unconcerned. Wow, bro, you're really impressive. How did you manage to get a girl like that to follow you? Oh, it's simple. Just buying breakfast daily and giving her some snacks is enough, Song Rui boasted shamelessly. Actually, the key is that I'm handsome. Dude. The three young men all shot him scornful looks at once. While they were chatting, the owner brought over the grilled meat skewers and vegetables, the aroma wafting towards them. Song Rui opened a bottle of beer and pulled Yan Yifei back to sit down. As the owner set down the skewers, he joked, young man, you should think twice before saying something like that. My food is very clean. No one has ever had an upset stomach after eating here. Uncle, it's not your problem, Song Rui said, handing Yan Yifei the fried noodles and filling his own cup with beer. I have a weak stomach, and am afraid he'll have a stomachache later. The owner waved his hand to show he didn't mind, and went back to work. Yan Yifei lowered her head, and quietly ate her noodles, lost in thought. In front of Song Rui were dozens of skewers of meat and vegetables, while Yan Yifei had a regular serving of fried noodles with sausage. The stark contrast in their meals made it seem as if he was reluctant to spend money, causing the young man sitting nearby to fidget with jealousy, pondering how such a stingy guy could find such a well-behaved and beautiful girlfriend. Yan Yifei actually didn't like eating at roadside stalls, not because she thought they were dirty, but it's because she generally preferred lighter food. For instance, this plate of fried noodles in front of her had too strong a soy sauce flavor, and eating too much made her feel a bit nauseous. After eating a couple of bites, she put down her chopsticks and looked at Song Rui, who was happily drinking beer and eating meat. What do you want to do in the future? Song Rui wiped his greasy mouth with a napkin. This might have been the first time Yan Yifei had taken the initiative to chat with him. Previously, it was either questions or sarcasm. Even during the past month they had spent in the room studying, she had always kept a stern face and never said more than necessary. My childhood dream was to be a chef, Song Rui said, scratching his head awkwardly. Can you cook? See, here we go again. This guy can't seem to resist teasing you. Song Rui took a sip of beer, adjusted his mood, and explained, I was serious. When I was a kid I attended this tutoring class, and that interest course staying super busy. My mom was always in the kitchen, and I thought it was unfair that I had to go to all these classes while she could stay home. She told me she was a chef and her job was to cook. That made me want to be a chef too, so I could stay in the kitchen and not have to go out. Yan Yifei thought of her mother. It seemed they shared a kind of fateful connection. Do you really want to be a chef? I was just joking. I said that to get a rise out of my mom. She's always been so uptight, worrying about everything. She used to hope my dad would achieve something, and when he got rich, she feared he'd fool around. Then she pinned all her hopes on me, often telling me that if I didn't work hard my dad would look down on us and would be kicked out. So where do you want to go in the future? Wherever you go will go. Preferably far from here. I want to live a good life, a really... Song Rui's smile faded, revealing a rare hint of melancholy and desolation. How should I put it? I'm not very ambitious. I just want to get by. Around the third year of junior high, I don't remember why, but my dad hit me hard. Out of anger, I fought back, first pushing him to the ground, and then grabbing a chair to smash the piano into pieces. He was shocked, sitting on the floor watching me vent. Afterwards, I was scared, especially afraid of being beaten to death at home. So I stole some money and ran away living rough. When I ran out of money, I didn't know what to do, so I tried to find a job, but the boss saw a half-grown kid like me and immediately called the police. Did your dad hit you again? No, if we don't count that time at the hospital, he probably hasn't hit me in 3 years. When the police brought me back that day, we barely spoke. He transferred money to my card every month, letting me fend for myself. At that time, I felt so free hanging out with a group of kids outside, but after a year, I started to feel uneasy and scared. So I went to my dad and told him I wanted to study hard and turn my life around. He didn't react much, just told me that I didn't need to study as long as I managed my relationship with that girl named Yao Pingping. You're such a good boy. Song Rui ignored the pointed remark from Yan Yifei. Actually, the happiest moment of my life was when I ran away from my birthday party. Finally, I could do something I wanted to do regardless of the company or Yao Pingping. I didn't care at all. I just wanted to find you and apologize properly. Don't say that when you stabbed me with that scissor it sunk me in the river. I wouldn't mind. So you just wanted to rebel against your dad by looking for me. Hey, you're really sensitive. Song Rui sighed deeply. Whether I came to rebel against my dad or out of guilt to find you, I promise I won't leave you, at least not until you tell me to get lost, or else let me step out and get hit by a car. Next to them was a late cherry blossom tree, and as they spoke, white petals gently fell onto Yan Yifei. Song Rui lifted his hand, wanting to brush them away for her, but hesitated to touch her. Yan Yifei wanted to hold his hand as well, but was afraid to feel the warmth of life. She simply said, you don't need to curse yourself. Whether I leave or stay, I don't care. Yes, I am selfish. Song Rui withdrew his hand. I am lying to you, but I plan to keep lying to you for the rest of my life. Yan Yifei slowly lowered her head, unexpectedly not mocking Song Rui, but murmuring, you are just a person without a self, living in the expectations of your parents before now. Without a goal, you are like a headless fly, fixating on me, so don't say such things in front of me in the future. I am serious. Song Rui interjected after our argument last time. I thought about it. If you fear being the daughter that extracts nutrients from men, then I might as well be the mistletoe that relies on you for sustenance, making it so that I cannot live without you. You won't resist me this much, right? Yan Yifei raised her eyes, gazing at the man before her. He was indeed in pain. His usual playful demeanor was not as apparent, and under the cold light of the street lamp he appeared haggard. Yet the sparkle in his eyes remained. She once thought she could see through him at a glance, perceiving a certain naive charm within him bordering on childishness. But his persistence in this regard could indeed be called courageous. If she were an ordinary girl, even if she were not appreciative, she would still understand the hint of confession in the boy's words. However, this courage filled Yan Yifei with fear. You admitted in front of Luo Mo yesterday that I am your boyfriend, Song Rui said sincerely. You can't go back on your word, right? Yan Yifei stared at him, unsure of how to respond, furrowing her brows to change the subject. Do you really hate Luo Mo? Why do you always have a feeling of unexplainable anger when he appears? I think that guy is always loitering around you, which is quite irritating. I'm telling you, he's a scumbag. Keep your distance from him. Unexpectedly, Yan Yifei felt a surge of resentment from the depths of her heart. She coldly asked, you don't think I like? No, why would I think that? If you have someone you like, it should be me, right? The food between them had already cooled considerably. Yan Yifei picked up her chopsticks again, restlessly fiddling with the remaining fried noodles. Why do you think that? Her tone paused. I will never like you. That's something obvious. I'm taller than him, better looking, and my temper is, well, slightly better. But I care about you more than he does and treat you better. If you are the type who falls for whoever treats you well, then you can only like. Can you stop joking at a time like this? Yan Yifei suddenly raised her voice a little, her tone unexpectedly carrying a hint of grievance. Song Rui was momentarily taken aback. He explained, I'm not joking, don't get so worked up. But one thing I must emphasize is to stay away from Luo Mo, he is indeed a scumbag. Well, you're just as bad. They fell into silence again. After a while, Yan Yifei handed over a plastic cup filled with a clear liquid softly, saying, drink this. This was almost the best apology she could muster. After Song Rui took it, he tilted his head back to drink, expecting warm water, but upon the plastic cup reaching his lips, he caught a whiff of the distinct aroma of liquor. At this point it was too late to stop. The clear liquid had already poured down his throat, bringing a scorching sensation. You? He coughed while pointing at Yan Yifei with a finger. Are you out of your mind? What kind of alcohol is this? How am I supposed to get my money back now? Yan Yifei huffed. I bought it, so you don't get to decide. Just pretend it was drunk by a dog. Can you say something nice? You always criticize me. Your words are too harsh. Song Rui smiled wryly. It's about time. I'll take you home. You can take the alcohol back and serve it to guests in the future. There won't be any guests at my place. You should drink some more. After settling the bill, Song Rui took Yan Yifei to shop around. There was a newly opened milk tea shop with a long queue, and Yan Yifei waited next to him while he made his purchase. The staff glanced at the girl in the blue dress waiting beside him and knowingly asked Song Rui if he wanted to order 2 cups to exchange for 1 extra-large cup, but he rejected it on the spot. After buying the milk tea, Song Rui handed it to Yan Yifei, grumbling, that guy thinks I'm a poor person who can't afford to. After saying this, he opened his cup and drank the milk tea as if it were slop, casually tossing the empty cup into the trash and showing off his shooting skills. Yan Yifei held her cup of milk tea and rolled her eyes in annoyance. At that moment, a couple passed by them, ordering the extra-large cup with 2 straws, sweetly sharing it with each other. The man looked at the woman with affection, saying, honey, I think drinking from a couple's cup is sweeter. The woman replied, that's just a psychological effect, right? The man biting the straw smiled and said, no, it's true. Because after you drink from it, the milk tea becomes sweeter. After saying this, the couple walked away hand in hand. Song Rui stared blankly as they walked away, suddenly energized as he rushed to the staff to get a straw, excitedly trying to insert it into Yan Yifei's cup, only to be swatted away by her. We are a couple, so we should drink together, Song Rui attempted to persuade her. Boyfriend and girlfriend relationships are not the same as being a couple, Yan Yifei replied with a half smile. Song Rui tried for a long time, without success, finally letting out a regretful sigh. When Yan Yifei took her first sip of the milk tea, she found it too sweet and rich, yet surprisingly discovered that she was quite fond of its thick texture. How about I come see where you live? She asked, biting on her straw. Song Rui was taken aback. You want to go to my place? Aren't you afraid of danger? What danger? Yan Yifei understood his meaning, but didn't want to spell it out. Deep down, she was afraid of being alone with a man, fearing that Song Rui had ulterior motives. However, thinking back, they had spent more than a month in her bedroom, and he had never done anything inappropriate. At most, he had just taken advantage verbally. Song Rui hesitated for a long time, and Yan Yifei grew impatient, turning to leave. He hurriedly caught up with her, saying, then let's go take a look, but I have to warn you, my place isn't great. It's a warehouse, and might even have mice. The two of them stayed silent on the way. Yan Yifei started to regret her decision. By nature, she was quite suspicious, and had previously doubted whether Song Rui would abandon her after getting what he wanted, so that thought swirled in her mind, now constantly stimulating and warning her. Song Rui was tall and strong, and under the streetlight his shadow could completely cover her. The physical difference between them was almost like heaven and earth. If he had any malicious intent, she could end up in a dire situation. But thinking again, if Song Rui were truly that kind of person, wouldn't it be possible for her to eliminate such unrealistic thoughts before getting too deeply involved? To be honest, as long as she didn't die, the potential gains might even outweigh the losses. While she was lost in thought, Song Rui suddenly pulled out a key from his pocket and casually opened the door, saying, this is it. Yan Yifei had never imagined that Song Rui's place would actually be a warehouse, a pitiful 6 square meter space, utterly messy. 3 foam boards divided the warehouse into 3 rooms, with Song Rui's room facing the rolling shutter door. The common area was a long corridor featuring a sink that served as a kitchen along with a refrigerator making creaking sounds. Song Rui's rented room was quite small, barely accommodating a bed. A bamboo pole was suspended in midair with a rope, and clean clothes were hanging from it. Without a stool, Yan Yifei could only stand at the doorway. After pondering for a while, she spoke up, awkwardly complimenting him for the first time. The room isn't messy. Of course, even though I live in a shabby place, I can't lose my taste, Song Rui said proudly. Actually, I was joking. If I didn't tidy up, this place would smell worse than a garbage dump, making it uninhabitable. What about washing up? There's a toilet next door. I just go there to get water and take a shower. This place is in high demand, reasonably priced, and water is free. The other rooms are all rented out to nearby workers and some street folks, so I say it's pretty dangerous here. Recalling her earlier wild thoughts, Yan Yifei saw Song Rui acting so carefree and felt both angry and ashamed. Unexpectedly, she said softly, maybe you should just go back home. It's not good to suffer in a place like this. How could I? If I went home, I'd be using my dad's money. How could I face him after that? Song Rui showed no sign of embarrassment and instead warmly invited Yan Yifei inside to sit down. After looking around for a while, she found no place to sit, and finally settled on the bed. Sitting on the bed, Yan Yifei sipped her milk tea, but found it bland and tasteless. The room was too shabby, with a musty smell far inferior to her own bedroom. For some reason, she wanted to ask if it was worth falling to such depths. "Here, I've got something for you. Consider it a welcome gift for visiting me," Song Rui said, pulling out a bag from the refrigerator in the common area. "It's something discounted because it's close to expiration. You can take it back since you're having dinner outside tonight. You keep it for tomorrow," he added. "No way if I leave it here, those dogs, my roommates, will finish it off by morning. It's better to give it to you." Yan Yifei set her milk tea aside and tightly hugged the bag that Song Rui handed her. The bag was cold, causing her body to feel numb. She wanted to say something, but suddenly felt her shoulder getting wet. Looking up, she realized water was dripping from the ceiling. Seeing this, Song Rui quickly pulled out some plastic basins from under the bed and skillfully placed them on the bedding. Even with the makeshift remedy, the bedding was still soaked in a large area. Song Rui explained nonchalantly, "I didn't know this room would leak before coming here. It might be rainwater pooling on the roof. Once this month is over, I'll change rooms. The blankets and sheets are all wet," Yan Yifei noted after glancing around. The water leaking down was a murky brown color, clearly not clean. "How about we buy a new set? Otherwise you'll freeze to death tonight." "No need, I'll just squeeze through and make do for one night," Song Rui said, heading for the door with his keys and waving for Yan Yifei to follow. As they walked one after the other in the narrow corridor, Song Rui turned back with a grin, saying, "I feel a bit down on my luck, but I won't end up sleeping on the street. Don't worry, I still have money for college. Didn't we agree to attend the same school?" "All right," Yan Yifei replied with a forced smile. That night the relationship between the two seemed to change, yet it also felt unchanged. Yan Yifei couldn't figure it out, but during her tutoring sessions, she started to chat with Song Rui, casually discussing things she previously deemed unnecessary. The midterm exam results were gradually released. Class teacher Sun Xiaoyan sat in her office reviewing the sorted rank. The top scorer in the class was Yao Pingping. This result did not surprise her after the math score was nullified. Even if Yan Yifei performed well in her other subjects, she could only rank in the middle. Sighing, teacher Sun let out a long breath. With her dual-color F pen, she continually scrolled down and finally found Yan Yifei's name at the 25th position, circling it repeatedly. When the young girl first came to school, her temperament was not like this. She would quietly sit at her desk working diligently and carefully, her demeanor polite and gentle. In her eyes, she was the most outstanding and top-tier student. Geniuses should be cherished, and teacher Sun did not want to waste her talent in learning. She treated her like a daughter, handling any issues at school or in life as she understood Yan Yifei's family situation. Her parents had passed away, and she relied solely on her grandmother. Yan Yifei was a grateful girl, consistently achieving top grades, always ranking first. For teacher Sun, this was the greatest reward. However, at this moment, looking at Yan Yifei's midterm ranking of 25th, a sense of resentment arose in her heart. Everything changed since that rich second generation named Song Rui set his sights on Yan Yifei. Teacher Sun originally thought that a proud girl like Yan Yifei would never pay attention to a second-rate kid who relied solely on his father. But reality slapped her hard, a heavy slap. Since the last math class when she confronted him and moved to the 8th row, these two were almost inseparable. No, it should be said that Song Rui clung to Yan Yifei like a stubborn snot, claiming to protect her, but everyone could see through his little schemes. The young girl had fallen for him. Teacher Sun felt heartbroken, realizing that this child lacking love was easily lured by a bad boy's sweet talk. She not only apologized for Song Rui and canceled their bet, but even helped him cheat. Was she going to get involved in illegal activities with him in the future? Now it had escalated. After the midterm exams, they both stopped coming to school. Song Rui was indifferent. He was already tainted by society with a dark nature. But for Yan Yifei to sneak out of class without a word, what would she do when exams came in 2 months? She would surely regret her decision for the rest of her life. No, she absolutely could not be allowed to fall like this. Teacher Sun was restless in her office. She picked up the phone next to her, preparing to call Yan Yifei's grandmother to inquire about the situation. Just then, the English teacher of the class walked in, holding a thick stack of test papers, looking cheerful. The English teacher was a middle-aged woman with glasses, surnamed Wang, who smiled warmly as she spoke. Teacher Sun, our class average score in English has increased by 2 points. This is a significant improvement. Out of the 24 classes in the school, my class can now rank in the top 3. Teacher Sun looked at Teacher Wang with surprise, instinctively responding, "This is the reward for your hard work, Teacher Wang. Congratulations." Bitterly, she thought about how Yan Yifei's blank math paper would likely drag down the overall score. It was all that Song Rui's fault for leading her astray. Indeed, the English teacher replied, beaming, "The biggest contributor to this average score increase is Song Rui. He usually submits blank papers, but this time he scored 98 points. I really can't believe it. I went through his test paper several times. He scored 98. Class teacher Sun Xiaoyan jolted, instinctively looking at the class score ranking following Yan Yifei's name down to see the 26th position. 28th. Song Rui's name appeared at the 35th position. However, his math score was 0. This was her first reaction. Impossible. Teacher Wang leaned and looked at where teacher Sun Xian's pen tapped and exclaimed in astonishment, "Song Rui, actually handed in a blank math paper. Honestly, he has been quite attentive in English lately, handing in his homework. He still lacks some high school vocabulary, but he has been hard-working and shows great talent. Teacher Sun, you are the homeroom teacher. Why not go ask him why he turned in a blank math paper? That cannot be right. Sun Shoyun had not told the other teachers about what had happened that day between Yan Yifei and Song Rui in the office. Even talk of sanctions had been spoken in a moment of anger. Afterwards, she regretted it a little and wanted to speak properly with Yan Yifei, but thinking that Song Rui might have cheated by copying and that Yan Yifei had given false testimony, she pushed the idea aside. The English teacher's words struck her to the core. Teacher Wang's Sun Shoyun paused, pained. Do you think Song Rui's English score could have been obtained by cheating? After all, in the midterm, he was sitting behind Yan Yifei. Think about whether that possibility exists. Cheating. That's impossible, Teacher Wang declared confidently. Sun persisted. How is that impossible? He used to always hand in blank papers, and now suddenly, he scores so highly. Don't you find that suspicious? She would not relent. Besides, English depends on daily accumulation. He has at most been studying for a month. How could he suddenly pass? It is understandable you have such concerns, Teacher Wang nodded solemnly. But Song Rui built a solid foundation in middle school, and his learning ability is exceptional. Even if exceptional, it's not plausibly this absurd. Sun snapped. She interrupted. I think Song Rui cheated on every subject in the midterm. When I was proctoring math, I saw him and Yan Yifei exchanging looks. Yan was probably coerced. She lay face down on the desk, her face flushed. Poor child. Oh, you were proctoring math. Then if he cheated, why only a 0? I cancelled his score. He supposedly got 130 and third in the class. Impossible. Recalling that day's office incident filled Sun with anger. In my view, his English score is unreliable too. No, that won't do, the English teacher refused repeatedly. Teacher Wang, don't be dazzled by his current results. Think, can he cheat in the final exam? Can Yan still rank ahead of him? Those are illusions. You might as well give him a 0 as a warning like I suggest. Teacher Sun, you have too much prejudice against him, Teacher Wang said with feeling. I proctored the English exam as well, she continued earnestly. I thought Song Rui had reformed and studied hard. If he scored 40 or 50, the class average would leap, so I stood behind him watching his work. Every stroke was his own. His final essay was entirely different from Yan Yifei's. It is utterly impossible he cheated. Could you be mistaken, Teacher Sun? Sun wanted to retort, but Teacher Wang cheerfully packed her lesson plans and left for class. Sun sat restlessly in the office replaying details of the exam. Song had finished early and then rested his head on the desk, yet he had worked faster than Yan. Could it be that he really did not cheat? After much thought, she decided to call Song Rui's father to ask about his situation. When the call connected, a weary, middle-aged man's voice came through. In a stiff tone, he asked, Hello, Teacher Sun. Has Song Rui gotten into trouble at school again? Did he hit someone or break something? No, nothing like that. Rest assured, Song Rui has been fairly well behaved recently. The words almost slipped out. Sun startled at herself, having been seething before. She now realized that compared to the past this month, Song Rui had indeed looked like a decent student apart from clinging to Yan Yifei. She paused, and then said Song Rui was rash before and made many mistakes, but he seems to be improving. I'm calling because he hasn't attended school for 2 days. Is there something going on at home? There was a long silence at the other end, then in a low voice he replied, I don't know where he went. He ran away from home a month ago. Sun tightened her grip on the phone. Mr. Song, you say he ran away, yet he has still been attending class this month. Where does he sleep at night? A lighter clicked in the receiver. The man took a deep drag and said, I don't know. You don't know? Sun felt her tone rise, then lowered it on realizing the other end was not a student. I mean, this is a crucial period. If your child isn't coming home at night, wouldn't you go and look for him? A long cold sigh answered Teacher Sun. Just say it plainly. What trouble has he caused? If it's serious, call the police. I can't manage him. Mr. Song, let me emphasize again, Song Rui has been doing well at school recently, yet he hasn't come for 2 days. I'm asking because I'm concerned and you seem to know nothing. That's unacceptable. He's your son. How can you be so indifferent? What if he is sleeping in a bridge underpass? What if he has no food? Anger rose in Sun in a way she had never felt in her years of teaching. She had never seen a father so indifferent to his child. Even if a pet ran away, people would search for it. Yet for his own son, he seemed unmoved. After a long silence, the man finally spoke. All right then, Teacher Sun, I'll transfer some money to you. If you see Song Rui another day, hand it to him. I have a meeting soon, so I won't say more. Mr. Song, this is not about money. He hasn't been to school for 2 days. As his father, you should at least look after him. Sun, forcing down her anger, said no meeting could be more important than your own son, right? He replied coldly, let him be. He's rotten to the bone. Mr. Song. Unable to contain her fury, Sun blurted, his state is largely your responsibility. Where is Song Rui's mother? Give me her number and I'll call her. This cannot continue like this. There was another long silence, so long that Sun was about to hang up, when the voice finally came, faint and hollow. She's dead. He pushed her down the stairs. After hanging up the phone, Sun Shoyun couldn't stay in her office. Her mind was in a mess, so she looked up the junior high school, where Song Rui graduated, and called to inquire. The other party responded accordingly. A plant growing in the shadows. Not very communicative with classmates, low participation in class, but outstanding in completing assignments and excelling in grades. After being provoked, he suddenly erupted in a fight, and ended up in the hospital once. It seemed that Song Rui, like Yan Yifei, was a child lacking love, and Sun Xiuyun clenched her fists. She had always believed she was a responsible teacher, however at this moment, she realized how ridiculous she was, how one-sided her views had been. She felt a flush rising to her face, neck, and even her back. In her eyes, Song Rui was a hopeless delinquent fighting sleeping in class, and during the first lesson when she saw him, he was whistling, exuding an air of nonchalance, a student she thought she could easily give up on. Yet now all her frustration, self-blame, and regret were of no use. She could only make amends through tangible actions. Teacher Sun grabbed the key to her electric scooter, glanced around at her colleagues in the office, and smiled. Well, there are 2 students in my class who didn't come to class. I'll visit them at home, and I'll trouble Teacher Lee to take my math class today. Riding her small electric scooter, Sun Xiuyun followed the address of Yan Yifei's home. Even if Song Rui wasn't there, she could still gather information from the young girl. After entering the community and walking to the 2nd floor, an elderly lady with gray hair opened the door. She introduced herself. I am Yan Yifei's class teacher. My surname is Sun. You must be her parent, right? After stating her purpose, the elderly lady immediately invited Teacher Sun in and mentioned that a young man named Chu Sheng had been studying with Yifei in her room for the past few days. Teacher Sun was taken aback. Chu Sheng? Isn't it Song Rui? The elderly lady looked equally puzzled. As the two were bewildered, the sound of conversation from inside the room came out. It was Yan Yifei. English vowels have long and short vowels, distinctions between front, middle, and back vowels, and there are differences in mouth shapes when pronouncing. In dialects, the finals generally don't have long or short variations, so due to accent, your vowels and consonants sound somewhat different. Can the accent really affect my English grades? When you pronounce EI as I train sounds like traying, and you can't even pronounce the retroflex sound 3. This time you lost so many points on the English listening test simply because you couldn't pronounce correctly. At this point, doing exercises is useless. Starting tomorrow, read English aloud. Oh. Sun Xiuyun was greatly moved listening from outside. The elderly lady called inside. Chu Yifei, your teacher has come to see you too. The bedroom door opened, and to Teacher Sun's surprise, Song Rui came into the living room smiling broadly. Teacher, why have you come? Have you eaten? Let's go eat together. Song Rui, I need to apologize to you. Just with that one sentence, Sun Zuyun's eyes turned a bit red, unsure if it was regret or embarrassment. I am a math teacher, always thinking logically, dealing with data in front of me. I used to think you were a selfish little brat, a stumbling block for Yan Yifei. Now it seems I was wrong. The 2 of you can accompany each other to improve your grades, which is wonderful. Regarding the midterm exam incident, I misunderstood you, and I apologize to you once again. Song Rui scratched his head, unsure of what to say. This seemed like the first time an adult had apologized to him. He was confused about what he should say or feel, and after a long while he quietly said, Teacher Sun, I don't really care about this, but can you cancel Yifei's punishment? There was no punishment in the first place. Teacher Sun explained the whole situation, reminding both to definitely come to class tomorrow. After getting Song Rui's promise, she was about to turn to leave, but suddenly remembered something and turned at the door to ask regarding the bet from the midterm exam. I suppose I lost. Song Rui, do you have any requests? Teacher Song Rui waved at her at the door, looking cheeky. I think crystal nails don't suit you. You should change to a pink color. Teacher Sun smiled and said goodbye. When Song Rui entered, Yan Yifei put on a stern face again, turning sideways to him and saying little. Song Rui took out a crumpled paper and threw it at her. Yan Yifei glanced at it with her peripheral vision. The paper missed, of course. He didn't dare to hit her. He chuckled, ran over, and picked up the paper to throw it into the trash can. Seizing the opportunity, Yan Yifei kicked his calf, possibly out of anger, hitting harder than she intended. The burly Song Rui felt little, but Yan Yifei let out a small cry. She squatted down, rubbing her toes, holding back her anger, and saying nothing. Song Rui also squatted down, fearing that Yan Yifei might throw a punch that would hurt him further. The 2 just squatted there staring at each other. Finally, Yan Yifei took the initiative to speak. You are smart in your studies, but having missed so many classes, you need to catch up now. However, there are some things I still think you should know. When others suddenly change their attitude, it's either to take advantage of your money or to wait for bigger benefits. I knew it. Whenever you get the chance, you have to beat around the bush to criticize me, Song Rui said, bulging his eyes. Could it not be that Teacher Sun had a change of heart? Yan Yifei instinctively wanted to retort, but felt that denying this would also deny Song Rui's shift in attitude. She found herself in a dilemma and lowered her head in silence. Come on, don't be angry anymore. They'll take you to eat dessert. Song Rui stood up from the ground, pulling Yan Yifei out. They walked along the road for a long time until they entered a dessert shop, where Song Rui bought a serving and handed it to her. Yan Yifei held the ice cream in her hands, eating it attentively, taking small bites. Girls indeed stop being angry when they have dessert. Song Rui smiled smugly in his heart, thinking that in the future, whenever this stubborn girl gets upset, he would just take her to eat dessert. At that moment, chatter came from nearby, apparently from vocational school students, who whistled at Yan Yifei. Look at how this girl licks it. What does she look like? Just as Song Rui was about to stand up to scold them, Yan Yifei jumped off her seat, first slapping the ice cream in her hand onto the face of the loudest man. The man stood up in a rage, emotions flaring, disregarding the beautiful, innocent girl before him, nor did he care about his own provocation, ready to fight. Without thinking, Song Rui rushed forward, standing in front of Yan Yifei, grabbing the man's collar and pulling him closer, raising his fist threatening, "Try it, and see it, be careful, I'll make you eat without teeth." The man felt the disparity in strength from Song Rui's iron-like arm, yet stubbornly refused to speak. Song Rui turned his gaze to the man's companions. "You are also students here, right? You initiated the trouble first, and we are retaliating now. If it comes to a fight, I will accompany you." His companions indeed feared Song Rui's size, and pulled away the guy covered in ice cream. Afterward the two returned to their table, and Song Rui suddenly asked, "You weren't this kind of person before. You definitely wouldn't have caused trouble like this before." "That's true," Yan Yifei agreed with him, "but today you were next to me, so I didn't need to keep it in my notebook." "Okay, I want to ask, is my name also on your notebook?" Song Rui said with distress. Yan Yifei avoided the topic, observing Song Rui's expression, while saying the goodwill people feel towards those who help them is far less than the goodwill they feel towards those they help. "If you and I were strangers, you would develop goodwill towards me because you helped me. Therefore, the hero saving the beauty does not mean the beauty has goodwill towards the hero. Over time, she would feel it's only natural, and if he doesn't save her, she might even resent him. Rather, it is the hero who develops goodwill towards the beauty, feeling it is his responsibility to help her. If he fails to help, he would feel guilty." Song Rui, having anticipated this development, was immediately left speechless. He could only silently go buy another serving of ice cream and hand it over. Yan Yifei, while eating the ice cream, lowered her tone. "Do you hate me? Do you think I'm not normal and that I'm a bad person? You did well today. You should be a bit more assertive. Don't keep everything bottled up inside. When it's time to explode, just let it out. Holding it in for too long can lead to psychological issues. If you can let go of the past, that's best. If not, I will accompany you as we move forward." Yan Yifei returned home, the words of Song Rui echoing in her mind. "You should be a bit more aggressive. Don't keep everything bottled up inside. When it's time to explode, just let it out. If you hold it in for too long, it will turn you into a psychological mess. If you can let go of the past, that's best. If not, I will still accompany you along the way." Heaven must only favor the wicked, she repeatedly questioned in her heart. If heaven truly cared for the good and law-abiding, why was her grandmother, who had spent a lifetime being a good person, now facing such a bleak old age? "Feifei, what's wrong? You've been so distracted since you got home." Cheng Ying noticed that Yan Yifei was sitting on the living room couch with a furrowed brow and called out, "Did you have a fight with classmate Chu? By the way, I haven't seen Luo Mo in a long time. Aren't you two in touch anymore?" Yan Yifei snapped back to reality and replied, "Song Chu Sheng and Luo Mo aren't on good terms. I'm tutoring classmate Chu, so I haven't been spending much time with Luo Mo recently." Cheng Ying nodded thoughtfully, but still said with concern, "Luo Mo is a good child. Do you think you could mediate a bit and help them reconcile?" "Grandma, you don't need to worry about this. Chu Sheng is very stubborn. I can't control him." "Feifei, you've grown up. Your grandma shouldn't be worrying about these things anymore. But you mustn't follow in your mother's footsteps. When looking for a partner in the future, remember that external conditions are secondary. What's important is a kind heart. Otherwise, if you marry and suffer, no one will help you." Yan Yifei remained silent, knowing her grandmother would insist on peeling a pear for her, so she waited in the living room. Under the light, her grandmother's face appeared warm and kind, yet it bore the weariness of a life filled with suffering. Yan Yifei should have felt pity and cherished her grandmother deeply. Yet at this moment, she felt differently as she looked down on her grandmother from the bottom of her heart. Although her grandmother had complained bitterly about the incident with her uncle regarding the money afterward, she acted as if nothing had happened. Not only did she not call the police, but she also did not seek the money from her uncle. Her grandmother's passive acceptance stemmed partly from her unwillingness to fight back. Just as she was lost in thought, someone knocked on the living room door. The knocking was urgent, almost a combination of hands and feet rudely pounding on the door. Yan Yifei went to open the door, and upon seeing the face of the person at the door, her expression turned cold. It was her uncle Cheng Bin who forced the door open, squeezing into the room with a sincere expression. "Sister, last time I drank too much and lost my senses. I've brought the money back and some fruit. Please don't be angry with me. After all, we are family." "No one here is family with you," Yan Yifei thought, glancing at the oranges her uncle was carrying. Now that Qingming festival had passed, the oranges were out of season, dull in color, and shriveled, the least valuable fruit, probably worth only 10 yuan. However, he was also holding another black bag which seemed heavy. According to his words, it should contain money. When someone suddenly changes their attitude, it's either to scheme for your money or to lie for greater gain. This was a deeper insight gained from her previous conversation with Song Rui. She wanted to call Song Rui over to witness the ugly transformation of this person, but she was afraid that Song Rui had already seen her in too many embarrassing situations. She dreaded that he would look down on her even more, feeling sorry for her. "Feifei, go back to your room and study. The exams are coming up. You need to work hard. You're doing well in school, and if you get into a good university, don't forget about your uncle." Cheng Bin sat down on the couch with a smile. Yan Yifei turned to look at Cheng Ying, observing her grandmother's attitude. If she could just utter a harsh word, show the slightest impatience, she would do everything in her power to drive this ill-intentioned man away. As for the money in the black bag, she felt it was more of a bait and should not be accepted. But Grandma Cheng Ying had already set down the pear and stood up, revealing an expression tinged with reproach. This was not the sister blaming the brother, but another form of submission, yet another submission to this man. Yan Yifei felt her heart begin to race, and emotion building up within her, like a fireball crashing about in her chest. A person's misfortune often begins at home, and now grandma's misfortune continued through her brother. Cheng Bin approached, tears streaming down his face, and began to slap himself in front of his sister. His acting was so convincing that Yan Yifei couldn't help but admire its sister. "I'm not human. I've wronged you. Last month I was blinded by greed and drank too much, and in a moment of impulse I stole money. I've been suffering every day for a month, unable to sleep. Brother-in-law left early, and he wasn't good to you. Your daughter is still so young and doesn't see the way forward. Your life has been so hard. Ooh, I'm truly sorry for you, sister." Before coming, Cheng Bin had made ample preparations. His sister had stayed at home for these years to take care of Yan Yifei. Now that this girl was saying she would go to study at a university out of town after the exams, his sister would finally have some free time. He had recently met a friend at the gambling house who knew an old professor whose spouse had just passed away. Overwhelmed with grief, the professor had become bedridden and needed a caretaker. In a flash of inspiration, he thought his sister would just stay at home so he could introduce her to the old professor to earn a referral fee. However, although the old professor was wealthy, the salary offered wasn't high. Another idea came to him. He wanted to introduce his sister as a wife to the old professor. Cheng Ying had been a beauty in her youth, and although she had suffered all her life, she was still presentable. This would be a mutually beneficial arrangement. Cheng Bin could earn a substantial referral fee, at least 30,000, which was 2,000 more than what he had stolen that day, while the old professor would gain a caretaker without expenses. As for whether his sister was willing, he didn't care. The relationship between them was nothing compared to 30,000. Cheng Bin embellished the story, claiming the old professor was wealthy and cultured with dutiful children. His sister would live a life of comfort once married, never needing to worry again. Seeing her brother's attitude so sincere, Cheng Ying softened and began to stammer, not speaking much. She had been single for so long, and her brother had introduced her to potential suitors before. Teachers, retired workers, but after looking at their situations, they were all in dire straits. She had long abandoned such thoughts. Yet she felt pained at the thought of the money in the black bag. It was meant for Yan Yifei's college tuition. If she refused, would her brother just take the money and leave? Yan Yifei shrank into the corner, observing the pretentious Cheng Bin with cold eyes. Her uncle, feeling pierced by her gaze, admonished, "You child, didn't I say to go study in your room? Can't you bear to see your grandmother find a companion and enjoy some happiness? You too will marry one day. You must have empathy. Your grandmother has taken care of you for so many years, and while there may not be merit, there has certainly been hardship. You should care for her." Yan Yifei coldly retorted, "I was just thinking about how much benefit you can gain from this, uncle. If you're so eager, why not introduce her to the divorced aunt? If she remarries, your son will enjoy a comfortable life, too. Wouldn't that be just perfect?" Divorcing his wife was the most difficult thing for Cheng Bin to face in his life, and now being publicly exposed by Yan Yifei, he was immediately filled with anger and shouted, "You ungrateful wretch! Without a father or mother, do you even know how to respect your elders? All you know is to drain your grandmother's blood. What an ingrate!" He then turned to Cheng Ying and yelled, "Sister, don't you think she's being unreasonable? How can a younger generation speak to their elders like this? Is she intentionally trying to make me uncomfortable?" This was the first time in many years that Cheng Ying had seen Yan Yifei confront her brother. In the past, no matter what happened, she always remained silent. Now suddenly speaking up caught her off guard, and she stammered as she advised Feifei, "Your words are too harsh. You need to change that." She then turned to her brother and said, "With your previous reckless demeanor, it's no wonder Feifei is upset. As for what you mentioned about blind dates at my age, I have no intention of pursuing that for now. Recently, Feifei has been bringing her classmates home to study, and I have to cook for them every day, so I don't have the time. It's just 2 kids' meals, or just give them some money to eat out." "Wait, you said Feifei brings her classmates home? Are they boys? Boy's a nice young man. Is he named Luomo? That kid's family has some money. He is worthy of her. When will you invite his parents to meet me? I need to check him out. This girl has grown up and can't just marry anyone casually." Uncle clearly had some thoughts brewing in his mind, as if he could see thick stacks of RMB rushing into his embrace. "It's not Luomo, it's a young man named Chu Sheng. I tell you, don't set your sights on him. His family background doesn't seem..." As soon as the topic of Yan Yifei came up, Grandma immediately grew cautious. "I have said that Feifei's marriage will follow her wishes in the future. How can you think like that? You are truly getting old and confused. You want to marry off Feifei without asking for a bride price. That would be a loss without any return, and in the future won't that lead to being looked down upon?" Cheng Bin was jumping in the living room. "At least 20,000, otherwise don't even let him through the door. I tell you, sister, your daughter was just like this when she carelessly handed herself over, and it ended with her committing suicide by jumping off a building. Now that Feifei has grown up, how can money be something to be vague about? Look at her always bringing men home. It sounds so bad if it gets out. If she wants to get married, she must hand over the money as a deposit. That guy is named Chu Sheng, right? Let me come over and have a good talk with him. How can he bully you orphans and widows?" He seemed to have taken advantage of Grandma Cheng Ying's kindness, raising the black bag in his hand. "We are family after all. I still need to help with this. After the exams, you organize a meal, or I will have a good chat with that kid." Since his sister did not agree to the blind date, Cheng Bin decided to take the money back first. However, having found a second source of income, he was not in a hurry. Before leaving, he surveyed the living room and noticed a bottle of 2008 Olympic Moutai liquor, which looked quite valuable, so he went over to pick it up. Though it had been opened, the liquor was quite expensive. He could impress his group of friends by treating them to it. As for taking the liquor, Chung Bin was used to it. In a household with orphans and widows, he was just taking something. Neither of them was in a position to get angry a last time. When he openly robbed money, his sister didn't say anything, and this time she would definitely not resist. But just as he picked up the liquor, Yan Yifei suddenly spoke. "Uncle, this liquor was bought for my friends. You can't take it." Chung Bin, holding the item, scolded sternly, "Where did you get the money? Isn't it from Grandma? You brat, you really don't know the meaning of shame. You give good things to outsiders, don't you have any?" Yan Yifei turned her gaze to Grandma, who avoided her eyes, but then brought up another matter. "You leave the money. This is for Feifei's college expenses. Didn't you say you would treat the boy to drinks?" Chung Bin ignored her and stepped out the door. "I'll bring the money then." Chung Bin was clearly someone who wouldn't act until he saw the rabbit. Since his sister did not agree to the blind date, he naturally would not leave the money behind. With the Moutai liquor in hand, he was about to leave generously, but Yan Yifei actively followed him to see him off. Chung Bin did not refuse, but he felt a bit uneasy, afraid that his granddaughter would snatch back such an expensive liquor. However, Yan Yifei just smiled all the way. "Uncle, I think you're really lucky to have such a doting sister." Chung Bin sighed in relief. As long as she didn't snatch his things, he beamed and chuckled. "Where is the doting? When your mother married well and was successful, I wanted to come to Yanjing for support several times, but your grandmother refused to tell me where your family was. Otherwise, if your father had leaked a little money back, then I wouldn't have to worry in my life. Uncle, I know where my dad lives. If you want money, I can write a letter for you to go get it, okay?" Chung Bin thought of his tragically deceased niece and chuckled awkwardly. "What kind of talk is that? I am destined to live this hard life. Ooh, I won't trouble your father. Don't be afraid, uncle. You're different. You are my mom's uncle, my uncle. You won't just disappear for no reason. Even if my dad wants to act, he will consider my grandpa. After all, when I left, Grandpa didn't agree, and in the end it was he who brought me to Grandma's." Yan Yifei suddenly chuckled softly, sounding somewhat like a ghost demanding a life at midnight. "Really, uncle, won't you consider it? If you want money, feel free to come find me anytime." Chung Bin was half convinced, but Yan Yifei's eerie tone made him somewhat uncomfortable. He wanted to put on a senior's demeanor to stop her and ask carefully, but he saw that she had already turned and gone upstairs. Under the cold moonlight, Chung Bin felt a chill all over his body, as if he were being watched by some fierce beast. He instinctively stepped outside, but when he turned around, he caught a glimpse of a ghostly figure on the second floor. It turned out that after Yan Yifei went upstairs, she did not return to her room, but was standing in the corridor staring at him with a ghostly gaze. Her whole body was shrouded in darkness, with only her eyes glowing with a ghostly light. After Chung Bin left, Yan Yifei did not return home, but aimlessly wandered the streets. Soon a heavy rain fell, and she stepped through the muddy water, splashing mud all the way up to her calves. After wandering for an unknown amount of time, Yan Yifei came to her senses and found herself facing Song Rui, who was wearing blue and white pajamas. Song Rui had just wanted to fall asleep when he heard someone knocking at the door. Seeing Yan Yifei standing outside like a ghost pulled from the water, he was startled and immediately welcomed her in. "What happened? Who bullied you?" Yan Yifei forced herself to maintain her spirits, wanting to say something sharp, but the words wouldn't come out. She could only widen her eyes and stare directly at Song Rui. The two stared at each other until she suddenly grabbed Song Rui's hand tightly, her nails digging into his flesh. "If one day you find me disgusting, would you be able to strangle me?" Yan Yifei gripped him tightly, her hold painful. Song Rui did not pull his hand away. He realized that something serious had happened, so serious that Yan Yifei was filled with uncontrollable rage. She had always been taciturn, enduring humiliation quietly. Even in her past life, despite being subjected to all kinds of torment, she merely bore it in silence, waiting to strike back like thunder. Once she had accumulated her strength. Thus her current fury was rare, akin to a pile of ashes suddenly ignited by brute force, bursting forth into a roaring flame. Song Rui knew the answer to this question, so he answered solemnly, "I will. After I strangle you, I will commit suicide to accompany you." Due to getting caught in the rain, Yan Yifei fell severely ill the next day, her fever soaring to 40 degrees. Song Rui and teacher's son took a leave of absence, explained the situation to her grandmother, then took her to the hospital for placing breakfast and medicine by the bedside. When Yan Yifei awoke, it was already noon. In front of her was a bowl of minced meat congee. Song Rui helped her drink half a bowl, proudly saying, "When I was sick, my mother fed me this. You will recover quickly." After finishing, Song Rui went to wash the dishes. Yan Yifei lay on the hospital bed, burying her face in the pillows, silently shedding tears. Her grandmother was not betraying her, rather her indulgence and kindness had led to all this. She made a decision. When Song Rui returned to the bed, she spoke up, "My grandmother wants to invite you to dinner. It will be the first Saturday after the exams, and my uncle might come too." Song Rui's expression froze momentarily. The mention of her uncle was something Yan Yifei had never mentioned in either life, seemingly an insignificant detail lost in the dust of history. Now as she brought it up, it must be related to her despairing search for him that day. "Alright, I agree. But I have one request. Please don't say anything that implies you want me to harm you again." "Why?" Song Rui took a deep breath. "I feel that I alone should not harm you. Remember, no matter how you treat me in the future, I will not blame you. It is all my fault. Why do you always say such things to me? Yan Yifei's voice began to tremble. Because I care about you. I don't want you to regret anything you do later. All of this is what I deserve. You are mistaken. You don't care about me at all. You have always used some inexplicable remorse to exchange for peace of mind. I can't understand what you owe me, but I know you are merely using me as a tool to ease your conscience. You are making some compensations, thinking that after doing so, everything between us can be settled. So what exactly are you hiding? Yan Yifei sat up, her emotions agitated, her pale cheeks slightly flushed. Since the birthday banquet, I have been puzzled. Your gaze towards me has always been filled with guilt and regret. I feel like a dog you accidentally injured, seemingly still alive, so you keep it by your side to care for it. Every time this dog bites you, you think, oh, it's because I kicked it, so being bitten is unavoidable. Don't be so sensitive, it's not good for your health to get upset. This indifferent response further ignited the anger within Yan Yifei. She almost screamed. You harbor many secrets that I do not know. You are not sincere at all, not at all treating me with any regard. I do not know how you perceive me. Am I a pitiful creature? How ridiculous. Save your pity and leave. She had thought that Song Rui would fly into a rage or simply storm off, but he just sat quietly by the bed, gently patting her back. You will know one day, perhaps someday you will understand. You can treat all of this as atonement. I am willing to accompany you with my sins, taking care of you. Song Rui touched her head. I have some matters to attend to. I will come to pick you up from the hospital in 2 hours. With that, he stood up and left. Yan Yifei watched him walk out of the room, and this time she truly felt abandoned. She had experienced it once when her mother jumped off a building, but the feeling of abandonment this time brought a sense of loss and anger far greater than before, almost suffocating her. Song Rui had left. He did not want to discuss the topic he cared about the most, evading it as he left. She felt as if the entire world had collapsed. The doctor came to check on her, saying she was recovering well, but she did not care about what would happen tomorrow, nor did she care if her grandmother would be deceived by her uncle. Yan Yifei could not remember how much time had passed wrapped in her blanket, drowsily falling asleep. She had a dream in which she was a homeless stray cat, never having eaten a full meal. A girl in a white dress brought milk. Do you want to drink it? Absolutely not. The milk was laced with sleeping pills. An old lady in the park scattered cat food. Do you want to eat it? That was also not an option. The cat food was poisoned. A mischievous little boy tossed over a ball of yarn. Do you want to play with it? Still not. The yarn was hiding a mouse trap. She trusted no one, hiding and trembling in a tree hole. A hand reached out from outside the hole, dragging her out. She panicked, clawing and biting, tearing the hand until it was bloody. Once the hand pulled her out, it first gently patted her, then held her neck, feeding her food. She was full yet more afraid. Oh, she feared this hand might suddenly strangle her. But this hand stayed by her side, accompanying her no matter how much she bit it. She grew accustomed to this warmth, feeling she could never part with it. She had to find a way to keep this hand. After much thought, she finally found a method: biting open the blood vessels of the hand, swallowing it piece by piece. In her dream, she felt completely at ease, thinking she would never fear abandonment again and could be with this hand forever. This was supposed to be a beautiful dream, one that could grant her peaceful sleep, but Yan Yifei suddenly awoke. Why did the hand in her dream not resist? It could easily strangle her. Why did it not resist? What did it truly want? As she sat silently at the head of the bed, a familiar figure appeared at the door of the hospital room. Luo Mo's voice followed. Yifei, I heard from your grandmother that you were hospitalized. What happened? It's nothing, just got caught in the rain. Yan Yifei glanced at him and replied indifferently. Is it because of Song Rui? Luo Mo said worriedly. I heard that your midterm exam results weren't very good. It's probably because Song Rui has been bothering you, making it hard for you to concentrate on studying. The classmate Yao Pingping is still talking at school, saying she saw you spending the night at Song Rui's place. Oh, and she even took pictures. It has spread throughout the school, and everyone is saying you are being reckless. They were initially going to give you both a punishment, but it was only after your homeroom teacher's son and the dean had a quarrel that it was dropped. Luo Mo sincerely and worriedly advised. Yifei, try to stay away from him. Ever since you got involved with him, things have gotten a bit strange. Bad luck has been coming your way one after another. Just think about it, in such a short span of 2 months you've been to the hospital twice, and he insulted you so badly at his birthday banquet. If you're afraid he might do something, you don't need to worry. His reputation at school is terrible. He's like a rat in the street, everyone spits on him. It's just that he always seems cheerful and never retaliates, but no matter what, he deserves it. Luo Mo, Yan Yifei interrupted his rambling. Don't come looking for me anymore. Luo Mo gaped in astonishment, his eyes widening in bewilderment as he looked at her. What are you saying all of a sudden? We've known each other since middle school and have always been friends. How could you say that? We met when you transferred schools, Yan Yifei said slowly, as if squeezing the memory out of her body. I remember once several girls surrounded me and scolded me, saying I liked to put on airs. You came to defend me and argued with them. Afterwards, the teachers punished us both with 50 strokes and made us stay to write self-criticisms. You said neither of us was at fault, so why should we have to write? Yes, it even escalated until our parents came, Luo Mo interjected. They said your mother was a mistress who abandoned you and jumped to her death, but Mom was the kindest person in the world. How could they say such things? You are right, Yan Yifei replied in a measured voice. Now Song Rui is the person who treats me best in the world, so even you may not speak of him like that. How could I have framed him? Luo Mo flushed crimson, stammering. It is the truth. He has always bullied you. You are simply too kind and too soft-hearted. He has never been a good man, yet he is someone I thought I would never encounter. I do not know whether it is already too late or whether there is still time, so I want to try to change myself. Let me bid farewell to the past and bid farewell to you. Yan Yifei said it calmly. Then, if you are friends with him, it will not conflict with the relationship between the two of us. Luo Mo asked incredulously. He could not comprehend such a manner of handling things. Must human feelings be binary, either 0 or 1? He does not like you, Yan Yifei said with a coldness that made Luo Mo shiver. I can sense a deep loathing in his heart toward you, so even if you cannot understand, our relationship ends here. Finally, I must thank you for these years of companionship. Afterward we will act as if we never knew one another. But, Luo Mo scratched at his head and tried to say something, yet Yan Yifei had already closed her eyes and rested her head on the pillow, feigning sleep, clearly unwilling to continue the conversation. Having never been wronged before, his eyes reddened. He did not think Song Rui was anything special, merely a family with some money who spent time on Yifei. Yet because of Song Rui, Yan wanted to sever their friendship. The reason was absurd. He does not like me. He refused to accept that his friend had been taken by such a second-rate fellow. He grew so angry that tears nearly sprang. Before you came to school, Song Rui went through so many girlfriends that none lasted more than 2 weeks. He has been with you for over half a year, but think about it. This philanderer cannot settle his heart. Sooner or later he will abandon you. No, he will not abandon me. Yan Yifei opened her eyes as she spoke, and even she did not entirely believe the words she had just said. Luo Mo was taken aback. After a stunned 3 seconds he exploded in mortified anger. How could that be impossible? You trusted him, and that led to what happened at the birthday party. Photos have been circulating at school. Have you seen them? And lately he has been to Yao Pingping's house several times. Those two are surely scheming about how to deal with you. You mustn't let him continue to hurt you. Yin fell silent for a long while. Luo Mo's character was simple, like a child raised with honey. He had never lied to her. If he said Song visited Yao Pingping's home, it was likely true. There was indeed a chance those two had reconciled. She ought to have believed that Song's true intent would soon be revealed, abandoning and humiliating her again. But instinctively, she defended him within her heart. Perhaps he had gone to Yao Pingping to negotiate, to ask her not to spread rumors. You should go. I'm tired and want to sleep. Goodbye. Yan Yifei lay back down, closed her eyes, and took on the air of someone seeing a guest out. For the first time Luo met such coldness. He sank into bewilderment, feeling as if the world were tearing apart before him. He left the ward with a single thought hammering in his head. It's over. Yifei's life will be ruined by this man. Song Rui returned with punctuality, a cup of milk tea in hand. When he entered, he noticed Yan's arm flutter, as though she would prop herself up, then fall still, only her breathing stretched into longer, softer rhythms. He immediately understood that she had just given him a scolding if she wanted to speak, but her awkward pride forced her to feign sleep to avoid the confrontation. With that thought, he placed the milk tea in her hand with a smile. Do you know whom I just saw? He asked cheerfully. Yan Yifei sat up accordingly, and sipped the milk tea in small mouthfuls, swallowing quietly like a kitten just awakened, and said nothing. I saw Luo Mo leaving the hospital, walking and crying. I thought something had happened at his home, and went to speak to him. Instead, he cursed me, calling me a despicable person. How absurd, he added. Did you hit him, Oi? Yan lowered her head and asked. No, I am a good student now, Song said with the smile of a victor. I didn't even pay him any mind. He grew angrier, chasing after me, and hurling names like you despicable person, like a little dog robbed of a bone. Yin pressed her lips together, about to retort, I am not a bone, but thought it too blunt, and instead changed the subject. On the Saturday after exams, dress a little more formally. And what would you like to eat? He'll tell grandmother in advance. I want gobera sweet and sour pork, tangy and sweet. I don't know if grandmother can make it. If she cannot, I'll buy some outside. You can bring it back and set the table. How does that sound? You buy it. Yin considered the gobera, and felt sure the meal that day would be delicious. A faint anticipation stirred in her heart. In the same ward were a young couple. The wife seemed to have a bad cold, and the husband stayed by her side caring for her. They were clearly poor. Yin had observed them these days. They had never ordered takeout, eating the plain steamed buns the husband brought, yet they smiled broadly with not a hint of complaint. As Yin followed Song out of the ward, the husband produced a meat bun from his coat, as if by magic, and handed it to his wife, making her laugh aloud. She tore the bun in two and shared it with him. The filling's juices trickled through the crack, and they ate the bun with faces full of happiness. Smelling the meat bun's fragrance, Yin thought to herself that even mingled with the sharp scent of hospital disinfectant, the bun would surely be as delicious as that morning's breakfast. The final exam was approaching, and the two were completely focused. Song Rui's grades were steadily improving under the appreciative gaze of teacher Sun Shuyun. Sometimes teacher Sun wondered if only she had met such a girl who could lend a helping hand, and a boy who worked hard like a rocket. Before, perhaps this boy wouldn't have fallen into despair for 3 years. But it's not too late now. As they entered the examination room, teacher Sun saw Yan Yifei and Song Rui passing by with their study supplies, so she approached and asked, Have you got everything, Yifei? You've always been diligent, your grades should be fine. Song Rui, your grades are a bit unstable, so make sure to read the questions carefully and don't be too careless. Song Rui cheerfully handed her something. Here teacher, I bought 3 cups of milk tea today. I added full sugar to yours. Ew, I hope you won't have a frown on your face after drinking it. Teacher's son smiled and accepted it. I hope that after the exam both of your futures will be as sweet as this. Yan Yifei nodded and passed by the teacher. Song Rui then jogged to catch up. He took large strides, making it hard for Yan Yifei to keep up, but she never complained about such things. Our exam room is very close, right? Song Rui asked with a smile. Yan Yifei stopped and revealed something that nearly shocked Song Rui. I'm quite familiar with the school environment. I know where the patrols are in the corridors, where the side entrance is, where the elevators, escalators, fire exits, and restrooms are, and which restroom to use for our exam. I calculated that if I go to the restroom an hour after the exam starts, you will have 5 minutes left. Are you out of your mind? Song Rui interrupted her angrily. Have you been secretly making these kinds of notes these past few days? Don't you trust me? Yan Yifei looked at the furious boy, furrowing her brows, and after a while she said, I'll listen. You don't need to be nervous for me. I will always have the school I want. Even if it's not the same school, there are so many schools. Song Rui scratched his head, only getting halfway through his sentence when he was interrupted by Yan Yifei. Their dynamic was such that when one was impatient and interrupted the other, the feeling was mutual. I don't plan to study in Yanjing. I'll go to Modu instead. Yan Yifei said, her eyes sparkling with a hint of determination. What I mean is, being closer to my grandmother allows me to come back and take care of her from time to time. During this time, Yan Yifei's personality had changed quite a bit, but Song Rui understood that even if she wasn't a Yandere, she could certainly be considered Tsundere, as she enjoyed teasing him. Alright, I understand. Before leaving, Song Rui said something inexplicable, as he always did, which made Yan Yifei. After the exam, no matter what decision you make, I will support you. Now that I think about it, if I end up paralyzed, then if you arrange for me to stay in a seaside villa, can you visit me 2 times a week? Once is a bit too little. Also, I want a gaming room to pass the time on, and can you give me 10,000 yuan a week? No, make it 50,000. I want to recharge my game. What are you talking about? Yan Yifei felt a surge of anger rising within her. It's nothing, just do your best. Song Rui had already stepped ahead and walked into the classroom. Yan Yifei pondered the meaning behind his words, her anger gradually dissipating. She seemed to understand a few keywords: decision support, paralysis, seaside villa, and a whole bunch of requests, mainly stemming from a lack of money. Song Rui probably wanted to live that kind of life in the future. Should she make a promise to him, allowing him to live such a life of idleness at home, doing nothing? She thought she should. Yan Yifei considered that if she asked her grandfather for money when she returned to Yinjing, he would probably give it to her, so after the exam, she could buy Song Rui a villa. However, her father's attitude was unclear, and there was also her brother, who might very well take action against Song Rui. It was too dangerous. She began to entertain another thought: if they graduated from university together and worked hard to save money based on the current situation, a seaside villa might take 10 years. If they were lucky and found good jobs, it might not take that long, but 10 years was really too long. And listening to what Song Rui said, he seemed unwilling to work, which meant relying solely on herself would take over 20 years. Indeed, a bit too long, and he would probably be dissatisfied. In an instant, she fell into a dilemma: should she start a business during university? With all kinds of thoughts in her mind, Yan Yifei sat down at her seat, not noticing Luo Mo from the same examination room. That boy, excited to see a familiar face, wanted to greet her, but unexpectedly, she didn't even cast a glance in his direction, leaving him feeling utterly despondent. The exam went smoothly despite its high difficulty, yet Yan Yifei finished early. However, she remained preoccupied, spending the first half of the exam worrying if Song Rui could answer the questions smoothly, regretting not forcing him to go to the restroom earlier. In the second half, she thought she should pay more attention to Song Rui's requests, so she took out some draft paper and meticulously began planning how to buy a seaside villa. First, she needed to choose a location and set it as her goal to earn a certain amount of money during her 4 years at university. Xiamen was the first city that came to her mind. Galanjiu is famous for its piano culture, and the Minnan cuisine is relatively light, which suits her taste, but she was unsure if Song Rui would like it. However, the frequent typhoons in summer and the traffic paralysis there made her concerned. Zhuhai in Guangdong was her second choice. She often heard it was a livable place with a comfortable lifestyle, but being too close to Macau made her worried that Song Rui might get lost in indulgence. Sanya was the third choice, but Yan Yifei was worried that the year-round sun exposure would make her age prematurely, and she feared that the coconut chicken would be too sweet and greasy for Song Rui. On the other hand, Song Rui was unaware that the words he had spoken before the exam had sent Yan Yifei into a whirlwind of thoughts. His exam was also going smoothly, as he had experienced the college entrance examination in his past life, and some of the questions were familiar. Excluding a few particularly difficult questions, he completed the rest successfully. He remembered that summer vacation in his previous life, when Yan Yifei suddenly invited him to dinner. He was quite surprised. Although Yao Pingping had rejected him, then he was still mingling in that rich circle, so receiving the invitation was strange, yet he did not decline. That night, Yan Yifei asked him many things, such as what materials he liked for tables, what colors he preferred for carpets, and whether he needed a wall full of books. He found it amusing at the time, but answered her one by one. As a result, 3 years later, Yan Yifei prepared such a room for him. As for being reborn to this moment, although Yan Yifei said she wanted to change her major to study in Modu, he knew that it was unlikely she would be able to. The good news was that Luo Mo seemed to dislike her, ensuring that he would never be a scumbag towards her. That was perhaps the only change he had made since returning. After handing in his exam paper, Song Rui headed straight to the examination room to pick her up. Yan Yifei was bent over her desk scribbling something, but the hesitant Luo Mo caught his attention. Damn, he just wouldn't go away. Hearing footsteps behind her, Yan Yifei alertly raised her head, and the paper with her villa selection was suddenly pulled away with a rustle. She then heard Song Rui's sharp intake of breath. You really started considering buying me a villa, huh? Yes, Yan Yifei nodded seriously. At that moment it seemed both of them misunderstood each other. Song Rui waved the white paper in his hand at Luo Mo, his tone tinged with sorrow. Look, my girlfriend wants to give me a villa. Do you have one? You will never have one in your life. Luo Mo's breathing quickened instantly. Yan Yifei was really going crazy, actually going along with Song Rui's madness. One was a lunatic, the other a mental case. They really seemed to match now. He shook his head to dispel the dark thoughts in his mind and rushed out. As more and more people left the examination room, Yan Yifei suspected that her hastily written answers had made Song Rui feel down, so she asked, You seem upset. Hey, no way. I feel very happy. This time I have the initiative. Song Rui laughed brightly. Remember to wear the blue dress that day. You look beautiful in it. I feel like this return is particularly worthwhile. The Saturday after the exam was the day they had agreed to go to Yan Yifei's grandmother's house for dinner. Song Rui had visited countless times over the past few months, yet as he approached the door, he felt a wave of anxiety and called upon Yan Yifei to be his advisor. Early in the morning, Yan Yifei arrived at the rented apartment to help him choose clothes and teach him how to speak. Both of them were quite poor and took a long time to select a gift, ultimately buying sweet osmanthus cake, which her grandmother liked. I've seen Grandma many times, but this is the first time I'm this nervous. Song Rui swallowed hard and said, It's like meeting my future mother-in-law. Yan Yifei glanced at Song Rui and, seeing his flustered demeanor, bit her lip and said, Maybe we shouldn't go. What are you saying? I'm tall and handsome, and my family is well decent enough. Grandma has seen me many times. Oh, what's the big deal about having a meal? Yan Yifei lowered her eyes. Her grandmother and Song Rui were two of the few people she cared about deeply. They absolutely could not come into conflict. If that happened, whom should she side with? Impatiently waiting, Song Rui grabbed Yan Yifei and rushed to her house. As soon as they entered, they saw Grandma cheerfully wiping surfaces with a cloth. The house looked much tidier than a few days ago, and a brand new sofa had been added. As usual, Song Rui called out Grandma. She responded cheerfully and pulled Yan Yifei aside to whisper, Student Chu has taken care of you all this time, and I really appreciate him. Do you think the dishes I've prepared are too meager? He's very easygoing, and we have a good relationship. Yan Yifei patted her grandmother's hand. We have agreed to study together in the Magic City. Grandma exclaimed softly, and Yan Yifei thought she might have an opinion. However, she saw Cheng Ying's eyebrows lift, and in a lowered voice, she asked Feifei, Are you and him dating? Student Chu is usually quite amiable and seems to match you well. Yan Yifei didn't deny it, but stole a glance at Song Rui, who was drinking tea at the dining table. He's not that great. Oh dear, how can you say that about Xiao Chu? Just look at his thick eyebrows and bright eyes. I was thinking if you two got married, how beautiful your children would be. They'd be even better looking than you. We still have 4 years of school to finish. You're thinking too far ahead. Yan Yifei smiled slightly. Thinking that with such a tall boyfriend no one would bully her anymore, Grandma felt increasingly fond and happy as she contemplated. She had interacted with Student Chu for over 2 months. Compared to Luo Mo, he might not be as gentle, but Cheng Ying, being someone who had been through it all, could understand the meaning in Yan Yifei's gaze towards Song Rui and approved of their relationship. The atmosphere at the dinner table was quite pleasant. Song Rui was determined to amuse Grandma, but when Grandma cheerfully inquired about Song Rui's parents, the mood shifted. Song Rui hesitated for a moment and replied, Honestly, my mother passed away in my 3rd year of junior high. My father runs a company, but our relationship is quite bad, and we often argue, so I moved out. Cheng Ying frowned, feeling sorry for Song Rui, but he wasn't finished. Since high school, I've been living on my own, getting into fights. My father has completely lost hope in me and doesn't care anymore. Yan Yifei took small bites of her food, casting a glance at Grandma, while Cheng Ying's expression turned slightly. Song Rui continued, Grandma, my name is Song Rui, not Chu Sheng, because I feel like a beast. Not only did I fight, but when Yifei transferred here, I also tricked her into coming to a classmate's birthday party and smashed the gift she brought for me. As he spoke, Song Rui rolled up his sleeve, revealing a dark, cracked watch on his wrist. This is it. After I smashed it, I laughed with my classmates while Yifei sat there crying, looking so pitiful. I felt very regretful and wanted to make it up to her. In the end, she helped me, instead tutoring me so I could get into a good school. So I was a delinquent before, not a good student. Cheng Ying was left speechless, holding her chopsticks, unsure of what to say. She had heard of Song Rui, a Luo Mo, and Grandma had said he was always around Yan Yifei and was a person with bad intentions. But now that Yifei had brought him home, could it be that she was being threatened by this kid? She shot a glance at Yan Yifei, wanting to hear her opinion, like saying that Song Rui had changed and was good to her, but Yan Yifei simply remained silent with her head down, drinking soup. Song Rui spoke again, There's one more thing. Recently there were rumors at school saying that Yifei came to my place at night, and that I was supporting her. This is completely false, and I have already resolved it. Grandma, you can rest assured. At this moment Yan Yifei interjected nonchalantly, even if I were being supported it wouldn't matter. But he's very poor, I'll have to support him once I start working. Cheng Ying was taken aback, not expecting her usually gentle and obedient granddaughter to say such a thing. She carefully observed the expressions of Song Rui and Yan Yifei, and after a long while she let out a sigh. The past is in the past. Fei Fei brought you home for tutoring and invited you for dinner today, which surely has her reasons. Grandma won't blame you, but just don't bully Fei Fei anymore. After everything was out in the open, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Song Rui opened a bottle of red wine, and he and Yan Yifei had a few glasses together. Knowing her true identity, Grandma felt a sense of relief and relaxed her mind. Just as they were about to finish eating, Song Rui was about to stand up and say goodbye, when there was a sudden knock at the door, urgent and demanding, as if someone were there to collect a debt. Yan Yifei stopped Song Rui and went to open the door herself. Before opening it, a heavy disappointment flashed in her eyes. Standing outside was her uncle Chungbin. Yan Yifei opened the door, just a crack blocking him from entering. Relying on his bulk, Chungbin forced his way in, and Song Rui steadied the staggering Yan Yifei, his brows tightly furrowed. You're Yifei's uncle. He thought that was the only possibility. Chungbin did not greet anyone and stared straight at him, saying this girl, Yifei, couldn't wait to bring a man home right after the college entrance exams. How could this be? My sister is getting old and her judgment is failing you. I have to step in and keep an eye on things. Tilting his head, Uncle Chung scrutinized Song Rui as if appraising a product. You do look somewhat presentable, but in this society, what does a man's looks matter? Do you have money at home? What does your father do? What car do you drive? Where did you buy your house? Don't blame me for being petty. My sister has raised Fei Fei with great difficulty. If she easily follows a man and gets deceived for money or affection, what then? Song Rui remained silent, observing the reactions of the two behind him. After all, this was a conflict between siblings or between generations, and he shouldn't intervene. Cheng Ying's expression was displeased, but she didn't take much action. Yan Yifei turned around, glanced at Grandma, took a deep breath, and walked to Uncle Chung. We are celebrating the end of the exams. You are not welcome here. Chung Bin angrily said, your temper is getting worse and worse, isn't it? Now that you've found a boyfriend, you don't even acknowledge your relatives. No matter what, I am still your uncle, your direct elder. If I had known that you were bringing a man home these past 2 months, I would have come over and kicked him out long ago. How can a girl like you do something so shameless? He then turned his gaze to Song Rui. Young man, I'm asking you a question. Why are you in Fei Fei's room? You've tarnished her reputation. What will happen if she can't get married in the future? You go back now, call your dad over, and have him come and apologize properly. If you really want to date Fei Fei, then your dad needs to prepare a betrothal gift. You know, right? A girl as beautiful as Fei Fei has no shortage of suitors outside. Don't think you can take advantage of her and then play coy. Song Rui laughed at the middle-aged man who was rambling in front of him. Why are you in such a hurry to find my dad? Are you expecting some money in return, or should you bow to my dad and recognize him as your father? At least that would give you a claim to the inheritance later on. Cheng Ying quickly stopped Song Rui, saying, Little Song, don't talk to your uncle like that. You're still an outsider for now. We'll handle our own matters. You should go back first. As the saying goes, family troubles should not be aired outside. Cheng Ying still held this belief subconsciously regarding Song Rui as an outsider. While Song Rui could accept this, Yan Yifei's stubbornness kicked in, and she interjected, if we're talking about outsiders, then it is uncle who is the outsider among us four. Seeing his grandmother's attitude, Chungbin felt he had the upper hand over his sister, and he adopted an elder's stance to scold her. Fei Fei, you are truly blinded by love. You're speaking up for an outsider. Your boyfriend's family is very poor. Look at what he's wearing and what gifts he's brought. With such a shabby appearance, he dares to come to dinner. Sister Fei Fei is about to go to university. How can our family afford that? You should consider the professor I mentioned last time. If you marry him, it could help her out. Otherwise, relying on this poor boy will only lead to starvation. Cheng Ying's face turned red with embarrassment, and she hurriedly urged, Little Song, you should go back now. Grandma apologizes to you first. All right then, Yifei, come and see me off. Song Rui exchanged glances with Yan Yifei, preparing to pull her out to avoid her suffering here. But Cheng Bin's bulky figure blocked the doorway, showing no intention of letting them pass. He continued to berate Yan Yifei. You just like your mother can't seem to stand against men. Why can't you be a bit more sensible? When your mother went to Yinjing, I didn't benefit at all. Now you're even worse, wanting to live with a poor loser. Think it over for Grandma's sake. Break up with this guy. You need to be sensible. Your happiness is Grandma's blessing. If you live in poverty and misery, Grandma will suffer for life. If you don't listen, you'll end up just like your mother, jumping off a building. Every word struck a sensitive chord with Yan Yifei. Unable to contain her anger, she pointed at Cheng Bin and shouted, What right do you have to speak about my mother? Get out. Cheng Bin was stunned for a few seconds. His impression of Yan Yifei had always been vague. She was a homeless, taciturn child, just like his sister, Cheng Ying, a typical submissive woman who didn't know how to fight back, rarely even retorting. Now, after being scolded, he became furious and raised his hand. I've tolerated you until now. You've been living off me for free, and now you dare to insult your elder. I see you are just like your mother, an ingrate who needs to be taught a lesson. Uncle slowly raised his hand, glancing at Sister Cheng-Ying, who remained as gentle and weak as ever. Reassured, he swung his hand down to slap Yan Yifei, but before it landed, someone caught his hand. Song Rui grabbed Chengbin's wrist and chuckled. "Old fool, do you think I'm dead?" He turned to Yan Yifei, seeing her make no move to stop him, and immediately made up his mind. He threw a punch that landed squarely on Chengbin's face, causing blood to spurt from his nose, staggering backward until his back hit the wall with a loud crash. "You son of a b," always rambling on and on. "I see you are tired of living." Song Rui grabbed Chengbin by the hair and slammed his head against the wall. Bang! Chengbin was startled and furious, his head buzzing, snot and tears streaming down his face, collapsing to the ground. Song Rui raised his leg ready to deliver a kick, but Grandma hurried over to intervene, only to be blocked by Yan Yifei at the door, shouting from behind, Don't hit him. Let's talk it out, don't hit anyone." Bang! A solid kick hit Chengbin, his face turning beet red as he curled up like a shrimp, wailing in agony. "Fei, you have to make Song Rui stop." Grandma shouted anxiously, "Quick, stop him." But the obedient and sensible Yan Yifei, in her eyes, merely turned around and said indifferently, "Just now Uncle raised his hand to hit me, and you didn't stop him, did you? Now I can't shout for you to stop either." Grandma was taken aback by this retort, her face flushed. She explained in a low voice, "I thought he was just trying to scare you, who knew he'd really want to hit someone." On the other side, Song Rui heard the two arguing behind him, paused, and stepped aside. Originally, Chengbin was shouting for mercy, begging him to stop, but with the situation changing, he immediately threw a fit on the ground. "What a sin, what a sin. My sister and I worked hard to raise you, and now you bring a wild man to hit your uncle. This is truly a sin. I'll call the police, or I want the police to see how this ingrate repays me." Although he claimed he would call the police, Chengbin never dialed the number. He thought this could be a way to escalate the situation. Not only would his sister's money not need to be repaid, but he could also extort some money from the kid in front of him. Though poor, even a mosquito's leg is meat. If he didn't get at least 10,000 yuan, he wouldn't get up from the ground. Yan Yifei said nothing, silently walking to the kitchen to pour a cup of boiling water. Chengbin thought his granddaughter had softened and wanted to drink water to calm down, so he cried out loudly, "I don't want to live anymore, I don't want to live. Quickly let the neighbors come and see how my granddaughter treats me, this ingrate, this ingrate." But just as he was halfway through his words, Yan Yifei suddenly jerked her wrist, splashing the boiling water all over Chengbin's face. Uncle's cries immediately turned into screams, and this sound was far more heartfelt than his earlier wails. However, Yan Yifei was not done. She stepped forward and kicked him solidly on the face, bending down to whisper, "You want money. I see you don't have the right to spend it. I have plenty of ways to make you suffer." In that moment, Grandma Cheng-Ying was left stunned and speechless by this sudden turn of events. After Yan Yifei kicked him, Song Rui stepped forward, grabbing Chengbin's hair and threatening in a low voice, "Chengbin, is it? Let me make this clear from now on. If you dare to lay a finger on Yifei, I will personally make sure you suffer a fate worse than death. You can ask around at Yifei's school to know what kind of person I am. Don't think that just because you're Yifei's uncle I will go easy on you. If I catch you trying to harm Yifei again, I will break your limbs." The two of them were threatening each other, looking quite villainous. Song Rui's voice was low, barely audible to the deaf grandmother, but the malicious intent on his face was unmistakable. "Do you two kids think I'm afraid of you?" Although Chengbin said this, his body trembled involuntarily, especially under the gaze of Song Rui, and Yan Yifei, whose concealed murderous intent made his throat tighten. He forced himself to stand and retreated step by step, eventually rolling and crawling away from the corridor. He shouted one last time as he reached the end of the corridor, "Sister, I see that Yifei is finished, and your family is finished too. In the past your daughter was ungrateful, but at least she married a wealthy man. Now after you worked so hard to raise Yifei, she ends up with a thug from the underworld, turns into a little delinquent, and treats me like this. I advise you to kick this little beast out early, or you'll end up getting beaten by her on the bed in the future." The grandmother, watching the two figures standing outside, covered her face and began to cry. She couldn't believe what she was witnessing, feeling as though this was a nightmare. No, even if it were a nightmare, it shouldn't have developed this way. Her granddaughter, who had always been gentle, well-behaved, and of good character, had now transformed into a vicious, violent delinquent who harmed others. Why was this happening? Why was she being punished so severely? Her young daughter had committed suicide by jumping off a building, and now the granddaughter entrusted to her care had such a cruel disposition. Yifei had always been a well-behaved child. What could have happened to make her turn into a bad person? Cheng-Ying thought of that thug Song Rui. It was after he came into their home that her granddaughter began to change for the worse. He was nothing but an uneducated ruffian, the source of all evil. It was he who brought Yifei to this irreversible situation. Cheng-Ying looked at Song Rui with red-rimmed eyes, but before she could speak, Yan Yifei impulsively confronted her. "Grandma, you know how my uncle is. He came here to scam money, and he's clearly trying to extort Song Rui. He came looking for trouble, didn't he?" Cheng-Ying was momentarily speechless, and after several seconds she managed to respond. "But he is your elder, your relative, and also my brother. No matter what, you cannot hurt him. You treat him as family, but what does he think of you? Grandma, you know in your heart what the truth is. Not to mention how in the past he would come to you after losing money gambling, scamming, and stealing. Just last time he brazenly robbed you. You had nothing to say afterward, you were too soft-hearted. The more you allow it, the more outrageous he becomes. He has changed, and he even said he would pay back the money. Grandma, don't you think it's strange that he suddenly wants to change? He just wants you to set him up on a blind date to sell you off for a quick profit. You are too kind, so kind that I would even say it borders on weakness. How can you think like that? He is my own brother. How could he possibly sell me out? Yifei, are you worried about not having money for college? You don't need to worry about that. Grandma can go out to work. You don't have to worry about college fees. I will apply for scholarships and work to earn money myself. What I'm upset about is that your hard-earned retirement money is being scammed away by him for gambling and spending. So today I finally made up my mind. I will tell you that he will not spend a single cent of your money earned through blood and sweat. I will make him pay it all back. He doesn't have the fate to spend it. He is your uncle. How can you say such things? What has happened to you? What on earth is going on? At that moment the lights were on inside the house, casting a bright glow on the grandmother's hunched back. Song Rui stood at the door, blocking the bright lights spilling from the living room, while Yan Yifei was enveloped in the shadows behind him, her eyes gleaming coldly, like ghostly flames on a grave. Your life has been shackled by your own morals. Being a good person is of no use. Enduring insults and being meek will only result in more beatings and suffering. But I am different. I vowed from a young age that anyone who wronged me, I would torment them one by one, repaying them 1,000-fold. I will not allow myself to be bullied like you. In that moment Cheng Ying felt as if Yan Yifei had transformed into a different person, a wave of profound sorrow washing over her. The more she thought about it, the more heartbroken she became, speaking through tears. Yifei, you were never like this. You have always been a good child. How could you say such cruel things? Is it because of that ruffian Song Rui? Is he the reason you have changed? It's because he has been encouraging you, right? Grandma is begging you. He is just a thug, a bastard who bullied you before. Don't stay with him, or you'll end up like your mother. Grandma, I truly beg you. Break up with him now. Yan Yifei glanced at Song Rui, who was blocking her way, and he turned to her looking somewhat moved, slightly parting his lips. She knew he would take the blame, saying, Grandma, it's my fault. I led Yifei astray. Please don't be angry, he'll leave now. But Yan Yifei stepped forward and gripped his wrist tightly, pulling him in front of her grandmother. Grandma, I have always had this character. I just didn't express it before. If Song Rui hadn't appeared by my side, I would indeed have endured today, but I will still take revenge on my uncle in the future. Let me emphasize once again, he doesn't have the fate to spend your money. The more you give him, the faster he will die. This was yet another shocking statement that nearly stopped Cheng Ying's heart, her lips trembling as she began to cry. Seeing that the conflict was directed at him, even though Song Rui was being gripped by Yan Yifei, he could only push her away. He retreated to the door, saying, I don't belong here. I have been too excessive today. I will leave first. If you need to blame someone, blame me. With things reaching this point, Yan Yifei's stubborn nature meant that even if the King of Heaven arrived, she would confront him. Thus leaving now was the right thing to do, allowing the two to calm down and have a good talk. Cheng Ying, seeing Yan Yifei about to chase after him, shouted sharply, Stop right there. You are not allowed to see that guy again. At that moment Yan Yifei was already standing by the door, her hand resting on the doorknob. Hearing this, she halted her steps, saying, Grandma, this is the first time you have scolded me since I came to this home. When I first arrived, you hugged me tightly and cried, saying, Yifei, my child, your life is so hard. It's all Grandma's fault for sending you back. For so many years you have been saying it's your fault, but I don't think it's because of you. The ones at fault are those who bullied and harmed me. If you have a fault, it's being so kind that you try to repay kindness with kindness, even wanting to use morals to bind me. But don't worry, I'm not angry at you. I will treat you well. I will earn money, a lot of money, and will be by your side, ensuring you live comfortably in your later years. No one will bully you, so can I leave now? Are you really going to sever ties with me over this rogue and Grandma? What kind of potion has he fed you? Cheng Ying, despite her normally gentle temperament, was trembling with anger at Yan Yifei's audacious words. Yan Yifei gently patted her chest, saying, Grandma, I've made myself quite clear. Even if it weren't Song Rui, I would still do this. You have suffered more in your life than I have, but much of that suffering stems from your unwillingness to fight or seize opportunities. You think being good to others will earn their gratitude, but that is not the case. For instance, Uncle has taken so much money from you. Has he ever treated you well? She spoke in a calm tone, but her words pierced like ice. If you were to harden your heart and demand money from Aunt and Uncle's son, even stir up trouble at your uncle's workplace, or report him to the police, Uncle wouldn't hate you. He would come begging and would genuinely treat you better. What kind of twisted logic is that? This isn't about him treating me better, it's about him being scared of me. Grandma, Yan Yifei smirked. In this world there are only these kinds of relationships, either you fear me, or I fear you. Rather than being afraid of being bullied, it is better to bully others and make them afraid. I understand why you're angry, but it's because you think I've suddenly turned into a villain. However, I've always been like this. In the past I couldn't be bad because I lacked the qualification and ability, but today with Song Rui behind me, I have the means to be wicked. Yan Yifei relieved some of her grandma's anger and stepped toward the door, but at that moment Cheng Ying called out to her again, her voice thick with tears, What you've become will make your future worse than your mother's. That's not true, Grandma. Yan Yifei turned her head and said softly, Good people suffer, but I am not one of them. Someone as malicious as me can live for a long time unless I decide I don't want to live anymore. Grandma stumbled back and fell onto the newly bought sofa. As she went downstairs, the night wind was strong, blowing away the dark clouds, and the moonlight fell in sparse patches. In the distance, under the street lamp, Song Rui was standing there, his face half in the light and half in shadow. The illuminated side glowed with golden fragments, while the contours of his face, in the darkness, emitted a chill. When Song Rui saw Yan Yifei coming down, he said, "I was a bit impulsive today. Drinking leads to trouble. I need to drink less in the future, but you look cute with your flushed cheeks after drinking." Because Yan Yifei was coming from the shadow, Song Rui couldn't see her expression clearly, so he tried to communicate like this. He didn't know what the girl in front of him was thinking, but one thing was certain: the ruthless woman who had previously nurtured him in the villa seemed to be gradually returning to her, an inevitable trend. Yan Yifei said something that surprised Song Rui. "Do you dislike the way I was just now? Though it slightly contradicts your previous image, it was still quite cool. By the way, did Uncle bully you all this time? When I first came to Jiangcheng in my 3rd year of middle school, Uncle often scolded and slapped me. I didn't want to upset Grandma, so I always lied that it was due to falling in gym class. Once I accidentally broke the wine Grandma bought for Uncle. He tried to hit me in front of Grandma, but she took a kitchen knife and slammed it on the table, scaring Uncle so much that he didn't dare to move afterward. I know Grandma loves me, so I secretly vowed to make her life better and never let her be bullied. I want Grandma to think of me the same way, but when I confronted Uncle at the door just now, she didn't stop me. I felt so sad as she thinks I've changed, but I feel she's changed too." Seeing her frown, Song Rui wanted to pat her head, but stopped himself. "Yifei, many times the root of pain is not in what you did or what others did to you, but more in your own mindset. Your emotional ups and downs and your turbulent mood stem from the influences of your outlook on life, worldview, and values. If you can't change others, then perhaps you should change yourself. There aren't many who can stir my emotions, so I don't want to change." Yan Yifei looked up at him and asked, "Do you hate your—" "I used to hate him, wishing he would die in an accident the moment he stepped out the door, but now I think I suddenly don't hate him anymore. Maybe it's because I've found a mental anchor and have no expectations of him. I once said I wanted to live well, but just thinking of him keeps me awake at night, so I just set him aside and ignore him. If you still hate your dad and want to kill him, I'll help you. This world doesn't love me, and I don't love it either, but I cherish you, so I will help you fulfill any request." Song Rui lowered his head to look at her. Yan Yifei's eyes sparkled under the moonlight, twinkling like the brightest star in the night sky that had lost its way, inadvertently falling into her gaze. He understood the meaning behind the girl's words, and more profoundly the confession laced within her words. She cared for him so much that she could disregard the lives of others to express her feelings. This confession was heavy yet twisted. "Let's not talk about these things anymore." He changed the subject and stepped forward to take Yan Yifei's hand. "I want to earn some money and live a happy life with you, okay? I can't get over this matter." Yan Yifei pulled her hand away, looking at him, determined to clarify. "What if one day I commit murder and arson, doing all kinds of evil? What would you do?" Song Rui fell silent. He didn't want to answer. He believed that after his rebirth he was there to atone and to save her, but he found that she was becoming darker because of him, causing a deep sense of defeat. He restrained himself and gently said, "Yifei, you're great in many ways, but your tendency to overthink is not good." Yan Yifei's tone immediately turned sharp. "What does whether I am good or not have to do with you?" Song Rui was silent for a moment and then replied, "I am your boyfriend, so it certainly concerns me." He glanced at Yan Yifei, who was visibly agitated, and cautiously asked, if one day you need to go to Yanjing for something, would you stay for me?" "I don't know." Song Rui took a deep breath, responding irritably, "All right then." He turned away dejectedly and slowly walked forward. Yan Yifei watched him leave alone, feeling extremely wronged. Song Rui walked slowly as if waiting for her to catch up, but she stood still, tears streaming down her face. For a moment she questioned herself, is it all worth it? She could have pretended to be a good girl in front of Grandma, yet she couldn't hold back today. What was the reason? Because of fear. Even though she decided to change herself, she remained an extremely insecure girl. She feared that as Song Rui spent time with her, he would discover the malice within her. She feared that after they grew close, he might leave her in a fit of rejection. It would be better to expose her true nature early and break up sooner, at least while she was still not too deep in. Watching his slowly departing figure, Yan Yifei told herself to treat it as if she didn't know him anymore. She replayed their past in her mind. The little moments since transferring schools, the birthday party farce, the bloodshed at the hospital, the shock at the police station, and so on. Had he finally tired of her and decided to abandon her? But why not come back to scold her a few times or hit her once to make her heart completely dead? Yan Yifei felt as if the air was burning her. She hated herself, hated her cowardice, the same cowardice as her grandma, the same cowardice as her childhood self. Song Rui stumbled forward and unknowingly arrived at the barbecue stall where he had dined with Yan Yifei last time. The owner recognized him and greeted him warmly. "Hey young man, where's your pretty girlfriend? Why didn't she come?" "She can't come out." Song Rui listlessly found an empty table, ordered a few skewers of barbecue and 2 bottles of beer, and began to drink alone. After a while, a deep, resonant voice suddenly came from beside him. "Young man, do you mind if I join your table?" Though it was a question, the newcomer casually pulled out a plastic chair and sat down, laughing heartily. "Barbecue and beer. I haven't had this in many years. I really came at the right time this time." Turning to look, Song Rui saw a man in his 50s or 60s wearing a loose white shirt with the sleeves casually rolled up to his elbows, baggy gray trousers, and a belt loosely fastened at his waist. The shirt was wrinkled with one half tucked in and the other half sticking out, and if it weren't for the familiar features he might look like a worker who had just stacked bricks on a construction site. The old man lit a cigarette, crossed his legs, and cast a friendly glance at Song Rui. "Would you like one?" This nearly 60-year-old man was dressed casually and spoke kindly, yet emanated an air of authority. Song Rui nodded inexplicably, and the old man took out a box of Red Lion cigarettes from his chest pocket and handed it over. "Don't look down on my humble cigarettes. They pack a punch, just don't choke on it." After speaking, the old man enthusiastically pulled out a box of matches, lit Song Rui's cigarette, and then relaxedly leaned back against the chair, waving his hand with the cigarette pinched between his fingers. "In this life, the face is the most tiring and burdensome. You see, at my age, my body is just a bit fatter and looser, but this face, always smiling, pretending to be something it's not, feels more like a mask." Song Rui did not respond and didn't know how to reply. Fortunately, at that moment, the barbecue stall owner served the skewers he had ordered. He didn't order much: 5 skewers of lamb, 2 of enoki mushrooms, and 2 of chives. The old man casually grabbed a handful from the grill and picked up a lamb skewer to eat. "Young man, why the long face? Do you have something on your mind? You're still young. There's nothing wrong with frowning. When you reach my age, a frown brings out all the crow's feet horizontal lines and shaped wrinkles, and it becomes quite ugly." "I didn't have anything on my mind." Song Rui also grabbed a lamb skewer to chew. "But now that you've eaten my skewer, I do." The old man was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "I truly apologize. I didn't bring any money with me. Seeing your friendly face, I came over to scrounge a bite." He extinguished the cigarette, but in the plastic ashtray filled a glass with beer and sighed. "I've fallen ill." "You really know how to speak, young man." The old man chuckled self-deprecatingly while holding the wine glass. "It's not what you think, though. It's lung cancer. No matter how I treat it, I only have 5 years to live. So I thought about finding a successor before I die, and my relatives don't seem reliable, so I came out to look for someone." "Do you have a throne for someone to inherit?" "No throne, but I do have a bit of money," the old man said calmly, smiling again. "Many are worried when I go out, fearing I might stir up some trouble." Song Rui stared at the old man's rosy face, pondering the meaning of his words, and could no longer hold back, blurting out, "Are you Yan Yifei's grandfather?" The old man did not deny it, only smiling as he looked over. His gaze had a peculiar feeling. Though he was slouched on a plastic stool in a relaxed manner, it gave off an impression of looking down on others. "Are you worried about me coming over?" "I respect her thoughts." "That's not the truth. Expressing one's thoughts through another's name is the common trick of political people. You should sincerely say that Fei cannot go home. That's where she suffered." The old man waved his hand. "That's probably a thought of your generation, right? What is meant to happen will happen. I haven't helped Yifei much, and she is quite stubborn, not needing assistance." "That's overly modest. The chairman often says material transforms into spirit, spirit transforms into material. I see that the spirit Yifei has in you will turn into substantial wealth." Song Rui was a bit confused by the old man's roundabout words and retorted, "Old man, are you offering me material in exchange for completing a task?" The old man waved his hand with a smile, puffing out smoke. "I have considered that, but am nearing death, so I should avoid meddling in the affairs of lovers. Otherwise, when I reach the underworld, the king of hell might give me a few extra lashes." Avoiding meddling doesn't mean not doing it. Song Rui understood the old man's thoughts. Just like in many romance novels, he wanted him to take money and leave. The difference was the sequence was reversed. Grandpa Yan wanted him to tell Yan Yifei that his kindness towards her was due to meeting her grandfather, thereby changing his attitude. This was the very saying Yan Yifei had mentioned before. A sudden change in attitude must be due to greater benefits on the table. "Aren't you afraid that Yifei might undergo a drastic change in character and come to hate everyone? How could she still be your successor then?" The old man fell silent for a moment before speaking plainly. "Young man, there are many kinds of feelings that support a person's struggle in their career. Some desire riches and luxury, some have a pure heart, and of course it can also be a deep-seated hatred. If she harbors such feelings, it doesn't mean she won't succeed." Upon hearing this, Song Rui took a sharp breath. A chill uncontrollably surged from the depths of his heart, and he almost instantly thought of the suffering Yan Yifei would endure upon returning to Beijing in his past life. "I disagree." Song Rui shook his head. "Believe me, she doesn't want to participate in your family drama at all. If you were purely visiting your granddaughter as an elder, I'd welcome you, but you don't have that much time left, and there's no need to pull her into this. I won't agree to your terms. She only has this one path." The old man smiled calmly. "She is not someone like you. She will have a broader road ahead. Her upbringing, her friends, and even those who have harmed her have determined that she can only take this path. Your discontent with her situation shows you're a good kid, but it's of no use. My presence here is just a signal. Her leaving is the best choice." Song Rui wanted to say more, but the old man interrupted him firmly. "I came to see you today because of Fei. She is still young and doesn't understand. If you help her a bit, she will remember it in her heart. When she grows up, she won't be so stubborn. I remind you, making money is much harder than finding another woman. I have investigated your father's background. If you nod today, you'll meet him and can also bring a few friends to reminisce. You two won't have such a big conflict then. Song Rui was stunned for a few seconds, taking a deep breath. Are you planning to use 5 years to turn Yifei into another you? Don't get excited. The old man leaned back in the plastic chair holding his cigarette. If you have feelings for Yifei, I will leave a letter. After I die, you can take this letter to find her and say that all of this was forced upon you by me. Whether you reconcile or bear a grudge, it doesn't matter. I believe she will have matured by then. Shouldn't she be a mature tool instead? Song Rui replied calmly. I used to be that kind of person, unable to sleep at night, fearing I would be discarded if I became useless. I don't want to argue about topics like mediocrity or happiness. I was somewhat aimless before, but at least at this moment I have a goal to go back and find her, to accompany her for as long as I can. I don't know how she feels when she is with me, but I have a feeling that the recent me is closer to what they call happiness. Song Rui stood up to settle the bill, asking the owner to pack a portion of fried noodles to take away. The old man leisurely remained seated, lighting another cigarette with a match. Young man, buy me 5 lamb skewers, a serving of lamb kidneys, 3 garlic oysters, 2 enoki mushrooms, and 2 bottles of beer. You can pay for me, but it's not easy for me to go out. Song Rui frowned, but still placed the order. The old man waved goodbye cheerfully behind him. However, unbeknownst to him, Yan Yifei was waiting with a pair of scissors. On the way back, Song Rui spotted Yan Yifei from a distance, crouching under the streetlight, her back appearing forlorn and desolate, much like a kitten abandoned by its owner. As Song Rui crouched down to pat Yan Yifei's head, a pair of scissors was thrust into his hand, and Yan Yifei seized his hand, aiming the blade at her own throat. From a third-party perspective, it appeared as such. Song Rui held the scissors in one hand, the tip pressed against Yan Yifei's throat, and the two of them exchanged a silent gaze. Neither moved. Song Rui suddenly recalled a line Yan Yifei had spoken to him on a rainy night. If one day you find me disgusting, will you be able to strangle me? It seemed that his sudden departure had truly shattered Yan Yifei's heart, leading her to entertain thoughts of ending her life. Unable to bear the silence any longer, Song Rui broke it, though he feared that Yan Yifei might impulsively drive the scissors into her own throat. After all, it was only a matter of time before someone passed by and called the police. They'll count to 3 and we let go together. We can talk this out. Haven't you always criticized me for being mute? You are capable and intelligent. How come you cannot reason at this critical moment? Yan Yifei showed no response, but through her disheveled bangs, Song Rui glimpsed a pair of eyes filled with resentment. If you want to hurt someone, shouldn't you stab me instead? Why hurt yourself because of a scumbag? I bought you fried rice. This time I didn't put much soy sauce. You should like it. Song Rui raised the item in his other hand, saying, how about this? Let's eat something first. Yan Yifei remained silent, her expression frozen, as she continued to hold her ground against him. Song Rui sighed deeply. Our relationship has come to this point. There's no need to speak with scissors in hand. Either I put the scissors down and hand them to you, and you stab me a couple of times to relieve your feelings. How about that? The scissors bear your fingerprints. If I die, you won't survive either. Yan Yifei finally spoke, but the hatred in her voice was even more intense than it had been at the birthday banquet that day. From her perspective, with tears blurring her vision, Song Rui's face appeared slightly indistinct. Song Rui, you have rejected me twice. I won't give you a third chance. This statement carried weight. However, no matter what, Song Rui was the person who had spent the most time with Yan Yifei. In both this life and the last, he was her longest companion. He understood that she was a person who often said one thing, but meant another, and her greatest weakness was her desperate need for affection. Even after being hurt so deeply in her past life, she still spent money to support herself, occasionally gazing at him in a daze, and sometimes giggling to herself. In fact, Song Rui had a feeling that as long as he didn't mock Yan Yifei in his past life, she might even have tried to give him another chance, preventing him from ending up paralyzed. Don't speak nonsense. Why didn't reject you just now? Everything is your own self-importance, Song Rui said, lightly laced with a hint of sarcasm. I was just thinking about your attitude toward me all along. I care about you, but you've always doubted me. Are you trying to shake me off in this way? Let me tell you, it won't work. You're talking nonsense. Yan Yifei retorted angrily. More than anger, she felt wronged, not because Song Rui had rejected her, but because he appeared unfazed about their relationship, as if he were completely assured of her feelings. On the scale of emotions, she invested more, becoming deeper in her feelings, and thus more anxious. For a moment, Yan Yifei didn't know what to do. Having never suffered a loss in verbal exchanges, she found herself at a loss for words. In resignation, she released the scissors, buried her face in her knees, and began to cry. Don't cry, you'll look terrible when you do, Song Rui said, pulling out a tissue from his pocket and offering it to her. But Yan Yifei felt exposed, ashamed, and overwhelmed by failure, ignoring him as she wept with her head buried. Squatting like this isn't dignified. Oh, I can see your underwear. It's striped, and it would be embarrassing for others to see. Song Rui earnestly persuaded. This remark had some effect, causing Yan Yifei to cry even louder. I made a mistake, and you have every right to be angry. You can do whatever you want now as long as it makes you happy. Song Rui reached out, wanting to touch her face, but then let his hand drop, ultimately shoving a wad of tissue toward her. I've made you cry often recently. I've reflected on it. It's because I am inherently pessimistic, always saying nonsensical things. I've passed this emotional state on to you, and it's my fault. I've been pondering a question much like your confusion. Do you really like me? We became close because of our pain, not love. Therefore what I brought you is mostly torment. Song Rui's gaze dropped, afraid to meet hers. So let's say if, you meet someone gentler than me who can talk better and is happier like Luo Mo, shouldn't you like him? But I must emphasize again, you can like anyone, just not Luo Mo. He's a scumbag and nothing good will come of being with him. This statement was effective, positively so. Yan Yifei lifted her head from her arms, coldly retorting, what about you and me, Song Rui? I'm just a poor kid. Being with you means I'm interested in your money. Don't think that just because you've fallen out with your dad, his wealth won't eventually belong to you. So yes, I'm after your money. I'm that shallow. If you have no money, don't come looking for me. Yan Yifei gazed into his eyes where there was a childlike clarity mixed with a hint of coldness. Fine, let's say you like money, Song Rui replied indifferently. How about this, let's wipe the slate clean on all our pasts. I won't face you with guilt anymore, and you shouldn't doubt me with malice. Think about it, you're still benefiting. At least after I let go of the guilt, I still like you, but if you drop the suspicion, it's as if you treat me like a stranger. This provocation had a significant effect. Yan Yifei was momentarily left breathless with anger. The next second she exclaimed, who says I don't like you? She suddenly pushed him hard. Song Rui, who was already squatting for too long, stumbled backward onto the sidewalk. Yan Yifei leaned in close, bending down to kiss him, and a sweet soft fragrance made Song Rui shiver. After a few seconds, Yan Yifei abruptly pushed him away, breathless. Why did you kiss so chaotically? Song Rui replied perplexedly, I've never kissed anyone before. How am I supposed to know how to? I think I did well this time. Aren't you supposed to have had many girlfriends? Yan Yifei scoffed, did you have to lie to me about this too? What many girlfriends? Who told you that? We just exchanged a few words. Song Rui explained innocently, but before he could say more, he caught sight of a shadow from the corner of his eye, and immediately exclaimed, look behind you. Isn't that your grandmother? Yan Yifei's body jolted, turning her head. Not far away under the streetlight, a hunched figure was none other than Chang'ing. The old woman rubbed her hands, repeatedly peering over here and quickly looking down at her own feet when she saw her granddaughter turn around. Yan Yifei rushed over, and her grandmother hurried to catch up, grasping her hand and saying, Fei, it's dangerous out at night. Let's go home early. Why did you come out? Have you been looking for me? Yan Yifei rubbed her grandmother's icy hand into her warmth. I saw you squatting by the roadside and thought you must be mad at me, so I didn't dare to approach, fearing I would upset you. Chang'ing trembled all over. Yan Yifei stroked her calloused hands, looking into her kind, yet sorrowful eyes, feeling a surge of guilt. Grandma, I'm sorry. I was too harsh with my words earlier. Song Rui arrived, as well, wanting to support Chang'ing. Grandma, let me take you home. It's quite cold tonight. Be careful not to catch a cold. But Chang'ing didn't even look at him, simply turning away. As long as Fei is alright, I'm at ease. Also, I don't want to. Yan Yifei pursed her lips, remaining silent. Song Rui nudged her with his elbow, saying, I'll head back first. You both should rest early. Just as he was about to turn around, Yan Yifei tugged at his shirt, leaving him in a dilemma of whether to advance or retreat. As Song Rui was about to turn around, Yan Yifei tugged at the corner of his clothing, leaving him in a dilemma. Chang'ing also noticed her granddaughter's small movement and sighed, saying, I know Fei has grown up and has her own ideas. I can see that you are quite fond of him now, which is why you protect him at every turn. However, I must advise you to think about what happened to your mother. A woman's marriage is a second life. When your mother was like, she lived well, but after that it was hard days. Song Rui's family has some money, but you should not follow in your mother's footsteps. Listen to your grandmother's advice and consider it carefully. Don't let a moment of emotional impulse lead you to make a wrong decision. Hearing these words, Song Rui pulled away Yan Yifei's hand that was gripping his clothing and walked a few steps forward, pacing in a dark corner. Yan Yifei found it amusing. If there was anyone who couldn't discern a man's true nature, her mother would be one, and her grandmother would be a close second. She had always been troubled by love. Her grandfather was not good to her, always beating her, yet she remained oblivious. As for her younger brother, it was unnecessary to mention. He nearly sold her off for a price. Yet due to so-called family ties, she was trapped for a lifetime. Thinking of this, Yan Yifei looked at Song Rui, who was kicking stones under the streetlight, and softly replied, Grandma, don't think of me as so fragile. My views are different from yours. When you encounter problems, you prefer to act as a victim, making yourself pitiful to evoke sympathy from others. But look around you. Aside from me, who in this world has ever truly cared for you? They only see you as a piece of meat ready to be gnawed on as they pass by. Her tone paused slightly as she narrowed her eyes. If Song Rui was nearby, he would know that Yan Yifei was about to unleash her trump card. I am different. If Song Rui is a scumbag, I would find a way to make him better, even if it is in a certain sense. If he wants to abandon me, I won't resign myself like you and do nothing. I will make him regret it day and night. So let's not bring this up again. Oh, it damages our relationship. Chang'ing stared at her in astonishment. In that moment, the grandmother felt she had never truly understood her granddaughter. She always believed that as long as she cared for her, looked after her, and blamed all the evils on herself, she could help her granddaughter rise from a muddy past. Yet the hostility emanating from Yan Yifei's brow made the over 60-year-old woman feel a chill in her heart. Next, Yan Yifei did not give her grandmother a chance to say anything and almost forcibly pulled her away. On the other side, after kicking the stone, Song Rui squatted in the greenery, catching fireflies to play with. He knew Yan Yifei's character, and after taking her grandmother home, she would definitely come back, so he kept waiting. Sure enough, after about an hour he heard her cold voice, which this time carried a tone of negotiation. However, the content of her speech made Song Rui furrow his brows. We fought with Uncle Gong and Grandma is very upset. Either I lead and we apologize to Uncle Gong and compensate him some money so that Grandma feels better. Song Rui suddenly lifted his head from beside the flower bed, almost instinctively refusing. Absolutely not. Your Uncle Gong is just a good for nothing. I've seen plenty of guys like him. If it weren't for some tough measures, he would definitely get worse. I say we should go confront his son and wife, then stir up trouble at his workplace. He will definitely become obedient and stay put. At this point, Song Rui stood up, walked around Yan Yifei in confusion, resting his right hand on his left arm and propping up his chin as he asked, "What's wrong with you? Did you get some motivational speech when you went back?" I discussed it with Grandma. We should soften our stance towards Uncle Gong, and she can call him to ask for money. That way I can get my tuition fees. Yan Yifei glanced at him sideways, and the glimmer in her eyes made Song Rui's heart skip a beat. He had seen this look before, that expression she had when they had a gathering after the last exam asking him about his preferences. An expression somewhere between a smile and a tease with a hint of sparkling light in her eyes. This won't do. You are being too naive. Although I am not clever, I can see through your Uncle Gong's tricks at a glance. Any money that reaches him will surely vanish without a trace. Apologizing will only subject us to his humiliation. But if we don't apologize and we leave Jiang City sooner or later, Grandma is particularly soft-hearted. If Uncle Gong uses this matter to gain sympathy, I fear Grandma will really agree to go on a blind date or even marry that old professor. Then her second half of life will be full of suffering. This. Song Rui paced anxiously, walking back and forth in front of Yan Yifei. He did not know what she was truly thinking. The contrast with her previous threatening demeanor at the door was too stark. Suddenly, he recalled Yan Yifei's often repeated phrase, "A sudden change in attitude indicates that greater benefits lie ahead." Benefits? What benefits could this girl be seeking from him? Song Rui scratched his head in frustration. He did not like this kind of mind game with the girl in front of him, or it felt too unpleasant. Indeed, today's events were quite difficult to handle. Yan Yifei was also in a quandary. Grandma had always treated her well, yet now she hated her for hitting Uncle Gong. In daily life, when dealing with those bullies who tormented Yan Yifei, he was always brave, able to take on 5 or 6 young men alone. Yet in this matter, he could only come up with such a shallow reasoning. Even if Uncle Gong later reported to Grandma, they could just not see her anymore. However, it would be harder for Yan Yifei. Thinking of this, Song Rui suddenly stopped in his tracks. He stared at Yan Yifei's slightly squinted eyes, swallowed hard. This girl had once whispered to him in the villa that expression belonged to those who commit suicide by jumping off a building or are abandoned by everyone. Saying it was an apology might be plotting something. But no matter what she was plotting, Yan Yifei absolutely could not act now, for he had just seen her grandfather at the barbecue stall. The grandfather who had once pushed her to the position of CEO against all odds in her past life. The meaning behind the old man's words was clear. He had been observing Yan Yifei for a while. If she were to engage in any wrongdoing and he caught her, she would definitely be coerced back to Yinjing, reliving her previous pain. So he took the initiative to speak. "Whatever you are planning, you should tell me. You always say you don't need a savior. Let me complete the second half of that sentence for you today. You need someone to go through hell with you, and I feel quite willing to take on that role." Yan Yifei stared at him for a long time before speaking. "We should still apologize, and I need to find a way for Uncle Gong to make money, a lot of money, so he won't come to bother Grandma. What do you think of this proposal?" Song Rui hesitated to speak. Then, after a moment of contemplation, he resolutely said, "What you're doing is feeding a tiger with flesh. The more money you give him, the greedier he will become. Since I've already committed my share of misdeeds, I might as well go to his house and throw some paint on it. I have plenty of time during the summer vacation, and I can go over every day to give him a hard time. I can also call a few people to smash his place good and proper." Yan Yifei scoffed lightly. "You're underestimating yourself. You need to understand that there are police in this world. You can't just do whatever wicked thing you want. If you go into his house and break things, even if you don't lay a hand on him, he can still accuse you of burglary. Do you want to spend 10 years in prison? Then you're aiding and abetting evil. Why would you give money to such a person?" Song Rui retorted defiantly, "When your uncle runs out of money, he will come to bother Grandma. You would have to bear the brunt of it. Why not do something decisive to cut off his hopes? In Grandma's eyes, I'm already beyond saving, so I might as well go all out and let your uncle know what a rogue really is." Yan Yifei took a deep breath, pulling the agitated Song Rui down to sit on a bench by the roadside, and said calmly, "You don't need to be this angry." "How can I not be angry? Your identity is sensitive right now. No matter what you do, it will be wrong. But I'm different now. I can build a good relationship with your uncle. He's the type who only sees money. If he gets hurt or feels pain, Grandma will only feel more distressed. In the end, he will be sold without complaint." Song Rui fell silent. "Let's take Grandma with us." He steadied himself, his expression serious. "We have plenty of free time in college. We can work a couple of jobs and rent a place for Grandma. Anyway, I'm not planning to go back to Jiangxing. In a new place, we can start over." Yan Yifei remained silent, seemingly in hesitation. But Song Rui stood up, unable to contain himself, and shouted, "I don't understand what you're thinking. You must be hiding a lot from me. Why has your attitude suddenly changed? Have you met someone?" "Met whom?" Yan Yifei replied, her tone unchanged, as if she were giving him a step down. Of course I mean your— As the words slipped out, Song Rui realized his slip of the tongue and turned to the other person, revealing an awkward yet polite smile. And what else? But Yan Yifei merely raised an eyebrow slightly. Why aren't you more surprised? I knew it long ago. When you left just now you looked so melancholic, but upon returning your entire demeanor had changed, as if you had made some kind of resolution. It's strange. Your attitude towards me has never changed. I think either you met your dad or some other important person. Now that I think of it, your grandfather is a reasonable explanation. Yan Yifei lowered her head, her gaze landing on her faded sneakers, which had accompanied her throughout high school, symbolizing her impoverished state. Without the Yan family, she would just be a girl from a poor family wandering in the wind and rain. Why should Song Rui? The answer was simple. Song Rui must have known her grandfather long ago, which explained the drastic change in his attitude. Reflecting on his previous casual remark, if she had a wealthy father, Yan Yifei was even more convinced of this. How much are you planning to offer? She asked in a muffled tone, eager to know the answer, yet reluctant to hear it. She felt that if Song Rui were to sell her, it should at least be in the 8-digit range, otherwise their relationship would seem too trivial. But if that price really came out, could she accept it? No, absolutely not. So before Song Rui could stammer out his response, Yan Yifei suddenly felt anger surge within her. Even though she had been psychologically prepared, this emotion came on too strongly, too violently, completely breaking free from the constraints of reason. Don't think you can gain anything. They are all ruthless creatures that eat people without spitting out bones. You're a fool, and I like you making me even more foolish. Yan Yifei wanted to curse using words like damn you and damn me, but subconsciously she avoided the word mother. After pondering for 2 seconds, she opened her mouth to speak again, but found herself unable to. Song Rui leaned in, wrapping his arms around her and kissing her. Yan Yifei struggled fiercely, shouting 2 words, bastard, and elbowing him in the chest with force. But when she heard him grunt, her heart softened, and she didn't push any harder. Thus Song Rui took advantage of the moment, lifting her chin and charging forward. He was indeed tall and strong. Yan Yifei's premonition about going to the warehouse was not wrong. Under his brute strength, she found little room for resistance. When they paused to catch their breath, Yan Yifei pushed him away, striving to maintain her composure, and asked in a calm tone, say something like how you met my grandfather at the birthday banquet. She felt everything was falling into place, but it was a reasonableness that nearly froze her soul. The next second, Song Rui sighed softly. I don't care whether you believe it or not, but today was the first time I met the old man. He pointed out your identity and mentioned money. But how should I put it? We parted ways unhappily after we couldn't reach an agreement. Before I left, I ordered some skewers for him and secretly told the vendor to add more spice, as that old man loves it hot. Yan Yifei maintained a stiff face, ignoring his self-satisfied humor, and continued to ask, are you waiting for the right price? I discussed keeping you with him. Song Rui, accustomed to the sharp-tongued style of the girl before him, said nonchalantly, but he didn't agree. Why would he want to keep me? Of course he would want to keep you, Song Rui said cheekily. Once you have money, the friends surrounding you will definitely increase. You won't lack for my friendship. But right now you are both poor and miserable, and am the only one willing to be your friend. I can't miss this opportunity to enhance our relationship. Yan Yifei wanted to refute him. No one befriended her for 2 reasons. First, she simply couldn't be bothered. Second, Song Rui was like a stray dog, always hovering around her. Forget about getting close, even looking at him too long would earn a few bites. At this moment, she fell silent, her hands folded, with her right thumb gently stroking the back of her left hand. Song Rui noticed this gesture, which usually only occurred when Yan Yifei was deeply shaken, and added fuel to the fire. Have you read Aesop's fables? My mom used to tell it when I was a child, but she never finished it. Yan Yifei replied, honestly, her mind in a tangle. There's one about the goose that laid the golden eggs. A poor farmer receives a goose that lays golden eggs. At first he is overjoyed, but later the greedy farmer thinks there are many golden eggs hidden inside the goose, and decides to take a risk and kill it. In the end he loses everything. So now I am that goose that lays golden eggs. If I never go back, wouldn't you be left empty-handed? Song Rui patted her shoulder. If you don't go back, then don't. I'm not as greedy as a farmer. Whether to share or not is a choice. Not sharing is the most profitable option. So according to your logic of interests, I should never break up with you. Do you understand? Aren't we here to break up with ourselves? On her way back, Yan Yifei had already thought carefully about the reason behind Song Rui's change of attitude. She had always been this way, her nerves taut, and any slight disturbance would leave her feeling restless. Although she impulsively kissed Song Rui just now, in retrospect it felt strange in every way. How could he change his mind and support all her decisions in just an hour? There must be some unforeseen circumstances she was unaware of. So she decided to try a different approach to test him, to provoke him, in order to find out the answer she desired. In fact, she could have asked directly, but when faced with Song Rui, she felt insecure. She never anticipated that she would become such a weak person. Perhaps the more one cares, the softer one becomes. On her way here, Yan Yifei even entertained another thought. Maybe she could just let it go. Even if Song Rui came to please her with some task, she would pretend to be unaware. What exactly are you saying? Are we breaking up or not? Song Rui grew irritable. If we aren't breaking up, then you must listen to me regarding uncle's matters. You listen to me. Yan Yifei instinctively blurted out, realizing from her own words that she subconsciously accepted that Song Rui was speaking the truth, and was even less likely to mention breaking up. Fine, I'll listen to you, Song Rui said, frustrated as he tugged at his hair. But you don't need to apologize, I'll let it be just. Yan Yifei shook her head. It's better to forget it, the situation is quite complicated right now. My grandfather is hurrying from Yinjing to find me. He is known for being resolute, and this time he should be confident about taking me away, so I need to think carefully about how to respond. Have you considered staying with me? Song Rui nudged her playfully with his elbow. Going to Yinjing is like enjoying the privileges of a young lady. Oh, why would you want to come here to suffer? I can't stop worrying about my grandmother. No matter what, Yan Yifei's words were the firmest in front of Song Rui. As for you, if it gets too bloody, you can leave anytime. Oh, I have no objections. That being said, Song Rui understood in his heart that even though she was speaking so easily now, if she really backed down, the seaside villa would be the treatment he would receive for the rest of his life. Given that their relationship was slightly better than in his past life, Yan Yifei would probably welcome him in advance. He'll come find you tomorrow. I can't face my grandmother right now, let's meet at the cafe. The next noon, Song Rui arrived in front of the cafe. At the moment he pushed open the door, he felt a bit uneasy. In his past life, Yan Yifei had only mentioned the fates of those classmates without detailing her schemes, but from the outcomes they had all been cruel to the extreme. He knew the tragic fate of the rich kid, Zhou Youqi. This guy had acted recklessly, and even tried to seduce Yan Yifei. Of course the perceptive Yan Yifei did not fall for it, but this made Zhou Youqi resentful. His end was the bankruptcy of his family's company, followed by killing his wife and being sentenced to death. Initially, Yan Yifei had kindly bought him life insurance before Zhou Youqi's bankruptcy. If he committed suicide as the beneficiary, his wife would receive at least 5 million in compensation. At that time, Song Rui had wondered what was wrong with Yan Yifei. Had she suddenly developed a kind heart? But the subsequent events slapped him hard in the face. Even if Zhou Youqi wanted to commit suicide, he couldn't, because the insurance policy stated that no compensation would be given for suicides within 2 years. Thus he lived on with a desperate hope for the sake of his wife and children. After 2 years filled with various creditors pressuring and beating him, Yan Yifei kindly paid off his debts and gave him some money to help him live the rest of his life, severing all ties between them. Having experienced a dramatic rise and fall, Zhou Youqi ultimately could not believe he was getting a second chance. He was deeply grateful to Yan Yifei and sought to reconcile with his wife, preparing to spend the rest of his life with her. The final outcome was something Song Rui saw in the newspaper. Zhou Youqi's wife and children pressured him into suicide. In a fit of anger, he killed his wife and was sentenced to death. Under Yan Yifei's ruthless and meticulous plans, she not only gained a reputation for kindness, but also personally forged a hell on earth. This was not merely a physical destruction, but a spiritual torment. Purchase insurance. Manipulate creditors to apply pressure. Allow Zhou Youqi to survive under the illusion of for the sake of his wife. Pay off debts, provide money, and when life's hope is rekindled, lure Zhou Youqi's wife and children to pressure him into suicide, ultimately even buying headlines to let the news of Zhou Youqi killing his wife spread widely, becoming a major topic of conversation in Jiangxing. Song Rui stood at the entrance of the cafe, sweating profusely. At least this time him on her side, he steeled himself. With a ding-dong sound, the glass door automatically swung open, and the bartender nodded and smiled at him. The coffee machine roared in his ears as chocolatey sweetness and the acidity of Blue Mountain coffee were continuously ground out. As Song Rui walked through the rich aroma, his body relaxed involuntarily. Perhaps the caffeine would help. After mentioning the reserved seat to the front desk, the young man looked at him in surprise. From the young man's eyes he read a plethora of emotions: envy, jealousy, and indignation. It seemed that his arrival for the appointment was something heinous. Song Rui felt anxious and his heart raced. He slightly felt dizzy as he staggered towards the agreed-upon spot. Yan Yifei was sitting right there. She hadn't wiped off her lipstick nor applied any makeup, sitting there with perfect posture, exuding elegance. Her clothing was unremarkable, a blue dress that half covered her fair figure, and her hairstyle was also devoid of any ostentation, with soft strands of hair partially revealing her bright eyes and delicate face. Yan Yifei waved at him, her eyes narrowing slightly. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The coffee here is quite expensive. She had the same expression when she was plotting to kill someone before. As soon as Song Rui sat down, she took out her notebook and straightforwardly said, I originally wanted my uncle to serve a few years in prison, but since my grandfather is here, and you are willing to help me, I've decided to just torment him a bit and leave him paralyzed instead. Huh. Song Rui knew Yan Yifei was a freak, but he never expected her to be this extreme. Just in one night, could they really discuss such explosive topics? What's wrong? Yan Yifei feigned nonchalance. Are you scared now? You can still back out. Song Rui didn't respond, instead bursting into an inexplicable laugh. I feel like we've suddenly become closer. You used to be very restrained in front of me, and I tried to suppress my temper as well. Now that I think about it, if something goes wrong, can we say we both serve time together? Don't worry, it won't implicate you. I'll handle everything. You just need to help me with a few small tasks and contribute some money, Yan Yifei said earnestly. How much do you have in your savings? Take it all out and give it to me. 5. 50,000. Yan Yifei frowned. 50,000 was a bit too little. Executing the plan would be quite tight. A 500,000. Song Rui scratched his head awkwardly. Chengbin had not been feeling well these past few days. Not only had he been unjustly beaten, but he also lost all his money gambling over the weekend. With his family struggling to make ends meet, he could only shamelessly visit his sister's house to mooch off her, and at the same time, give Yan Yifei, this ungrateful wretch, a piece of his mind. Despite having suffered a loss that day, he was still Yan Yifei's uncle by blood. If he hadn't given his nod of approval, no man would have been able to step through the door. With such thoughts in mind, as soon as Chengbin pushed open his sister's door, Chengying turned around and pushed him out, saying, "What are you doing here? You're not welcome." Chengbin squeezed his plump body inside, grinning, as he said, "Sister, I haven't eaten yet today. Hurry up and give me some chopsticks. There are so many dishes on the table." He was indeed hungry and had no money on him. Early in the morning, he had gone to his ex-wife's place hoping to mooch off her, but was kicked out by his rebellious son. He had to settle for a bowl of rice noodles with the remaining $5 he had just to fill his stomach. But rice noodles were hardly enough to satisfy his hunger. He could only come to his sister's house to scrounge a meal and chat with her about her date with the old professor. On the other hand, Chengying had noticed that Yan Yifei had been leaving early and returning late, hardly speaking to her. She felt some regret for having fallen out with her granddaughter. Today she had specially prepared a grand feast and repeatedly urged Yifei to come home for dinner. She wanted to have a serious talk with her about Song Rui. Chengying understood that Yan Yifei must have been out there cozying up with Song Rui, but she didn't want her granddaughter to suffer the same fate of marrying the wrong man. No matter what, she couldn't let her live her life with a rogue. Therefore, she absolutely could not let her brother come and stir up trouble. "This meal is specially prepared for Yifei. Don't come and mess things up." Chengying tried to push her brother out, but Chengbin refused. Mainly because his stomach was growling, he just wanted to eat something quickly. The food and drinks in his sister's house were rightfully his. There was no reason for him to be pushed out. "What's the big deal? We're all family. I didn't even report you when your precious granddaughter beat me up last time, so what's the harm in eating something now? Get out, or he'll hit you with a stick." Chengying was unable to contain her emotions, shouting as she pushed her brother. "Yifei is upset with you right now, so don't come to my house." Chengbin was taken aback. He never expected his usually taciturn sister would lash out at him. He immediately yelled back, "You old hag, you're still helping that ingrate. It's her own fault for not studying well and finding a rogue boyfriend. I'm telling you now, I want them to pay for my medical expenses, at least 50,000. If not, I'll call the police." The shouting between the two grew louder. This was an old residential building, and many elderly residents were sleeping at night, yet no one came out. A few neighbors had gathered, pointing fingers at Chengbin. This reaction was somewhat expected. Chengbin, who was known for being lazy and only thinking about his sister's pension, had already gained a bad reputation. He often bullied widows and orphans, which led some kind-hearted elderly people to criticize him. But at that moment, Chengbin was so enraged that he could hardly control himself. He waved his hand and, gritting his teeth, pushed his sister. His anger was not unfounded. One, he hated that his sister dared to blame him, and two, he despised the crowd around him that had humiliated him. This push caused the emotionally charged Chengying to lose her balance, staggering back 2 steps before crashing heavily onto a plastic chair, shattering it to pieces. Blood began to flow from the elderly Chengying's body. In an instant, the entire world seemed to freeze, and the first to react was Chengbin. To cover up his guilt, he cursed as he got up, "I told you not to push me. Now look what you've done, and it's all your fault." Then Yan Yifei, who had rushed home, exclaimed in shock and hurried to her grandmother's side, anxiously trying to lift her up, forgetting to ask what had happened, trembling all over. "Quick, take her to the hospital." Despite her young age, she was mentally tough, and after a couple of seconds, she realized what to do. She called out to the elderly neighbors around her for help. "Please, we don't have a phone at home. Help me call an ambulance." She completely ignored the culprit Chengbin beside her, focusing solely on getting her grandmother to the hospital as quickly as possible. "Also call Song Rui and tell him to hurry over here." Realizing he had caused a disaster, Chengbin didn't cause any more trouble. After Song Rui and Yan Yifei arrived one after another, he awkwardly followed them to the hospital. In the emergency room, the doctor quickly examined the grandmother's wound, his expression growing serious. "Where are her family members? We need to operate. Hurry and sign the consent form." Logically, at this moment, Chengbin should have signed his name, but he was more concerned about another issue. If he signed, wouldn't the surgical fees fall on him? He didn't have that kind of money. So he stepped forward and said, "Doctor, if my sister isn't seriously injured, just prescribe some medicine. There's no need to make a..." The doctor shot him a surprised glare and turned to Yan Yifei, explaining, "She has a lumbar vertebra fracture that is pressing on the nerves. If we delay, it could lead to permanent paralysis. We need to perform surgery immediately. Oh, we can't wait." "What kind of nonsense is that?" Chengbin started causing a scene in the hospital. "It's just a fall. Is it really that serious? Are you trying to extort money from us?" Song Rui, tired of dealing with the obstinate uncle, stepped forward and said, "Just perform the surgery. We will find a way to cover the costs." After Yan Yifei signed the consent form, the doctor hastily left. Song Rui stayed with her at the door of the operating room, while Chengbin stood at the other end of the corridor, poking his head out the window to smoke. He knew that the 2 young people waiting in the operating room were probably burning with rage. Earlier, when he accused the doctor of extortion, that little rogue boyfriend looked ready to fight. If he said one more wrong thing, he might end up sharing a bed with his sister. As time passed, the darkness outside slowly faded. Yan Yifei urged Song Rui, beside her, you should go home now. Don't sleep, wait for me at home. Song Rui was extremely tired, primarily because he had been out all night scouting for suitable candidates at the casino and hadn't gotten a good night's sleep. Now he could barely keep his eyes open, yet he obediently nodded and turned to leave. Once the ferocious-looking Song Rui had left, Chung Bin's mind began to race with schemes. But he was afraid the young man would return, so he waited a full half-hour before daring to approach his granddaughter, earnestly advising, Yifei, your grandmother got hurt this time because she was worried about you after you fell. You need to be more careful and not be with that man. Yan Yifei looked up, squinting her eyes at her uncle. I understand. It's all because I'm not obedient that my grandmother got hurt. It's good that you can think this way, Chung Bin said, adopting a benevolent elder's demeanor. You see, I'm also going to the hospital to check on her. You two kids injured me, and I haven't had the chance to see a doctor. You go get your grandmother's savings book. Oh, I can pay for her medical expenses, and the rest can be my medicine money. The savings book can only be withdrawn by my grandmother herself. It won't be any use if I go. Yan Yifei sighed. I will go find Song Rui and ask him for some money. Does that pauper have any money? Upon hearing the mention of money, Chung Bin was evidently excited. Do you have any good friends at school? Go to their house and ask for some. Isn't there a boy named Luo Mo? Go find him. Uncle, don't worry. I have a way to get Song Rui to raise the money. He owes me, Yan Yifei whispered. After the surgery, Yan Yifei hurriedly left, telling Chung Bin that she was going to ask for money. Asking for money. A flash of insight struck Chung Bin's mind. This ungrateful wretch, Yan Yifei, claims to be asking for money. Could it be that Song Rui is indeed wealthy? Despite his fierce appearance, if Chung Bin were to harden his heart and roll around for money, he wouldn't back down. After all, we live in a society governed by law, and if all else fails, he could always call the police for support. Chung Bin decided to follow Yan Yifei to see how she planned to raise the money. Along the way, he trailed behind her, stopping and going until they finally arrived in front of a warehouse. The wind began to pick up, and Chung Bin hid sneakily from over 10 meters away. He saw Yan Yifei confronting Song Rui at the window. Song Rui's face turned red as he excitedly waved his hands. I'll say it again, I've given you all the money I can. I'm broke now. How can I raise money for grandma's medical expenses? Yan Yifei's cold laughter gradually reached Chung Bin's ears. I spoke with your father for a bit. He's not having an easy time raising you. He thought you would walk a bright path, but if he knew that you bullied me at school, cursed me, and tormented your classmates, it would surely break his heart. If you dare to speak to my dad, I'll kill you right now. Wow, you look quite scary right now. Chung Bin clearly saw Yan Yifei smiling confidently. At this moment, his brain cells focused on making money began to work frantically. No wonder this boy has been acting according to Yan Yifei's mood, but it turns out he has something on her. Thinking this way made everything reasonable. Yan Yifei and he were not in a romantic relationship, but more like a superior and subordinate. Last time they went out to eat, he was beaten up because the granddaughter now had muscle to back her up and wanted to assert dominance. What an ungrateful wretch. Now the situation was clear, and a storm of thoughts surged in Chung Bin's mind. Yan Yifei had evidence to threaten the other party. Proof that Song Rui had bullied her. If it were exposed, it would ruin Song Rui's reputation. The dialogue inside the warehouse continued, followed by Song Rui's frantic shout, don't think I want dare. With your slim arms and legs, if I get mad, I could just kill you. What can you do about it? Yan Yifei looked at him coldly. I have no way to deal with it, but murder comes with a price. Is your life worth the 100,000 yuan? To be honest, it's just money. I have many ways to earn it. You're not the only one who has bullied me at school. Ooh, I've collected evidence and plan to threaten them one by one for money. You've got some guts. Who are you planning to find? Yan Yifei sneered, clearly enunciating the school address and a person's name, Yao Pingping. Chung Bin's heart raced as he listened. Will she even pay you? Song Rui retorted, unimpressed. Yao Pingping is wealthy and values her reputation. If I expose this matter, her parents will definitely intervene and spend money to settle it. I can at least demand that amount from her. Can you really ask for 30,000? Chung Bin gasped in shock. But before that thought could settle, Yan Yifei's derisive laugh reached his ears. At least 300,000. I have all the evidence neatly stored in the drawer of my room. You'll go in my place to demand it. In that moment, Chung Bin's jaw dropped in disbelief, nearly exclaiming, a what? Yet before he could voice it, a surge of greed immediately seized him. He realized that this was a tremendous opportunity and that he could take advantage of the time difference to sneak into Yan Yifei's room and steal the evidence, then use it to extort money. After all, he was Yan Yifei's uncle, her direct elder. Now that his niece was being bullied, it was his turn to stand up for her. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, feeling as though his soul had left his body, soaring up to the clouds. Seizing the opportunity, Chung Bin turned and headed straight for his sister's house. Once Chung Bin's figure disappeared at the end of the alley, the tense atmosphere in the warehouse finally eased. Song Rui said somewhat worriedly, was I a bit too exaggerated just now? I think you should have been even harsher, Yan Yifei replied with a smile. For instance, I'm just a girl. Even if you were to assault and kill me and dispose of my body, what can I do? Clearly the two were putting on a show for Chung Bin, and the effect was remarkable. The middle-aged fat man, who was wholeheartedly eager to make money, had already fallen into the trap of 300,000. However, Song Rui had many concerns. He continued, do you think Yao Pingping upon meeting your uncle would back down and choose to settle things quietly? If she opens with 30,000 she'll likely pay up. I have recordings of her insulting me and videos of her threatening me to commit perjury. That should be enough to make Yao Pingping pay. But if it's 300,000 then her father will definitely get involved. In the eyes of those big shots, teaching my uncle a lesson is just a side matter. What worries me is that her father might want to settle things quietly and go directly to negotiate with my uncle. That's why I prepared 2 plans. What do you think will happen next? I feel a bit confused by your plans. Your grandfather is currently in Jiangsheng. Will he intervene to stop this? What exactly do you intend to do? Honestly, I'm not very sure myself, Yan Yifei sighed, but calmly summarized her experiences. This is my first time devising such a complex plan. There are too many variables, and it could easily head in an unfavorable direction. In the future, when we have power and status, we must simplify things. The simpler the better. This time is an exception. The situation is urgent, and I have to do it this way. First, if Yao Pingping calls the police, they'll be implicated. But my uncle would be acting on his own to extort money. I'm just a poor victim of bullying. The police will only imprison him for extortion, which is not a satisfactory outcome for me. Second, if Yao Pingping seeks out Zhou Youqi to handle this matter, they might hire thugs to deal with my uncle, which could lead to him getting beaten up. My uncle isn't very brave. If that happens, I might have to prepare another plan. Third, if Yao Pingping wants to settle things quietly, she would negotiate with my uncle for money. That would be the worst outcome, but I don't think Yao Pingping is that foolish. If she wants to negotiate, she would come to me. My uncle wouldn't pay her any mind. Fourth, if Yao Pingping's father intervenes to negotiate with my uncle, and they agree on a sum, my uncle will then study the second piece of evidence on my phone. Unable to control his greed, he might end up seeking his own demise. Song Rui stared blankly at the sinister Yan Yifei, feeling an indescribable sensation. He seemed to understand why in their past life, Yan Yifei always spoke to him softly. Beyond a hint of affection, she was a true upper echelon figure. Her malice and ruthlessness had been fully released in the process of tormenting others. When she returned to her seaside villa, she would become a gentle and virtuous wife, keeping him company, chatting, and even personally making him snacks. But now the feeling was entirely different. He was accompanying Yan Yifei as she meticulously devised plans, gradually unleashing her malice, and he was watching her dark transformation. How would she cripple him? What are you thinking about? Yan Yifei noticed something was off and looked at him sideways. Are you feeling sorry for Yao Pingping? Not at all. I think you can go even further. Song Rui immediately protested, feeling that his involvement might have indirectly saved Yao Pingping from a worse fate. Yan Yifei's revenge had only one chance, and in the current plan the girl was merely going to be slightly affected, feeling disgusted for a while. Yao Pingping was a capricious and self-centered young lady who in their previous life was sold by Yan Yifei to Southeast Asia, where she must have suffered greatly. That was really a cheap deal for her. The next morning, Yao Pingping donned a white shirt paired with a checkered skirt and carried the latest Chanel handbag, bursting out of her room with a spirited demeanor. She had performed well in her recent exam, and this new handbag was a gift to herself. As she was leaving the small villa, her father called out to her. Yao Gongyu sat on the sofa rubbing the teacup, exuding a composed and dignified air resembling a figure of authority. Pingping, come here for a moment. Yao Pingping obediently responded. Deep down, she still held great respect, perhaps fear, for her father. She remembered when she was small accompanying her father to the deepest south for summer vacation, where various adults warmly welcomed the father-daughter pair, taking countless photos as they stood and sat in rows, with her father always being the focal point. At that time, she would proudly stand at the front, head held high, enjoying the feeling of being in the spotlight. People applauded for her father time and again, and Yao Pingping grew up amidst that applause. Yao Gongyu took a sip of tea and looked up at his obedient daughter standing before him. The results of the college entrance examination have come out. I have a few suggestions for you regarding this matter. Would you like to hear them? Since the leader offered suggestions, Yao Pingping naturally listened. In terms of studying, I have little to impart. Back then I was a youth sent to the countryside, and by chance I encountered the tide of the times, achieving what I have today. Now that you're leaving home, I want to discuss love and marriage with you. Yao Gongyu calmly patted the sofa beside him, signaling his daughter to sit down. What do you think of that young man, Song? Yao Pingping recalled her past with Song Rui. The first thing that came to mind was that slap in the hospital. She immediately frowned and said, I actually dislike him very much, but he used to be quite attentive to me, so I reluctantly played with him. Now time has passed, and I don't even want to mention him anymore. Of course, Yao Pingping had another thought. Song Rui was definitely a fool. Why would he be interested in someone like Yan Yifei, a poor wretch? What was so good about her? If Song Rui hadn't come to her to negotiate, threatening to expose everything to her father if she didn't back off, she would have continued to find ways to tease Yan Yifei. Once you go to university, you will need to have a boyfriend. This is a matter that must be faced. Just like in our family, look at your father and mother. To outsiders, we seem harmonious and fulfilling, but we are both career-focused individuals, often busy with our own affairs, lacking a family atmosphere. To this day, I feel I owe you for that. Thankfully, you are a remarkable child, upright and sunny, which is my only consolation. Dad, I think it's because you set the example. In front of her father, Yao Pingping was good at flattering, and this statement made Yao Gongyu burst into laughter. All right, flattering Dad won't work. Let's talk seriously. If you are engrossed in your career in the future, you need to find someone whose character matches yours. If you want to marry and live comfortably for the rest of your life, I support you. I have the means to ensure you aren't bullied. Me? I want to find someone obedient. I want to control my own destiny. Yao Pingping smiled with her lips curled. That's good. As for Song Rui, his father seems to care about you both, but I always feel this kid has some psychological issues and isn't suited for you. So I have always been perfunctory about it. I recently heard that there was some conflict at school between you. I spoke with the teacher and understood the situation. Was it because of a girl named Yan Yifei? Hearing that distasteful name, Yao Pingping immediately frowned and complained to her father. She is just a... She wanted to curse her as a poor wretch, but felt it inappropriate to use such discriminatory language in front of her father, which would tarnish her well-behaved image. So she changed her words. She is just a person with a terrible temper. Everyone at school looks down on her and doesn't want to befriend her. I don't know what's wrong with Song Rui. He even yelled at me in class for that guy. It was infuriating. Such a thing happened. Yao Gongyu slightly frowned, casting a sharp gaze towards his daughter. Which teacher's class did you say this happened in? I'll call to inquire. Let's not bother with it. It's all in the past. I'm an adult who I won't hold grudges against them. Yao Pingping immediately refused. That day it was teacher Sun's class, and for some reason this homeroom teacher had always favored Yan Yifei, even extending that favor to Song Rui in the last 2 months. Originally, regarding the incident of pushing her down the stairs, she had talked to Yan Yifei in the hospital, urging her to put the blame on Song Rui. Otherwise, she would let Zhou Youqi have some fun with her. But later Song Rui threatened Zhou Youqi, and the matter ended up unresolved. If her father inquired and investigated, wouldn't all the things she had done at school be exposed? This firm tone immediately alerted Yao Gongyu. He began to suspect that his daughter was hiding something from him. However, since her high school career had already ended, he thought it best to let the past go and solemnly advised, Pingping, I hope you are a healthy child. Never look down on others just because of my status. How could I look down on others? No, Pingping, I can tell from your tone that you have a strong opinion about that girl named Yan Yifei. What opinion could I have? If it weren't for Song Rui protecting her, I wouldn't have anything to do with her at all. Nothing to do with her. Didn't you say that your fallout with Song Rui was because of Yan Yifei? Would he do that for no reason? Yao Pingping awkwardly avoided her father's scrutinizing gaze. Dad, I admit that I have some conflicts with her, but it's just that sometimes she scores better than me, and I'm a bit jealous. However, this time she didn't do as well as I did. I scored over 10 points higher than her. No, Pingping, I'm not a fool. I used to think you students were like us from the old days, burying yourselves in books and ignoring everything else. But now, after watching the news, it seems that students can also fall victim to severe bullying. Let me tell you, when I see you with that worthless Zhou Youqi, I worry. Their family background is poor. Don't get too close, understand? Dad. Pingping, you don't have to make up lies. I know you have many tricks up your sleeve. If I continue, you'll get bored. If you don't want to talk, then don't. I mostly understand now. Yao Pingping pouted dismissively, stepping out of the living room and into the car to head to school. Upon arriving, she saw a banner hanging at the entrance of the school where a group of classmates formed a circle, pointing and whispering at the red-striped center. Curious, Yao Pingping leaned and, standing on her tiptoes, to look into the crowd. In the center knelt a middle-aged fat man, wailing loudly with a crooked banner above him reading, Yao Pingping, you are not human, bullying our Yan Yifei. In that moment, Yao Pingping's mouth fell open in shock. This proud daughter of heaven never imagined she would find herself in such a humiliating situation. Amidst the whispers and malicious discussions of her classmates, she felt as if she had become the target of ridicule, just like Yan Yifei in the classroom, with everyone blaming and mocking her. Someone even pushed her from behind, causing her to stumble directly in front of a middle-aged man who was kneeling and crying. She is Yao Pingping, you have something to say to her, a boy in the crowd jeered. Yao Pingping trembled with anger. She had never been treated this way. If she were still in school, she would have called a few people to teach this man a lesson. However, she remembered his face, and it would not be too late for her to get her revenge later. But at this moment she was faced with a rogue and a brute. The middle-aged man, with a glint of shrewdness in his eyes, rolled and crawled to her, crying out, You are the wicked Yao Pingping, how could you be so heartless? What wrong did my granddaughter do to you? How can you treat her this way? His plump face was smeared with tears and snot mixed with a bit of dust, and coupled with his hoarse cries, it immediately attracted the attention of passing classmates, gathering more and more people. Yao Pingping was beautiful and came from a wealthy family, a prominent figure at school, considered an unattainable goddess by many boys. There were even heated discussions about who was more outstanding between her and Yan Yifei. Now, however, she was embroiled in a blatant bullying incident, and people were excitedly gossiping. Those girls who often looked at Yao Pingping with envy were now watching her with excitement, whispering among themselves. On the eve of entering university, it was astonishing that these two top girls had such a hidden secret, which made the boys' imaginations run wild. Yao Pingping usually has good grades. How could she do something so unladylike? A boy said in disbelief. I find it hard to believe too, but look at that uncle, he's crying so sorrowfully. He says he has evidence to confront Yao Pingping directly. It doesn't seem fake to me. Oh no, look, Yao Pingping's face is turning red with anger. She wants to run. Just then the stout middle-aged man, Chung Bin, immediately grabbed Yao Pingping's newly bought Chanel bag, shouting, If you don't clarify things today, don't even think about leaving here. Many classmates noticed that the expensive bag was smeared with grimy black marks resembling chicken claws. Yao Pingping let out a shriek, angrily rebuking, "Are you crazy? My bag is very expensive, worth over 100,000. Let go. Now you care about your bag. How about showing some pity for my granddaughter?" Upon hearing the price of the bag, Chengbin was even more reluctant to let go. His anger surged. Before coming to school, he had felt a bit anxious, wondering if Yan Yifei's ungratefulness would cause him to embarrass himself. However, once he arrived at the school and asked a classmate, he learned that there was indeed a Yao Pingping, and he had the recording of her threatening Yan Yifei in the hospital, saying she would make her retract her false accusations about Song Rui, pushing her down the stairs. Seeing this pampered girl now frightened and disoriented by his outcry, Chengbin was certain that this matter was secure. It would be best to escalate it further and call her parents to the school. At that point, he could demand not just 300,000, but even 500,000. This was easy money, and Chengbin found himself regretting not having a daughter to suffer such bullying instead. Thinking of this, he howled even louder, startling Yao Pingping. "How can such a delicate girl like you commit such heinous acts? Today I must seek justice for my poor granddaughter." Surrounded by onlookers and held back by this rogue who refused to release her bag, Yao Pingping felt a rush of conflicting emotions, truly experiencing the helplessness Yan Yifei felt at her birthday party. There were mocking voices, sarcastic remarks, spectators enjoying the show, encouragement, and indignation, all mingling into a cacophony that nearly drove her to despair. Yet at this moment no one stepped in to mediate, nor did anyone explain on her behalf. She subconsciously still believed she was in the right. "I didn't do anything. Don't say such nonsense. Do you have evidence?" Yao Pingping's small face was filled with fear and embarrassment. "Let go or I will call the police." Just then the school security and the dean pushed through the crowd, approaching the stout Chengbin and asking, "Sir, can you please discuss this calmly? We can take you to the office to talk, all right?" The more people that arrived, the more confident Chengbin became. He sobbed loudly, "Dean, you must advocate for our child. If you side with that bully, I will go to the education department with a banner." Of course, Chengbin would not let go of Yao Pingping's Chanel bag. He even secretly wiped his nose with it. Yao Pingping's proud face gradually turned pale as she looked at the yellowish substance on her white bag. She let out a scream and suddenly shoved him away. Logically, a slender and delicate young girl could not possibly push down a middle-aged man weighing over 180 pounds, and no matter how hard she tried. Yet before the crowd, Chengbin fell straight to the ground, groaning in pain and not forgetting to yell between his cries, "Oh, so this is how you bully my granddaughter. This is how you do it. Oh, you wicked girl. You really aren't human. You hit my granddaughter, and now you want to hit me. I can't live anymore. I really don't want to live." The scene instantly descended into chaos. Some thought the middle-aged man was overacting, while others criticized Yao Pingping for daring to act violently in front of the dean. Regardless, it did not stop the students from enjoying the spectacle. This was a rare big news story. Yao Pingping had never experienced such humiliation. The proud daughter of heaven sat on the ground, her shoulders shaking as she covered her face and began to cry. At this moment, the dean was utterly troubled. A parent and a student were crying at the school gate, drawing more and more onlookers. What was supposed to be a great day for filling out college applications had turned into such a farce. "What's going on?" Teacher Sun Xiuyan pushed through the crowd and approached the weeping Yao Pingping, saying, "Pingping, don't cry. Talk to your teacher about what happened, and I will advocate for you." Yao Pingping merely sat on the ground and cried. But upon hearing that Sun Xiuyan was Yan Yifei's homeroom teacher, Chengbin became animated and shouted, "What is your homeroom teacher doing? My granddaughter has been bullied to death, and you are completely unaware." "Sir, you are." Sun Xiuyan, confused, had just received a scolding and looked at the man in front of her, wondering who he was. "I am Yan Yifei's uncle, here to seek justice for her today." Chengbin felt for the first time like a protagonist from a martial arts novel. "I say, is there some misunderstanding here, dear parent?" Seeing all eyes on her, teacher Sun felt quite embarrassed that this incident took place in her class and wanted to help Chengbin up. "Yifei never reported these circumstances to me. You should at least get up first." "Shut your mouth." Unexpectedly, the other party suddenly waved her hand, causing her to stagger, then pointed at her nose and shouted, "You, the class teacher, are utterly incompetent. What on earth are you doing?" The head of education couldn't bear it any longer and scolded, "If you keep making such a scene, I will call the police." "I'm not making a scene, or I have evidence." Seeing that enough people had gathered, Chengbin pulled out a black Nokia phone from his pocket, taken from Yan Yifei's drawer. He tapped on the phone a few times, and Yao Pingping's voice resonated in front of everyone. "As long as you say it was Song Rui who pushed you down the stairs, I promise not to bother you again from now on, including your family." Most of the onlooking students were baffled by the situation, surrounded by a suffocating silence. After what felt like an eternity of torment, a flicker of panic crossed Yao Pingping's eyes as she rushed towards Chengbin, who was lying on the ground, trying to snatch the phone. "It's fake. This is all fake." Sun Xiuyan stepped forward to stop Yao Pingping, but as she grabbed the arm of this usually obedient and sensible girl, the latter suddenly broke down. Yao Pingping picked up her filthy Chanel handbag and hurled it at Chengbin, shouting, "You too conspired to frame me." Chengbin was struck hard in the face by the white handbag curling up like a shrimp. "Look, this girl is violent. She wants to hit me in front of so many people." Of course, this greedy man did not forget to tuck the white handbag into his embrace while curled up. At this moment, Principal Zhu of the first high school squeezed into the crowd. Usually cheerful like a laughing Buddha this time, he rarely wore a frown and shouted at the onlooking students, "Get back to filling out your applications. Are you even going to university anymore?" With this scolding, the onlooking students shrank their necks and bolted away, gradually dispersing the crowd. Only the unruly Cheng Bin, the crying Yao Pingping, sitting on the ground, and a group of teachers remained. "This parent should come to my office for a chat." With a wave of his hand, Principal Zhu signaled 2 security guards to take Cheng Bin away. During this, the principal casually retrieved the Chanel handbag hidden in Cheng Bin's embrace. As he was dragged into the principal's office, Cheng Bin wailed, "They hit me, the school teacher hit me." In the office, Principal Zhu held a cup of hot tea and looked at Cheng Bin, who was weeping with snot and tears. After all, he had been the principal for over a decade, dealing with a parent like this was nothing new. However, what complicated matters was that this time it involved Yao Pingping, whose father was a high-ranking official. If this situation wasn't handled well, there would be no good outcome. Thinking of this, Principal Zhu straightened his expression and asked, "Dear parent, the incident has already occurred. What are your demands? Please let me know." Cheng Bin spat and yelled with righteous indignation that Yao Pingping pushed my granddaughter down the stairs and bullied her. "I'm here to ask for medical fees, mental distress compensation, lost wages, and bed fees. None of these can be less. Hurry up and call her parents to give the money. The total is..." Cheng Bin held out 3 chubby fingers, and the principal tentatively said, 3,000 yuan. "I can cover that for you right now, and there's no need to call Yao Pingping's parents. You just need to sign a guarantee and provide the recording." "What 3,000? Cheng Bin exploded with rage. 3. Cough. 3. He became so excited at the thought of the money he was about to receive that he started coughing. "Isn't 30,000 a bit too high?" Principal Zhu pondered. "How about this? Wait a moment while I check the specifics with teachers." "What 30,000? Cheng Bin waved his 3 fingers flamboyantly in the air. "It's 300,000. Principal Zhu was taken aback, and the teacup in his hand fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Yao Gongyu received a call from teacher Sun Xiuyun at 10 in the morning. Upon arriving at the principal's office, he habitually took the main seat, the principal's chair. Principal Zhu dared not show any anger or dissatisfaction, respectfully offering a cigarette, but Yao Gongyu waved his hand with a gloomy face, indicating that he did not smoke. Principal Zhu then took a chair and sat beside Yao Gongyu, leaning forward and focusing intently on this high-ranking leader. To maintain this respectful demeanor, he took a long time before he dared to take a breath. Since the incident with Yao Pingping created such a ruckus at school, Principal Zhu felt partly responsible and was afraid of being held accountable. However, he was used to others bowing to him while he lectured them, and sitting forward like this was quite uncomfortable. During the 5 minutes of Yao Gongju's silence, he shifted his buttocks slightly and inadvertently made a sound like a fart. It was so awkward that the principal didn't dare to laugh, only managing to put on a bitter face. After a long time, he felt the muscles in his face beginning to twitch. Fortunately, Yao Gongyu spoke up, but unfortunately his words were directed at the principal. "Today's matter needs to be handled fairly. If Pingping really bullied another girl, then she should apologize and compensate. However, if someone is trying to frame her or use her to make a point against me, I won't let that go easily. I heard it was a middle-aged man coming to complain. Oh, where's the girl who was bullied? Bring her to me, and I will personally talk to her." The principal realized that Yao Gongyu was getting emotional and was speaking somewhat incoherently. Feeling very uneasy, he rubbed his hands and tried to mediate. "Pingping has always had good relationships at school, and teacher Sun is a responsible class teacher. I've asked some friends and found out that the man is just a ruffian and doesn't have a good relationship with the girl. I think he's here to extort money." "Extort money?" Yao Gongyu was furious. "Is there someone trying to extort me?" "This is the specific situation." The principal handed a document to his desk for the high leader to review. After Yao Gongyu looked it over, he stood up and slowly paced back and forth on the carpet. He recalled the conversation he had with Yao Pingping that morning mentioning Yan Yifei. He suddenly realized that his daughter had been dodging and hiding something. If so, the possibility of her bullying a classmate was indeed very high. How should this be handled? At 55, Yao Gongyu had become accustomed to pampering his daughter, who was born when he was nearly 40. It was easy to imagine the affection he had for a young girl. At this moment, he felt a slightly rebellious thought rising, wanting to use a bit of power to suppress the matter. However, going to talk to the girl himself would give malicious people a handle to grab onto, so he needed to delegate that task. Yet this girl with the surname Yan felt somewhat familiar, Yao Gongyu pondered. The principal naturally dared not take a seat when Yao Gongyu stood up. He stood up, clasping his hands tightly in front of his stomach, leaning forward. He watched this leader as if he had made a decision and was about to leave the office. At that moment, an elderly man dressed in a loose white shirt, but with an imposing presence, appeared at the office door. The old man squinted and smiled at Yao Gongyu, but said nothing. The principal was perceptive and immediately recognized that the old man standing at the door was of a higher rank than Yao Gongyu. This was evident from how Yao Gongyu jogged over to greet the old man, extending his hand first. "Old Yan, why have you come to Jiangcheng without telling me?" Yao Gongyu said warmly. Upon hearing this title, Principal Zhu shivered and immediately relaxed his facial muscles, but his smile muscles still twitched a bit. He lowered his head to relax again and finally calmed down. This time he took big steps and rushed to the friendly old man at the door, showing a more natural, respectful smile. "Hello, leader. I am the principal of this school. My surname is Zhu. The old man's eyes, accompanied by a smile, turned to Zhu, and he extended his hand. Hello, Principal. Sorry to Principal Zhu grasped the old man's hand with both of his, feeling elated, as if he were floating on cloud nine. The old man burst into hearty laughter, directing his words at Yao Gongyu. I have something to ask for your help. Yao Gongyu welcomed the old man to the principal's office chair, personally pouring him a cup of tea and placing it on the desk. Within a mere half hour, the chair had changed hands 3 times. The old man pulled a box of red cigarettes from his shirt pocket and shared them with Yao Gongyu, who respectfully accepted them even though he did not smoke. Of course, Principal Zhu had some too. He didn't smoke either, but accompanied the old man with a smile and took a puff, suppressing the discomfort in his throat while maintaining a cheerful demeanor. The conflicts among young people today are sharper than the ones among us old folks. The old man chuckled as he looked at Yao Gongyu. Fell silent for 2 seconds. Elder Yin, do you mean? As we grow old, we shouldn't meddle in the affair, the old man said with a hearty laugh. Yao Gongyu was taken aback, cold sweat breaking out on his back. He took a deep breath, steadied himself, and leaned slightly forward, as if to listen. You mean that girl named Yan Yifei? The old man smiled at the apprehensive Yao Gongyu and raised his hand. Don't overthink it. I'm simply here to take my granddaughter home. As for your daughter, we must allow the youth to make mistakes. If they correct them, they become good comrades. Both children are quite remarkable. Who knows, they might even end up as partners in the future. With that, the old man burst into laughter, and Yao Gongyu joined in. The principal, however, was in a different position. He had to smile, but shouldn't make a sound, so he merely tweaked the muscles in his face to form a Buddha-like smile. Meanwhile, after receiving 30,000 yuan from Principal, Zhu Chengbin gleefully headed to the casino and won 5,000 yuan. Yao Pingping's guardian mentioned a meeting with him the next day to discuss compensation matters, so taking advantage of the moment, Chengbin prepared to visit Zhou Yuqi's home. The introduction of the audio clip on Yan Yifei's phone was only a few words: Beast Zhou Youqi, with nothing else like the detailed description for Yao Pingping, classmates from Jiangxingno, one high school. Fortunately, Zhou Youqi was relatively well known in this area. Chengbin spent half a day asking for directions and finally located the target villa by evening. He also had another recording as evidence, which was basically about Zhou Youqi coercing Yan Yifei, including her pleas and cries along with Zhou Yuqi's threatening voice. Using the same old tactic, as soon as he reached the villa gate, Chengbin began wailing. Everyone come quick, this is the home of a rapist. Passers-by stopped to watch his cries, and more people gathered, pointing and talking about him. The security guard immediately rushed out of the booth to confront him. Chengbin, used to bullying the weak, was scared and turned to run, but a clear shout came from behind him. Stop. Looking back, Chengbin saw a delicate little girl in a white princess dress standing at the villa door looking at him with a mischievous expression. Grandpa, who are you calling a rapist? Zhou Youqi, he's the rapist. Chengbin shouted indignantly. Really? The little girl covered her mouth in surprise. Of course I have evidence. Chengbin raised his Nokia phone. The little girl stood there for a moment, then dashed into the yard while shouting, Daddy, something bad has happened. My brother has raped someone again. This time it's a man. My brother, that big pervert, has raped a fat grandpa. He's so disgusting. The next second, the sound of the little girl being covered up echoed from the yard. About 5 minutes later, 6 men in black suits emerged from the villa yard and took Chengbin inside, where a middle-aged man in a tang suit sat at the main seat in the hall looking at him with a sullen expression. In that moment, Chengbin felt not only fear, but also an urgent sense of desperation, feeling a loss of control over his bladder. You say you have evidence of my son raping? The man in the tang suit asked coldly. Of course, Chengbin said, forcing himself. Your son raped my granddaughter. I have the recording, it's undeniable. Zhou's father wanted to say something, but a small head peeked from the living room door, disappointedly shouting. So this time my brother didn't rape a man, his legs won't be broken now. Get out. Zhou's father shouted sternly, causing the little girl's head to retract in fright. Then that piercing glare fell on Chengbin, making him tremble all over. Show me, and don't worry if this is true, I will handle it accordingly. If money is needed, I Zhou Zhengxiong speak with authority in this matter. But if you come here to amuse me, the consequences are on you. Upon hearing the mention of money, Chengbin's heart immediately ignited with passion. He instantly held up 5 fingers while whining. This is my beloved granddaughter. She lost her parents at a young age, and I raised her with great difficulty, yet she has been ruined by your son. That beast deserves 1,000 deaths. Seeing Zhou's father's eyebrows furrow with impatience, Chengbin quickly changed his tune. 500,000. 500,000. Are you sure you're not here to amuse me? Zhou's father's voice was piercing. Forget it, I won't argue with you. First show me the evidence. Chengbin cautiously glanced at the few men in suits surrounding him, and Zhou's father coldly snorted, put your phone on the coffee table and turn the volume up to the maximum. Chengbin, a mere petty figure, had never seen such a scene, and he felt a pang of regret, but he had no choice but to come. Before the audio was played, Chengbin shouted resolutely, which was a way to bolster his courage. This recording is absolutely authentic. I obtained it from my granddaughter. She has a timid personality and wouldn't dare to speak up after being raped by your son. If I hadn't found this phone in her drawer, this matter would have been swept under the rug by your son. If you don't shut your mouth, I'll have a Chong come to help you. A muscular man in a suit behind Zhou's father shot a fierce glare at Chengbin, causing him to tremble again. He regretted his decision to come to Zhou Yuqi's home driven by greed. The main reason was that everything had gone so smoothly at school. The principal, the teachers, including that classmate named Yao Pingping, hadn't done anything out of line, which made him feel overly confident, and his greed had grown. If he had known Zhou Yuqi's family was of this nature, he wouldn't have dared to come even if he were beaten. As he thought this, the sound from the phone began to play, and Yan Yifei's cries immediately put Changbin at ease. In any case, he had heard this recording before. The ungrateful girl had cried so miserably. It seemed that the guy named Zhou Yuqi was also a ruthless character, but the more ruthless he was, the more Changbin felt justified. Changbin began to feel delighted as he thought about how to spend the 500,000 from Zhou Yuqi's family, first enjoying himself at the casino, first going to Macau, where he could win big, and then getting money from Yao Pingping's family to show off to his ex-wife, making her regret why she had divorced him in the first place. After Yan Yifei's cries, there was the sound of clothes tearing, and Zhou's father sighed deeply. That uneducated— Exactly. The little girl's head peeked from the living room door again. Just take my brother inside, don't settle this privately with money. Chong, take the young lady back to her room, don't let her cause trouble here, Zhou's father ordered while anxiously patting his— The burly man immediately ran over, and within a minute had grabbed the continuously screaming little girl. At the same time, the recording of Yan Yifei's screams stopped, and a deep male voice sounded. The more you scream, the more excited I get. The man's voice was very muffled. Changbin couldn't identify it, but he was convinced it was Zhou Yuqi. Zhou's father listened to the man's voice, his eyebrows tightly knitted. Meanwhile, the little girl carried on a Chong's shoulder shouted, It's not the perverted brother, this voice sounds familiar. How could it not be? He shouted, It's definitely Zhou Yuqi. I've heard it several times. What would a little kid understand? Hurry back to your room. He was about to say more, but fell silent under Zhou's father's stern gaze. The living room was as quiet as a funeral home at midnight, with only the sound of breathing and the low hoarse growl of the man on the phone. Come on, scream louder. Zhou's father's frown deepened, and just as Changbin wanted to speak, he heard the little girl's voice from the stairs, filled with realization. It's the big brother's voice, the voice of the big brother who took me out to play. Is he still a bad person? Is he raping that sister? The little girl went from excitement to disappointment. Really, did he not stick the star sticker I gave him? At the moment the little girl uttered those words, everyone in the living room, including Zhou Zhongxiong and the 5 burly bodyguards behind him, slowly turned their gaze to Changbin, who was utterly confused. Under the chilling gazes, Changbin shuddered. I must be mistaken, this is definitely your son, he shouted defiantly, finally realizing that something was amiss as sweat beaded on his forehead. Zhou's father stood up and slowly approached Changbin, who felt as though those few seconds had lasted a century. This man is not my son. Zhou's father glared at him coldly. I never expected that anyone could come to extort me so casually now. I took the wrong thing. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Mr. Zhou. He suddenly knelt on the ground, banging his head and pleading for mercy. The recording is on my other phone. I'll go get it right now. Zhou's father's harsh and cold voice rang out in the living room. I remember last year a girl claimed that Zhou Yuqi had raped her before being sold to Southeast Asia. She asked for far less money than you. She only wanted 1 million. Tears and snot streaming down his face, Changbin kept bowing. Mr. Zhou, this is not my doing, but was my granddaughter who deceived me. This is absolutely my granddaughter trying to swindle you. They'll bring her here to confront you face to face. Didn't you just say— Zhou's father looked down at the overweight middle-aged man, that your granddaughter wouldn't confess, and that you found the phone yourself? I misspoke. Changbin cried out in desperation. This was actually my granddaughter's idea. It was she who wanted me to come and swindle you. I was just running an errand. It has nothing to do with me. Really, it has nothing to do with me. Zhou's father stood up and, turning his back to Changbin, ordered the burly bodyguards, break his legs and throw him out. Mr. Zhou, please spare me. I was momentarily foolish. This is all my granddaughter's fault. If it weren't for her slandering your son, I wouldn't have come here. If you don't believe me, I can bring her to you right now. Changbin suddenly felt immense regret. He indeed hadn't heard Yan Yifei curse the man's name from the audio. He had simply followed the name Zhou Yuqi from the text records, and now he was facing the wrath of a powerful gang leader. If there were regret pills in this world, Changbin would surely take a few. The first pill was swallowed when his niece married into the Yan family in Yanjing. He wanted to enjoy the blessings, but was sadly denied by his sister. Now thinking back, when his niece was alive, he went to seek her out, and as her uncle, even 3 million was just a minor issue for them. It was all because of his old-fashioned sister, who said their family background was too different from the Yan family, fearing that if he went over, her daughter would be in a worse situation. The second pill was taken on the day Yan Yifei came to his sister Cheng Ying's house. It was said that a certain white-eyed wolf was brought by someone from the Yan family. His sister, being stubborn, refused to accept any money from the Yan family, throwing away the money that could have been theirs. It was because his sister wouldn't accept that money that led to his divorce and forced him to come up with such schemes to make money. The third pill was taken before he came alone to the Zhou family to ask for money. Had he mentioned this to his sister, commanding Yan Yifei, that white-eyed wolf, to come with him to the Zhou family, even if something happened, all the blame could have fallen on that white-eyed wolf. How could he be so passive now? It was all the fault of that white-eyed wolf, though it was all her fault. Last week, she brought her boyfriend to beat him up, and it even caused a quarrel with his sister. Now she had put him in this desperate situation. Changbin decided to give it one last shot. As long as he could escape this calamity, he would return and tell his sister, urging her to drive out that heartless and vicious white-eyed wolf. Mr. Zhou, I understand. It must be that my granddaughter wants to cling to young Master Zhou. She fabricated the recording to swindle. I came here to report this to you. If you don't believe me, go find her right now. Oh, I'll give you the address. Let her kneel and apologize to your son. You can do whatever you want with her afterward. While crying and pleading, Changbin crawled forward, trying to grab Zhou's father's pant leg for mercy. But halfway there he felt a sudden sharp pain in his scalp, and then a shadow flashed before his eyes, causing his nose to throb. Instinctively he touched his face, and under the glare of the fluorescent lights in the living room the bright red liquid appeared in his palm. This time he finally understood that when Song Rui beat him up he must have held back, perhaps out of consideration for his sister Qingying, but now the bodyguards surrounding him were different. Each strike was lethal. Changbin was pinned down by the bodyguards. He remembered Zhou's order was to break his legs, so he kicked and struggled like a rabbit, but he was no match for the bodyguard's strength. In an instant he felt as if there were several red-hot iron claws burning on his legs. The strikes from the bodyguards were fierce and rapid, landing on all parts of his body. The pain accumulated, gradually transforming into a surge of heat, and then he felt as if his entire lower body was engulfed by this heat, exploding. Changbin felt that his current appearance resembled a wild dog being beaten. He came from the countryside and had seen how dogs were beaten. It was just like his current situation, first receiving a blow to the face. The blows made him howl and struggle. Then another hit landed on his back, and he could hear the sound of bones breaking as the stick struck down. Changbin lay on the ground, instinctively arching his neck towards the sky, pushing himself up with his hands on the carpet, and surprisingly crawled a few steps forward. Another thick iron rod swept across his waist, and Changbin flipped over, falling to the ground, his plump belly facing the ceiling. During the convulsions he saw the crystal chandelier stained with a mesmerizing crimson hue. The bodyguards grew tired and began dragging his unconscious legs out, and Changbin quivered as he tried to move again. Someone nearby remarked, "Are his legs broken or not? Let's see if he can get up." Changbin lay on his back, gazing at the dazzling starry sky, struggling to lift his head. He made an effort, but ultimately could not stand up. "It seems they are broken. Let's take a photo to report to Mr. Zhou." This time he heard the sound of a lighter nearby, 5 burly men smoking and watching him. Changbin closed his eyes, his throat already hoarse from the brutal beating. Amidst the excruciating pain, he found himself transported back to his childhood, when the person he saw the most was not his mother, but his sister. Since birth he was the son of the family, surrounded by his father, mother, and sister. His parents had to work away from home, and during those days it was his sister who held him the most and loved him the most. In those times of scarcity his sister often saved food and drink just to ensure her younger brother could eat and be happy. Later, as they each started their own families, he continued to demand from his sister, who still treated him with the same submissiveness and affection as before. He longed to cry out like he did in his childhood, hoping that a gentle and kind figure would appear, softly patting him and comforting him, lifting him up. Unfortunately, now his throat was hoarse, and he could not cry out. Also, regrettably, his sister had grown old and could no longer lift him. Most regrettably, his sister was in the hospital, having just undergone surgery. At this moment, Changbin's only regret was that if he had known, he wouldn't have pushed his sister. That way, while he was recovering, she would still come to take care of him, just like before. Meanwhile, in another warehouse rental, Yan Yifei sat on the edge of the bed, a notebook resting on her closed legs, writing something with a pen. When Song Rui glanced over, she sensed his gaze, turned her face, slightly squinting her eyes a bit, calmly looking at him under the warm yellow light. Song Rui's heart echoed with a loud sound. In his past life, Yan Yifei had looked at him just like this, softly uttering the death sentences of their classmates. "Are you afraid?" Yan Yifei spoke softly. "Actually, many things aren't as difficult as they seem. As long as you know what someone wants, you can control them. Do you know what your uncle desires the most? Money, right? A lot of money." "Exactly. That's why I'm giving him this opportunity to make money. I have 2 pieces of evidence on my phone that can threaten our classmates, one real and one fake. The real one threatens Yao Pingping. As long as your uncle uses it for blackmail, even if he doesn't get 3 million, he can still obtain a hush fee. Only with this money, under the temptation of profit, might he dare to take risks and go to Zhou Yuqi's house for trouble. The fake evidence, even if it doesn't cost him his life, can make him lose an arm or a leg. The plan is thorough, but what if Changbin goes to Zhou Yuqi's house first? Seeing that gang-like atmosphere, he might just back down and run away. What then? As long as we add a bit of psychological suggestion, he will definitely go to find Yao Pingping first. Once he finds her, everything will develop naturally." Yan Yifei's amber eyes appeared particularly deep at this moment, seemingly unable to reflect light, like a dark well without light. "If you don't believe me, let's do a little test." "Sure, I'm quite interested to hear your lesson," Song Rui replied. Yan Yifei nodded, put down her notebook, and pulled Song Rui outside. Before long, they arrived at a relatively large supermarket. It was noon, and the crowd was not large. Yan Yifei stopped next to a discount sign in the mall, observed for a moment, then tapped Song Rui's hand. "Free milk tea, want to give it a try?" "Forget it," Song Rui shook his head. Let's do your little test first. I'm very curious. Are you too embarrassed? Yan Yifei tugged at his clothes again. Still can't forget the young master's dignity. After persistent coaxing, Song Rui had no choice but to follow her to queue for milk tea. The little stall supplying milk tea had a speaker repeatedly announcing, free, free, free. The two of them returned with a small cup each. Yan Yifei finished hers in 2 sips and handed the small cup in her hand to Song Rui. This place is a bit small, but the free milk tea tastes pretty good. Then we should come here every day to freeload, Song Rui said with a smile. While chatting, they returned to the discount sign. Yan Yifei said, now you go buy 2 main dishes. We'll cook them at home. I'll wait for you here. After saying this, she pushed Song Rui from behind. Song Rui followed the crowd, moving with pauses, and soon came out holding a shopping bag. Inside the shopping bag were steamed buns, eggs, and tomatoes. We'll stir-fry some tomato and eggs for dinner along with the bun. Yan Yifei's expression changed immediately, though she crossed her arms and said nothing. Song Rui was puzzled, unsure of what he had done wrong. Why did you buy buns? Yan Yifei questioned in an interrogative tone. Song Rui was even more astonished. Yan Yifei's expression worsened, and she snorted, remaining silent. What's wrong? Why get angry over buying a bun? Yan Yifei gritted her teeth, dragging Song Rui to the notice board at the entrance, pointing at the discount sign for noodles and questioning. Didn't I point at it 3 times earlier, and then come back to point at it 2 more times? Did you not notice? I kept mentioning several keywords to you before: face, free, store, appearance, dignity, and even dragged you to listen to that brainwashing free, free, free at the milk tea stall. Every time I said the word neon noodles, I would touch your arm. Wasn't that obvious enough? Logically speaking, that pronunciation should have been implanted into your subconscious, right? Song Rui awkwardly scratched his head. Tell me. Yan Yifei pulled him to a row of shelves, pointing at the promotional notice beside them. What is this image? A noodle promotional advertisement, Song Rui answered honestly. Exactly, this supermarket has a lot of noodles nearing their expiration date. So the shelves I pushed you toward, those items you can reach without bending down, are all noodles. Yan Yifei continued indignantly. With so many psychological suggestions affecting your 5 senses, making you take out noodles for dinner, yet you went all the way to the freezer to get frozen buns. What's wrong with your brain? Well, Song Rui noticed her expression was very bad and cautiously said, because you like eating buns. Yan Yifei was instinctively going to scold him, but after hearing this, she paused for 2 seconds and inexplicably smiled. Your brain really has issues. Song Rui secretly laughed. The girl before him, whose mouth was harder than diamond, never said a soft word. What are you laughing at? Laughing that you're a fool. Yan Yifei took the shopping bag from his hand and went to the front desk to check out. As they silently walked to the supermarket entrance, she initiated the conversation again. Do you remember what I said when your uncle was eavesdropping that day, eh? You talked about Yao Pingping, where she lives, and how she bullies you. Yes, didn't you notice? I actually have evidence for 2 people on my phone, but during our conversation, I kept mentioning Yao Pingping, saying she has money, that she cares about her face, and that money comes easily. Yan Yifei patiently analyzed. Moreover, in the notes on my phone, I've clearly written down Yao Pingping's school class and the time she fills out her college applications. Therefore, it will be easy for Cheng Bin to confront her. Oh, so that's how it is. Song Rui suddenly understood. The information about Zhou Youqi is different. It only has 1 name. Although his father is somewhat well known in this area, it will take quite a while to get specific information from Zhou Youqi. Comparatively, he will definitely go to school to confront Yao Pingping first. You know, Yan Yifei squinted her eyes again, her smile chilling. In this society, many people disappear without anyone caring or looking for them. But Cheng Bin is my grandmother's younger brother. He is my uncle. Once he disappears, my grandmother will definitely look for him, and the police will find me. Yan Yifei took a step forward, her shadow elongated by the setting sun. Therefore, I need to find a way to get someone to kill my uncle. The key still relies on you. Have you spotted a suitable candidate in the casino these days? Cheng Bin's broken leg incident did not cause much uproar. After undergoing surgery and having his leg in a cast, his hospital bed happened to be next to his sister Cheng Ying. Once both of them regained consciousness, he cried out in anguish, "Sister, I truly regret it. I'm sorry for what I did to you. I shouldn't have pushed you, nor should I have encouraged you to argue with Fei Fei. Now my leg is broken, all because of my own foolishness. It's all my fault." Upon hearing this, their grandmother Cheng Ying silently shed tears, offering no response, as she turned her gaze to her granddaughter, who stood by their beds. At that moment, Yan Yifei was peeling an apple for her grandmother, gently reassuring her, "Grandma, Uncle has already suffered enough. As long as you can forgive him, I have nothing more to say." Cheng Ying nodded, somewhat unconvinced, her expression softening considerably. She hesitated, wanting to discuss matters regarding Song Rui with Yan Yifei, but just then a doctor appeared at the door of the ward, taking her away for an examination. Yan Yifei initially intended to follow, but Cheng Bin shot her a glance, signaling her to stay behind. Once their grandmother left, the atmosphere between the two became tense. "You little bastard, you're the one who caused my broken leg," Cheng Bin cursed with a sullen expression. Yan Yifei showed a hint of shame on her face as she replied, "Uncle, what are you talking about? How did I harm you? I didn't even go to school that day. I only learned what happened later from videos my classmates shared. Don't slander me." Cheng Bin was secretly furious, knowing that he could only blame his own greed. Truth be told, he had no justification, But he had one powerful weapon: his tongue, and his sister's favoritism towards him allowed him to twist the truth. Think it over carefully. Denying it won't help. Your audio recording was clearly meant to lure me to the Zhou family to get beaten up. If I were to exaggerate this story and tell your grandmother that this rogue Song Rui set me up with the Zhou family to take revenge on me, do you think she would believe it? Yan Yifei's expression immediately changed. After a long silence, she bitterly asked, so what exactly did Changbin was after all a middle-aged man in his 50s with enough life experience. His impulsive greed had led to his broken legs, and at the very least he would need to recuperate for half a year. The current situation was especially awkward. Since being hospitalized, his ex-wife only hoped for his demise and paid no attention to him. As for his teenage son, he had only visited once. Now with his legs requiring at least half a year to heal, who would take care of him during this time? Had his sister not been hospitalized, he could have ordered her to come and take care of him. But now his sister would also need 2 months to recover. During these 2 months, no one would look after him, leaving him to set his sights on his granddaughter. Although he knew Yan Yifei was plotting against him, he reluctantly put on a facade. He had already threatened her, and now it was time to offer a sweet deal. If you take good care of me during this time, I'll pretend this incident never happened. After all, you are my junior. Think about it, my son is quite useless. If you treat me well now, when I die, I still have a house and some money to leave to you. In a sense, this house belonged to his sister Changying. When Yan Yifei's mother married into Yinjing, she would send money to Changying every year, but Changying always returned it, saying she didn't need it. Later, Yan Yifei's mother personally bought a small 3-bedroom apartment in a bustling area registered in Changying's name. At that time, Changbin had also wanted his niece to buy him a place, but Yan Yifei's mother was quite averse to this opportunistic uncle. Although she verbally agreed, she always claimed to be short on money and needed to delay. Back then, Changbin, still a middle-aged bachelor, realized that his niece was not sincere. Every time she returned home, she would say she would buy him a house, but never did. Thus, he went to his sister to discuss transferring the house to him, reasoning that she was accustomed to living in an old neighborhood, and the property was of no use sitting empty. Changying initially refused, prompting Changbin to cry. I'm almost 40 years old with no partner. I was counting on my niece to marry well and enjoy life. Now you won't even give me a house that I can't use. How am I supposed to get married? Do you want to see our Chung family die out? What kind of malicious sister are you? Afterward, Changying transferred the house to her brother, and it was precisely because of this house worth over 5 million that he could hold his head high, get married, and even have a son in his old age. However, later his true nature was revealed, and his wife divorced him. Rest assured, before I die, I will definitely transfer the house to you. My son is useless. If you are willing to take care of me, I will write a will to leave everything to you. After saying this, Changbin observed his niece, once more realizing that this ungrateful girl was no longer the obedient child she once was. However, he still had some authority. In the past, when his sister had to work overtime at the accounting firm, she would often ask him to look after Yan Yifei. Changbin paid little attention to his granddaughter, instead demanding Yan Yifei to cook for him. But when Yan Yifei first came to Changying's house being spoiled, she didn't know how to cook. He would throw bowls at her, using his strength to slap her first, and then pull her hair, venting all the anger he had for not being able to get a house from Yan Yifei's mother on this girl. After getting tired from hitting her, he would take a break, sit on a chair to catch his breath, and yell, "You useless thing who can't even cook, hurry up and make some food." Indeed, Yan Yifei's expression wavered, and she softly said, "I can only take care of you for these 2 months. Once summer vacation is over, I'll be going to university." Changbin waved his hand nonchalantly. "It's fine. After 2 months, your grandmother will be mostly recovered. Then she can come. And I must remind you, don't try any tricks. If you want to stay here, you need to take good care of me, or you'll suffer." "All right, I agree. I'll just go get some water first." Yan Yifei found an excuse to leave, fearing that if the conversation continued, she would have to tear off her facade and might end up killing Changbin. As she reached the glass window at the end of the corridor, feeling the cold breeze, Yan Yifei suddenly thought of Song Rui. That year, in the 3rd year of junior high, was the beginning of a nightmare for both of them. She felt she would live her entire life in hatred, able to pour out malice at will. But she didn't know how he truly felt. Did he feel uncomfortable doing these things with her? Did he feel any guilt? This time the situation was too complicated for her to handle alone, and she could only seek his help. The next time they met, should she pretend to be happy and sunny in front of him? Lost in thought, she didn't notice someone calling her from behind until Yao Pingping approached her. She turned and smiled at the slightly reedy girl, asking, "What do you need?" "It's about us," Yao Pingping said through gritted teeth. "My dad said I need to talk to you personally." Yan Yifei thought to herself that things were getting more complicated, a wave of troubles following another. Lin Pingqing's future is far from promising. At just over 30 years old, he originally worked odd jobs at a construction site. But after 2 of his ribs were broken by a falling steel pipe, he heard that caregiver jobs paid well daily, so he found a way to switch careers. Indeed, caregivers earn significantly more compared to construction work. As a fit young man, he quickly became popular among many elderly people. Gradually, with some spare cash in hand, he began to entertain other thoughts, starting with gambling in a game room, playing a bit of bullfighting, and some poker. The expenses weren't high for an evening, but as time went on, he developed a gambling addiction and became a regular at the casino. As he gambled larger amounts, he lost all his savings. With no money left, he needed a way to recover, so he targeted the elderly he cared for. After all, those elderly folks at home had poor memories. Whenever their family came to visit, they would slip a bit of money to the elderly, which Lin Pengqing promptly pocketed. With this new source of income, he was initially hopeful, but his luck turned sour, and he lost everything. After returning home, he set his sights on stealing from the elderly's valuables. However, just as he was rummaging through their belongings, the elderly man's son came back and caught him red-handed. After a bout of arguments and justifications, Lin Pengqing was fired. Today marks the 30th day since his unemployment. Having tarnished his reputation and unable to find work, he refused to return to the construction site and was aimlessly wandering around when he unconsciously ended up at the casino. Inside, the noise was deafening, bustling with excitement. It's open, it's open. Bullfighting, triple payout, triple pay. At a small table in the casino, a robust man with a youthful face gleefully took all the money from the table and left amidst the boos of the crowd. What are you booing for? I'm just having a smoke, the man shouted angrily. Meanwhile, Lin Pengqing sat in a corner of the casino on a plastic chair, picking up a relatively clean cigarette, and smoking it. The man who had won approached him blankly, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, and started smoking with him. A few minutes later, after finishing his stub, Lin Pengqing prepared to leave, but he heard the youthful man next to him greet him, "Brother, why don't you play a couple of rounds? Here, have a new cigarette." Lin Pengqing took it. Inside, "I have no money, and I'm unemployed. Finding work is tough, though I can barely make ends meet. I understand how you feel, brother. I was just like you before, but look at me now. Well, I'm doing pretty well. Sometimes all it takes is one chance to turn things around. If you win just once, you can fill your pockets." Lin Pengqing, feeling dejected, finished the cigarette quickly. Listening to the robust man's words, something within him stirred, and he felt a rising urge to try again. Unfortunately, he didn't even have money to buy a pack of cigarettes. "Enough about that, what do you do for a living?" the man asked, offering another cigarette. When it came to work, Lin Pengqing had a lot of grievances to share. "Don't even get me started. I was a caregiver earning at least $3,000 a month, which wasn't too hard. But one day, while organizing things for an elderly man, a family member saw me and accused me of stealing. I was told by that elderly man to help him, and in the end it turned into me stealing valuables. It was sheer nonsense. I think that family just didn't want to pay me my wages, and they kicked me out. If I weren't so kind-hearted, I would have argued with them." As Lin Pengqing spoke these words of frustration, he didn't notice the man beside him becoming increasingly intrigued. "Brother, my name is Song Rui," the man said with a broad smile. "Coincidentally, I have an elderly person at home who fell and broke both legs. Are you interested in coming to be a caregiver?" Lin Pengqing paused for a few seconds, feeling a wave of caution rise within him. He naturally didn't believe in such good fortune falling from the sky, suspecting it was a trap to lure him into a remote place for something sinister. But Song Rui, still smiling, pulled out an old Nokia phone, showing him a picture of the elderly man lying in a hospital bed, explaining the elderly man at home is actually my girlfriend's uncle. To put it simply, he has always been a good man. A few days ago, he saw a young girl being harassed by some thugs and heroically intervened. As he spoke, Song Rui sighed deeply, and Lin Pengqing sensed his sadness. Unfortunately, he got his legs broken by those thugs, and when he woke up, the girl had run off and the thugs were nowhere to be found. Such a good man, yet he received no reward. At that moment, Lin Pengqing felt most of his caution dissipate and empathized, saying, "Yes, look at me. I worked hard and dutifully for more than half a month only to be kicked out because they found an excuse. Truly good people never get their due reward. Brother, we seem to hit it off well. How about we exchange contact information?" Song Rui said, warmly patting Lin Pengqing on the shoulder. "If you decide to take this job, I'll call my girlfriend to meet you. She can discuss the details of the caregiving with you, okay?" Seeing Song Rui's sincerity, Lin Pengqing was moved. After writing down his phone number, the other man left him 500 yuan as a gesture of good faith, suggesting he go have a meal first. After Lin Pengqing left, Song Rui contacted Yan Yifei to arrange a meeting at the rental house the next morning. When Yan Yifei entered in the morning, Song Rui introduced Lin Pengqing's situation. She was still sitting on the bed jotting down notes, but she appeared quite satisfied with this candidate, a slight smile forming at the corner of her mouth. "Although this guy is a gambler and really short on cash, he's not yet desperate enough to do anything reckless," Yan Yifei said, frowning in thought. "How about this? You take him to gamble and introduce him to some loan sharks. There's still time to go find out where there are lending companies." "No problem," Song Rui nodded calmly, though he had a question lingering. "But what do you plan to do with this guy?" "It's not about dealing with him, but rather about having him properly care for my uncle," Yan Yifei said seriously. "It's hard to change a gambler's nature. Losing money is only a matter of time. Since he borrowed your money, he won't refuse the subsequent high-interest loans either. My uncle will be discharged in 2 days, and as a girl, how can I take care of him? I can only find a reliable and diligent caregiver. However, I don't know that this caregiver is a gambler who has borrowed money from a loan shark. If he finds himself cornered and does something wrong, even if the police ask, it won't have anything to do with me." As Song Rui pondered the key points, he inhaled sharply. If Lin Pengqing were pushed by loan sharks, he might do anything for money. And the target for Lin Pengqing to get money. After the plan was formed, both of them set out. Yan Yifei had been extremely busy during this time, taking care of 2 elderly patients showing signs of fatigue. However, seeing Song Rui's patient follow up, the gloomy atmosphere in the hospital finally dissipated. Meanwhile, Song Rui strolled along the road. Just as he took out his phone to contact Lin Pengcheng, he noticed a small figure by a roadside tree, a rosy-cheeked little girl kicking stones while muttering to herself. Zhou Weiyun is currently in the 3rd grade of elementary school. Although her academic load is not heavy for now, her mother has still arranged a full schedule of extracurricular activities for her, including piano art and ballet. At this playful age, while her classmates are taken out by their parents to various activities, she has no time to rest. It feels like she is being forced to cram information into her mind, and gradually her resentment grows. Today her piano practice was particularly challenging, and her mother kept reprimanding her. Thus this headstrong little girl entered her rebellious phase early, not only having a big fight with her mother, but also sneaking out of the house. When the little girl first slipped out, she felt quite excited. However, without any money, she couldn't buy food or drinks, and the mall was also off limits for her. Frustrated, she could only wander aimlessly along the street, muttering to herself and kicking pebbles. As she kicked the pebbles, Song Rui watched her, feeling a flashback to his own childhood. He did not greet her, but stood about 20 meters away staring blankly. Then Zhou Weiyun looked up, her eyes reflecting a mixture of curiosity and anger, and shouted at Song Rui, "Hey big brother, the rapist, why haven't you been caught?" At that moment many pedestrians were passing by. The little girl's words were like a thunderclap, causing everyone to turn and look at the young man, whose expression was awkward, some even stopping to snicker and comment. "What are you talking about, kid?" Song Rui quickly approached and shot Zhou Weiyun a glare, hurriedly covering her mouth before she could say more. The little girl let out a couple of muffled sounds and then bit him fiercely. Song Rui grimaced and released his grip. Zhou Weiyun stared at him wide-eyed for a moment, her cheeks puffing up. "Give me back my star stickers." Ignoring her childish tantrum, Song Rui simply squatted down and asked, "Do you want to have ice cream?" The little girl paused, torn between anger and the allure of ice cream, and finally declared yes. Once inside the shop, Zhou Weiyun was quiet, ordering a chocolate-covered cone, and began to lick it intently. Watching Zhou Weiyun enjoy her ice cream, Song Rui was reminded of the time he brought an upset Yan Yifei here, and he couldn't help but smile. "What are you laughing at?" Zhou Weiyun thought Song Rui was mocking her. Being quite proud, she had picked up a bit of a rogue attitude from her father, and with a stiff face, she said, "You haven't turned into a good person yet, so give me back my stickers, or I'll call someone to beat you." Song Rui disregarded her little outburst and gently patted her head, asking, "Did you have a fight with your family?" "How do you know?" Zhou Weiyun instinctively retorted, but after saying that, her little face scrunched up again as she resumed licking her cone. Song Rui smiled and did not respond. A minute later, the little girl finally couldn't hold back her grievances. "I just can't master that song, and my mom wants to hit me with a ruler. She's both stupid and lazy. The only thing she knows how to do is threaten me." Once she started venting, the little girl couldn't stop, continuously complaining about her mother, occasionally cursing her father, but most disdainfully about her older brother, saying he could roam around all day without a care, while she couldn't even find a friend to play with. Song Rui comforted her for a while, and suddenly had an idea. "I'll take you to the piano store, you can play that song for me, and I might be able to spot the problem." At first Zhou Weiyun disagreed, but then thinking about having an older brother to play with, she nodded. At the piano store, Zhou Weiyun smiled as she was sat at the piano and began to play with focus. After about 3 minutes, Song Rui raised his hand to interrupt her. "It's not your problem, it's the teacher's fault." "Really?" Zhou Weiyun's eyes sparkled with hope, but then she drooped her head, saying, "Mom said the teacher from the music academy is very skilled and authoritative." Song Rui looked at the little shadow sitting lonely at the piano and comforted her. "It's not that the teacher teaches poorly. Oh, I learned this song only in middle school. I have a broader frame and longer hands, so I have no problem playing it. But your hands are too small. Once you grow a bit taller, it won't be an issue anymore." "Yeah, I knew it," Zhou Weiyun exclaimed joyfully. "I said I was tired, but my mom insisted I was just trying to be lazy. She says I'm just finding ways to torture her. She's so stupid, not at all like you, big brother. Clearly she understands nothing, but pretends to know everything to teach me." Song Rui began to understand what kind of person Zhou Weiyun's mother was. Like his own mother, she was a housewife of a lower status, while Zhou Weiyun's father was a big shot with a societal background. In front of the little girl, her mother had to earn respect, thus desperately trying to establish her authority, even though she knew nothing. Zhou Weiyun continued to complain indignantly, "My mom is so stupid, she just has to control me, scold me, and hit me. Why doesn't she go to work?" Song Rui smiled as he patted her head, pulling her down from the piano seat, and said in a calm tone, "Be a little nicer to her. Her job is to accompany you as you grow up, and she has put in a lot of effort. Why should I be nice to her? She just scolds and hits me all day. Because she is your mother. Just because she's a mother, does that give her the right to hit and scold? Big brother, what was your mom like? Did she treat you this way when you were little?" Song Rui furrowed his brow. "Yes, all mothers are like that, so you shouldn't hold so much resentment." "But my brother's mom is different," Zhou Weiyun said with a mature tone. "My mom's and my dad's marriage was before my brother's mother passed away. He has no one to take care of him, and he lives comfortably, unlike me, with someone whipping me all the time." Song Rui sighed deeply. Zhou Weiyun was truly clever, or perhaps children from such families were all like this. If things go well in the future, she might turn into another Yao Ping Ping. If the family falls apart, she could become another Yan Yifei. Speaking of Yan Yifei, Song Rui thought to himself that she had suffered far more than Zhou Weiyun from a young age, and was more obsessive. Having someone who cares about you is better than not having anyone at all, he patiently advised. I don't want that. The little girl pouted angrily, her small ponytail bouncing as she shook her head. Song Rui squatted down, gripping the little girl's shoulders gently. You're still young. When you grow up, you'll understand your mother's hardships. That hurts. Zhou Weiyun yelled. Let go. If growing up means understanding my mom, I never want to grow up. Song Rui slowly withdrew his hand, but his gaze carried a hint of pain. He didn't know how to console her. He felt that the little girl before him was just like his former self, and he had a strong impulse to be good to her, to prevent her from repeating his past. Yet no matter what, it seemed futile. Just like Yan Yifei, children from such families often carried a bitterness that ordinary people couldn't comprehend. At that moment his phone rang. Song Rui took it out, and saw it was a call from Yan Yifei. What are we having for lunch? Anything's fine. Song Rui glanced at the furious little girl and added, but can we add one more person? Is it a boy or a girl? There was a pause on the other end before Yan Yifei asked. A girl. Is she? This response came almost immediately. Song Rui instinctively replied. She's a little girl. How can she be pretty or not? With a ponytail, how could you not like her? Song Rui suddenly froze, mechanically turning around to see Yan Yifei about 5 meters away, her face dark as she looked over. He suddenly realized that Yan Yifei was a major jealous type. Ooh, she could even get jealous of a 10-year-old girl. This shopping mall is located near the hospital. Yan Yifei came to purchase some items needed for her uncle's discharge, but as she walked she heard a familiar piano melody. Upon entering the piano room, she saw Song Rui, who should have been looking for Lin Pengcheng, with a little girl. She saw Song Rui crouching down gently to stroke the little girl's head, his expression filled with an indescribable. Song Rui had always been restrained and self-controlled in front of her. Even when his father had him pinned to the ground and beaten, he showed no sign of wavering. Yet now in front of this unfamiliar little girl he revealed a side she had never seen before, fragility and pain. At that moment she felt an inexplicable sense of grievance and tears welled up in her eyes. In the dimly lit piano room, she realized that this boy had already taken on an extremely important place in her heart, so important that she didn't want anyone to share even a fragment of his emotions, not even if it was just a little girl. Standing in front of Yan Yifei, whose eyes were red, Song Rui was certain that his and Zhou Weiyun's piano playing had triggered something in this sensitive and fragile female antagonist's heart. However, he didn't know how to comfort her. It was unreasonable to feel jealous of a 9-year-old girl, right? So the two of them looked at each other, but neither spoke. It wasn't until Yan Yifei turned to leave that Song Rui grabbed her arm and explained, actually she is. I don't want to hear this, Yan Yifei replied, coldly shaking her hand a few times, but unable to break free. Let go of me. Although Zhou Weiyun was just a child, she wasn't from an ordinary family. Seeing the two struggling in the piano room, she jumped up to Yan Yifei, calling out in a sweet voice, pretty sister, are you Yan Yifei? Yan Yifei felt it was too demeaning to be at odds with a 9-year-old, so she lowered her head to look at her, tacitly acknowledging. How do you know her name? Song Rui voiced the question that was on Yan Yifei's mind. Because I've heard the recording. A chubby guy came to my house and played it that day, the little girl said proudly. Big brother forced you to marry him, right? What if I refuse to marry? Yan Yifei asked, raising an eyebrow after realizing the little girl's true identity. Then we can either tie him up and sink him in the river. The little girl replied, momentarily stunned. I think it would be better to cripple him and keep him at home. Yan Yifei considered the feasibility of the plan. Thus the two women, one big and one small, seriously discussed Song Rui's future, causing him to break into a. After Song Rui walked a bit further away, Zhou Weiyun pulled on Yan Yifei's hand and quietly asked, are you too brave? Little girl, you're a smart kid. I think you'll be very successful when you grow up, but it's best if you don't involve yourself in adult matters, Yan Yifei replied. Really? Zhou Weiyun was evidently delighted by the first half of the statement. So are you two getting back together? I'm considering it. Then the little girl jumped back in front of Song Rui, encouraging sister, said she is considering getting back together with you. You should go kiss her. Song Rui was instantly embarrassed. He felt even less mature than a 9-year-old girl. He leaned down, but Yan Yifei immediately pushed him away, saying, what do you want to eat for lunch? That's her way of reconciling. Let's have noodles. I know a place nearby that makes excellent free-flavor noodles. Let's go eat together. The three set off together with Yan Yifei and Zhou Weiyun chatting and laughing, leaving Song Rui feeling neglected. When they arrived at the restaurant, the clever Zhou Weiyun almost spilled all the secrets of her family. While Song Rui was in line to pay, Yan Yifei started to brainwash Zhou Weiyun. Do you know why your mother wants you to learn so? How would I know? She's just bored, Zhou Weiyun answered, irritated. Look at how much you've learned, yet not a single thing you excel at. Most of it was done hastily, like slapping labels on a product. You have ballet and piano labels stuck all over you. Once you look nice and packaged, you can be put on the shelf. Yan Yifei tried to guide her with simple language. Zhou Weiyun pondered for a moment and retorted, why does she want it? Because your mother's job is to be a housewife. Her task is to prove herself with children, but she isn't very clever. She just wants to package you well and marry you off to a good family. This statement ignited Zhou Weiyun's years of pent-up anger. With the stubbornness unique to children, she angrily retorted, why should I marry? She can marry herself, or why should she decide for me? Yan Yifei coaxed her a little before suggesting, what do you think about your brother? He's just a troublemaker, always fighting and causing trouble. He has no proper conduct, Zhou Weiyun replied disdainfully. Dad always scolds him, saying if he continues this way he'll eventually provoke someone he shouldn't, and the whole family will suffer because of him. If Song Rui had heard this, he would surely sigh inwardly, remembering how in his past life, he had triggered the wrath of the female demon Yan Yifei, leading to the destruction of the Zhou family and Zhou Weiyun's disappearance. However, this life was different. The female antagonist had developed a different mindset. Yan Yifei smiled, forming a plan in her mind. I have a question. Do you sleep alone now? Yes, I started sleeping alone when I was 5. And your mother? I don't know. I can't be bothered with her, she's really annoying. Yan Yifei glanced at Song Rui, who was about to get his noodles, and decided to be brief. I know where your mother went. She probably wants to have another brother with your father. Why? It's simple, Yan Yifei said with a mysterious smile. Your brother is useless, and you will eventually get married. So who will inherit the family assets? Your mother's plan is definitely to leave it for the brother, if she will get pregnant soon. It would be great to have a brother, Zhou Weiyun said innocently. After having a brother, Mom will only take care of him, and he'll be free to do whatever I want. No one will scold me or manage me. Yan Yifei allowed Zhou Weiyun to bask in her happy fantasies for a while before popping the bubble of this illusion. Once you have a brother, your dad won't like you anymore, and no one at home will care about you. Do you really want that? Of course not. Zhou Weiyun got angry again. However, she was not a child from an ordinary family. She quickly realized that this beautiful sister's words had deeper meaning and quietly asked, Sister, what do you really want to say? Don't you want to have what you're entitled to in the future? Yan Yifei's words deeply embedded themselves in the little girl's heart. Why must you marry off? Aren't you a part of the family too? You have the right to inherit everything from the family, right? Zhou Weiyun fell silent. As a child, she couldn't digest all this information at once, but Yan Yifei understood she would eventually come to terms with it, just as she did back then. At that moment, Song Rui came over with a plate, placing a bowl of seafood noodles in front of Yan Yifei, smiling, as he asked, What are you two so engrossed in discussing? Just chatting about random things. It's not like we're discussing how to sink you in the river. Would you like some hot milk? Song Rui asked without suspicion, handing the cup to Yan Yifei, while Zhou Weiyun also had her own cup. Yan Yifei glanced at it, expressionlessly pouting. I won't be treated the same as a little girl. Song Rui knew that this awkward girl was getting jealous again. Even though Zhou Weiyun was just a little girl, she couldn't accept sharing her milk. Fortunately, he was prepared in advance. You are treated much better than her. I added a packet of sugar for you. Hearing this, Zhou Weiyun shouted that she wanted sugar too. Song Rui scolded, What sugar does a child need? Be careful of getting cavities. Yan Yifei smiled with her lips pressed together, feeling a small sense of triumph. She picked up her cup and took a satisfying sip, but it was too sweet with all the sugar, so she put it aside. The little girl muttered in discontent, Uncle, you really have no sense. My sister doesn't like sugar, yet you added it for her. I like sugar, and you only gave me a cup of plain milk. No wonder my sister was angry with you earlier. Well, just because he didn't add sugar, Song Rui had gone from big brother to uncle. Although Yan Yifei had lowered her status, she realized what the little girl's change in address symbolized, making her even happier. She took a small bowl, served some seafood noodles, and brought it to Zhou Weiyun, coaxing her to eat. Song Rui felt neglected for no reason and complained, Why am I not treated like that? Yan Yifei looked at him in surprise. You're not a child, do you need me to feed you? Not really. During the meal, Song Rui rambled on about various topics, and even drew a big picture of how they would play together in Magic City when they went to study there. While eating noodles, Yan Yifei naturally put the shrimp and meat slices from her bowl into Song Rui's bowl. She was a very considerate girl, only doing it when he was excitedly talking so it wouldn't be noticed. As Song Rui ate, he couldn't help but sigh, and no wonder this seafood noodle shop was so famous. The toppings were real ingredients, nearly twice as much as in other noodle shops. Yan Yifei listened and smiled with her eyes curved and teeth showing. She usually smiled the same way when she had evil thoughts, but Song Rui could distinguish between the two, probably due to the difference in her gaze. After finishing the noodles, Zhou Weiyun sighed contentedly, Sister, if you and Uncle were my mom and dad, how wonderful that would be. The first time my mom attended a parent-teacher meeting, she dressed like a peacock and had the driver take a car with little wings. Afterwards, she was very happy, but after that parent-teacher meeting, I felt my classmates were all scared of me. Not to mention having classmates come to my house to play, I couldn't even go to theirs. You and Uncle, Mom and Dad. At this point, Yan Yifei understood that after discussing openly with Zhou Weiyun, the little girl subconsciously placed herself in front of Song Rui, which meant she could use her to proceed to the next step. On the other side, Song Rui was teasing the three of them to take a family photo together. Yan Yifei was full of schemes and couldn't smile in front of the camera. Song Rui reached out to tickle her, and she began to giggle with Zhou Weiyun. The photo was captured at that moment with Zhou Weiyun standing in the middle, while Yan Yifei pushed Song Rui and laughed. As the three of them just stepped out of the noodle shop, they encountered 5 burly men in suits approaching. The man in front, wearing sunglasses, hurriedly ran in front of Zhou Weiyun, squatting down to say, Miss, where have you been? Madam is worried sick. Why do you care where I go? Zhou Weiyun's temper flared up, her little face tightening as she scolded, It's just a meal, who could possibly kidnap me? The man in sunglasses nodded repeatedly in agreement. However, when he lifted his head, he saw Song Rui's face and began to scrutinize him in confusion. You look a bit familiar. Where have we seen each other? Of course Song Rui knew who he was. During the negotiation at the Zhou family, this burly man had been standing behind Zhou's father. Right now, he didn't want to complicate matters, so he greeted Zhou Weiyun and prepared to turn away. But the man in the suit stopped him, saying, "Young man, who exactly are you, and how are you with the miss?" Seeing this, Song Rui patted Zhou Weiyun, and the little girl began to curse like a mad dog that had escaped from a cage. "This is my friend. Do you care? If you ask again, I will tell my dad that you lost me, and let's see how you deal with that." The man in sunglasses repeatedly agreed, and Zhou Weiyun strutted away proud and content in front of Yan Yifei and Song Rui. After Zhou Weiyun left, Yan Yifei took the initiative to hold Song Rui's hand. Although they both had many things to do, they had matters on their minds, and silently walked down the street. At a milk tea shop by the roadside, Song Rui went to buy 2 cups. While sipping the mildly sweet pearl milk tea in the resting area, Yan Yifei suddenly spoke up. "I have a question I've always wanted to ask you." Song Rui observed her expression. "Feel free to ask. Why do you always talk about wanting to be paralyzed in front of me, and why do you say it with such a resigned attitude?" Song Rui's expression stiffened, and he felt a bit flustered. He subconsciously believed that Yan Yifei would eventually ask this, so he had been giving her a warning in advance. But given that their relationship had even reached the level of committing crimes together, would such a thing still happen? Noticing a cold gaze scrutinizing him, Song Rui realized that Yan Yifei was weighing whether he would lie. Her observation skills were incredibly sharp. Even his irregular breathing or slight changes in expression would be noticed by her. The trust he had worked so hard to earn could not be jeopardized by a fabricated story that she could see through, leading to its loss. "I have been having the same nightmare." Song Rui glanced at his watch, preparing to fabricate a lie. Generally speaking, the best way to lie is to mix truth with falsehood, especially in front of Yan Yifei, where he couldn't assume everything was false, otherwise she would recognize it immediately. "My," Yan Yifei hummed in response. "I dreamed that during the birthday banquet, I didn't come out to meet you, and later, I cursed you together with Yao Pingping. For some reason, I became paralyzed, and it was you who took me out of the hospital to take care of me. The dream felt very real, and I was very grateful to you, and felt guilty, which is why I often bring this up with you." Yan Yifei's gaze flickered for a moment. "Is this a nightmare?" she asked softly. "I suppose it could be called a nightmare. You changed a lot in the dream, visiting me about once a week. Although you usually treated me pleasantly, the things we talked about scared me a lot." Yan Yifei carefully pondered the dream that Song Rui described, suddenly recalling why he so disliked Luo Mo. Could it also be because of the dream? However, even with this curiosity, she wouldn't inquire about it. Luo Mo had already become a thing of the past for her, and she wouldn't use past events to damage the relationship between them. Just like with her grandmother's matter, she was currently scheming to deal with her uncle because he caused a conflict between her grandmother and Song Rui. From the day she cut ties with Luo Mo in the hospital, she had decided to be with Song Rui. He was the man she loved most, and the only man she could ever love. No one could stop her. But there was one thing Yan Yifei needed to confirm. She still had a knot in her heart. Song Rui's starkly different demeanor before and after the birthday banquet always left her feeling uneasy. She had looked through a lot of materials, including psychological studies, and pondered the reasons behind the change in Song Rui. So she casually asked, "We've known each other for 3 months now, right? From the birthday banquet until now, it was exactly 3 months." This was a very simple test. She might not care about other things, but she had to confirm who exactly was inside Song Rui. This is a casual question, much like the morning chit-chat between a couple. "How did you sleep?" Song Rui looked at her in confusion, a complex expression knitting his brows as his thumb began to twitch slightly. Yan Yifei's heart sank. He was about to lie. How was he planning to deceive her? What if someone else took his place after Song Rui's birthday banquet? What should she do? Who did she truly have feelings for? The relationship between them seemed to have turned into a joke. For a moment she felt as if a cold, slippery snake was coiling around her neck, tightening its grip. The old scar, which had healed, now felt as if it was being torn open, bloody and raw. "What are you talking about?" Song Rui sighed. "Why are you so suspicious all the time? We've known each other for almost a year. If you count the days I spent with you in dreams, it's at least 7 years. If we were to get married, it should be around the 7-year itch." Yan Yifei was taken aback and suddenly laughed. "Do we have children in the dream?" "Of course not." Yan Yifei was not too satisfied with this answer. She could hardly imagine what her dream self would be like, but she could confirm one thing: she cared for Song Rui, just like the present her. So she continued to ask, "Do you like me in the dream?" "Of course I do, but it also comes with gratitude and guilt," Song Rui said, awkwardly biting on his straw. "I don't know how to express it. Sometimes I think I'm quite selfish. Can you promise me something?" "My," Song Rui said earnestly. "Even if I'm no longer here, you must live well, okay?" With a crack, Yan Yifei's milk tea was crushed in her hand, spilling everywhere. Suddenly, an indescribable anger surged within her. She pushed the chair away and stood up. "What do you want to say?" Song Rui sat in his chair, looking up at Yan Yifei, who resembled a cat startled awake from a deep slumber. "For nightmares always wake you up at the most terrifying moments. In the end, I died in the dream," Song Rui said calmly. "But that's not frightening. My death isn't a big deal, but you died with me, which startled me awake. Yan Yifei's expression did not improve, instead her anger intensified. Song Rui, stop saying such nonsensical things. What do you want? Did you hear what I said to Zhou Weiyun earlier? Do you want to advise me to give up? Song Rui silently looked at her, saying nothing. He wasn't a fool. From Yan Yifei's expression when she was with Zhou Weiyun, he already knew what the female antagonist wanted to do. But what he wanted to say was not about that. That's not what I mean. I've just been feeling unsettled lately. He extended his wrist, showing Yan Yifei his watch. Where did this watch come from? I bought it with my mother when I was a child at an antique shop. The shopkeeper said it would bring me good luck. Yan Yifei's voice trembled slightly. I only gave this watch to you. Can it bring me good luck? It will. I should thank that shopkeeper, Song Rui said softly. I feel like it's not me bringing you good luck, but rather you are bringing luck to me. Later when you give this watch back. Do you want to listen to what you're saying? Are you trying to break up with me? Yan Yifei's brows furrowed tightly, as if she was trying hard to suppress her emotions, but her lips pressed together, revealing some grievance. I still want you to not leave with grandfather. How could I say break up? Yan Yifei did not answer, but tears fell one after another. She would not apologize, nor would she explain, as she only excelled in enduring. But no matter what, she had to let the man in front of her know her feelings. I know my temper is terrible, because I am very scared. Song Rui hugged her tightly, and she suddenly broke down. I'm afraid you are not the Song Rui I know. I'm afraid one day you will change drastically, just like at the birthday banquet. I'm afraid you will feel that I'm too bad to tolerate. I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand the pressure, and will compromise with grandfather. I'm really scared of everything. Song Rui fell silent. This was the first time Yan Yifei had shown weakness in front of him. She was such a contradictory person, wanting to believe in happiness, yet unable to bear the pain of loss. Don't cry. Stop being so suspicious all the time. His hand ran down her head, and finally rested on her back, gently patting her. You always suppress yourself, tormenting yourself with various emotions. Now I give you a chance, you can cry freely in my arms. But from now on, don't doubt me, okay? Anyone can doubt me, but you cannot. Do you understand? Yan Yifei cried for a while, then began to speak intermittently. She had never bowed her head before, but at this moment she resembled a child who had done something wrong, pleading for mercy. Don't you dislike me doing bad things? I will change. I won't trouble uncle anymore, nor will I encourage Zhou Weiyun. I don't want. Don't hate me. Okay. Don't say those things, or you'll drive yourself crazy, Song Rui said softly. Although I don't like doing these things, I'm very willing to accompany you. Just consider it as a debt you owe me. I'm very glad to let you owe me a bit. Continue. I have a feeling this is your grandfather's test. If you fail without his protection, those troubles at home may come after you. Am I to continue down this path? Yan Yifei felt an unprecedented confusion. She sensed that after being with Song Rui, she was gradually losing her once unshakable determination. Perhaps it was because the hatred was gradually fading, turning into confusion. Actually, your grandfather said something very true. Since your birth, your path was already determined. You won't seek trouble with others, but trouble will come seeking you. You are destined to lead a dangerous life. The thing I regretted most in my dream was that it was only when I was close to death that I realized what I had missed before. I enjoy being with you and am honored to hold your hand. I hope to share your pain in the future. Yan Yifei was embraced by him, not struggling. After a moment of silence, she said, Are you asking me to return to you? I will go with you. Our lives have long been intertwined. I cannot leave you. I will help you, making sure that all those who have harmed you are trampled beneath your feet, making them look up at us from below. Song Rui's face drew close, his breath brushing against her face like soft kisses. Yan Yifei closed her eyes, but at the moment their lips touched, she suddenly turned her head. You ate garlic recently, right? The smell is too strong. Song Rui, feeling wronged, released his hand. Sweet garlic is really delicious. Do you want to try it next time? Anyway, if you eat it, I definitely won't dislike you. I will not eat things that would make you dislike me, Yan Yifei said without hesitation. Zhou Weiyun returned home with her bodyguard, finding her father sitting in the study reading. She thought her stern father would scold her, but to her surprise, he merely turned his face slightly without looking at her, and said, Is it you throwing another tantrum? This was the way they originally interacted, but after a chat with Yan Yifei, Zhou Weiyun felt a little anxious. She tiptoed to the desk, raised her small face, and asked, Daddy, is there a little brother in Mommy's tummy? Which child told you that? Zhou's father pinched her cheek lightly, and said with a gentle tone, Weiyun, your mother mentioned that your grades have dropped significantly. What's going on? Do you not want to study? It's not that I'm being lazy, I'm just really tired. I have to learn so many things every day, and I don't have time to play. If you don't want to study, then don't. They'll discuss it with your mother, and ask her to reduce your tutoring hours. She needs some rest, and you should relax during the summer vacation. This sentence was originally great news for Zhou Weiyun, but the words spoken by Yan Yifei kept echoing in her mind. Your father won't like you anymore, and no one at home cares about you. Does Mommy have a little brother now? Zhou Weiyun's eyes turned red. Will you abandon me? Am I going to be kicked out? What are you talking about, child? Zhou's father chuckled, and wiped away her tears, treating her words as innocent nonsense. Daddy and Mommy still love you just the same. Zhou Weiyun pouted, and returned to her room. She sat on her bed, not reading, as usual, nor practicing the piano, just staring blankly. It wasn't until her stomach ached with hunger that she realized her mother hadn't come to call her for dinner, as she usually did. Was it just as that beautiful sister had said? She skeptically ran out of her room and asked the family servant, who told her the master and mistress have gone to the hospital together. "Miss, are you hungry? He'll prepare lunch for you." Zhou Weiyun pouted, her eyes darting around. "When will they be back?" The servant simply replied that they didn't know. The third-grade girl experienced rapid emotional fluctuations. It was the first time she encountered a situation where her mother was absent. She opened the fridge, found her longed for chocolate ice cream cone, and happily began to eat. The servant, afraid to intervene, watched as she ate ice cream while lounging on the living room sofa, slowly dozing off. Suddenly, a sharp pain in her abdomen jolted her awake. Zhou Weiyun was in so much pain that she couldn't cry out, curling up and struggling like a shrimp. At that moment, there was no mother, no father, no one to help her. The moon in the sky cast a soft, pitying white light into the living room, illuminating the little girl's pale face. She gritted her teeth and endured, imagining a scene in her hazy mind, her father rushing in and picking her up with concern, her mother tearfully stroking her little belly, and both her parents using magic to chase away the mischievous troublemaker in her tummy. But when she fainted, the envisioned scene did not appear. The servant found her and took her to the hospital. In the hospital, various people in white coats walked around her, saying they needed to perform surgery due to appendicitis caused by eating too much ice cream. The doctor scolded, saying that if it had been any longer, it would have been life-threatening. The servant defended herself, saying, "I'm not her mother, her parents are not home." The surgery was successful. The troublemaker in Zhou Weiyun's belly was driven away by the doctors. She was in a single patient room. Her mother was busy at night, and her father occasionally visited her, so she sat alone by the bed, looking out at the crescent moon through the window. She felt as if the sharp tip of the moon was deeply piercing her eyes, making it hard for her to open them. Zhou Weiyun made a certain decision in her heart. After being discharged from the hospital, when she knocked on Yan Yifei's door, she saw the shocked face of the beautiful sister. The address was called out by the chubby grandfather, who had his leg broken that day. Zhou Weiyun had a great memory. "I don't want to be a child that no one cares about. Can you help me?" She looked up at this girl who was several years older than herself, feeling as if she had been through all of this, perhaps even more pitiful than her. But at that moment, Yan Yifei simply stared at the disheartened Zhou Weiyun, her eyes glistening with tears. She became soft-hearted. Since her conversation with Song Rui, she had become somewhat hesitant, pondering whether the relationships between people really only revolved around fear and non-fear. Zhou Weiyun was a child raised in love. Given her family situation, her mother, in her effort to prove herself, would inevitably use her child to capture her partner's heart. Although Zhou's father doted on Zhou Weiyun, he was at heart an old-fashioned man, as evidenced by his constant intervention in Zhou Yuqi's troubles, scolding him and blaming him. After all, when faced with such a spoiled child, the father should have shifted his attention to another child. Yan Yifei was still hesitating, but Zhou Weiyun grabbed her hand, looking up with her little face. "I used to think my mother was meddling, but these days I've realized that I'm just a tool for her to please Dad. Now that she has a better tool in her tummy, I've been sidelined. I refuse to accept this. Please, beautiful sister, help me. I don't want to be thrown away like this." Yan Yifei did not refuse, but instead asked in return, "Why do you think I can help you?" "It's a woman's intuition," Zhou Weiyun said with an air of maturity, which made Yan Yifei want to laugh a bit. "Your family has such good conditions, you can choose any man you want in the future. How can you say you are being thrown away? Don't think too much. Just be a good girl, and you'll be happy later." "You sound just like my mother." Zhou Weiyun frowned, looking dissatisfied. "She keeps saying I should interact less with other children, not to be led astray, and that I need to be good to be happy. But if being good equals happiness, then why was no one there for me when I was so good in the hospital? You must be going through a rebellious phase." Yan Yifei raised her eyebrows and still refused, thinking back, "It's quite resentful. But when you grow up, you won't have so many grievances." Zhou Weiyun bit her lip and remained silent. Yan Yifei pretended to close the door. She had been overwhelmed during these days in the hospital. Cheng Bin believed he had control over Yan Yifei, which naturally made his temper rise. The meals were unsatisfactory, the fruits were not fresh enough, and even a frown from her would receive a few remarks from Cheng Bin. This made her impulsive. Once her uncle was discharged from the hospital, she planned to take action, but feeling unwilling, she patiently waited for news from Song Rui. Now seeing Zhou Weiyun come to ask for help, she could only express her inability to assist. "Beautiful sister, I'm serious. Please help me. I can only run out for an hour, otherwise my dad's bodyguard will find me. He's a fool who only knows how to hit people and collect debts." Collecting debts? Yan Yifei's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Song Rui was currently persuading Lin Pengcheng, who had lost money at the dining table. "Brother, don't feel down. You just had bad luck. Think about it, you were winning consistently a few days ago. Today is just an unlucky day, but there's still a chance. You're only a bit short on luck and have a little bit of capital left to turn things around." Hearing this, Lin Pengcheng was somewhat moved. Song Rui filled his glass with beer. "I consider you a brother. Look where I used to live, just in a warehouse, but look at me now, my pockets are full of money. You know, sometimes it just takes one lucky break to turn things around." With a face full of despair, Lin Pengcheng finished his drink and sighed heavily. "But I'm out of money now." "Alas, brother, I've helped you enough already. I've lent you almost 20,000, Song Rui said regretfully, patting Lin Pengcheng on the shoulder. "I can't just keep throwing money your way. This meal is on me." Lin Pengcheng clenched his fist and suddenly spoke. "Brother, about the caregiver job you mentioned last time, I'm considering trying it out. Can you help me set up a meeting with your girlfriend?" Sure, it's a deal, Song Rui said as he walked to the door waving goodbye. However, he suddenly heard a familiar voice calling. Turning around, he saw Peng Yuan dressed in a beige suit with a light scarf around her neck calling out to him. Song Rui glanced at Lin Pengcheng, who was closest to the inside, fearing that Peng Ai might say something that would be overheard, so he pretended not to recognize her and turned to leave. As he walked forward, the footsteps behind him grew faster, and soon his arm was grabbed. Wait for me, Auntie is wearing high heels today. Peng Yuan's voice carried a hint of reproach. She looked at Song Rui with a complex expression as if regarding a runaway child. Are you upset with me? Why are you ignoring me? Facing Peng Yuan, Song Rui couldn't possibly get angry. Instead, he felt a twinge of guilt. I'm sorry, Auntie, I didn't mean to avoid you. There's just something I can't talk about right now. I'm really grateful for all the help you've given me. Peng Yuan scrutinized him for a moment, and then lowered her voice asking, was that friend you had dinner with someone you just met? Sort of, he replied. I can't say it clearly, I just met him, Song Rui said vaguely. But I just met him. You need to be more careful. Peng Yuan said with concern, I know that guy. He used to be a caregiver at the hospital, but got fired for stealing from families. He also has a gambling habit. How could you associate with someone like that? Don't let yourself sink so low. It's not like I'm sinking low. We just chat occasionally, there's no financial entanglement between us, Song Rui explained. Anyway, it's just like that. Peng Yuan knew Song Rui well. Whenever he said, anyway, it's just like that, it meant he didn't want to delve deeper into the topic. She had many questions, but the caregiver incident was just a minor detail. So she cleared her throat and asked, how have you been lately? Are you financially tight? Song Rui looked down at the ground, his thoughts heavy. Having lived again, he had to admit that he was a narrow-minded mortal. Although he often claimed he would not blame Yan Yifei for anything now that their relationship had come to this, he simply couldn't accept that she might paralyze him for some reason. From Peng Yuan's perspective, Song Rui seemed to frown, his lips pressed into a line filled with unspoken worries. But in just 3 seconds he regained his composure, as if the moment of confusion was just an illusion of Peng Yuan's. I'm doing great, he shrugged. So, Peng Yuan pondered her words, realizing that the young man before her was sensitive. The exam results should be out by now. How did you do? I should be able to get into a university in the Magic City. My scores are okay, over 550 points. Speaking of his scores, Song Rui smiled happily. Thanks to classmate Yifei, I've been studying for the past 3 months, so my scores improved significantly enough to meet the first-tier line. Wow, you're really impressive, Peng Yuan said with genuine delight. We should say that classmate Yan is impressive too, managing to help you improve so much. I need to go back and tell your dad so he can be happy too. Song Rui recalled their last unpleasant encounter at home and was about to shake his head when he saw Peng Yuan take out her phone and start calling. Hello, I found Song Rui, he's just next to the hospital. No, where's the trouble? Can you stop treating your son like a criminal all the time? The last complaint was growing quieter, but Song Rui heard her clearly. Peng Yuan continued on the phone. In a few days, let's take your son out for a meal. I'll bring Peng Xiao along too. There shouldn't be such a big feud between father and son. He scored first-tier results this time. Do you know how hard it is to get such good scores in just 3 months? What? Business trip? What kind of business trip? It's settled then. If you don't come, I'll send Xiao to your company to— After hanging up, Peng Yuan turned to Song Rui and said, can you bring classmate Yan along? Your dad was wrong last time. There's no need to ask this and that during dinner, making it seem like he thinks our family has money. I've already lectured him about it. Can you do me a favor and give your dad another chance? Song Rui wanted to refuse, but Peng Yuan's tone, which was almost pleading, made it hard for him to say no. After thinking it over, he figured he would either go to Yanjing to study with Yan Yifei or stay in a seaside villa as a VIP guest. He probably wouldn't have much interaction with his father anymore, so he agreed. They decided on a weekend before the summer vacation ended. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yan Yifei was already brainstorming for the 10-year-old girl. These 2 girls, one older and one younger, who shared a sense of sympathy, were conspiring in the bedroom. You have a caring father, which is your greatest advantage, the older girl analyzed. But it's also your disadvantage because you're too young. Whatever you do is stamped with your father's mark, so those people respect your dad, not you. You need to find a chance to establish your own authority, making them understand that you're not just a young lady, but also their master, and they need to know how to be obedient like a well-trained dog. Yan Yifei sat on the edge of the bed, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. She seemed even more cheerful than usual, but her smile was more akin to a predator watching its prey. Zhou Weiyun followed her bodyguard, A Chong, home. It was already lunchtime, and her mother Yang Xian was sitting on the sofa directing the maid to prepare the meal. Her brother Zhou Youqi had rarely returned, sitting on the other side, playing with the latest large-screen smartphone from Apple. She thought to herself that something important must be announced today. Yang Xian, who usually appeared as a gentlewoman in front of Zhou Youqi, now displayed a noticeable change in demeanor as Zhou Weiyun sensed that she was ordering her brother to call their father down from the study for dinner. Zhou Youqi frowned, looking at his stepmother with a scrutinizing gaze, and scoffed, "Why did you call me back? If there's something to say, say it. If not, I still have plans to go out and have fun this afternoon." Yang Xin's expression darkened, but she endured it. Just then Zhou Fu leisurely walked down the stairs, washed his hands, and then took his seat at the head of the table. "It's rare for the whole family to be gathered today, and I have something to say." Once these words were spoken, it was like issuing an order. Zhou Youqi and Yang Xian took their seats one after the other. Zhou Weiyun, with something on her mind, sat down and merely picked at the food in front of her. Zhou Fu first served Yang Xian a piece of food and then looked at Zhou Youqi. Recently, Yun has been suffering from appendicitis and your mother is pregnant again. You shouldn't be out playing all the time, but come home to help out. Zhou Youqi was taken aback for a moment, looking at Yang Xian, who wore a proud expression. He quickly reacted, feeling indignant and wanting to mock her. However, Zhou Weiyun interjected, "No wonder mom hasn't had time for me these past few days. She's been busy taking care of the little brother." You child. Zhou Fu didn't mind and merely pointed at her with a smile. "How can you speak to your mother like that?" Yang Xian smiled, gently not reprimanding her further, and turned to Zhou Youqi, who was engrossed in his meal. "You need to spend less time out with all those unsavory people. Last time someone came forward claiming you raped a girl. Of course that was false, it was just someone slandering you. But your father has been dealing with these ridiculous matters for years, so try not to give him more to worry about." Zhou Youqi could no longer contain his anger and slammed his chopsticks down, cursing, "Impressive Yang Xian. Now you even start managing me. Just because you have a new seed in your belly you think you're so great. You aren't even qualified." Yang Xin's face turned red and white after being insulted. If this were the past, she would have swallowed her anger, but this time was different. She was pregnant with a child that symbolized her status. This life had grown alongside her ambition ever since it was conceived. After giving birth to Zhou Weiyun, she had been pregnant several times, and upon discovering they weren't boys, she had aborted them all without exception. With this news confirmed, Yang Xian would no longer swallow her pride. "Is this how you speak to your elders? Are you afraid that the little brother will threaten your status? You who spends your days idling around can't stand to see others do well, can you? See others do well?" Zhou Youqi sneered. "What do you have to be proud of? You are just a model relying on your youth and beauty, barely older than me. Now that you're pregnant you think you can come at me." Seeing the argument escalate between the two, Zhou Fu stepped in. He had always been experienced in handling such matters, having more than one woman. Whenever there was a quarrel, he never argued about who was right or wrong. He simply comforted the one who was more emotional. As long as he did this, he would be viewed as a considerate husband or lover in their eyes, regardless of the fact that these women hated each other. Today he applied this experience to Zhou Youqi and Yang Xian, but Zhou Youqi was relentless, cursing Yang Xian as a worthless woman as soon as she entered the house, claiming that the son she would give birth to would also be worthless, and that it was unclear whose illegitimate child it was. Zhou Weiyun was stunned by the harsh words. Zhou Fu's expression darkened, and he slapped Zhou Youqi across the face. The slap wasn't hard, but left a red mark. In the past, Zhou Weiyun would have secretly rejoiced at this, but now she felt fear, dreading that such a slap would land on her face in the future. The rare family dinner ended on a sour note. Yang Xian sullen muttered a couple of words and went upstairs to sleep. Zhou Weiyun silently finished her meal and finally made up her mind. For the little girl, her usual time of freedom and relaxation was the walk after dinner. Under her mother's strict control, there were no television programs and certainly no other entertainment activities. At school, due to her family background, she had very few friends. Occasionally, when her mother noticed her staring blankly in her room, she would show some compassion and allow her to go for a walk in the evening under the bodyguard's supervision for about 40 minutes. Zhou Weiyun led her bodyguard, A Chong, to a quiet corner where there were few people, and it was extremely peaceful, with only the evening breeze rustling the leaves. "There's something I need you to handle for me," the little girl said softly. "You have a group that specializes in debt collection. I need you to make contact with someone." "Miss, the master only instructed me to protect your personal safety." A Chong assumed that Zhou Weiyun was still the innocent little girl from before and firmly refused. "If you have any requests, you can discuss them with the master." Zhou Weiyun did not react in anger as she had in the past. Instead, she looked up coldly at him, waiting for him to lower his head and stop meeting her gaze before slowly saying, "Is this your attitude towards me? You're just a dog raised by my dad. You should feel honored to do my bidding. Now you reject my request without even thinking about it. Do you not want to stick around here anymore? Miss, please don't be angry." "Then tell me, what should I do so that I won't be angry?" A Chong's expression turned serious. This was the first time Zhou Weiyun had demanded something from him with such a firm attitude. Although he felt quite reluctant, he softened his stance for Zhou Fu Sake, saying, "I'm just a rough man, afraid I won't be able to complete what you ask. Please don't be angry. With so many people in the family, I only instructed you because I value you. Whether you can accomplish my task is not important. I only care about your attitude. If you speak to me like this again, next time I won't let you off." After saying this, Zhou Weiyun snorted coldly. A Chong bent down, keeping his head lowered. When she walked forward again, A Chong stood behind and waved his hand as if to shoo away a fly. A Chong thought the little girl wouldn't notice such details, but Zhou Weiyun clearly saw his actions in the shadow cast by the When Zhou Weiyun returned to her room, she called Yan Yifei and explained the situation. Yan Yifei remained silent on the other end for a while. "He's just a street punk who dares to look down on you. Fortunately, he's not very bright. As long as we teach him a lesson, he can still be useful. I have a plan for you. Once you do it, he'll be scared to death the next time he sees you." After Qingbin was injured, Yan Yifei's attitude changed dramatically. She became the most dutiful granddaughter in the world, bustling about to arrange his post-hospital care, even stating that she would personally take care of him. The plump old man had his own little calculations in mind, fearing that if he stayed at home alone, this cruel granddaughter would call Song Rui to come and mistreat him. At that time, he wouldn't be able to resist at all, so he asked Yan Yifei to find a caregiver for him. However, Changbin offered a very low payment, as he didn't have much money left after leaving the hospital. Consequently, not many people were willing to take care of him. After a couple of days of delays, Yan Yifei couldn't help but complain, with such a small amount of money, who would be willing to work for you? If it weren't for my sister not being in good health right now, I wouldn't even be spending this money. After all, it's her duty to take care of me, Changbin thought to himself, though he wouldn't say it aloud. Yifei, how about I write a will and leave this apartment to you after I die? Think of a way to help me find a caregiver. After all, you're just a young girl and can't manage me alone. Yan Yifei lowered her head and remained silent. Changbin seized the opportunity and pressed on, while you still have time before school starts, quickly help me find a diligent and reliable caregiver. Otherwise, once grandma's health improves, even if I don't say anything, she will come over. Can you bear to let a woman in her 60s work so hard? Yan Yifei, resembling a wronged little wife, took a long time to nod. Alright, I have heard about a male caregiver who charges 3,000, but that includes meals and accommodation. He'll talk to him now. You don't need to worry about the money, he'll make Song Rui pay for it. Changbin felt quite pleased. He had always relied on his words to manipulate his sister. No matter what happened, he was always the most reasonable one, and this time was no exception. He had figured it out. Once he recovered, he would negotiate proper compensation with Yao Pingping's father, sell the apartment, and retire somewhere else. As for his sister, he still needed to keep in touch. She still had another apartment under her name, and exchanging a few pleasantries from time to time would ensure that after her death, he could also get a share of the property money. One must be content, he thought to himself. Last time his greed had led him into this little girl's trap. He needed to be more careful in the future. Yan Yifei contacted Song Rui as soon as she left, asking him to bring Lin Pengqing to meet her. Now that all the preparations were complete, it was time to reel in the catch. The three met at a small restaurant. Song Rui ordered several hearty dishes, and Lin Pengqing immediately sat down and began to eat voraciously, his gluttonous demeanor pleasing Yan Yifei. It seemed that this man was truly hungry. However, she still had some things to clarify. Since you are Song Rui's friend, I trust you. My uncle will be bedded in for another 6 months, but once summer vacation ends, I will be going out of town with my boyfriend for school. So I will pay you the full amount at once. If anything comes up at home, you can handle it on your own. My uncle usually doesn't have visitors. He has an ex-wife and a son who are both ungrateful and have never come to see him. You will have to work hard for the next 6 months. Lin Pengqing, while tearing into a chicken leg, patted his chest and assured, don't worry, I will take good care of your uncle. I have a good reputation in this line of work. I have a few points to clarify, and you need to listen carefully. I am very clear about personal and professional matters. Your salary is indeed not high, and my uncle has many demands. He expects good food and drink. However, he has some savings, so if you need to buy good things, you can ask him for it. Of course, if you encounter any difficulties in daily life, you can borrow a little from him. Consider it your bonus. Miss Yan, you can rest assured, I will not take extra money. Lin Pengqing nodded in agreement. Is there anything else anything else? Yan Yifei frowned and said, my uncle lives in a high-end community where wealthy people come and go. You should take him out less. If those people see him and say that he has no relatives to take care of him, that would not be good. Okay, I understand. By the way, I have a grandmother who is very close to my uncle. She may call you to inquire about his condition, but my grandmother is quite suspicious and fears that something might happen to my uncle. However, you can rest assured that my grandmother was injured recently and is too busy to visit. If you do receive a call from her, don't talk too much. If there are any issues, just contact me. Understood? Understood. Oh, by the way, Yan Yifei casually mentioned, I heard from Song Rui that you met at the casino. Upon hearing this, Lin Pengqing, who was busy scooping a large bowl of rice, immediately tensed up. Since Song Rui was nearby, he couldn't lie and could only stutter, I used to go to play cards, but don't worry, once I start working, I will definitely not go to the casino again. It's fine, playing cards is normal. Don't be so nervous. Look, my boyfriend also often goes out to play cards, and I haven't said anything about him. Just treat it as a way to relax. Yan Yifei squinted and smiled, while Song Rui, watching from the side, felt his hair stand on end. If you get a call from my grandmother, you mustn't tell her, she's a stickler for rules and can easily misunderstand. Understood? Lin Pengqing naturally nodded in agreement. Yan Yifei chatted with him for a few more minutes, discussing the family matters of Changbin. My uncle had a falling out with his wife and son. While in the hospital, he said he would rather write a will and donate the house than leave them a single cent. Lin Pengqing's expression froze for a moment as he forcefully swallowed a mouthful of rice and cautiously asked, is it possible to not leave the house to the son? Of course, it can be donated or transferred to outsiders like me. Yan Yifei laughed, knowing that the gambler in front of her was already intrigued. The house is worth at least 5 million, which is indeed a large sum. I think rather than donating it, it would be better to leave it to me, the granddaughter. So you must take good care of him. Perhaps my uncle will remember my kindness and leave the house to me. After clarifying everything, Yan Yifei left the restaurant with Song Rui. At the bustling intersection, Yan Yifei took the cigarettes from Song Rui's pocket. It was a special situation before, but now that the matter is settled, you are not allowed to smoke anymore. If you can't quit, he'll take the time to help you quit together. I didn't have much of a smoking habit anyway. Song Rui proudly raised his eyebrows. But your grandfather seems to have a heavy smoke. Don't talk about him, Yan Yifei interrupted. Are you hungry? Shall we go get something to eat? Sure, Song Rui nodded, and the two continued walking down the road. The street was bustling with activity, and Yan Yifei wore a fitted white shirt and jeans. The slightly thin fabric of her shirt perfectly accentuated the girl's curvaceous figure, which was full and sweet. She was slender, but not in an overly thin way. Rather, she possessed the rounded curves that many girls envied. The evening glow descended inch by inch, illuminating Yan Yifei, making her appear as perfect as a statue, naturally attracting many onlookers. Yan Yifei was uncomfortable under the scrutiny of various gazes, instinctively wrapping her arms around herself, thinking that she should have worn a jacket. Song Rui glanced at her nonchalantly, taking off his denim jacket and draping the garment warmed by his body temperature over Yan Yifei's shoulders. Yan Yifei turned her head to look at him, saying, "Should we go back? I feel like I'm too eye-catching today." Song Rui made a playful expression and said, "Well, actually, I'm the one who stands out more. Look at those guys ahead. They turned to stare at me after seeing you. I reckon they are thinking that this man must have saved the galaxy in his past life to find a girlfriend as attractive and with such a good figure as you." Yan Yifei still felt awkward, so Song Rui took her to a small restaurant. This establishment had 2 floors, and the downstairs had 4 tables, 3 of which were occupied by couples seemingly enjoying dinner together. A young woman dressed in a black hoodie, sporting bags under her eyes from late nights, approached them. Song Rui skillfully ordered a plate of pork dumplings and a bowl of shredded meat noodles. After deciding on their order, they climbed the steep stairs that were nearly 80 degrees, ascending to the 2nd floor, which was clearly a loft conversion. They chose a seat by the window, sitting across from each other. Outside, a large full moon broke through the cloudy night sky. The moonlight was cold, but patiently cast some fragmented light into Yan Yifei's eyes, and she was no longer the same girl who had a glimmer of tears in her eyes. Song Rui took out 2 bottles of yellow wine, opened one for himself, and softly said, "Let's celebrate for our love. I never dared to imagine that I would have a day like this." "Why didn't you dare to imagine it?" Yan Yifei asked, her tone somewhat dissatisfied. "You wouldn't understand." Song Rui brought the bottle close to his lips and took a large gulp. During their time at the villa, although Yan Yifei always had a cheerful demeanor, that smile made him uneasy. After returning, he initially couldn't control his temper and often lashed out at her. Thankfully, everything passed without serious incidents. The phrase "you wouldn't understand" left Yan Yifei with many questions, but the young woman with heavy bags under her eyes soon brought 2 steaming plates of food to their table. With a loud bang, the noodles landed on the table, shaking violently, and the soup splattered with a few drops, even landing on Yan Yifei's pale face. He. Song Rui couldn't help but want to scold, but the waitress had already hurried downstairs. Beside him, Yan Yifei chuckled at his misfortune, saying, "This must be the specialty." "Is the specialty an indifferent attitude?" Song Rui replied irritably, "There will definitely be no business in the future." Song Rui mumbled a few words until the waitress arrived again, her footsteps impatient as she approached them, a large scoop of spicy oil in her right hand. The hefty scoop of spicy oil unapologetically covered the shredded meat noodles, gradually spreading and leaving behind a reddish oil trail. Song Rui's mouth fell open as he stared in shock at the rude waitress, who left behind an arrogant figure and lazily said, "Sorry, I forgot to add spice to the noodles." Song Rui could no longer contain himself and was about to slam the table. However, Yan Yifei took her plate of dumplings and began to eat with relish, forcing him to smile helplessly. Halfway through her meal, Song Rui suddenly grasped her hand, saying, "I ran into Aunt Peng earlier, and she wants us to come back for dinner." "When?" "He'll get ready." "He'll decide right away," Yan Yifei said almost instantly. "Since your dad has gout, I won't buy wine. He'll get him 2 packs of..." She thinks this is a small matter and just wants to follow Song Rui's wishes, but Song Rui cautiously asked, "Aren't you angry? Last time we went, my dad interrogated you like a household registration check." "There aren't many people who can make me angry," Yan Yifei replied earnestly. "If your dad continues with this attitude towards you, I might get angry." Song Rui fell silent and opened another bottle of beer. "Yifei, you must feel uncomfortable being caught between me and my grandmother. If something happens to Uncle Gong, I estimate that there will be even less room for reconciliation with my grandmother." "It's okay, don't feel pressured," Yan Yifei observed Song Rui's expression and smiled slightly. "At least I know what I truly want. My grandmother is soft-hearted. After this matter is resolved, she will come to like you again because of me." "Oh, what's wrong? Do you want to cry?" Yan Yifei asked, looking at him. "That scoop of spicy oil was too much, or it made my eyes tear up." Yan Yifei smirked, feeling that the boy in front of her resembled her in certain ways. At that moment, she felt so she thought of a little trick and deliberately asked, "You smell really good today. Can you come over so I can smell it closely?" Song Rui's eyes widened in surprise as he scratched his head awkwardly. "That's my dad's perfume. When I ran away from home, last time I packed a lot of things, including perfume and toothpaste. You're a girl, you probably don't need this kind of perfume, but if you want it, I can sneak a bottle out when I go back today." "Forget it." Yan Yifei's courage was instantly extinguished. "It's too much trouble." Song Rui waved his hand with a smile and took another sip of beer. He was a good drinker, and after a while he laid his head on the table and dozed off, mumbling something. Yan Yifei couldn't help her curiosity and leaned in to listen. Thank you, I'm sorry, thank you for giving me this." She didn't get angry like before, but simply wanted to pat Song Rui's hand. However, the moment her fingers touched his watch, a terrifying image suddenly flashed before her eyes. In that time and space, Yan Yifei had agreed to return to Yanjing for her grandfather, but had something to do before leaving. At that time, her relationship with Song Rui seemed to be poor, and she only agreed to meet him for dinner after 3 phone calls. The dinner was at a private restaurant, and in a small room, she saw herself asking Song Rui detailed questions about his hobbies, and then asking, "Why haven't you eaten? I just feel that we were friends before, and now I'm just here to say goodbye to you before returning to Yanjing." Song Rui smiled, and replied, "I think you are very scheming. Everything I did during our senior year was excessive. I think you wouldn't accept my apology. Oh, I can see that you particularly hate me. But if you want to take action against me now, I think it's unnecessary. Someone like me isn't worth your resentment." As the conversation reached this point, Yan Yifei in the dream could only pick up her chopsticks and sample each dish, which finally eased Song Rui's worries, allowing him to engage in cheerful conversation with her. "Since you are leaving, I have many heartfelt words to share with you. Sometimes I find myself pondering why I would do such things that could hurt you so deeply, as if I were no better than a beast. You might not believe it, but there were many times I wanted to stop Yao Pingping. However, I felt it was meaningless as I could not turn back. Ooh, I owe you so much in this life. It's ironic to think I used to be a good student. I am indeed very disappointed in you, Song Rui. Anyone can look down on me, anyone can insult me, but I have always thought that only you do not have that right." Song Rui hung his head, his expression despondent. "I don't even know how to express myself. I'm just a tool. Whoever needs me can come close and use me. I am quite strange. Every time I think I am about to be happy, it feels like I am already at the peak and about to fall. I am happy that you can treat me to a meal, but I have this feeling that you want to do something to me. Is that so?" The girl replied with a smile. "So it turns out it's because I am not capable enough to use you. Actually, I don't believe you when you say you don't hate me. I am a person without goals, and I don't know how to navigate my future. However, one thing I do feel is that we are quite similar. We are both tools in the hands of others. The difference is that I am already useless, discarded in the trash, while you still have some value, and can live for the dreams and expectations of adults. I can understand you. You must be very tired too." The girl in the dream looked at him, revealing a rare expression of pity aside from hatred. However, she was already accustomed to masking her emotions. Taking a deep breath, when she exhaled, her eyes narrowed into a smile. "It's too late for you to say these things now. Oh, I wonder if you will regret them in the future." Yan Yifei in the dream stared intently at the girl, feeling her resentment and pain. If she could, she would want to hug her and say, "You hate him a lot, but if it were the current me, I might find a way to change him to help him out." The girl in the dream yawned and fell asleep. Before closing her eyes, she said to Song Rui, "There have been so many things happening these days, I am really tired. However, I am still quite happy that you could come out to have a meal with me before returning to Yanjing. The dishes here are expensive, so don't waste it. Eat a bit more. After eating, you should go home first, as we will not meet again in the future." Song Rui nodded while holding his chopsticks, and Yan Yifei fell asleep at the dining table. Sleeping pills had been placed in the food, and both of them closed their eyes. However, the girl woke up first, shaken awake by a bodyguard of her grandfather, while a burly man in the room was preparing to deal with Song Rui with a knife. Song Rui lay on the ground, stripped down to only his underwear, like a pig awaiting slaughter. Yan Yifei in the dream could not bear it, and intervened, saying, "Stop moving him. Let's just end this matter here. Miss, nobody cares about this guy. His father might look for him, but if he goes missing for a while, they won't care too much. You don't need to worry. We are quite professional in handling this. It's better to let a waste like him suffer a bit longer," Yan Yifei in the dream said softly. "I originally wanted to ruin him completely, to make him suffer like never before, but it seems he is already in such a state that it is not worth my effort to go all out." This statement abruptly startled Yan Yifei, awake momentarily, forgetting to breathe. She had indeed entertained such thoughts after escaping from the business banquet. She had been constantly calculating in her heart how to take revenge on Song Rui, to retaliate against him 1,000-fold. She did not know which version of herself was the true one, but now looking back, that experience had faded with time. What remained in her heart was probably just a faint surge of hatred, so faint that she could hardly recall any details. Yan Yifei remembered the few words she had written for the birthday banquet. Being a materialist, she now firmly believed that a deity had heard her humble prayers that night, blessing both her and Song Rui, preventing such a terrifying future from occurring. Thinking of this, she approached and patted Song Rui's face, asking, "Can you walk by yourself?" Song Rui groggily lifted his head from his arms, grinning. "President, and you came to see me today? It's so boring to stay at home all day. Can you take me out for a stroll?" Yan Yifei was a child who grew up amidst suspicion, intrigue, and torment. She was perceptive, and one might say her character was cold. Thus, she instantly understood the state Song Rui was in at that moment. An ordinary girl would comfort him by patting his head, but she was not prepared to soften her heart. "I need to meet with Yao Pingping later." Song Rui with blurry eyes lifted his head. "Why are you going to see her?" "You like her," Yan Yifei replied softly, "and since she came to humiliate me, I need to take revenge on her." It seems that might be the case." Song Rui's words made Yan Yifei's heart sink, but fortunately, he shook his head. "However, there is one thing you are wrong about. I never liked Yao Pingping." "Then who do you like?" Yan Yifei found herself rather ridiculous, as Song Rui was still in a drunken dream state, his mind muddled. Nevertheless, she wanted to ask him in this dream. Oh, Song Rui squinted in distress, thinking for a moment, it seems like I have someone, but also seems like I don't. However, I have no qualifications. What about you? Please don't tell me it's Luo. That guy has ulterior motives, and is a scumbag like me. Don't trust him. Yan Yifei puffed out her cheeks, wanting to scold him awake, but she felt that this jealous remark brought her a sense of peace. So she patiently asked, why do you keep staring at Luo? That guy keeps talking behind my back and thinks I don't know. If my legs weren't immobile, I would have gone to beat him up already. Otherwise, you can call him over. Even without legs, I can still make his face bloom with bruises. Yan Yifei chuckled softly. Don't laugh, I'm serious. In the future, don't contact that scumbag anymore. It's best if you fire him. Did you hear me? Alright, I'll fire him tomorrow, Yan Yifei said as she touched Song Rui's flushed face. She really liked the drunken version of Song Rui. He could directly ask her for anything. Is there anything else you want to say? Since I am in a good mood now, I might consider agreeing. Can you come to visit me more often? No problem. She narrowed her eyes, not caring whether Song Rui understood or not. You are mine in life, and in death, I will cling to you for the rest of my life. After saying this, Yan Yifei went to the other side of the table to help Song Rui. He was tall and heavy, and while helping him down the stairs, they nearly tumbled down together. Originally intending to return to the warehouse apartment, Song Rui suddenly recalled that there was no water there for a shower. Being reeking of alcohol, he naturally needed to clean up, so he looked for a hotel nearby. On the way, all sorts of people were sizing up the drunken man and the girl who was gritting her teeth to hold on. Yan Yifei occasionally met their gazes, some curious, some surprised, and others with a hint of pity, various ill intentions. Especially when booking a room at the hotel front desk, the thoughtful expression of the middle-aged woman made her feel a surge of anger. However, thinking that at least she had someone to endure those gazes with her, it didn't matter much. Little girl, you haven't been an adult for long, you should think more about it, the landlady advised earnestly. Although the landlady said this business still had to be done, she offered a suite with complimentary breakfast at a reasonable price, so Yan Yifei didn't press her, saying, this man I picked up on the way, doesn't he look decent? At that moment, the landlady was handing the room card to Yan Yifei and was taken aback for a while after hearing that. Do you need an umbrella? She finally managed to say. Is your room leaking? Yan Yifei immediately retorted. The middle-aged woman was stunned again. Thus Yan Yifei took the key, lifted Song Rui onto the bed, and after washing up, she opened a bottle of mineral water and drank it blandly. Originally, she had a very regular routine, going to bed at 10 without fail, but Song Rui kept rolling around in bed, occasionally mumbling incoherent words, making her feel restless as she propped her chin and kept watch beside him. Song Rui woke up in the early morning, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a girl beside him, her eyes glowing dimly as she stared at him in a daze. He was startled and immediately sat up in bed, glancing around at his clothes, feeling quite decent. He tentatively asked, why are you sitting there like a ghost? Aren't you going to sleep? You kept talking in your sleep and grinding your teeth, Yan Yifei said coldly. I've never seen someone sleep so poor. Song Rui was filled with confusion. What had he done to provoke her? Then you could have shaken me awake, he said, sitting up straight and speaking calmly. Did I say anything wrong when I was drunk yesterday? You said that since we were staying in a hotel, you wanted to find something to do. Yan Yifei crossed her arms and scanned Song Rui off. Song Rui turned to examine his attire again, still feeling quite proper. Is that why you're angry? It seems nothing happened, but even if it did, I was completely out of it. Yan Yifei stood up and stared at him for a moment, making him feel a bit uneasy. She then turned to lean against the door frame and smiled intentionally. I know you're a self-respecting person in this regard, except for when you sometimes like to kiss people forcefully. Song Rui thought that perhaps he had upset Yan Yifei with some request, but now it seemed like she was teasing him. Sitting at the edge of the bed, he was irked, thinking that she mentioned wanting to kiss him, but hadn't she done the same to him last time? It felt quite hypocritical. Yan Yifei ignored his temper and waved her hand. Do you have anything to do today? No. Then let's go shopping. I took off your shoes yesterday and saw that the soles were worn out. We should buy a new pair. When checking out, the middle-aged woman inspected the room and then pushed over a box of medicine from the counter, saying, little girl, don't have any delusions. They'll sell you this medicine for a lower price. You have a thin skin and surely don't dare to go to the pharmacy to buy it. Song Rui glanced at the box that had Yuding written on it. Yan Yifei stretched her hand to push the medicine back, saying, keep it for yourself. The middle-aged woman flushed with embarrassment, muttering something about being ungrateful and regretting her words, but Yan Yifei had already pulled Song Rui out of the hotel. Near the hotel was a large shopping mall. Ever since her mother passed away, Yan Yifei hadn't really gone shopping. Despite her efforts to hide it, Song Rui could still see a hint of curiosity in her eyes. After walking for a while, they were originally supposed to buy shoes, but Song Rui pulled her to a counter on the second floor to look at dresses. He spoke to the approaching sales assistant with familiarity, saying, buy 2 dresses, the blue one is nice, but she already has one, so let's go with the white one. Wrap it up, and that sheer one as well, wrap that too. Yan Yifei glanced at the prices of the dresses, her expression changing immediately. She pulled Song Rui aside to whisper, this will cost a lot of money, but let's go. It's fine, you haven't bought clothes for college, yet so consider it a gift from me, Song Rui added, selecting a few more items totaling over 1,000 yuan. Yan Yifei felt displeased, but couldn't show it in public. Instead, she sulked beside him. When it was time to pay, Song Rui awkwardly scratched his head. He had forgotten that he had given all his money to Yan Yifei and still thought of himself as the wealthy Song. He could only walk over and ask her for her bank card saying, "Hey, can you lend me some money?" "So you do know you're out of money." Yan Yifei glanced at him sideways. "I only like that sheer dress." That won't do," Song Rui persuaded. "Everything has already been chosen. Look at the sales assistant behind us. She thinks we're here to have fun with her." "I won't agree to anything you say," Yan Yifei insisted. Song Rui could only resort to moral persuasion saying, "Don't hold back. You know I feel guilty towards you, so let me spend some money to balance things out. You have to give me this chance, right?" Yan Yifei was amused by his twisted logic, but had an even more peculiar thought process. "Since you took it out to give to me, then it's my money. I don't mind spending my money on you, but I don't need you to spend my money on me." Song Rui was momentarily at a loss and stood there dumbfounded, finally saying, "How can you say that about yourself? Can't you spend some money on yourself?" Yan Yifei fell silent and found a spot to sit down. The nearby sales assistant advised, "Miss, why don't you sit on our chairs? The floor is cold." This was somewhat like throwing a tantrum, but Yan Yifei's tantrum appeared cuter sitting on the floor and shaking her head. Song Rui could only squat down and continue to persuade her. "It's just about a few dresses. I also need to buy socks and want a pair of sneakers. If you keep sitting there on the floor, how can I go buy them?" Yan Yifei felt he had a point, so she got up and pulled Song Rui to buy sneakers. The total for 2 pairs came to over 2,000 yuan. She took out her card at the checkout, and as she was paying, Song Rui said, "Yifei, aren't we a couple?" In the crowded checkout line, Yan Yifei smiled inexplicably and reached out to hold his hand, squeezing it slightly. "As your boyfriend, it's normal for me to want to buy you clothes. You look great in dresses, so I want to buy a few for you to wear. It would be nice to look at, right?" "This is for my own sake," Song Rui said, carefully looking at her. "You won't be angry about me saying this, right?" His words were sincere and natural. It was because Song Rui wanted to see a beautiful version of her, and Yan Yifei certainly wouldn't be angry. However, Song Rui understood that in her past life, Yan Yifei, despite being in charge of the Yan family conglomerate, was a person who was very harsh on herself. There was a private room for her in the villa, and Song Rui had curiously glanced inside before it was filled to the brim with various bound documents. Even the wardrobe was stuffed with materials, and the desk and floor were cluttered with all kinds of books, leaving only half the wardrobe for clothes, which were all shirts and black suit pants along with a suit jacket. It was almost like the life of an ascetic. Yet despite being so frugal with herself, she was generous to Song Rui, who was paralyzed in a wheelchair. As long as he desired it, she would buy it for him, no matter how extravagant. In the past, he couldn't understand why she acted this way, but now he did. Yan Yifei was extremely stingy with herself because all her needs during childhood had been suppressed, whether emotional or material, and even as an adult with wealth at her disposal, she still felt unworthy of any good things. "I'm not angry." Yan Yifei shook her head and added, "I know you want to be good to me, but I'm just not used to it." "Then I might get angry," Song Rui pulled her, rushing towards the dress store. "When you were alone, you didn't care about yourself, but now that we are together, you still act this way. What kind of relationship is that? Are you just treating me like a dog, one that you like to feed and cuddle with, giving only unidirectional affection?" "I'm not saying I'm a dog, I'm saying you treat me like one. Anyway, I don't like being treated like a dog. Speaking of which, you should think more about yourself. Oh, I hope you can indulge yourself materially." "I think it's perfectly fine," Yan Yifei said softly, trying to stifle a laugh, sounding a bit aggrieved. "I have enough clothes, why must I insist on buying more? I've lived like this since childhood and don't see anything wrong with it." She attempted to break free from Song Rui's grasp, but couldn't move an inch. Song Rui pulled her towards the women's clothing store and said at the entrance, "What are you talking about? You've lived like this since childhood. That's not normal. Just like when you came to my house last time, you spent all your money without hesitation on a bottle of Moutai worth over 3,000, yet you won't even buy clothes for yourself. If you return to Yinjing, what meaning does all of this hold? Having money will make us happy, but that happiness would only be mine. Yes, I want to live well to have a lot of money, but you are still living like an ascetic as before. I find that very sad and exhausting. I know this is a bit awkward, but I can't change it for now. You should understand me, we are actually both like this." Yan Yifei looked up coldly, meeting his gaze. "We both think of ourselves as unimportant. You've been living in a warehouse, yet you seem so carefree. If faced with choices, you would definitely bear it silently. So can you really convince me? You?" Song Rui was momentarily speechless by her words. Angrily, he snatched the bank card from her hand and walked into the clothing store. Moments later, he emerged with a pile of clothes, stuffing them into Yan Yifei's arms. "I'll find a new place to live tomorrow, and you'll pay for it, got it?" Just as they took a few steps forward, Song Rui felt something was off and turned back to shout, "I've already paid the rent for this place. It would be a shame not to live here. Just buy me some shoes. I looked at a pair earlier, and I'm not satisfied with the 2,000 yuan ones. I want the 3,000 yuan ones." "Fine, 3,000 it is then," Yan Yifei said inexplicably. "Even if we don't return to Yinjing, we will still have money. At that time you can buy whatever you want, even a villa." "I don't want to live in a villa at all," Song Rui said. "I need to clarify something with you. You are stubborn and particularly inflexible. You're not arguing with me today because you think I'm being unreasonable and don't want to debate. I am this stubborn. You've known me long enough. If I weren't, I wouldn't have chosen to attend the birthday banquet knowing what would happen." Song Rui's face stiffened. Her retort seemed to hit him hard, leaving him breathless as he held on to Yan Yifei's hand. Yan Yifei had always been perceptive and could read Song Rui's expressions well. She tightened her grip on his hand and said, "At least the outcome is good, isn't it? But we have lost the ability to feel happiness. You're right, I am someone who only knows guilt and wants to make amends, while in your subconscious you see yourself as a villain, a malicious person. Yet when facing me you always want to do something for me. Neither of us has a self in front of the other. Isn't that tragic? So what do you suggest we do? Right now we've only accepted each other, but I think it's even more important to accept ourselves, to accept our childhoods, to accept the pain of the past." Yan Yifei released his hand and gently shook her head. "It's not that simple. Most people in this world are suffering, and we belong to those who have fallen to the bottom, tormented by the past for a lifetime." She turned her head to walk away, but Song Rui reached out to stop her and urged again, "Don't think like that. Even if we are together, it won't lead to happiness if this continues." Yan Yifei coldly brushed his hand away and said in an almost pleading tone, "Song Rui, I don't want to talk about this with you. You want me to spend money on myself, and I'll do it, but let's end this topic here. Let's go and don't make me angry." Song Rui sighed and retracted his hand, a sense of unprecedented sorrow flooding his being. He stepped forward and held Yan Yifei's hand. "I don't want to argue with you. Oh, I just ask that you not be so harsh on yourself." "No." Yan Yifei turned to look at him. "Because all of this reminds me that I am dark, cold-blooded, and vengeful. I fear being too good to myself, as I might forget the things that happened. Song Rui, just having you by my side is enough for me. If I treat myself better, will I still have the heart to take revenge on them in the future?" "I understand." Song Rui looked at her quietly. "But if I want to treat my girlfriend, well, can you please not stop me?" "Yeah." Yan Yifei's cold expression suddenly softened and she laughed. "You really are a stubborn one." The two walked out of the mall one after the other in silence. It happened to be drizzling outside, and Song Rui inexplicably said, "The ground is quite slippery, I'll be careful." Yan Yifei turned her head to look at him, extending her hand. "If you want to hold hands and make up, just be honest, don't beat around the bush." "Originally I wanted to say that I would hold your hand because the ground is slippery," but Song Rui helplessly said, "You can tell what I'm thinking just by seeing me frown. You've won, you're impressive. You have some courage to argue with me. I'm starting to enjoy arguing with you a bit. Do you want to blush again? I'm afraid you'll hold a grudge against me. What should I say?" Song Rui sighed with a bitter smile. "We won't be like this forever, will we?" "That's hard to say." Yan Yifei did not deny it. "As long as you still want to act unilaterally, I'll maintain this attitude today." A few days later, Zhou Weiyun finally found an opportunity. Accompanied by a Chang's bodyguard, they went out and found an ice cream shop. At the table, the little girl licked her cone and handed over a piece of paper with a list containing 10 names, 5 of which she had circled with a red line. A Chang looked at the names on the list, his heart sinking. These were all his most valued subordinates. "I told you last time, and I have repeated it to these few people. The ones I circled have agreed to help me," Zhou Weiyun explained in a sweet voice. "It seems your judgment in selecting subordinates isn't so great after all." "Miss, what do you mean?" A Chang subconsciously viewed Zhou Weiyun, who was eating ice cream, as a little girl, his expression slightly dazed. Zhou Weiyun shot him a disdainful glance. "How can you be so foolish? You can't even control the few people you have. If my brother uses money to gather those few, will they not turn around and betray you?" A Chang nodded, but still found it hard to believe what he had heard. After a long pause, he gradually came to realize that Miss Zhou meant several things. He wasn't really important, and her previous request for his help was merely because she valued the people he had. However, these subordinates truly followed the Zhou family, and he, Chang, was just a stray dog on the side of the road, ready to be kicked out at any moment if he disobeyed. The bodyguard couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, feeling a sense of foreboding. Zhou Weiyun continued cheerfully. "You dropped out of high school to follow my father. You're 42 this year. Your parents are alive, and every time you go home you wear casual clothes to explain to them that you're an ordinary office worker. Your parents have been honest farmers their whole lives, and your wife works at a bank, still thinking you're a construction site foreman. They all believe you have a stable and secure job." A Chang felt his jaw tighten with anxiety. He did not see a 10-year-old girl in front of him, but rather a venomous snake slowly wrapping around his neck, ready to suffocate him at any moment. "Recently your father fell and injured his leg, making it difficult for him to go up and down stairs. You bought him a wheelchair, but that's not a long-term solution. If you have money, you should buy him a place with an elevator. Your son is about to enter middle school, and the issue of school district housing is a problem. Your wife has argued with you many times about this. You're worried about it, aren't you?" A Chang no longer dared to speak, not even wanting to think about how to earn money for an elevator apartment and school district. Zhou Weiyun spoke again in her tender voice. "I don't know if you've heard, but my mother and brother had a huge fight. If this situation continues, it's likely to affect me. As long as you listen to me, I will share what I can get with you, so you can buy your parents an elevator apartment." A Chang swallowed hard. "Miss, I will do whatever you want. I will always listen to you. I'm still considering the specifics. Just remember not to treat me like a little child," Zhou Weiyun said, finishing her ice cream. A Chang, noticing her expression, quickly pulled out a tissue and handed it to her. "Miss, do you want me to deal with young Master Zhou?" "You don't need to worry about that." Zhou Weiyun wiped her mouth with her chubby little hand. "Right now what you need to do is buy me a cup of milk tea. Run 3 kilometers from here to a newly opened milk tea shop. I want pudding milk tea, full sugar hot. If you act quickly and the milk tea doesn't cool down, I will be satisfied today. As soon as she finished speaking, A Chong pushed open the shop door and started running ahead. He didn't know why he was running so fast, but his body was already out of control, desperately moving his legs. Zhou Weiyun said there was a milk tea shop 3 kilometers ahead. A Chong felt like he ran at least 5 kilometers without stopping, arriving breathlessly at the shop door. All the customers in the shop looked at the middle-aged man who was bent over with his hands on his knees, panting heavily. A kind staff member asked if he was in a hurry. A Chong squeezed out a few words from his throat, putting milk tea, full sugar, hot quickly. Originally there was a line at the milk tea shop, but seeing the pale-faced, anxious middle-aged man, everyone gave up their spots to let A Chong go first. On the way back to the ice cream shop, A Chong jogged again. The milk tea was sealed, but he was afraid that if he ran too vigorously it would spill and alter the taste, making the young lady unhappy. He also feared that the milk tea would cool down, making her even more dissatisfied. With this anxious mindset, A Chong finally presented a steaming cup of pudding milk tea in front of Zhou Weiyun. If you were my brother's person, would you poison the milk tea? Zhou Weiyun raised her chubby little face, waiting for his answer. However, the bodyguard, having run desperately for an hour, could barely catch his breath, unable to say a word, only shaking his head vigorously. Zhou Weiyun smiled contentedly. How could that be? If I were to use poison, it would be more appropriate for my mother. I'm just a naive little girl, why would he target me? Don't you think so? After speaking, the little girl giggled. What's wrong with you? Why are you so nervous? Smile a little. Looking so glum is unattractive. A Chong's expression was numb as he barely curled his lips. Having run so vigorously he couldn't say a word, now only repeatedly inhaling and exhaling. I have something to tell you. I'm not my brother or my mother, and definitely not my father. Don't underestimate me just because I'm young, understood? Finally, A Chong regained his composure. He swallowed several times, wanting to respond with a understood, but as he opened his mouth he covered it and started gagging. Why was it because I ran too fast just now? I'm so sorry. Zhou Weiyun handed him the open milk tea. Consider this cup a reward, keep it for yourself. A Chong wanted to say no, but after meeting the little girl's half-smiling gaze he immediately accepted it and gratefully took it. Zhou Weiyun said in an innocent voice, you just ran so fast you couldn't catch your breath doing such intense exercise. If you had a cup of coffee you could easily die from it. Of course I could also add a bit of poison to make it look more like an accident. As for what happens after you die, your wife might come to seek justice for you. Unfortunately you have insurance, and the beneficiaries are your wife and children. For the sake of money, they would let you be cremated early to get the money sooner. A Chong was startled again and began to cough violently. This time he was no longer gagging, he completely vomited out the milk tea he had just drunk. Zhou Weiyun watched for a while before slowly saying, don't worry so much. You respect me now, and I wouldn't want to make you uncomfortable. However, I need to do something next. Can you help me? When Lin Pingcheng went to the hospital, he indeed made Cheng Bin and his sister very satisfied. He worked efficiently and didn't mind getting dirty, handling most of the matters early in the morning and even mopping the floor of the ward. As Lin Pingcheng pushed the wheelchair to take Cheng Bin away, Cheng Ying could never have imagined that this would be the last time the siblings would see each other. Everything progressed so naturally. During this time, Yan Yifei was with Song Rui, almost forgetting about her great-uncle. By the end of the month, when visiting her great-uncle in the city, Lin Pingcheng was caught off guard, yet this cunning man still greeted her warmly, saying, Miss Yan, why didn't you let me know you were coming? I could have bought more groceries to entertain you. Yan Yifei waved her hand, indicating it was no big deal, as she directed her gaze towards the chubby old man on the hospital bed. Although he was called a chubby old man, he had lost a considerable amount of weight recently. Since his leg was broken, the man who once weighed over 180 pounds now seemed to weigh only 130 or 140 pounds. Noticing Yan Yifei staring at Cheng Bin with a pensive look, Lin Pingcheng explained, It's like this, my great-uncle hasn't had much of an appetite lately, and he doesn't like what I cook for him, so he has lost quite a bit of weight. Yan Yifei's gaze fell again on the old man's face. After seeing her, Cheng Bin was drenched in sweat. His once rosy face now bore a large bruise that extended from his left cheek to his eyebrow, appearing somewhat terrifying. Lin Pingcheng continued to explain, A few days ago my great-uncle suddenly fell from the bed for some reason, and his face turned all sorts of colors. I was so scared that I immediately moved into his room to sleep with him. Oh, I see, Yan Yifei said with understanding, smiling gently. I used to fall during gym class all the time. My face was often bruised, but it's nothing serious. It's alright, I don't blame you. Yan Yifei walked in front of Cheng Bin, and seeing him lifeless in the wheelchair sighed, Great-uncle, when I first came to my grandmother's house you used to eat a lot. Now just look at you, so thin and haggard. I really feel heartbroken for you. Cheng Bin stared at her, as if he saw a ghost, trembling in fear as he said, I am sorry. Fi, can you forgive me? Why are you saying such things to me? Yan Yifei smiled. I would never blame my great-uncle. Ooh, I only feel It's alright, I won't mind, she said, walking to the kitchen and skillfully rinsing rice. Lin Pingcheng, seeing this, thought he had exposed his actions, and hurried over to stop her, saying, Miss Yan, my great-uncle just ate. He's not hungry. I've been taking good care of him, so you don't need to worry. No, my great-uncle loves the porridge I cook. Seeing him so thin, I can't bear it. He'll personally cook some for him. Yan Yifei shook her head. Before long, a steaming bowl of bubbling white porridge was brought by Yan Yifei. Cheng Bin in the wheelchair widened his eyes, looking like a beaten wild dog. Holding the almost boiling white porridge, Yan Yifei leaned close to Cheng Bin and softly said, "Great uncle, when I first came to my grandmother's house you asked me to cook. I had no idea how to make it, and just cooked a bowl of plain porridge. You grabbed my hair and slammed my head to the ground. It hurt so much. You kept asking me what I did wrong, but I couldn't answer, and you just kept hitting me. At that moment, I thought my only mistake was coming into this world. Be good, great uncle, let me feed you the porridge. Look, your caregiver is watching us from the balcony." Lin Pingqing indeed had to keep an eye on Yan Yifei. He had lost a lot of money gambling recently and borrowed money at high interest, setting his sights on Cheng Bin. Initially, it was just stealing money, but after some time, he realized that Cheng Bin was hardly visited by anyone, which gave him more courage. He began to openly take things from the house to sell. Cheng Bin initially scolded him harshly, but after being beaten a few times by Lin Pingqing, he gradually became submissive. A few days ago, when Cheng Bin saw Lin Pingqing leave for gambling, he wanted to cry for help. Just then a neighbor returned home. He was about to seek help when Lin Pingqing came back and cleverly brushed it off, claiming it was due to dementia. Lin Pingqing, having already lost a large sum of money, saw that Cheng Bin was still being uncooperative and in a fit of rage beat Cheng Bin, which resulted in the bruise on his face. However, he seemed to notice that Yan Yifei was treating Cheng Bin quite well and said nothing else, feeling relieved inside. As the porridge was served, Cheng Bin, who had been abused by Lin Pingqing, was terrified. No matter how hot the porridge was, he had to force himself to drink it. After finishing one bowl, his tongue ached unbearably. When Yan Yifei brought the second bowl, he turned his head and refused to open his mouth. Yan Yifei smiled and called out to Lin Pingqing, who was smoking on the balcony, "Can you help me feed my great uncle? He seems to listen to you better." As the saying goes, a thing can control another. When Cheng Bin saw Lin Pingqing enter, he began to tremble. Upon seeing the angry caregiver bringing the white porridge, he had no choice but to obediently open his mouth and drink again, one spoonful at a time. While feeding him, the porridge had already cooled down, so he didn't notice anything strange. He felt a little anxious. Miss Yan seemed to be very filial to his great uncle, and he wondered if Cheng Bin would say anything. Yan Yifei watched with a smile as her great uncle drank 3 bowls of white porridge, then brought another bowl and handed it to Lin Pingqing to feed, but Cheng Bin simply couldn't eat anymore. Halfway through, he suddenly vomited, splattering Lin Pingqing all over. The caregiver was furious as she went to clean up the mess. Cheng Bin confessed to Yan Yifei beside him, saying, "Fi, please. Spare me. I've really made a mistake. As long as you spare me, I don't want the money, I don't want this house either. Just leave it for you. No matter what, we are family. Please help me call the police. If this continues, he will kill me." Yan Yifei looked at him with confusion. "Great uncle, I still remember what you said back then, that I owe you, my mom owes you, and my grandmother owes you. All 3 of us have let you down, causing you to be in such a state. So now I'm repaying your kindness. How can you say this is mistreatment? It truly saddens me. If I told the caregiver this, she would probably feel just as sad as I do." She gently patted Cheng Bin's trembling right hand, comforting him. "Great uncle, I'm being so good and sensible now. You should be very satisfied, right? Mister, Lin will take care of you for another 6 months, so enjoy it slowly." Cheng Bin's face changed drastically upon hearing this. He gripped Yan Yifei's wrist tightly and whispered, "That bastard is ruthless and has been abusing me. When I tell your grandmother, you heartless little wretch will be kicked out. Let me tell you, don't think you're powerful, don't you want this house? If you don't get rid of him, I will never leave the house to you. Great uncle, you're hurting me." Yan Yifei pulled her wrist back, gently pinching it. A bruise formed, and after seeing it, she smiled softly, her laughter sharp as her fingers brushed against metal. Cheng Bin felt a shiver run down his spine at her laughter, full of dread, and repeatedly scolded her not to laugh. "Shut the hell up." Cheng Bin's resentment erupted completely during this time. He dared not retaliate against the Lin Pingqing who abused him, not even daring to speak harshly. However, when facing Yan Yifei, whom he had grown accustomed to hitting, he reached out to grab her collar, preparing to give her a couple of slaps. He had done this many times before. After tiring himself out from beating her, he would sit on the chair to catch his breath, bending down to grab Yan Yifei's collar, pulling her in front of him, and delivering 2 loud and crisp slaps to her pale face, as if he were applauding. But this time he forgot that he was a patient with broken legs. As the first slap fell, Yan Yifei blocked him and stood up, delivering 2 swift slaps across his face, crisp and clear like striking a watermelon. "Uncle, even with broken legs, you still have such a temper." Yan Yifei stepped back a bit, creating some distance. "Don't get angry. This is the only way your legs will heal." Cheng Bin was indeed stunned by her, but he still cursed, "Get out of my sight. Don't think that just because you have a thug like Song Rui, you're something special. Want some better, I'll deal with you. Your mother is heartless and you are even worse. Neither of you are good people." Yan Yifei said nothing, watching Lin Pingqing enter with a broom, pulling out a bank card from his pocket and handing it over, her voice deliberately raised. "Uncle, this card has 30,000 yuan in it. You know the password. If you need to buy anything, feel free to spend it." Seeing the glint of greed in Lin Pingqing's eyes as he entered, Cheng Bin's face twitched. He blinked, and a stream of murky tears rolled down his cheeks. Lin Pingqing comforted him from the side. "Uncle, don't feel so bad. After getting older, it takes time to heal from injuries. They'll find an acupuncturist to come and see you in a couple of days. It will help you recover faster. Then it's settled. You can deduct the medical expenses from Uncle's card." Since you are so thoughtful, I can't let you suffer loss either, Yan Yifei replied with a smile. I've always hoped Uncle would recover soon. After the visit, Lin Pengqing enthusiastically escorted Yan Yifei downstairs and waved warmly at her from the kiosk. Miss Yan, you don't need to come over so specially with your busy schedule. He'll call you every evening to update you on Uncle's condition. Once Yan Yifei walked away, Lin Pengqing's smile faded as he entered the room and directly slapped Cheng Bin, who was in a wheelchair. Old man, hand over the card now. Cheng Bin, scared of his abuse, trembled as he handed over the card. Lin Pengqing squinted at him. What's the password? Cheng Bin said, trembling with fear. I don't know, ask my granddaughter. Are you messing with me? Lin Pengqing immediately scowled and reprimanded. If you truly don't know, then call your granddaughter and ask her. Cheng Bin swallowed nervously and explained dryly. She deceived you. She just wants you to torment me. I've been scolding her as she holds a grudge and wants to harm me. If I go to ask for the password, she'll definitely say she told me already. Lin Pengqing grew furious upon hearing this. He reached out and slapped Cheng Bin again. When have I ever abused you? I've been busy caring for you. Are you hungry or thirsty? Next time Miss Yan comes, are you going to tell her I'm abusing you? A caregiver brought 3 boiled eggs from the kitchen, peeled one, and shoved it into Cheng Bin's mouth. Here, you've lost weight. Eat more, damn it. Lin Pengqing ignored Cheng Bin's struggles and stuffed boiled eggs into his mouth one by one. Cheng Bin swallowed while pleading for mercy. He knew that no one would hear him, no matter how much he cried. His pleas were only for Lin Pengqing's ears ever since he attempted to escape and shout for help last week. The house's walls were lined with soundproofing foam. The phone line was cut, and his wheelchair was locked with chains. He was practically imprisoned. But those boiled eggs were much harder to swallow than plain porridge. After getting to the second one, Cheng Bin finally couldn't hold it in anymore and vomited everywhere. Lin Pengqing was further enraged and took a broom to hit his legs, causing Cheng Bin to cry and weep uncontrollably. You old bastard, Lin Pengqing shouted angrily. Do you know how high the unemployment rate is right now? If you tell Miss Yan that I'm abusing you, will lose my job. Call her and ask for the password, who I'll be right here listening. If you dare say anything out of line, I'll kill you on the spot. After a while, he brought a basin of scalding water, soaked a towel, and began to wipe Cheng Bin's hands. The old man's skin was thin, and it quickly raised a blister. Cheng Bin dared not struggle, only cried out in pain. After venting his anger for a while, Lin Pengqing calmed down, cleaned Cheng Bin, and started to persuade him gently, saying he had been having a hard time lately, working far from home, without friends, and hadn't returned home in years. He admitted he had done wrong recently, but promised to change, and even guaranteed to buy a chicken from the market to stew for him soon. In any case, he was tearfully remorseful, almost about to slap himself in front of Cheng Bin. Cheng Bin, who had lost a considerable amount of weight, looked at the caregiver, who was in tears, and suddenly realized that the man resembled himself when he had done something wrong and had confessed before his sister. He felt utterly hopeless and began to cry out loud. His sister was now lying at home, unable to go out. If she hadn't been injured, she would have definitely come to visit him and take him away from this tormented place. Cheng Bin regretted pushing Cheng Ying away that day, feeling even more desolate. As for his ex-wife and son, there was no need to mention them. They had only come to the hospital once, and it was impossible to expect either of them to visit him. Cheng Bin felt a sense of being abandoned by everyone. The house he had painstakingly obtained from his sister had now become the cage that imprisoned him. Only his sister still cared about him. Sitting in the wheelchair, Cheng Bin reminisced about the good times with her. Since childhood, their parents had favored him, and his sister had also favored him. He believed this was a kind of fear. His sister was afraid of offending him and being scolded and abandoned by their parents. Over the years, he had taken advantage of his sister's fear, turning his life experiences into clumps of fat piled onto himself. Now, after being abused by Lin Pengqing, he had no fat left, only a withered body. He recalled that night, when Yan Yifei had looked at him longingly in the corridor. He blamed himself for being too greedy and overconfident, thinking that Yan Yifei was like his sister, a moon that could shine only by relying on him, believing he could easily manipulate her. Now he had been played twice by her, and felt worse than death. Watching Lin Pengqing busying himself with cleaning, Cheng Bin secretly thought that after this incident, he had to gather evidence and send this guy to jail. He was worse than a beast. Every time he abused him, he would express remorse with sweet words. Did he really think he was a 3-year-old child who would forget grudges after receiving a candy? On the other side, after Lin Pengqing finished mopping the floor and cleaned Cheng Bin up, he returned to the balcony to smoke. He was originally not so anxious by nature, but recently he had borrowed 100,000 yuan from some loan sharks he met at a casino, and within a week the interest had surged to 200,000. He had begged several times, but they wouldn't budge, so he had to agree to repay a little each week. Therefore, during this period, he had shifted from stealing quietly to openly robbing, directly taking things from Cheng Bin's home to sell for money. But this was not a long-term solution. He had to think of a way to repay the debt. Otherwise, even if he ended up in a coffin, those loan sharks would dig him up to whip his corpse. He exhaled a puff of smoke into the sky and suddenly remembered what Yan Yifei had said at the dinner table. Take good care of Uncle. The house is worth at least 5 million, which is indeed a large sum. I think rather than donating it, it would be better to leave it to me, your granddaughter. He suddenly had a terrifying thought. Since this house can be left to Miss Yan, why can't it be left to himself? But the old man probably hated him to the core now. Oh, how could he possibly leave the house to him? But if he didn't do something big, what if those loan sharks came looking for him? Lin Pingxing felt as if feathers were scratching inside his heart. The more he smoked, the more tedious it became. He was afraid of the loan sharks and being beaten, but also afraid that the old man would report him to the police afterward and have him arrested. He even recalled something his parents had said when he was a child: debts must be repaid, murderers pay with their lives. He wanted to involve himself in both. Yan Yifei turned and headed straight to the hospital to bring her grandmother home. Cheng Ying, seeing her granddaughter chatting and laughing, assumed this was a sign of submission, and inevitably adopted the condescending tone of an elder. Feifei, you've been rushing about these past few days. What exactly are you so busy with? And are you still seeing that ruffian? His temper is dreadful. Luo Mo once said he's full of scheming malice. He even assaulted your uncle right in our own home. Could he possibly strike you the same way? He may come from wealth, but you mustn't sacrifice your entire future for mere money. Yan Yifei pushed the wheelchair toward home and replied, Song Rui's temper is actually milder than mine. You've got one thing wrong: he's currently estranged from his father and has not a single coin to his name. He's utterly penniless. Still, rest assured, we'll never lack for money. I'll find a way to earn it. That simply won't do, her grandmother said anxiously. A man must possess ambition and bear the weight of his family. How can he live off you instead? That's unthinkable. Break it off with him as soon as possible, though don't entangle yourself with such an irritable. By now they had reached their front door. As Yan Yifei reached out to open it, her grandmother caught sight of a prominent bruise on her wrist, clearly the mark of a firm, forceful grip. What happened to your hand? Did Song Rui hit you? Tell me everything. If he laid a hand on you, I'll go with you to file a police report. No man should treat you this way. Yan Yifei stared silently at the bruise, inflicted earlier by Cheng Bin's tight grasp. To her grandmother, however, it could only be the work of the ruffian Song Rui. The situation was extraordinarily delicate, indeed precarious. High school had long ended, the excuse of physical education class was no longer viable. To blame Cheng Bin would be utterly unacceptable. Her grandmother absolutely could not come into contact with her younger brother now, or the entire plan would collapse. What about shifting the blame onto Yao Pingping? Her grandmother didn't know Yao Pingping. But if she grew overly anxious and started making frantic calls to the school asking why her uncle had been hospitalized for extorting a classmate, she'd inevitably call and reprimand them. This incident suddenly struck Yan Yifei. Song Rui truly wasn't that kind of person, but her grandmother's perception of him was unshakable. Changing an elder's mind would take time. So, whom then should she blame? Seated in the wheelchair, her grandmother gripped Yan Yifei's hand, tightly scrutinizing the bruise on her arm again and again, her eyes brimming with tears. What on earth are you thinking? Why won't you break up with him? He's just like your grandfather. Deceptively charming, hiding cruelty beneath charm. If he struck you once, he'll do it again. Once you're entangled with such a man, your life is ruined. Think of me. Think of your mother. How can you be so stubbornly blind? At this point, excuses were futile. Even if Yan Yifei explained the bruise came from someone else, her grandmother wouldn't. That night, the kind-hearted Cheng Ying harbored bitter resentment toward the irritable Song Rui, the ruffian who had not only corrupted her granddaughter, but also physically assaulted her own brother. Yan Yifei decided to speak plainly. She wheeled her grandmother to the living room window, picked up an apple, and began peeling it slowly. I won't break up with him. You must see his merits too. He still has a wealthy father. Should our family ever face real hardship, we can turn to him for help. At my age, on the verge of returning to the earth, what hardships could I possibly face? It's you I worry about, Feifei. You're just like your mother. Once you fix your heart on a man, no force on earth can pull you back. Are you afraid Song Rui will come harass us? Then fine. I'll sell this house, give you the money, and move to the countryside to rent a humble dwelling. He cannot leave me, or his life will be over, and neither can I leave him. Everything before this was fabrication, but this last sentence was true. In her heart, Yan Yifei thought Song Rui's words in that dream had been accurate. He was a man without purpose, a pure instrument. So she would draw near him, seize him firmly, and hold him in place. What are you thinking? Tell me, what would it take for you to end things with him? Cheng Ying wept openly, tears streaming down her aged face. Had she not still been recovering, her anguished expression might have driven her to kneel before Yan Yifei. Grandmother begs you, pleads with you, to remember your mother's fate. Remember all the suffering I've borne in my lifetime. Don't let a momentary impulse destroy yourself. Yan Yifei, moved despite herself, walked over with the apple and gently patted her grandmother's back. Grandmother, you're far too agitated. It's just a small bruise, nothing serious at all. We went on a roller coaster together or climbed a mountain. He might have grabbed my arm hard during either, leaving a mark. Why must it be him who struck me? What potion has that ruffian slipped you? At that moment, Cheng Ying realized she could not sway her granddaughter. Grief overwhelmed her, and she cried out, even now you still defend him. Repeating the same accusations about Song Rui had begun to grate on Yan Yifei, but she kept her voice calm and gentle. Grandmother, you still don't truly know me. I'm far sharper than you think. I don't misjudge people. Eat this apple, calm yourself, and don't get so worked up you land back in the hospital. Yan Yifei felt helpless before her grandmother's stubbornness. Perhaps all three women shared this trait, trusting too easily, loving too recklessly. A legacy passed down through generations. With Yan Yifei, however, it had subtly mutated, becoming more domineering, more direct. Cheng Ying was a gentle, rule-abiding old woman who believed wholeheartedly in karmic retribution, that virtue would always be rewarded. She lived quietly like a stalk of rice bending low, yet time and again saw her grain taken from her. In this world above her stood not only herbivores, but ruthless carnivores. Grandmother, I know you're kind, but kindness alone has no means to enforce itself. Others neither respect nor esteem you. So please, let me handle things my way from now on, whether it's Song Rui or anything else. Trust me, I alone am truly devoted to you. Her grandmother sat wordlessly clutching the apple, eyes downcast. Yan Yifei understood. This gentle soul's heart was shattered. Yet within her own chest rose an unspoken weariness. Why, when she only wished to protect her grandmother, to secure her peaceful twilight years free from her uncle's harassment? Why had she become in her grandmother's eyes nothing more than a rebellious delinquent? Elsewhere, unable to contain her pent-up fury, Cheng Ying refused to hate her granddaughter, the girl whose heart had been stolen by a man. Instead, she channeled all her bitterness toward the apple in her hand, raising it high as if to hurl it violently to the floor, yet ultimately could not bring herself to do so. Having raised her younger brother since childhood, she hadn't known full meals until she married. She couldn't bear to waste something so precious. This was a Fuji apple, rich with fragrance, dense and crisp in texture, surely sweet beyond measure. Yan Yifei went over to comfort her, saying, "What a wonderful apple. It would be a shame to waste it. Eat it, don't hold a grudge against the food. After you finish, we can have a good chat." Cheng Ying suddenly felt that her granddaughter understood her mood perfectly, but she couldn't bring herself to throw away the apple. She had no choice but to take a bite, still looking quite dissatisfied, as if to say, "If you don't break up with Song Rui today, I won't let this go." As Yan Yifei took the opportunity to persuade Cheng Ying while she ate the apple, she said, "Grandma, you always think Song Rui is a rogue, which I admit, but he protected me during my transfer year. As for your claim that he led me astray, I actually think it's a good thing. What was it you said earlier?" Seeing her granddaughter speak softly, Cheng Ying's attitude softened. She had always been a kind and amiable elder, a good-hearted old lady. Recently, she had been scolding both Song Rui and her granddaughter for being unreasonable, adopting an aggressive stance that was exhausting for someone as gentle as her. Although her attitude softened, her resolution remained unchanged. Cheng Ying hoped that the grievances of the older generation would not affect her granddaughter and tried her best to protect her, allowing her to grow up safely. This way, when she eventually met her daughter in the afterlife, she could happily say, "Mom raised your daughter. She is a dutiful and kind girl, luckier than us, married to a good husband who treats her well." As she grew older, Cheng Ying often found herself overthinking. During the 3 years Yan Yifei lived with her, she felt a sense of comfort and secret joy, believing that the curse of encountering the wrong people that plagued her and her daughter would end with her granddaughter. She had high hopes for Luo Mo, the boy who was polite and sensible, and she allowed them to walk to and from school together. Then one day Yan Yifei suddenly came home and said she had made a new friend. Cheng Ying was even more delighted, as her granddaughter was quite solitary, had no friends, and engaged in no social activities, spending her spare time reading alone in her room. So having another friend was a significant event. Cheng Ying sincerely rejoiced for Yan Yifei and suggested several times that her new friend come over for a meal, but her granddaughter always evaded the suggestion with a shifty gaze. Grandma never blamed Yan Yifei. Her kind heart only made her reflect on herself. It must be because Yifei didn't have her parents. With her old age, she feared her granddaughter might feel belittled if classmates saw her. It was all her fault for being unable to provide. One day when Yifei returned home on a Friday, she bought a white dress and said she was going to a classmate's birthday party. Grandma noticed that Yifei's complexion wasn't very good, but she didn't dare to ask too much or stop her anxiously waiting at home for news. Grandma was mentally prepared, as she had seen that kind of expression on Yifei's face before. In her youth, she had seen it in the mirror, and when her daughter climbed out to go on dates. It was as if the three of them were cursed, all enduring various torments without exception. Things soon spiraled out of control. A tall boy appeared around Yan Yifei, persistently clinging to her, while the gentle Luo Mo was driven away like a mouse. Grandma often watched the two of them on the stairs as they went to and from school, secretly comforting herself that Yifei was very opinionated and had much better judgment than her old self. The subsequent events proved that her granddaughter not only misjudged people, but was also led astray. That confrontation with Cheng Bin that night made Cheng Ying suddenly realize that the real Yan Yifei was almost unrecognizable compared to the dutiful and well-behaved granddaughter she remembered. Cheng Ying couldn't accept it. She wouldn't blame her granddaughter, nor could she blame her brother. She could only blame two people, herself and Song Rui. Thus, she cursed them vehemently. But who could truly blame this kind old lady? Not Song Rui, and certainly not Yan Yifei. No one questioned. Cheng Ying had 3 children in her life. Her eldest son Cheng Bin had been cared for by her since birth and was a testament to her devotion in the first half of her life. She also knew in her heart that Cheng Bin was idle and lazy, and she tried to cut ties with him as much as possible. The second child was her daughter, Yan Yifei's mother. Cheng Ying's marriage was arranged by Cheng Bin. The bride price was also collected by her brother. At that time, her husband was considered a decent man, a carpenter with a silly smile, a generous, good-natured person. However, after marriage, he often vented his frustrations on her. She could endure the beatings herself, but one time, when her daughter came home from school asking for money for a uniform her husband had just lent money, and was sitting in the living room drinking tea. Cheng-Ying still remembered how cute her daughter sounded when she sweetly asked, "Daddy, it's been so long. Can you give me some?" Her husband had promised for a long time, but after a month of delays when their daughter relentlessly asked again, he impatiently slapped her. Cheng-Ying still vividly recalled that scene. Her daughter sat on the ground in a daze, covering her face, not crying, just staring at her father, and saying, "Daddy, I need to pay, or the school won't let me attend." As her husband approached to slap their daughter again, Cheng-Ying rushed out of the kitchen to protect her, fighting with her husband. She took 3 kicks and countless slaps, her mouth full of blood. From that moment she decided she had to get a divorce. Absolutely had to get a divorce. She could endure anything, but she couldn't tolerate someone hitting her child. Cheng-Bin helped with the divorce. This was the one useful thing she felt her brother had done. He caused a big scene at her husband's workplace, and only then did they agree to a divorce, but the final condition was that she would leave with her daughter with nothing. When she left the abuser's home, Cheng-Ying felt very heavy-hearted. Her daughter followed her out, but she had nothing, and they could only squeeze into a small room of less than 5 square meters. That night, as the mother and daughter drank thin porridge, her daughter cried with her head on the table. Cheng-Ying felt deeply sorry for her daughter and hugged her, crying together. Yet her daughter cheerfully said, "Mom, this is the best meal I've ever had since I learned to be understanding. No one hits you anymore, and no one hits me anymore. I will work hard to make sure you have a good life." Later, Cheng-Ying busied herself with self-improvement, taking various certification exams, and working to provide her daughter with the best. Her daughter grew up healthy and married well, more wonderfully than she could have ever imagined. That man was gentle and respectful, and he even wanted to take her to enjoy life in Yanjing. Cheng-Ying's daughter was a child who shared hardships with her, but ultimately ended up committing suicide by jumping from a building. The third child is Yan Yifei, who was peeling an apple in front of her. Cheng-Ying was like an old mother who bled and fed her children. Before Yan Yifei came to this home, she made an unforgivable mistake, knowingly sending her granddaughter back to Yanjing after her daughter jumped, returning home like a broken rag doll. This was all her fault, as she had led the first 2 children astray. Now that the third child had come to her home, Cheng-Ying was determined to use her dwindling vitality to nurture this poor child to adulthood. The third child was the one she cared for most and had the highest hopes for. Sometimes she thought deeply about it. Yan Yifei's arrival in this home was like a salvation for her. If raising children could be considered a career, her first 2 were undoubtedly failures. She desperately needed a child to prove herself, to show that she was not a worthless mother. Originally at retirement age, Cheng-Ying went back to work. Yifei was diligent and excelled in her studies, unlike her second child, who sneaked out at midnight to meet someone. But that night, Cheng-Ying's third child went astray. Her most valued child became a little delinquent. Her life felt like a failure. None of her children were good. She was a bad mother, a useless mother. After finishing the apple, Cheng-Ying buried her face in her hands, tears and apple pulp sliding down her throat as she thought about it, and cried out in sadness. While crying, she said, "Yifei, grandma really tried hard, very hard, to make you a good child. I know." Yan Yifei comforted her by patting Cheng-Ying's shoulder, saying, "Grandma, you did well. Who says I'm a bad child? We don't need to be upset over these things. Grandma, you can live a long time and see my future. I will make you proud." Yan Yifei turned on the living room television, handed the remote to Cheng-Ying, and said, "You're tired. Watch some TV while I go cook. After we eat, I'll take you to bed to rest." After helping her grandmother to bed, Yan Yifei went straight out and soon arrived at the warehouse where Song Rui lived. Song Rui was not home, so Yan Yifei used her key to enter and sat silently on the bed, her head bowed. As her grandmother cried, saying how hard she had tried, she thought of her mother. Before her suicide, her mother had cried in the same way, "I really tried very hard to be a good wife to him, but to him a wife was just a role. Why do we always fail to get what we want?" Yan Yifei remembered that the biggest disagreement between her parents was regarding her father's concern for money. She recalled a morning when the 3 of them had breakfast in the living room. When her uncle called her mother to ask to come to Yanjing, her mother had readily agreed, only to turn around and complain to her grandmother Cheng-Ying. Her father had laughed from the side. "Your uncle calls you like this because he thinks you are useful. This is a sign of your success. But instead you blame your mother. Isn't that putting her in a difficult position?" "But my uncle has always bullied my mom." Her mother suddenly reddened her eyes. "Why should I help him? If my mother weren't so soft-hearted, I would want to go over and strangle him right now. You always talk about your mother thinking that feelings can decide everything, always considering others' feelings. You must be too poor for too long, not used to your current life. People cannot be controlled by emotions, they must live by obligations. You should fulfill your duties as a wife, a niece, a daughter, while I as a husband provide you and Yifei with material needs and reputation. Everyone is just fulfilling their needs. You've been married to me for so many years, you should have adapted by now. But this is not the life I want." "What kind of life do you want?" "My friends and I have all lived this way. Perhaps because you grew up in a relatively poor family, you have the illusion that feelings are very important, but look at Yifei in the future, as she won't be like this. She has been wealthy since childhood, and she will surely understand. I don't want this, I really don't want this." Her mother let out a scream on the verge of collapse. Her father, while adjusting his shirt cuffs, looked at her mother with confusion. "I really don't understand what you want. A wealthy husband, a beautiful and sensible daughter, a big house, and endless money. Aren't these every woman's favorite things? What more could you want?" At this time her father had finished breakfast and was preparing to leave, so his words were brief, but her mother had completely gone mad, throwing everything on the table in a fit of rage. I want you dead right now. I want to have an affair to find a wild man outside to make you wear a green hat. Calm down, and if you want to have an affair it's best not to find someone from my circle. It would be awkward for everyone. Her father said at the door. If you don't mind I can recommend a few people to you. Her mother was momentarily stunned, and then collapsed on the table crying loudly. At that time Yan Yifei did not understand why her mother was hysterical, but now she understood. Her mother had always been humbly yearning for love and warmth, something that was easily accessible in ordinary families, but remained a luxury for them. In the heavy darkness, Yan Yifei could hardly breathe. She buried her head in her knees, curling up, just like countless nights before. Confusion and loneliness slowly crept in, but when she was alone, she always had these wild thoughts, even though the memories were like burning embers, she was reluctant to let go. Suddenly there was a muffled sound outside, startling Yan Yifei to stand up from the bed. In an instant lightning flashed and thunder rumbled outside, with the wind howling and heavy rain pouring down. Song Rui had not yet returned. She called but no one answered. Yan Yifei stood by the window gazing out. The rain in the distance connected the sky and the ground into a line. The wind rustled the leaves, and she had already been in the room for over an hour. Song Rui still had not returned. Did something happen? Did her grandfather send someone to find Song Rui? Yan Yifei's heart raced, and without caring about the heavy rain she dashed to the door, ready to rush into the curtain of rain. Just then the door suddenly opened and Song Rui walked in, drenched and carrying 2 plastic bags, immediately starting to take off his clothes. The rain was too heavy. Song Rui took off his coat, and streams of water flowed from his hair. Yan Yifei at a loss for words, but Song Rui noticed her first, smiling as he handed her a plastic bag. I went to Grandma's to look for you, but you didn't come out after waiting for a long time. I didn't dare to call, fearing Grandma would find out we were still in contact. If you two had a fight, that wouldn't be good. This is the cake I bought on the way, have one. Yan Yifei sat on the bed, stuffing her mouth with cake, her cheeks bulging like a little hamster. Seeing her mood improve, Song Rui wiped his body with a towel, while advising her, you have a weak stomach, don't eat so much. What if you get indigestion? In front of Song Rui, Yan Yifei always wanted to act a little spoiled. For example, now, with her mouth sweet from the cake, she said to tease him, I originally wanted to save half for you, but now that you said that, I'll eat it all. Song Rui smiled as he pulled out 2 napkins, wiping the cream from the corner of her mouth. How is Grandma recently? Yan Yifei glanced at him. She would love to tear you to pieces for corrupting her obedient granddaughter, turning her into a little delinquent. Song Rui stood barefoot on the ground, wearing white sports pants that were now soaked with rainwater, making them almost transparent. The rain is too heavy, we can't go home yet. They'll take you back when it eases up. Grandma just came home, so you should spend more time with her. He shook his head like a cat to shake off the rain from his hair. This cake tastes good, right? Actually, I went to the mall to buy buns, but I was late today, and the Lu Ji buns you like were sold out. I bought 2 cakes, you can take one back for Grandma. Song Rui handed over another plastic bag, which contained a small box. He twisted his pant leg to squeeze out a large amount of water, and then stood by the window looking outside. At that moment, Yan Yifei noticed the red bruise on his pant leg and a gash on his arm, as red blood flowed from the pale flesh washed by the rain, forming a small red puddle at his feet along with the water that dripped from him. She immediately stood up and circled around Song Rui, looking him over. What happened? Did Grandpa send someone to trouble you? Where is my grandfather? Take me to find him. Yan Yifei's face darkened, her tone fierce, reminiscent of a ruthless antagonist from her past life, an aura of killing intent radiating from her. Song Rui waved his hand with a smile, casually explaining, what are you talking about? I've only met the old man once. The rain was so heavy earlier that I didn't bring an umbrella. I accidentally bumped into a motorcycle while running back, but I'm not bragging, and my body is really strong. That guy fell off his bike and I just fell to the ground, getting a bruise and a small cut. Do you remember what the person who hit you looked like, or their license plate number? If you don't remember, just tell me which intersection you were hit at, and he'll check the surveillance. I want to find that guy and break his legs. What are you talking about? How could I possibly be bullied by someone else? If he were to intentionally bump into me, I'd definitely give him a good beating, Song Rui said with a grin. I see he isn't carrying an umbrella, and he's in such a rush. A middle-aged man at this time of day is either picking up his kid from school or his wife from work. That's not an easy task. Yan Yifei lowered her eyes, gently touching the bruise on Song Rui's arm with her fingers. Even though it had been washed by the rain, the warmth of the man's skin instantly transferred to her fingertips. Before she could say anything, Song Rui had already flinched away as if shocked, taking a sharp breath. I still can't swallow this anger, Yan Yifei said coldly. Since he hit someone, how can he just leave? At the very least, he should compensate us. Haha, I actually thought about that, Song Rui chuckled, explaining. But just look at that guy's poor appearance. If we really caught him, he wouldn't be able to pay much anyway. Yan Yifei's face remained cold as she hesitated to speak. Song Rui kept smiling beside her, and she wanted to laugh along, but ultimately frowned. Even if he can't pay much, he should still be made to compensate. How can someone just bump into another without facing the consequences? What are you actually thinking? She said with resentment. The surveillance on the main road is quite advanced now. We can still call the police and have him charged with a tantrum. She was about to scold him some more when Song Rui started mumbling about how the cake would get wet, and then he stopped staring at her with a strange yet eager expression. Song Rui was still quietly complaining, I don't lack that little bit of money, but what if the cake gets ruined? Today is the day my grandma is being discharged from the hospital. If you bring her the cake, she might be really happy. Yan Yifei fell silent, a bittersweet feeling resonating in her chest. Song Rui was becoming increasingly amiable towards her. She wondered if there would come a day when they would argue due to differences of opinion, just like she did with her grandmother. As she continued to think wildly, Song Rui took a bottle of white liquor from the bedside cabinet and handed it to her, saying, "Help me disinfect this." As he treated the wound on his arm with alcohol, Song Rui gasped, laughing as he said, "I don't know how painful it is to have one's bones scraped for healing, but just putting on alcohol is enough to make me feel like I'm dying." Yan Yifei ignored his self-satisfied humor and quietly watched him, saying, "If it's raining this heavily, I won't be going back tonight. This is a summer thunderstorm, it keeps changing from heavy to light. Besides, how can you stay?" Song Rui suddenly realized mid-sentence. He understood the implication in Yan Yifei's words, and for some reason his face turned red from the neck up. "Are you saying you want to stay here overnight?" Yan Yifei nodded, looking much calmer than the man. "Can I?" "What?" Well, it's just that I might be a bit clumsy." Yan Yifei didn't respond to him, but instead started talking about something else. "For this volunteer opportunity, we filled out 2 schools. Although the campuses are quite close, we probably won't meet often. Have you thought about us renting a place together? This way we can spend more time together, chat, and talk, okay?" "Sure," Song Rui nodded in agreement. "If my grandma can forgive me, let's bring her along too. It's quite lonely for her here." At this moment, both of them stood by the window as the rain outside intensified, pattering against the glass. Yan Yifei became flustered, stepped forward, pushed Song Rui against the wall, and reached out to caress his reddened cheek. "From now on, when it's just the two of us, let's not talk about others, not even my grandma. Now I'm going to kiss you." Song Rui closed his eyes as Yan Yifei leaned in to kiss him. Her kisses were intermittent yet exceptionally sincere, moving from one cheek to the other, and finally, she stood on her toes to kiss his forehead. Yan Yifei's slightly yellow hair brushed against Song Rui's face, carrying a faint fragrance that wasn't quite like shampoo, but still pleasant. Song Rui smiled as he opened his eyes, mumbling, "You don't kiss like I do all over the place, but it feels so ticklish." "Then do you want to kiss again?" "If you don't mind, I'll kiss you again. I think it would be great to kiss like they do in dramas." Yan Yifei tilted her head to look at him. "What do you mean?" Song Rui reached out to cup her face. "Let's look into each other's eyes without closing them. What do you think?" Yan Yifei gazed at Song Rui's expression, his gentle hold on her face resembling that of a most devoted. Their breaths intertwined at that moment. Her breath still held a faint sweetness reminiscent of strawberry cake, and her lips pouted like flower petals. Song Rui leaned in to kiss her again, his rain-soaked clothes and blood dripping down as he bowed his head, creating a large wet spot on her clothes. After they pulled apart, Yan Yifei suddenly said, "From now on, don't lower your head to others, understand?" Song Rui chuckled, thinking that the earlier incident had affected her. But she spoke in an undeniable tone. "I know you misunderstood. What I want to remind you is that when you look straight at others or glance at them, your gaze and expression appear sharp and a bit gloomy. However, when you lowered your head just now, I thought your expression was very gentle. So from now on, don't look down at others, especially women. Got it?" Yan Yifei tiptoed to kiss him, but Song Rui's eyes involuntarily closed. She immediately frowned, saying, "You just said to keep your eyes open. Oh, why are they closed now?" "I don't really know. I'm a very contradictory person. When I was little, my mom told me to close my eyes when being kissed. Later, before she took her last breath in the hospital, she told me to close my eyes and lean closer. When my mom kissed me, I secretly opened my eyes and found she was already asleep. I guess that's a superstition. I always feel that when being kissed, one must obediently close their eyes, or else you might disappear." Yan Yifei squeezed his hand, unsure how to comfort him. She awkwardly complimented, "That superstition of yours is quite nice. Do you miss your mom?" "I miss her, but I think of her as the one who protected me with her life. How should I put it? Before I jumped off the building, I wished she and my dad would choke on their food. But later my mom rushed over without hesitation to hold me and jumped off the 3rd floor with me, and that woke me up." Song Rui laughed carefreely, turned his head to wipe the rain from his face. He had actually been standing in the room for quite a while, and there weren't many raindrops left on his face. "When I thought of using my life to take revenge on my parents, I had already lost. My life changed completely. You should know the final outcome. My dad and I became enemies, and my mom died in the hospital saving me. If it weren't for you, I would have been a worthless person my entire life." Yan Yifei struggled to control her trembling and gently held his hand, placing it on her face. "Don't say such foolish things. You helped me, not the other way around. Our past suffering might have been because we hadn't found the right path. I hope that in the days to come we can find it together." Yan Yifei ultimately did not stay behind. That night, when Song Rui developed a high fever from an infected wound, he coaxed her to leave. The next day, when Yan Yifei entered the room and touched her forehead, she was about to call for an ambulance, but Song Rui, groggy, opened his eyes and insisted he did not want to go to the hospital, perhaps due to the many frightening memories associated with it. Yan Yifei did not insist, as she had to juggle multiple responsibilities. Zhou Weiyun occasionally called to check in, and her grandmother sometimes urged her to come home early. Fortunately, Song Rui was not much trouble, merely curled up at the head of the bed like a shrimp that had been steamed. That day, after taking care of her grandmother, Yan Yifei arrived at the warehouse, standing by the bed waiting until noon, when Song Rui finally woke up, his eyes hazy, as if his soul were trapped in a dream. He grasped her hand and asked, "Why aren't you going back to accompany Grandma?" Yan Yifei shook her head. "I told you when we are together we shouldn't mention a third person. I just had a dream about my parents. I miss them so much," Song Rui said with a smile. Faced with his distress, Yan Yifei started to show double standards. After a moment of thought, she asked, "Would you like me to help you call your dad?" "The dad in my dream is different from the one in reality. It's just a dream. That's why I miss him," Song Rui replied, as he propped himself up to sit upright. He got up to drink some water, wandered around the warehouse aimlessly, then lay back down, closing his eyes in a daze. Yan Yifei gently touched Song Rui's head and suddenly noticed the watch on his wrist. A certain thought crossed her mind, and she reached out to unfasten it. In that moment of touching the strap, this watch, which symbolized good luck, brought her a memory. This time it was in a stark white hospital. Yan Yifei waved her hand to the several bodyguards following her, signaling them to wait, then pushed open the door to a patient room. Inside sat Song Rui, staring blankly at the ceiling. When he saw Yan Yifei walk in, a complex expression crossed his face: shame, frustration, and a barely perceptible despair. "Zhou Yuqi's family has gone bankrupt. I've prepared many gifts for him. At first I wanted to kill you, but then seeing you disabled, I thought it would be even better to keep you around to watch your former friends die. How delightful that would be. Why would you do this? The real culprit behind all this is me." Song Rui, "Stop joking. Didn't you say you were just a tool? Yao Pingping and Zhou Yuqi are using you, so why should I take revenge on you? I just want you to be well and see how your former masters die." Song Rui clenched his teeth, his expression changing several times before finally settling into regret. Yan Yifei took a bottle from her pocket, filled with powder. "This is a tranquilizer used for animals, administered before slaughter. I've done experiments before. If you drink 3 milligrams dissolved in water, it will put you to sleep. That's what you were given at the restaurant." In both past and present, Yan Yifei excelled at making plans. In her past life, no one helped her, so she relied solely on herself, making her plans more meticulous. After calculating the dosage, she even tested it on herself, figuring out how much could be added to food without altering the taste, how much to consume to induce vomiting without fainting, and also considering temperature effects on the drug, among other factors. Therefore, the second-rate Zhou Yuqi had little chance of drugging Yan Yifei. She was someone who would poison herself. "I am sorry for you. You should hate me." Song Rui lowered his head, his eyes red, his voice choked with emotion. "I'll say it again. I don't hate you. You're just a tool to me. I don't hate the gun that kills, nor do I hate those who bullied me. I hate this unjust world." Yan Yifei sat beside Song Rui, gently stroking his trembling cheek. "I am a madwoman, an antisocial madwoman. To be honest, if I were to hate anyone, it should be Yao Pingping, as she is the one who humiliated me at the birthday party." "Am I about to die?" Song Rui suddenly spoke in a calm tone. "Can you tell me what you really think before I die? Do you cherish your life?" "Yes, I do cherish my life." Yan Yifei whispered in his ear, "I checked your history. You've attempted suicide, while I have devalued my own life, so I torment others and take lives. Can you understand that?" Song Rui shook his head bitterly, unable to comprehend the thoughts of this madwoman beside him. "Do you think life has meaning? Many people live in emptiness, enduring various pains. What is the point? For example, my grandmother was the only one who truly treated me well, yet during my first year in Beijing, I received news of her death. What was the use of her enduring for so many years? I tortured and killed the man who hurt my grandmother. He suffered greatly before he died, constantly repenting to me, which moved me, so I sent him off properly." Song Rui fell silent, feeling that the woman touching his cheek had a terrifyingly cold tone. "And you, Song Rui, that night you could have avoided becoming paralyzed, but why didn't you resist? You couldn't have been overpowered by them. You had the determination that if living couldn't redeem your sins, then death would be your statement. You wanted to apologize with your life, but I don't care about you, not at all. I won't kill you. I've prepared a good place for you to spend the rest of your days peacefully. Then just kill me." "All right, drink this cup of water, and you'll be free," Yan Yifei said with a smile, handing him a cup of water. The tranquilizer she had in hand had long since dissolved in the water. "This dosage is enough for you to never wake up for the rest of your life." Song Rui obediently took the cup, tilted his head back, and drank it all. "I'm sorry." Yan Yifei looked at his utterly despairing expression and chuckled softly. "What I just put in was merely vitamins. I thought a few more vitamin C tablets wouldn't cost you your life, would they? You've made me understand at least one thing: you despise me the most. If you were to explode in anger, cursing and tormenting me, perhaps you could escape this shadow for the rest of your life. You keep saying you don't hate me, pretending nothing is wrong, but it seems you hate me to the core. You still don't understand. How could I bear to hate you?" Yan Yifei leaned close to his ear and whispered, "I am just a woman who once liked you. You beckoned me with your finger, and I came running like a moth to the flame to be humiliated. Now abandoned by everyone, this woman bought you a villa by the sea and has come to take you home from the hospital." Song Rui, lying in bed, appeared to be caught once again in a nightmare, muttering fitfully, words slipping out in broken fragments. Yan Yifei gently lifted his head and settled it steadily upon her lap. As he murmured softly in his sleep, she placed her right hand atop his head and stroked downward, tenderly smoothing his hair. Song Rui, are you having a nightmare? Is it the same one you experienced when you touched that watch? As she spoke, Yan Yifei brushed aside a stray lock of hair from his forehead. In your dream you offended me, so I crippled you. Was that it? At these words Song Rui, still deep in slumber, twitched faintly, his eyelashes fluttering. Yan Yifei continued stroking his hair. This paralysis you keep speaking of, is this truly what you meant? Yet I know I would never do such a thing, not myself, nor would I ever allow another to do it, because I have already fallen in love with you. As his grandmother had described him, Song Rui possessed thick brows and bright eyes, though when awake he often glared as if ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Now ill and asleep, his eyes closed, his face revealed a palpable fragility, a vulnerability instinctively stirring maternal tenderness. Yan Yifei gazed at him for a long while. Then, unable to resist an overwhelming impulse, she bent down and kissed his cheek before leaning in to embrace him gently. It was an awkward embrace, her limbs stiff, her elbows pressing lightly against his rising and falling chest. Yet for both of them it carried a quiet, grounding sense of safety. She had to admit perhaps she was like her mother, a woman who fell in love with startling ease, and one governed entirely by emotion. The moment her guard dropped, passion surged forth, fierce and uncontainable. When exactly had she begun to love Song Rui? Perhaps during his early kindness after transferring to school, but then she disliked his pretense, outwardly courteous, yet inwardly obstinate, forcefully thrusting gifts upon her without invitation. Perhaps during his remorseful confession after her birthday banquet, but then she'd resented his attempts to make amends, domineering and brash on the surface, yet secretly pleading, as though seeking repayment rather than reconciliation. Or perhaps it was his unexpected gentleness when she'd lashed out at him in the hospital. But then she disliked his evasion, though they could have spoken openly. He chose instead to act alone, shielding her from truth with unilateral decisions. She'd always suspected hidden motives, that he coveted her body, intent on extracting every last trace of value. Perhaps he sought not mere conquest, but total surrender, to bend her will utterly, then parade his irresistible charm before peers as proof of triumph. Yet regardless of motive, whether affection or ambition, Yan Yifei resolved to conquer him, to pull him from the mire of his past. Just as her thoughts spiraled, Song Rui suddenly opened his eyes, pushed himself upright from the bed, and stared at her with dazed, guileless confusion. Why are you crying? Yan Yifei's heart leapt, but her expression remained calm. She simply fetched a glass of water and handed it to him. Still burning with fever, parched and throbbing with pain, he drank it down in one go. Watching him tilt his head back, throat bobbing as he swallowed, she found the image eerily reminiscent of the lifeless, despairing Song Rui from her dreams, the one who'd wished only for oblivion. With a faint, enigmatic smile she said, "That water contained a sedative. You'll never wake up again." Song Rui, mid-motion as he reached to return the glass, froze, startled. The tumbler slipped from his fingers and landed silently upon the quilt. "I'm easily frightened. Don't scare me like that." He glanced around, gray ceiling, cramped room, and exhaled deeply in relief. "I thought I was still dreaming." "Did you dream of me?" Yan Yifei asked softly. It was a question with no safe answer. Both knew precisely which nightmare he'd endured, and naming her within it would risk turning reality itself into a waking horror. So Song Rui shook his head, shifting focus. "I'm starving. What's for lunch?" Yan Yifei knew it was a delicate question, one she hadn't truly wanted answered. Her inquiry had been reflexive, and now, regretting it, she seized his pivot toward food. "You're unwell. Choose whatever you'd most like to eat. Then you're treating me. I've craved it for ages. You can't refuse." Yan Yifei nodded solemnly, assuming he meant an expensive Western meal, steak sashimi, mentally tallying her remaining funds. She had purchased 5 personal accident insurance policies for her great-uncle, for naming her grandmother as beneficiary, one naming his former wife. At the time, systems were not yet fully integrated allowing such arrangements. Though employed, her great-uncle earned modestly, so all policies were sourced through Hong Kong insurers. This required Zhou Wei Yun's connections, ensuring a life for 1 million yuan inevitably triggered thorough investigations. Private detectives shadowing the insured, verifying records across multiple channels. Thus the cooperation of the young woman involved was indispensable. Premiums and administrative fees totaled nearly 200,000 yuan. Add to that the medical expenses for her great-uncle and grandmother Song Rui's gambling losses, another 200,000 yuan, and 200,000 yuan paid to Lin Pengxing for caregiving, plus miscellaneous costs of the original 500,000 yuan. Song Rui had given her only 30,000 remained after 1 month. Yan Yifei marveled at how swiftly money vanished, and at how astonishingly she had learned to spend it so freely. "That's wonderful." Song Rui grinned, flinging back the covers and springing from bed. "I've longed for KFC. I've waited ages. Today's Thursday. We're going together." Then hesitating, he added cautiously, "Unless you don't eat junk food. In which case, never mind." Yan Yifei laughed. "Junk food is delightful. Who says I dislike it? I love it too. I'll go buy some now." "No, takeout would grow cold. Let's go out together." Delighted, Song Rui seized her hand and pulled her toward the door, only to be gently halted after 2 steps. "What is it?" He turned, puzzled, to face the girl. Yan Yifei wore a muted gray-blue school uniform, the kind commonly worn by boys, and plain canvas shoes. A surgical mask and a baseball cap concealed her features, completely shielding her from curious or intrusive glances. Still, passers-by kept stealing glances at her eyes, as if beauty, even veiled, radiated unmistakably from that single luminous pair. She dressed deliberately plain, hoping to avoid unwanted attention. Yet now, stepping out with Song Rui, for what felt undeniably like a date, she felt this attire far too humble, almost shabby. Song Rui sat alone in a KFC waiting. His arm was bandaged and his face was flushed with fever, resembling a patient who had just escaped from the hospital. The restaurant was bustling with people, many of whom were there with children to enjoy hamburgers, while some couples gazed at each other with deep affection, making the most of every moment as they queued to order, hugging and clinging to one another, as if this meal would lead to a heartbreaking separation. Song Rui chose a relatively secluded corner, a four-person table, formed by pushing two small tables together. It was lunchtime, and after occupying such a prime spot alone for about 10 minutes, a couple looking for a place to sit approached him. The young man stepped forward to negotiate. "Hey, could you let us have this spot? There's space over there." The boy who approached looked to be around 18 or 19, with a fine layer of fuzz on his upper lip. Following the direction he pointed, Song Rui saw a row of seats by the window that would be quite suitable for a single diner, but since he was waiting for Yan Yifei, he naturally refused to give it up. That said, even if he weren't waiting for Yan Yifei with Song Rui's character, he would be even less likely to give way. Thus he glanced at the young man from below, asking, "Then why don't you go sit there?" Hearing the unfriendly tone in Song Rui's voice, the young man's expression turned sour. The girl behind him squeezed her boyfriend's hand and whispered a few words. Song Rui glanced at the girl, who wore a little white dress and appeared quite delicate and cute, though she was a bit short and her teeth were not perfectly aligned. The young man, feeling humiliated in front of his girlfriend, who was about the same age, immediately let go of her hand, placing both hands on the table before Song Rui, speaking slowly and deliberately. "You've been sitting here for a while, taking up space without ordering anything. You should just leave. My girlfriend and I need a place to eat, understand?" Song Rui slowly stood up. Because of his fever, he had been hunched over, and others might not have noticed his robust physique. Now as he rose, he loomed over the boy like a small mountain, instantly making the boy's face stiffen. "Why are you coming to a KFC to date? Can't you afford a private room?" He sneered. "Poppers shouldn't talk about love. If I had a girlfriend, I would never bring her to a noisy place like this to eat." Though the boy felt guilty, he still mustered the courage to retort for the sake of his pride. His girlfriend, upon seeing Song Rui's bandaged arm and his imposing figure, widened her eyes in fright and immediately tried to pull him away. Many people noticed the rising conflict and craned their necks to watch. Just then the door of the KFC swung open, and a figure caught the attention of those who were initially ready to watch the drama unfold. Yan Yifei wore a red dress that fell just below her knees, her calves as white as freshly warmed milk. The red straps crisscrossed around her neck, accentuating her slim waist, but the most striking feature was her chest, as her lean frame made the curve highlighted by her clothing stand out even more than her pure and melancholic face. In a rush, Yan Yifei quickly tidied her hair, though her slightly golden hair was thick and cascaded smoothly over her shoulders. Below her bangs were a pair of almond-shaped eyes slightly upturned at the corners, making her look more like a charming cat in that moment. Song Rui understood that Yan Yifei could switch from being a cat to a tiger at any moment, so he quickly waved his hand, as if to shoo away the entangled couple to prevent these two clueless kids from getting hurt. However, the young man was enraged by Song Rui's attitude, pointing at him and shouting, "What do you mean? Do you think you can control me? If you have the guts, let's step outside and settle this. You want to fight me?" Song Rui couldn't help but laugh. As the young man's words fell, he noticed the entire restaurant had gone eerily silent, thinking his tough talk had made an impression. He smirked arrogantly. Unexpectedly, a sweet, soft voice floated from behind him, delicate, yet tinged with a hint of grievance. "Hello, may I ask what my boyfriend did wrong? I can apologize for him." The restaurant fell silent. Everyone first turned their gaze to Yan Yifei in the red dress, then to the boyfriend she referred to, the man with the bandaged wrist, before finally looking at the small girl. The bright lights in the KFC shone on Yan Yifei's red dress, making her appear as if she were ablaze in the eyes of the spectators. Compared to the girl in the white dress, the latter looked even more bland. The girl in the red dress walked over to the man with the bandaged wrist, linked her arm with his, and smiled. With just that smile, it felt as though time in this world paused to give way to her charm. Though this world did not respect her, it respected beauty, and the young man's pent-up anger immediately dissipated. He waved his hands repeatedly, saying, "I saw your boyfriend taking up space without ordering and wanted to discuss it. Since he's waiting for you, then it's no big deal." "Really?" Yan Yifei smiled gently. "My boyfriend has a rather volatile temper and speaks rather harshly. If I upset you, I sincerely apologize on his behalf." Song Rui turned to the girl who had linked her arm with his and squinted his eyes, feeling a pang of unease. She was surely up to something, so he squeezed Yan Yifei's hand and pulled her down to sit, speaking to the couple. All right, you should leave quickly." "It's fine, just go." The young man looked displeased, but the girl managed to calm the situation and pulled him away. After Yan Yifei sat down, she avoided Song Rui's gaze, secretly snapped a photo of the man, and stood up to order at the counter. While waiting in line, she sent a message to Zhou Weiyun. "The man in the photo is holding movie tickets. He should be heading to the mall to watch a movie later. Get 3 more people to come and drag him to a corner for a beating. To what extent should we beat him up? Should we break some bones? Yan Yifei pondered while holding her phone, slowly typing 2 words: hospital. Just then Song Rui arrived beside her, smiling as he said, I left my jacket at our table. Since I have nothing to do, let's queue together. Yan Yifei instinctively covered her phone screen, hiding her fierce gaze, and replacing it with a smile, softening her voice as she said, You want a hamburger, chicken wrap, fries, and cola, right? I've been eating too much lately and gained weight, so I won't order anything. Song Rui leaned closer and touched her face, saying, You're not fat at all. I think a slightly rounder face is more. Yan Yifei smiled, revealing 2 small dimples, urging him to return to their table to avoid being robbed like earlier. Once Song Rui walked away, her eyes turned fierce again as she lit up her phone screen to send the word hospital, but she suddenly heard Song Rui shout from a distance, Buy me 4 egg tarts. The hint of fierceness in her eyes softened, and after considering, she deleted the word hospital and edited her message to Zhou Weiyun, Forget it. Zhou Weiyun replied with a speechless emoji. The set meal was quickly brought to the table by Yan Yifei. Song Rui squirted ketchup onto the hamburger box and said while eating fries, I really like this. When I was a child, I had no time for dinner after practicing piano, and there happened to be a KFC downstairs from my teacher's place. My mom would buy me some hamburgers and chicken wraps during breaks, and to keep my fingers clean, she always made me sit on a small stool while she fed me personally. She said my fingers were precious and that I shouldn't touch oily things or get hurt. Hearing this, Yan Yifei noticed the scars on Song Rui's fingers from fights. She hesitated, wondering whether to feed him a fry, but he gentlemanly pushed the ketchup towards her, resting his chin on one hand, quietly watching her. Yan Yifei was momentarily stunned, and Song Rui then offered her a steaming egg tart. Having been busy caring for the 2 most important people in her life, lately she hadn't eaten much, so she reached out and began to eat. Seeing her cheeks puffed up, Song Rui laughed and said, You always eat like a little hamster. Yan Yifei blushed, thinking he found her eating manner unattractive, and stopped moving after swallowing her food. Seeing her reaction, Song Rui immediately explained, When I said you look like a hamster, I meant it in a good way. Let me tell you something, when I was younger I envied my classmates who could keep pets, but my mom wouldn't allow it. So I saved up money and secretly bought a hamster, hiding it under my bed. One day after piano practice, I found the hamster lying on its back, not moving at all. I sat on the floor and cried. My mom came in and scolded me, saying if I couldn't take care of it, I shouldn't have a pet. My dad just glanced and said it must have eaten too much and needed to be thrown away. I refused to let that happen, and in the end I got a beating and the hamster was thrown away. Yan Yifei bit her lip, feeling hungry again, and reached for another egg tart. Song Rui continued, I'm not very good with words. I used to force you a lot, maybe I'm just too clumsy. You shouldn't call yourself clumsy from now on, okay? I don't like it, Yan Yifei said, looking down. The egg tarts from KFC were freshly baked and steaming hot with a crispy crust, but the flavor was too rich for Yan Yifei, with heavy milk and sweetness that made her choke when she ate too quickly. Song Rui was still running a fever and had no appetite. He said he wanted to eat junk food, but after finishing the chicken wrap, he didn't touch anything else and pushed the hamburger towards Yan Yifei. Yan Yifei didn't like hamburgers. Although the New Orleans chicken burger wasn't spicy and had a hint of sweetness, it was still too greasy. However, thinking it might be Song Rui's favorite food, she puffed her cheeks and finished it. Thinking she liked KFC, Song Rui handed her the remaining egg tart. Yan Yifei was very full and initially wanted to refuse, but seeing that a small bite had already been taken out of the tart, she was afraid that Song Rui would think she disliked food he had eaten, so she forced herself to finish it. After finishing, Song Rui handed her a tissue and said softly, Wipe your hands, oh, let's go watch a movie. Yan Yifei shook her head, wanting to urge him to go back and rest, but he just smiled at her. The 2 sat in a corner of the fast food restaurant, the dim light casting a warm glow on Song Rui's face, creating a cozy atmosphere. In that moment, she couldn't bear to refuse any of his requests, so she nodded in agreement. They naturally didn't get to watch the movie. Yan Yifei had eaten too much, her lower abdomen protruding, and they walked too slowly, missing the showtime. After part of her stomach was removed, she only needed to eat a little to feel a heavy sensation, just like her heart. Years later, during a media conference, when a reporter asked her what her favorite food was, she smiled and replied, I love KFC's egg tarts. When you take a bite, crumbs fall all over you. The cinema was promoting Kung Fu Panda, with the clumsy panda making a funny pose. Song Rui and Yan Yifei were sitting on a bench at the entrance, listening to the laughter coming from inside. Before long, Song Rui got tired and squinted, resting his head against the wall as he dozed off. Yan Yifei leaned over, letting his head rest on her shoulder. Time passed without either of them realizing it. Only when the crowd came out of the theater did Song Rui open his eyes and awkwardly say, I accidentally slept through our date. Just then, several men and women passed by them, naturally casting uncomfortable looks at Yan Yifei. Some approached her boldly, while others timidly trailed behind, and some even walked back and forth several times, glancing at her. Seeing this, Song Rui stood up, wanting to pull her away. Just then, as they were about to stand up, a voice came from the crowd, Hey sister, what a coincidence. Turning around, Song Rui saw the little girl in the white dress he had met before at the KFC. She showed an envious expression towards Yan Yifei and took a few steps closer, saying, The movie is really good. Why are you two just sitting at the entrance? Yan Yifei glanced at her, too lazy to respond, but Song Rui took over the conversation. We came late and missed it. Where's your boyfriend with the bad temper? He went to the restroom, the little girl answered shyly. I'm really sorry about earlier, he's not usually like this. Maybe he didn't want to lose face in front of me. Then why don't you talk to him? Yan Yifei said coldly, if it weren't for my boyfriend's good temper, he would have been beaten into the hospital long ago. The little girl turned pale and repeatedly apologized. When her boyfriend, who had been sulking, came over, she quickly whispered a few words in his ear. Initially the boy looked reluctant, but in the end he took the initiative to apologize to Song Rui. As before, Song Rui waved his hand impatiently. The boy's expression darkened as if he was about to explode, and the little girl hurriedly pulled him aside. After they left, Yan Yifei thoughtfully said, did you bring me to the cinema on purpose? Song Rui replied nonchalantly, of course. This movie is very famous and has been trending recently, so I brought you to watch it together. Yan Yifei stared at him for a while, and asked, do you think I'm going to do something bad, which is why you brought me here to sit? Song Rui was momentarily stunned. What bad thing could you possibly do? Haven't you been with me all this time? Yan Yifei pondered for a moment, then pulled him along. On their way back, they passed by the greenery of her grandmother's neighborhood. Suddenly Song Rui stopped, saying, I think I hear a kitten meowing. Yan Yifei heard it too. Although she didn't particularly like cats or dogs, she patiently stopped. Song Rui searched inside and outside the greenery for a while, and when he came out he indeed had a black kitten in his hands, about 2 months old, trembling in his grip. The kitten was entirely black with a pink nose and white-tipped tail and paws, a coloration some elders deemed an omen of misfortune. Song Rui, however, explained earnestly, this pattern is called umbra, treading snow, symbolizing rarity and auspicious fortune. Finding it signifies that our shared destiny is about to turn for the better. Will you keep it? Yan Yifei rested her hands on her knees and bent down beside Song Rui, who crouched to examine the kitten. Sensing warmth enveloping it, the tiny creature let out a soft, milky mew. Will you keep it? Song Rui countered. No, Yan Yifei declined. We're leaving here soon. Even if we rent near campus, many apartments forbid pets. Besides, classes will consume our days. We'd have no time to care for a cat. Song Rui sighed in quiet disappointment, then gently teased the kitten with his fingertip before asking, do you dislike small animals like cats and dogs? I do. Why? Don't you find them adorable? Yan Yifei replied with solemn candor. Cats and dogs share a habit, sniffing each other's hindquarters. Doesn't that strike you as revolting? Not so much. Cats at least won't lick your face, Song Rui retorted. Think about it, a dog sniffs another dog's rear outdoors, then comes home and licks yours. That's truly nauseating. Yan Yifei mentally replayed the image, and her expression soured further. If you could reincarnate as any animal, what would you choose? Song Rui asked suddenly. A shark. Yan Yifei answered without hesitation. It swims alone, hunts alone, needs no den, and when it dies no kin mourns it. And you? Song Rui paused thoughtfully before replying. If possible, I'd choose to be a mammal. And if you ever reincarnate as human again, I'd become your pet. Your only cat, a pure white one, with rose-pink paw pads. Yan Yifei understood he was gently coaxing her toward adopting the kitten, so she played along. That sounds acceptable. My first act would be to have you neutered. Song Rui burst into laughter. Surely not. Let me at least mature and sire offspring first. There's no surely not. As my pet, you have no say in the matter. They parted ways beneath her grandmother's building. Song Rui glanced at his phone. 2 days hence marked the date of his paralysis in his past life. Out of the corner of her eye, Yan Yifei saw the same date reflected on his screen. The day he had fallen, remembered from hospital recollections. When Yan Yifei returned home, her grandmother Cheng Ying was already upright, shuffling slowly about the kitchen. Cheng Ying had recovered well these past days, occasionally managing a few unsteady steps. Yet Yan Yifei, overwhelmed by mounting responsibilities, felt increasingly drained. Today's kitchen trash remained unemptied, drawing flies, breakfast dishes still sat unwashed in the sink. She scrubbed the kitchen top to bottom, then removed vegetables from the refrigerator to rinse them. Just as Yan Yifei, while rinsing rice, Cheng Ying asked, Fei Fei, where did you go today? Yan Yifei placed the kitten into a small box, then guided Cheng Ying out. Grandmother, I'll tidy the house. I'll handle everything. You should rest and watch television instead. Cheng Ying settled onto the sofa with her cane, then spotted the little black cat mewing softly inside its box. Immediately she fetched powdered goat's milk from a drawer, mixed it, and began feeding the kitten while asking, Fei Fei, where did this kitten come from? Found it by the roadside. Nearly starved. Yan Yifei replied, mopping the floor. In 2 weeks I'll head to university. I'm afraid you'll feel lonely at home. This cat will keep you company. The kitten, drawn by the scent of milk, arched its tiny back and eagerly lapped the warm liquid from the bowl. As Yan Yifei mopped near the kitten, her mop nudged it aside. She lifted the bowl and set it carefully in a corner, whereupon the kitten mewed plaintively and trotted after it. Cheng Ying watched her granddaughter from the sofa and sighed deeply. Fei Fei, you think I'm old and ignorant, but I've witnessed countless children stray onto dark paths. Small evils left unchecked inevitably swell into great calamities. Lately I've pondered long, I don't want you imprisoned forever by hatred. If you're determined to stay with Song Rui, I cannot stop you, but you must guide him well. Keep him from behaving recklessly. Do you understand? Yan Yifei nodded, her heart secretly buoyant. Cheng Ying's fear that Yan Yifei might err repeatedly stemmed from a memory years earlier. While raising her daughter alone, she'd seen a news report on television. A youth who on his 18th birthday slaughtered his own father, hacking him to pieces until he lay dead and mutilated. The case stirred national outrage. Yet deeper investigation revealed the boy was exemplary, an outstanding student widely praised by neighbors. His father, however, was a brutal abuser, violently assaulting both wife and son since childhood. On the night he received his university acceptance letter, his mother joyfully cooked a celebratory meal and pleaded with her husband to fund his education. He refused and overturned the table. The son rushed into the kitchen, seized a knife, and stabbed his father to death on the spot. His mother collapsed, sobbing uncontrollably. The son, drenched in blood, returned to the table and calmly resumed eating. Neighbors, hearing the cries, rushed over, only to be slashed by the boy left bleeding and barely breathing. Cheng Ying recounted this story to warn her granddaughter hatred must not consume her future. But Yan Yifei listened quietly, then countered, thoughtful and sharp, "Grandmother, I'm more concerned about that neighbor. His wife and child suffered abuse for years, yet he never intervened. Only when the man cried out did he suddenly appear, intent on calling the police. Who should have been cut, if not him? If it were me, I'd spare no haste. I'd make him suffer slowly, utterly." Cheng Ying stared speechless, then stammered, "It's my fault. I shouldn't have spoken so rashly. You must not follow that boy's path. He was executed. But you'll attend university. You have a future. So many chances lie ahead." Unwilling to argue further, Yan Yifei deflected gently, "Don't worry, grandmother. I'll never act so rashly. I won't commit a crime of passion." Good. Cheng Ying murmured repeatedly. "Fei, I'm old, my words clumsy, but I sense your heart. You cherish young Song deeply. I've accepted it. Go to him. Don't hesitate for my sake. If your uncle ever begs you for anything, tell him we've severed ties. Never speak to him again. And what about you?" Yan Yifei couldn't help but ask. "He's tormented you relentlessly. Why do you endure it? This time he shoved you to the ground and refused even to pay your medical bills. Your silence wounds me. Were I you, I'd file charges for intentional assault and see him jailed." "Don't speak so harshly," Cheng Ying sighed. "It's fate. He was born to torment me. Perhaps heaven ordained it." Yan Yifei said nothing, but inwardly she thought, if gods exist, my uncle would have died 100 times over. Hearing those words, she finally resolved, reaching for her phone to send Zhou Weiyun a coded message. When Song Rui woke up in bed, Yan Yifei was not waiting by his side as usual. Sunlight streamed in through the gaps in the curtains, piercing his eyes, as he had been ill with a high fever for a long time. In the disorientation of night and day, each time he opened his eyes to see someone beside him, it strangely gave him a sense of home. Recalling the group of men in black who had surrounded him before, along with the dagger that pierced his lumbar spine, Song Rui sat dazed on the bed for a while, then climbed up, yawned, and went to wash his face in the public restroom nearby. A few people came to use the restroom around noon, all staring at him with unusual eyes. In the past, he would have been met with harsh words, but now Song Rui was engrossed in washing his face with cold water, paying them no mind. After returning home, Song Rui sent a text to Yan Yifei, who simply replied, "I have something on today, see you tonight." Song Rui wandered towards the storage room in a daze. As he just unlocked the door with his key, a crisp, yet youthful girl's voice suddenly rang in his ear, startling him and almost making him drop the key. "How can you still live in such a pigsty?" Turning to look, he saw a little girl in a light pink dress, speaking with a voice as sweet as a lark, continuing, "Without reservation, sister, Yan said to come get you. I didn't believe you could live in a place like this. It's truly filthy. Everywhere is dirty. I feel like I'm breathing in dirt here." The newcomer was Zhou Weiyun, and she was different from before. In just half a month, she had transformed into someone quite hot. However, Song Rui paid no mind to this and squatted down to ruffle her hair, making her neatly arranged bangs become wildly disheveled. "Did your sister ask you to come find me?" Zhou Weiyun stepped back 2 paces. She disliked this way of dealing with children. In the past half-month, she felt she had undergone a transformation, no longer that little girl who worried about her parents and complained about homework. She had grown up and should give herself enough respect. "Uncle, you are not gentlemanly at all. You can't just pat a girl's head like that." "Oh, I see." Song Rui chuckled as he stood up. "Is it because you're afraid of not growing tall?" Zhou Weiyun had initially wanted to scold him, but upon looking up at the tall Song Rui, she suddenly deflated, sighing like an adult. "Let's go, I'll take you to the mall to buy something." "You'll take me?" Song Rui suddenly laughed. His face, flushed from the fever, looked to Zhou Weiyun like mockery, prompting her to exclaim, "Stop laughing. If you keep laughing, I won't talk to you anymore." Song Rui took her childish tantrum lightly and wanted to take her out to play, so he agreed. The two walked side by side to the mall, and when passing a toy store, he typically bought her a newly released Kung Fu Panda plush toy, but Zhou Weiyun didn't even glance at it, claiming she had grown up and was too sophisticated for such childish things. Looking at the plush toy he had already paid for, Song Rui felt increasingly regretful and thought he might as well take it back. He added, "If one day you want a doll again, I'll give it back to you, okay?" Zhou Weiyun huffed non-committal and instructed Song Rui to wait for her. About half an hour later, the little girl proudly handed him a paper bag. Song Rui was taken aback. Inside the bag was a bottle of whiskey, surprisingly from Suntory, specifically Yamazaki, worth at least 10,000. "This is a small gift for you to use at my dad's banquet later." the little girl said arrogantly, tossing her ponytail. What do you mean your dad's banquet? Song Rui was stunned. When did I say I was going? Wait, your dad and I had a conflict last time. Oh, wouldn't he break my legs if I went over? Don't worry, he's too busy doting on the baby in my mom's belly to care about you, Zhou Weiyun said impatiently. It's tonight. He invited many business partners and relatives to celebrate my mom giving birth to a son. I don't have many friends, so my sister said I should take you. You want me to go? Song Rui still found it hard to believe. Yes, Zhou Weiyun lifted her chubby little face. It seems like there are many classmates you know at the banquet, like Ping and Luo. In short, you won't be bored. The lingering effects of the fever made Song Rui feel dazed and unsure of what to do, but Zhou Weiyun rushed over to take his hand. What are you hesitating for? Just go and watch a good show. What good show? Song Rui immediately caught the flaw in the little girl's words. It's nothing, Zhou Weiyun said, hugging him and acting spoiled. Come on, I've already bought the gift. How can you not go? Reluctantly, Song Rui could only hurry with Zhou Weiyun to her home. They arrived just as dusk fell, and he saw the middle-aged man with whom he had negotiated standing at the door welcoming the arriving guests. Suddenly, a stray cat ran out meowing amidst the crowd. 2 security guards went over to shoo it away, and Zhou's father kindly waved his hand, taking out a sausage to feed the stray cat. After the yellow-gray cat was full, it gently licked Zhou's father's hand, and he smiled kindly. When he turned around, he saw Song Rui holding his precious daughter, and his smile instantly froze. Zhou Weiyun stretched out her arms to block him, just like before, acting like a hen protecting her chicks. But Song Rui, beaming, handed the gift to the nearby security guard. Mr. Zhou is so kind to stray cats. He shouldn't refuse me, right? I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Song Rui, Song Yishue's son. I arrived an hour earlier than him. Zhou's father's face darkened, wanting to say something, but holding back. Yet his daughter elbowed him and directly grabbed Song Rui's hand, leading him inside, while loudly announcing, one distinguished guest. One distinguished guest. At this moment, guests were coming and going at the entrance, and many notable figures turned their gaze towards the noisy little girl. No matter how angry Zhou's father was, he did not want to disrupt his son's celebratory banquet, so he could only leave with a dark face. Song Rui could hear the anger in his departing footsteps and realized that he was an uninvited guest at this inexplicable banquet. Why he had come here remained a mystery to Song Rui, but he could only follow Zhou Weiyun into the living room. In the spacious hall, a crystal chandelier hung down. Song Rui maliciously thought that Chungbin might have been crippled under this chandelier. In the center of the living room stood a massive spiral staircase, and a red carpet led from the entrance straight up to the second floor. Beside the staircase was a Steinway piano, clearly worth a fortune. After Zhou Weiyun entered and claimed she had something to do, she returned to her room. Song Rui went to the bar, poured himself half a glass of red wine, and found a sofa in the corner, holding the glass in his palm. On the adjacent wall was a banner with 4 powerful characters written in calligraphy difficult to dazzle with pretense. Various sounds of chatter and noise surged in, and Song Rui was filled with mixed feelings, letting out a long sigh. However, just as he sighed halfway, he turned around, as if sensing something, and saw a familiar figure. Luo Mo had come with his father to attend Mr. Zhou's banquet. Along the way, he had been chatting and laughing with his companions. Just then he noticed someone in the corner who seemed familiar, so he walked over to take a look. As he approached, the man also turned around holding a wine glass. Their eyes met in the air as if about to ignite a flame. A second later, Song Rui curled his lips into a smile, while Luo Mo turned beet red. Don't be so scared. Song Rui raised his wine glass towards him. I'm a good person now. A companion of Luo Mo, a girl of about 18 in a pleated skirt, asked him, do you know him? Under the oppressive influence of Song Rui for nearly a year, Luo Mo's first reaction upon seeing him was to turn and run. After all, he was the type to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Although today was Mr. Zhou's banquet, Song Rui had always seemed mentally unstable to him, and it was entirely possible he might act out. Of course I know him. Song Rui nodded warmly, reclining comfortably on the sofa. He explained to the girl, not only do I know him, but we share a bond of life and death. He is quite famous in our school. Whenever a girl is in trouble, he is always there to help. He's a really warm-hearted guy. The girl beside Luo Mo pondered over Song Rui's words, sensing an undertone of sarcasm. Really? Song Rui swirled the liquid in his glass, looking at Luo Mo. Absolutely. I even owe him a debt of gratitude. When my girlfriend and I had a quarrel, he often came to speak on my behalf, nearly causing my girlfriend to turn against me. He is quite the warm guy, you know. Luo Mo's face turned pale with anger, and he could hardly be bothered to respond. He turned to leave, but his companion was curious and stared at him intently. Song Rui finally relished the pleasure of gossiping, especially in front of others, and his mood brightened. In the end, my girlfriend couldn't take it anymore and told him to stop bothering her. That's when he gave up trying to be the warm guy. Shut the hell up. Luo Mo finally couldn't hold back and cursed. Do you dare to say that again? Song Rui set down his glass and strode over to Luo Mo, towering over him. The girl beside Luo Mo was startled and hurriedly tried to mediate, saying not to argue or fight. But Song Rui coldly sneered, isn't what I said the truth? You dare to act innocent, right? For the past 6 months you've been parading in front of my girlfriend, pretending to be concerned for her. What do you mean I've done no wrong? Have I killed your whole family? Luo Mo stepped back, frightened by the agitated man's demeanor. Many guests had turned to watch the escalating confrontation, and under their scrutiny, he finally mustered the courage to retort, "Where have I been wrong? You inserted yourself between me and Yin." He paused as he saw Song Rui raise his hand. "Yuan classmate, and even tricked her into being bullied. Do you even have a conscience? Do you know how pitiful she was that day? Pulled and hit by a group of people, and someone even poured champagne over her head. You are the truly malicious one. You did all this. Do you think you can deny it? During the month that Yan Yifei was around you, she ended up in the hospital twice, failed her midterm exams, and although she didn't fail the college entrance examination, she didn't meet the score for Qingbei. All of this is thanks to you. Being with you will ruin her life." If this statement had come from Yan Yifei, it would have been extremely damaging to Song Rui. Just like during their last argument when she mentioned it, he could hardly breathe with rage. But with Luomo saying it, Song Rui felt no need to hold back. "So what if I tease her? She still agreed to be my girlfriend. Unlike you, a hypocritical little man, always trailing behind saying bad things. Look, does anyone care about you? And stop speculating about what I do. Think with your walnut-sized brain. Is her severe cold my fault? Instead of wasting time, you should care about this lovely girl beside you. Oh, by the way, sweetheart, do you have a boyfriend? He loves girls who already have boyfriends." The little girl was frightened by Song Rui's fierce gaze and took a step back, shaking her head repeatedly. "My dad is calling me. I have to go. You two should calm down. Today is Mr. Zhou's celebration banquet. Making a scene won't be good." Seeing this, Luomo got even angrier and wanted to say something, but Song Rui, already annoyed due to a fever and headache, snapped, "Stop nagging me. If you utter one more word from that foul mouth of yours, I will send you straight to the hospital." Luomo dejectedly sat down on the sofa. He had always considered himself kind and just, but Yan Yifei's betrayal made him question himself. Was he really the one in the wrong? In that moment of turmoil, he silently found a sofa to sit down and shed tears. After about 5 minutes, he realized this was Song Rui's fault. Denying his past kindness meant abandoning his life. "Hey, did you just have an argument with someone?" A girl in a dark blue satin dress sat down beside him. Luomo turned his head to look. This girl was his true childhood friend, Lin Zhaozhao. Their families had a good relationship. Lin's parents were workaholics and were often away on business, so they would occasionally leave Lin Zhaozhao in the care of Luomo's mother. Jiangqing No. One high school was a day school, while Lin Zhaozhao attended a private school because her parents were not around. With the college entrance exams over, both families were invited by Mr. Zhou, so they brought their children to the banquet. In Lin Zhaozhao's eyes, Luomo was an understanding older brother, excelling academically and possessing a gentle temperament. He had never quarreled with anyone, but unexpectedly today, he had a loud argument with a fierce-looking man in the hall and ended up quietly shedding tears. She quickly took out a handkerchief and handed it to him, softly comforting the guy, just now looked fierce like a thug. "Don't take." Zhaozhao Luo wiped his eyes, his expression conveying an indescribable sense of loss. "I had a very good friend, but she cut ties with me. I don't even know if it counts as cutting ties. Anyway, we didn't argue. She just unilaterally stopped contacting me. I tried to find her, but she wouldn't even look at me." Luomo felt increasingly heartbroken, tears streaming down his face. "Why?" Lin Zhaozhao displayed a look of disbelief. "You have such a good temper. How could anyone treat you this way?" Luomo felt a blockage in his heart and stood up to find a bottle of cola. After taking a refreshing sip, he helplessly said, "Because of the man I just argued with, she cut ties with me. The man I argued with is called Song Rui, and the girl who cut ties with me is called Yan Yifei." Lin Zhaozhao suddenly understood. "Is it because you said Yan Yifei likes that Song Rui? Well, he is quite tall, but when he stands and glares, he looks very fierce. It scares me. Do girls really like boys like that?" Luomo shook his head bitterly. "In my impression, Yan Yifei is very pitiful. She has no parents, only a grandmother to take care of her, and often goes hungry. That's why I occasionally help her. Song Rui, on the other hand, is a rich second-generation, spoiled and prone to bullying. Many people at school don't like him." He paused before continuing to Song Rui. "Yan Yifei is a pitiful person. To Yan Yifei, Song Rui is a garbage bully who helps others torment her. Do you know about school bullying? One day she was tricked into a birthday party where many people slapped her and pulled her hair while cursing at her. I can't understand why she would be with someone like that, and even cut ties with me." "Oh, your school is a key institution in the city. Fighting should lead to expulsion, right?" Lin Zhaozhao said in surprise. "In our private school, the most a girl faces when bullied is isolation. No one talks to her, and she won't be invited to activities. If things get serious, they might throw her belongings, but they won't resort to physical violence. You probably don't know what bullying is." Luomo took another sip of cola. Actually, when Song Rui entered the first year, he was a bit dull. Someone bullied him, called him a sissy, and stood on his chair. One day someone insulted him, calling him a wild child, and he cornered that person in the restroom, beating him up. After that, he became well known and started bullying others. It seems to be a story of a dragon-slaying youth turning into an evil dragon. Lin Zhaozhao inexplicably felt a sense of guilt. Although she didn't participate in the bullying, hearing about such incidents painted a vivid picture in front of her, making her feel complicit. "I think once you take the first step in such matters, it spirals out of control." "Yes," Luomo said with a bitter smile. "I don't know what to say. At least I've learned a lesson. Human hearts are very complex. It may not be as clear-cut as I thought." Lin Zhaozhao pondered for a moment, as she was fundamentally a kind-hearted girl. She suggested Song Rui's family should be wealthy, otherwise he wouldn't be here tonight. My dad happens to be here, he might know Song Rui's father. Let me take the lead in this. You all sit down and have a good talk. If there are misunderstandings, it's better to clear them up rather than getting angry. After a furious outburst, Song Rui also felt a wave of fatigue. He returned to the sofa and lay back, falling asleep in a rather unrefined manner. After an unknown amount of time, someone poked him on the shoulder. Are you asleep? This voice startled him awake. In front of him stood Yan Yifei, elegantly dressed in a pure white dress, the hem adorned with small diamonds that tumbled down like starlight, falling past her knees and revealing a segment of her creamy white legs. Song Rui solemnly replied to her, I was contemplating the origins of the universe and the interstellar migration plan. As I pondered, a wave of tranquility washed over me, and just like that, time passed. Yan Yifei smiled and linked her arm with his. You aren't dressed formally at all today. You didn't say I should come to this dinner party, did you? Song Rui looked at his attire in confusion. It was indeed quite inappropriate. Among the many men, women, and children dressed in formal attire, he stood out in sportswear resembling a delivery person. His careless lounging on the sofa attracted many curious glances. Yan Yifei pursed her lips, secretly amused. Song Rui reached out, wanting to pat her head, but reconsidered, thinking it inappropriate in such a public setting. He pulled back midway, and Yan Yifei leaned in, prompting him to gently pat her. She asked, The desserts here are delicious. If you don't eat now, you'll end up hungry later. I feel a bit dizzy as sweets make me nauseous. Before Song Rui could finish, he saw Luo Mo being dragged towards them by a girl with a ponytail, wearing a dark blue satin dress. The girl's complexion was flushed, her lips not as plump as Yan Yifei's, giving her a somewhat lazy appearance. Her nose wasn't particularly sharp, but there was a light blue mole at the corner of her right eye. Song Rui couldn't help but scrutinize her, for this girl was the one he married in his past life, the one Yan Yifei had introduced him to. That night she had thrown the wedding photo of Luo Mo and this girl onto Song Rui's wheelchair, asking him if he had any thoughts about it. He didn't know how to respond, so he carefully observed her expression and finally asked, Do you like Luo Mo? Now that he's married, are you feeling upset? At that time, Yan Yifei looked at him with no warmth in her eyes, then she chuckled softly, her laughter sharp and chaotic, striking fear into his heart. Afterward, Yan Yifei didn't visit him for a whole month. Song Rui thought he had become worthless and accepted this treatment. However, he did remember the girl who married Luo Mo, especially the light blue mole under her right eye. A blue dress, a ponytail, is she pretty? Lost in memory, Song Rui was caught off guard by the question. Instinctively, he replied politely, Quite beautiful, but she's a bit short. As soon as he finished speaking, he was jolted awake, eyes wide, as he looked at the girl beside him, who was glaring at him with lifeless eyes. Damn it, Song Rui thought, wanting to slap himself. Well, I'll be on my way then. Take your time looking. Yan Yifei turned around to leave, but in his panic, Song Rui seemed to hear the sound of waves crashing against rocks and quickly grabbed her arm to explain. Well, just now Luo Mo and I had an argument. Before he arrived, this girl wasn't with him. Out of curiosity, I looked over. Look at him, he's just a scoundrel changing girls like clothes. I'm much better than him. Oh, Yan Yifei shook her hand twice, but couldn't break free. She said expressionlessly, I have things to do, let go of me. I'm not a 3-year-old, you must stay with me. Song Rui held onto her hand tightly, and the two began to wrestle in front of everyone. Just then Luo Mo, who thought himself righteous, descended from the heavens. However, having been burned before, he didn't dare to jump to conclusions and accuse Song Rui of bullying Yifei again. Somewhere deep down he had a feeling that if he said that, not only would Song Rui beat him up, but Yan Yifei might also. So he cautiously interjected, What's going on with you two? Did you have a fight? Yan Yifei didn't even glance at him, while Song Rui retorted irritably, Haven't you seen couples argue? If there's nothing going on, don't provoke me, or I'll throw you out of here. The girl with the blue mole walked up to Yan Yifei and gracefully greeted her, Hello, miss. As soon as she finished saying hello, she sensed the piercing gaze of the other party locking onto her, feeling as if she was being whipped. She took a deep breath, but the self-introduction she intended to say stuck in her throat. Seeing someone blocking her way, Yan Yifei didn't struggle. She simply scanned the girl in the blue dress from head to toe with a scrutinizing gaze, forcing a slight smile. I don't know you, what do you want? Oh, I know, Song Rui quickly chimed in. You're Luo Mo's girlfriend, right? His girlfriend. He emphasized the words girlfriend, causing Yan Yifei to glance at him sideways, while Lin Zhaozhao blushed and fit. Girlfriend? The girl in the blue dress looked at Luo Mo a bit embarrassed. No, I'm a childhood friend of Luo Mo's, we grew up together. You could say we're childhood sweethearts. I just wanted to talk with him and you guys. I see there are some misunderstandings between you. So what if there are misunderstandings? Yan Yifei said coldly. I'm busy right now, I don't have time to play house. You are mistaken. Song Rui forcefully pulled Yan Yifei to his side, pointing at Luo Mo, and said, I have a conflict with him, he circles around my girlfriend all day. Should I not be angry? Luo Mo's expression stiffened as he looked at Yan Yifei with a hint of grievance, but she, who had been struggling to shake off Song Rui's entanglement, froze upon hearing this, merely letting out a huff through her nose. Lin Zhaozhao tugged at Luo Mo's hand and softly asked, Little brother, why don't you explain yourself? What is there to explain? Song Rui interjected rudely once again. His mind is filled with thoughts of prying into others' relationships. I just want to teach him a lesson whenever I see him. Lin Zhaozhao had originally wanted to sit down and talk things over, but who would have thought that Luo Mo would stand there like a wronged wife speechless, while Yan Yifei wore a cold expression and didn't even glance their way. She confronted the fierce-looking boy and complained, "Then let me ask you, why are you targeting this little brother? I think he has always been very nice and has no ill intentions." Song Rui looked at the girl with a tear mole and felt a wave of irritation rise within him. He believed that after moving into the villa he had kept to himself and never provoked Yan Yifei. If he were to say that night in his past life, when she was so agitated, it was undoubtedly due to the provocation of the girl before him. He certainly wouldn't give her a pleasant expression and retorted, "I will do as I please, what business is it of yours?" The young girl had never encountered such a rogue demeanor and immediately furrowed her brows, her eyes turning red. She had anticipated that Song Rui would be difficult to deal with, but she never expected him to be so domineering, which was truly beyond her expectations. "This is how I see it," Lin Zhaozhao said softly. "Little brother must be confused out of concern. As a good friend of this sister, he would definitely advise her during such matters. Now that you two are together, he won't have any thoughts about her. We can just let the past go." But before she could finish, she was interrupted by Song Rui once more. "Let it go." "On what grounds?" he said in a vicious tone. "What if I were to kill your whole family? Would you be able to let it go? You?" After being retorted 3 times by Song Rui, even Lin Zhaozhao's good upbringing could not help but stir her anger. Her chest heaved violently, and after several deep breaths, she finally calmed down. "Don't get too agitated. Using murder as a metaphor is excessive, isn't it? This is clearly a different matter." "I believe it's the same matter," Song Rui stated seriously. He still remembered how Yan Yifei had shared many stories about Luo Mo in his past life. If it weren't for Yan Yifei's sake in this rebirth, beating him would have been considered lenient. "What he has done is even worse than murdering my parents. I warn you again, do not provoke my girlfriend, otherwise I will strike you every time we meet." Luo Mo looked at the aggressive Song Rui, clenching his fists tightly. "Are you sick, Song Rui?" He couldn't help but curse. "You might not even genuinely like Yifei. Since high school you don't know how many girls you've harassed. Now that you've set your sights on Yifei, I'm just reminding her as a friend. A rogue like you being with her will not lead to a good outcome." As he spoke halfway, Luo Mo noticed Song Rui's expression slowly changing, and he suddenly fell silent. However, he felt somewhat fearless. After all, this was Mr. Zhou's banquet. No matter how unruly Song Rui was, he couldn't possibly resort to violence in such a public setting. "I told you." Song Rui suddenly reached out and grabbed Luo Mo by the collar. Luo Mo opened his mouth, with both hands forcefully lifting Luo Mo. Song Rui nearly shouted into his forehead, "If you call Yifei one more time, I won't hold back." "Damn." He suddenly pulled hard, flinging Luo Mo away, who staggered backward and fell onto the sofa. Immediately, all the guests present saw a tall, muscular man in sportswear pinning a pale young man in a white suit against the sofa, his arm raised dramatically, ready to strike. In that instant, everyone inhaled sharply, including Lin Zhaozhao, who wanted to mediate, and she was so shocked that just as the fist was about to land on Luo Mo's face, everyone heard a resounding voice coming from a girl in a white dress. "There will be a good outcome." She walked up beside the furious man and embraced him around the waist, saying, "We will have the best outcome." Song Rui slowly calmed down, released Luo Mo, stood up, and gently patted Yan Yifei's head. Just as he was about to say something, Yan Yifei interrupted him and said to Luo Mo, "The biggest difference between us is that you have loving parents who care for you, while Song Rui and I do not have such family. We have no support, no retreat. You cannot understand us, and do not simplify things." Her voice remained icy. "I have told you before that when we meet in the future we should act as if we do not know each other. I am serious, so do not provoke Song Rui, or I will not be polite." Okay. Luo Mo lowered his head bitterly, and Lin Zhaozhao pitifully approached to help him straighten his clothes. Yan Yifei then pulled Song Rui to another side, pressed him down to sit, her tone slightly displeased. "If you fight today, my plans will all fall through." "Plans?" Song Rui looked at her in confusion. "You will know soon." Yan Yifei pursed her lips. "If I hadn't seen you sleeping alone over there, I wouldn't have bothered to come talk to you. I really have something to discuss. I'm not lying now. Start to rein in that temper, okay?" "Okay." Those 3 words were spoken so softly with a hint of pleading. This sweet and soft voice was something Song Rui had only heard once when he was about to beat Luo Mo at the fast food restaurant. "All right." Song Rui nodded solemnly. "I will not retaliate or curse back from now on." After he said that, Yan Yifei hurriedly left, and after Song Rui let out a breath of anger, he fell into a hazy sleep. Then, amidst a swirl of dizzying shakes and a cacophony of noise, he woke up to see a figure in white. He squinted deep in thought, and just as he was about to speak, the person in front exclaimed with delight, "Song Rui, how did you end up here? This voice belongs to Aunt Peng." He stood up in surprise, but after realizing it, he felt a bit awkward. "I came in with friends, and it was a bit rushed, so I didn't change my clothes." Peng Yuan was dressed in a fitted white suit, as capable as ever. She circled around Song Rui, looking at him from every angle, then leaned and stood on her tiptoes, touched his forehead with hers, and said with concern, "You little rascal, why do you have a fever? Have you seen a doctor?" Before Song Rui could say anything, Peng Yuan shouted toward the crowd behind her, Old Song, come here, quickly, your son is here." At this moment Song Yifei was chatting with Luo's father, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Behind Luo's father were Luo Mo, who had nearly been beaten by Song Rui, and Lin Zhao, who was comforting him. Lin Zhao was explaining to Song Yifei, just now Luo Mo and Song Rui got into an argument. Song Rui believes that Luo Mo is bothering his girlfriend, and his tone and attitude were quite harsh. I actually wanted to mediate between the two, but he wouldn't listen at all. Later, when Luo Mo said something a bit harsh, Song Rui pushed him and almost hit him. Pang Yuan's daughter Pang Xiao interjected, just how harsh was it? Although she didn't like Song Rui, the way the girl spoke clearly favored Luo Mo, prompting her to question. Lin Zhao blushed and quietly defended, Well, he said that Song Rui has done many bad things in the past, but he didn't deny it either. Pang Xiao retorted, Song Rui already has a bad temper. You talked bad about him in front of him, you asked for it to get. Pang Xiao shot a glance at the visibly shaken Luo Mo and said irritably, do you not know what you can or cannot say? Now that you've been beaten, you come looking for your parents. How old are you? Hearing this, Song Yifei scolded, Xiao say less. Go to your mother. Pang Xiao coldly huffed, I'm just stating the truth. Song Rui can't handle being provoked. Since he claims to be a classmate, he should know the situation. Why provoke someone to their face? Song Yifei was about to scold again, when Lin Zhao dissatisfied muttered, according to your logic, if Song Rui is in a bad mental state, Luo Mo advising his friends to stay away from him isn't wrong, right? Pang Xiao laughed instead, saying, what does it have to do with how other girls manage their affairs? What is Luo Mo her boyfriend? That's not the case, but we used to be quite close. Luo Mo replied pale-faced. I thought you were going to say you were her father or her son. Being close means nothing. Now the one who is close to her is Song Rui. Why are you worrying about it? It's really annoying. All right, say less. Song Yifei reprimanded. Luo's father, however, did not get angry observing the young people's bickering and remarked to Song Yifei, that little girl has quite a sharp tongue. You must find it quite troublesome on a daily basis. Song Yifei shot Pang Xiao a glare, to which she rolled her eyes in response. The middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses pressed his lips together and suggested, Old Song, how about this? You are Song Rui's father, so you can mediate a bit and let my child reconcile with yours. Kids will always argue a bit, they just need to talk it out. Song Yifei instantly understood the implication behind Luo's father's words. Since he brought Luo Mo over, in a sense it meant he was expected to discipline his son. Whether it was to apologize or make amends, there had to be an appropriate attitude. Sighing inwardly, Song Yifei thought that if it weren't for the serious trouble at work, he wouldn't have needed to find his son. He knew very well that since their conflict had reached this point, his intervention with Song Rui would only backfire. Just as he was frowning, Pang Yuan's voice called from the corner, Old Song, hurry over, your son is here. Turning his head, Song Yifei saw Pang Yuan waving her hand, excitedly beckoning him over. He apologized and walked toward the corner with Pang Xiao, Luo Mo, and Lin Zhao. When the father and son met again, Song Rui didn't even lift his head, just kept his eyes closed. Pang Xiao couldn't help but ask, Hey, I heard your college entrance examination went well. Looks like that sharp-tongued girl helped you out, huh? I didn't expect that. Song Rui continued to keep his head down and did not respond. Pang Xiao leaned closer and asked, You look so down, what's wrong? Are you sick? Song Rui finally spoke, though his tone was weak. Do I look fine to you? Song Yifei couldn't stand his casual tone. Why are you talking to Xiao like that? She has been worried about you. Is this how you treat her? You shouldn't always feel like everyone owes you something, pushing away those around you. Didn't you almost hit that kid from the Luo family again? Luckily his father is more understanding and didn't hold it against you. Song Rui opened his eyes with a cold smirk. It's fine. Feel free to ask him to come over and confront me. He can't even discipline his own son. I'm just helping him out. My relationship with my girlfriend is none of Luo Mo's business. I believe I should be the one to beat him. He should reflect on himself. He has no courage as a man, can't even fight back, yet wants to meddle in other people's affairs. Luo Mo, listening from the side, turned red and argued that he wasn't a thug and didn't bother to fight, citing principles like gentlemen speak, but do not fight, and the need to reason. Song Yifei, feeling his pride hurt, began to teach again. No matter what, hitting someone is wrong. Since you're sick today, let's just drop this matter. You can go home tomorrow, and I'll have Xiao come to pick you up. Song Rui laughed derisively. What you said makes me want to laugh. It's wrong to hit people, but is it right to hit your son? Is it okay to beat your son to death? Or am I not even considered a person in your eyes, someone you can hit at will? Pang Yuan sighed beside them. The conflict between the two had reached an irreconcilable point. She could only give Pang Xiao a look, signaling her to persuade Song's father, while she herself approached Song Rui and quietly said, Little Song, Auntie, you don't need to persuade me. There's nothing to say to him. Song Rui interrupted her and stood up to go to the bar, ordering a drink. There happened to be a small stool in the corner where he planned to sit and take a sip. Pang Yuan followed him, looking like she had something to say, but hesitated. Little Song, don't sit just yet, there's something I need to tell you. Auntie, I know what you're going to say. It doesn't matter what you say. Oh, I get angry just thinking about him. Song Rui interrupted her again, and after a while felt it was wrong to be so harsh to Pang Yuan, who cared for him. So he sought to change the topic, asking, Annie, what were you going to say earlier? It's nothing now. Pang Yuan appeared helpless. Annie, why do you have the same temper as that little girl? Why are you picking a fight with me? I admit I was a bit harsh earlier. I'm sorry, don't take it to heart. Annie wanted to remind you that there are water stains on the stool. Song Rui immediately got up, turned around, and looked at his wet backside. He helplessly rubbed his forehead and sighed, unable to help but laugh. Pang Yuan joined in the laughter, saying, Annie didn't mean to scold you, I'm happy for you. This is the first time I've heard you talk back to your father. Well done, a people like him should be scolded properly. Auntie, you're saying that, and I don't even know how to respond. Song Rui was somewhat stunned. Your father believes he built everything from scratch through hard work, so he has a kind of pride, feeling that any failures are due to your lack of effort. But he never realized that his starting point was quite high. When he started his business, your grandmother sold their house and saved money for him, which was his first step. Pang Yuan smiled. He's too arrogant when it comes to dealing with people. He doesn't even compare to you. Song Rui smiled bitterly. Annie, are you complimenting me? Sort of. Your dad comes from a single-parent family raised entirely by your grandmother. He vowed to earn money and be filial to her, but before he could succeed, she passed away. I never met my grandmother, Song Rui replied in a muffled voice. Auntie knows, remember to come to the house tomorrow. Pang Yuan winked mysteriously. You're about to start college, and Annie has a gift for you. After Pang Yuan left, Song Rui sat on the sofa nodding off, when suddenly a sharp pain shot through his thigh, startling him to his feet. Zhou Weiyun, dressed in a pink princess dress, held a cup of milky beverage in her right hand, looking at him angrily. How can you sleep in such a noisy place? Wake up. Song Rui chuckled nonchalantly. Being able to sleep anytime and anywhere is a skill. You'll envy my ability when you grow up. I don't want that. It's disgusting, drooling all over the place. Zhou Weiyun tugged at him, but Song Rui was too heavy. With a strong pull, she nearly spilled her drink and could only shout, Wake up. Someone very important is coming, you should meet them too. He followed Zhou Weiyun to the door, where they saw a bustling scene filled with people, smoke, laughter, and everything in between. Zhou's father stood at the front, his face full of joy, rubbing his hands excitedly. His father, Song Yifei, saw him approaching and instructed, Don't run around or speak carelessly. An important leader is coming unexpectedly. Mr. Zhou has notified us to come welcome him. Just as Song Rui was about to retort, Zhou Weiyun spoke up with an air of authority. Are you Song Rui's dad? Song Yifei was taken aback, but Zhou Weiyun took his silence as agreement, saying, Don't worry, Song Rui is my friend. I'll take good care of him. When did I become your friend? Song Rui lightly tapped Zhou Weiyun on the head with his knuckles. She, unconvinced, covered her forehead and replied, If you're not my friend, do you want to be my dad? Your little mouth is getting more and more clever. All right, I'm your big friend now. Song Rui shrugged in surrender, while Zhou Weiyun took it as a compliment, her face beaming with pride. As the two of them joked around, the onlookers turned to watch. Zhou's father, looking displeased, approached and firmly took Zhou Weiyun away. The little girl wanted to shout and act cute, but had learned to read the room and could only roll her eyes as she left. Once they were a bit away, Zhou's father seriously admonished the little girl in front of everyone, From now on, you are not allowed to seek out that guy again, do you understand? Why not? Zhou Weiyun looked up at Zhou Zhengxiong, refusing to back down. Just before the arrival of the important person and under the gaze of the crowd, he couldn't say anything too harsh, only vaguely responded, but warned Song Rui, He and your brother are no longer friends. Stay away from him to avoid repeating past incidents, understand? The crowd turned their eyes toward the sickly young man at the mention, whispering among themselves. Luo Mo quietly told Lin Zhaozhao, Zhou Youqi is a well-known troublemaker at our school, skipping classes, smoking, fighting, you name it. I heard he even forced girls. Song Rui used to hang out with him. So I can understand why you advised that sister to break up with him. But now that this uncle says Zhou Youqi has fallen out with Song Rui, what happened? I'm not sure either. Luo Mo observed the expressions of those around him, all pointing fingers at Song Rui. However, Song Rui wore a nonchalant, rebellious look, as if he was used to such treatment. You know Song Rui's temper. He hits people at the slightest disagreement. Zhou Youqi is no good either. Their personalities clashed, and they probably argued. Lin Zhaozhao nodded, half understanding, and curiously looked at the pale-faced youth. She saw him standing with Song Yifei and the previously mentioned Peng Yuan and her daughter. The four of them engaged in conversation. Xiao Song, what did Mr. Zhou mean just now? Peng Yuan asked with some concern. If there's any misunderstanding, let your father talk to him. We all operate in the same circle, we don't want to hold a grudge. If that little girl were a bit older, Peng Xiao chimed in teasingly from the side, I'd suspect you. The naturally curly-haired girl suddenly fixed him with a suspicious look. You wouldn't, would you? That's too disgusting. Song Rui initially wanted to retort, but recalling Yan Yifei's advice, he held back and patiently replied, How is that disgusting? Tell me where I'm being disgusting. I just picked up his precious daughter from school before. It's not the first time. I even took her to the amusement park to play. She was very happy. Seeing his unnatural expression, Peng Yuan realized he was hiding something, but couldn't call him out on it, only letting out. Song Yifei wanted to chime in as well, but as soon as he opened his mouth, his son interrupted. If you're worried about getting involved, we can go find Zhou Zhengxiong and cut off our father-son relationship in front of him. I don't care. What nonsense are you talking? Song Yifei finally lost his temper after his son's continuous provocations. The group of people chatting in the villa garden were shocked. You have lost your senses. You're neither acting like a student nor showing filial piety. You started learning piano at 5. Your mother and I have always nurtured you to the best of our ability, giving you everything you wanted. Your mother passed away early, and I've never deprived you materially. But look at how you've treated me over the years. Every time something happens you argue with me. I admit I was wrong regarding Yao Pingping, and I'm willing to apologize, but how many of my calls have you answered? Do you even see me as your father? Song Rui sneered. Wow, you've given me so much. Is hitting people part of your material support? I really appreciate. Zhou Jingxiong, witnessing the escalating argument from the back of the crowd, raised his voice. The important person is coming soon. You don't argue. At that moment the crowd suddenly parted like a wave, all falling silent as they turned to look at the entrance. The first to enter was Yao Gongyu holding his daughter, Yao Pingping smiling and greeting everyone. Seeing that this group of people had waited half an hour just to meet Yao Gongyu, Song Rui turned around in disappointment. He had just argued with his father and felt dazed, preparing to go back to sleep again. As a loudmouth troublemaker left, many shared the same thought. Finally some peace. But just then, as Song Rui returned to the corner of the living room and nestled into the sofa, Yao Gongyu stood in front of Zhou Jingxiong and shouted to everyone, "Elder, Yan has come to visit everyone." People perked up and began applauding toward the entrance. An elderly man in a loose white shirt with a rosy face appeared at the living room door, waving at everyone. Yao Gongyu approached the crowd and began introducing each notable person one by one. Elder Yan smiled, shaking hands one by one, starting with Zhou Jingxiong. "Hello. Your logistics business is quite large. I heard you're about to go public. Northern people produce remarkable talents." Zhou's father, excited, turned from pale to a vibrant shade. "And you, it's you, coming from Guangzhou, brave and hardworking. I saw your achievements on the news, are remarkable. This is Manager Luo from the chemical factory, right? I've long admired you. Recently you passed the environmental regulations, didn't you?" A scholarly-looking middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses warmly shook hands with the elderly man, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Yes, we passed. We passed. Elder Yan, after you helped us with connections last time, our company has been doing better." Luo Mo gazed in astonishment at his father, who rarely smiled. Even in the best of moods, he would merely lift the corners of his mouth slightly most of the time, maintaining a serious and stern demeanor. However, since meeting this elderly man, a smile had remained on his face, albeit one that looked somewhat frozen in Luo Mo's eyes. He worried that if his father kept smiling like this, his facial muscles might cramp. Song Yifei stood among the crowd, feeling his heart race. He never expected to encounter Elder Yan in such a small city. Initially, he was reluctant to attend Zhou Zhengxiang's banquet, but it seemed that today was fortuitous, though otherwise he might never have met this venerable elder in his lifetime. As his turn approached, he pondered what to say. The company had been facing increasing difficulties, teetering on the brink of collapse. If Elder Yan could share just a few words, it would surely help them through this crisis. Yao Gongyu brought Elder Yan before him, introducing him as Song Yifei. It was a simple name, yet due to Song Rui's actions, Song Yifei felt grateful for Yao Gongju's fairness. Had it been anyone else, he might have been overlooked. Song Yifei's cheeks twitched, displaying the respect he had prepared. He quickly extended both hands. "Oh, Mr. Song." Elder Yan's gaze flickered with surprise, making Song Yifei think he might have an instruction. But Elder Yan merely focused on his face for 3 seconds, then flashed a very formulaic, amiable smile, before turning to the next person waiting to shake hands. A chill ran through Song Yifei's heart. After shaking hands, Elder Yan smiled and addressed the crowd, saying, "As an uninvited guest, I'm here to meet a friend. Today is Mr. Zhou's special day, so I won't overshadow him. Please make yourselves at home." Laughter erupted from the crowd, everyone smiling as if they were kindergarten children seeing their teacher. Zhou Jingxiong, gathering his courage, stood for a long time. As the crowd began to walk toward the villa, he approached the elder and asked, "Elder Yan, is there something you need while you're here? Can I assist you with anything?" Well, if I need help, I'll seek you out." The elder nodded, waving toward the villa. "They'll find you if I need anything." He smiled as he watched the crowd, notably not focusing on Zhou Jingxiong, before slowly making his way to the living room. Zhou Jingxiong immediately pondered the meaning behind the words, "if I need help." Could it be that he had not chosen his words carefully? Elder Yan held an extremely high reputation in the business community, possessing insight, courage, and unparalleled methods capable of influencing economic decisions to a certain extent. If he mentioned needing help, it was naturally just a polite phrase. He recalled Elder Yan's mention of friends. At the celebratory banquet, all the prominent figures had already shaken hands with Elder Yan. Who exactly were his friends? Zhou's father, filled with concerns, followed Elder Yan inside. Despite Elder Yan repeatedly emphasizing that everyone should feel at ease upon his entrance, the crowd approached him, raising their glasses in respectful greetings. He patiently exchanged pleasantries with each person, his gaze warm and friendly, lacking any hint of scrutiny. With just a few words, he could discern what each person needed, yet he never jumped to conclusions. He simply listened and observed, as if every individual present mattered more than himself. Regardless of their status, whether a significant figure or an ordinary person, men or women, everyone felt a sense of respect and importance, astonished by the attention. After the pleasantries, Elder Yan leisurely moved further inside, followed by a group of people, including host Zhou Jingxiong, the esteemed Yao Gongyu, Luo Mo's father, Lin Zhaozhao's father, and even Song Yifei, who cautiously trailed behind. "What are you following him for?" Peng Yuan whispered reproachfully beside Song Yifei. "Song Rui did so well this time. He has genuinely changed." You promised me you would sincerely apologize to him, yet you turned around and argued with him in public. What are you thinking? I know your son's temper. If you don't humble yourself, you might not see him after he goes to university. I know I can't control my emotions, Song Yifei sighed helplessly. Elder Yan has been in Yanjing for years. It's harder for ordinary people to see him than to reach the heavens. With the troubles in my company and my conflicts with Yao Gongyu, it's all just a matter of his words. I can't wait until I'm bankrupt and begging for Song Rui's forgiveness. I have to handle my affairs first. Look at how many people are following Elder Yan. Do you really think it's your turn? Peng Yuan said, exasperated. If you become a beggar, given your son's character, he might not want to see you in such a fallen state. All right, just say a little less. Song Yixu's expression darkened. I'm going to find Song Rui now. Oh, I won't say any soft words. Just do me a favor and persuade him on the side. Following Peng Yuan, Song Yixue left the main group, turning left and right until he found Song Rui curled up on a sofa sound asleep. Song's father approached and cleared his throat, wanting to wake Song Rui, but was stopped by Peng Yuan, who said, "Can't you see? Young Song is sick with a fever. Will you die if you wait a bit? If he's sick, he should go to the hospital. Why is he pushing himself?" Song Yixue frowned. "If he listens to you, you should take him to the hospital for an 4 right now. You never regarded your son highly, did you?" Peng Yuan couldn't help but scold Song Yixue. Always hitting or scolding. Think about what happened in the hospital. He has a psychological shadow of that place. If it weren't for helping that little girl with her illness, I doubt he would ever step into a hospital again. Song Yixue remained silent for a long time, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag. It seems he really likes that girl. That's good. Having someone he likes is enough. I was too harsh with Yao Pingping, thinking she was a good student, and that Song Rui might learn something by getting close to her. Who knew that once he tried to please someone, he completely forgot about self-respect? I can't control him, but it's good that someone else can look after him in the future. Thus the two stood beside the sofa where Song Rui lay waiting. Song Yixue grew anxious, wanting to join the excitement near Elder Yan, but noticing Peng Yuan's unwavering gaze upon him, he could only pull out a cigarette and light it. At that moment, the noise drew closer to him. Song Yixue turned in confusion, only to see Elder Yan striding towards him, full of energy, with a group of middle-aged men with broad smiles trailing behind. Elder Yan approached Song Yixue, and they shook hands once more. This time, unlike their previous greetings, the elder was both warm and firm. "Elder Yan, you are?" Song Yixue's heart raced, and he asked somewhat shyly, "Did you come to find me?" "You're half right," Elder Yan said amiably as he sat down on the sofa, playfully gesturing. "I'm here to see your son, Song Rui." Song Rui. The few people following behind looked in surprise at Song Rui, who was curled up on the sofa asleep, while Zhou Zhengxiong and Luo's father lifted their eyes to look over. Song Yixue's face immediately filled with an uneasy expression. "Old Yan, what business do you have with Song Rui? If you think he has done something wrong, you can tell me directly. I am his father, and I have the duty to discipline him." His mind was racing, pondering how Song Rui came to know Old Yan. Just the thought of this seemingly kind old man blaming him made his heart race uncontrollably. No matter how much experience Song Yixue had after decades of struggle, Old Yan's seemingly amiable and honest expression held an inscrutable chill. Beneath the old man's gentle smile, a shiver ran down his spine, and cold sweat began to pour from his forehead. "If he really caused trouble, I should bear the main responsibility. You might as well come to me directly," Song Yixue replied in a low voice, his head bowed. The original chaos in the crowd quieted down at this moment. Everyone could guess some things from Song Yixue's unease. Zhou Zhengxiong looked at Yao Gongyu in confusion, who simply shook his head slightly. "Such speculation does not benefit you and could harm your children," Old Yan said, gently dropping a seemingly kind, yet very stern remark. He was quite measured and knew how to prod. This statement was impactful, and the crowd stirred. "I came over to discuss matters with Song Rui as his father. Shouldn't you think positively?" Old Yan looked at Song Yixue with a smile, who was breaking out in cold sweat under his gaze. The commotion in the crowd grew louder. In the midst of this noise, Song Rui woke up confusedly, looking around, and then saw the smiling Old Yan and his father, who was drenched in sweat. "Old man, you haven't gone back yet?" Song Rui asked, somewhat surprised. Old Yan smiled kindly, took out a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his shirt pocket, shook it a bit, and then handed the pack to the bewildered Song Rui. "Want one?" This was the first time Old Yan had offered cigarettes after entering, and it was to a young man who had just come of age. While everyone felt astonished, they began to ponder the deeper meaning behind it. Song Rui stood there in a daze. Nearby, Song Yixue was frantically making faces at him. He glanced around and realized that the crowd had nearly formed a circle around them, instinctively reaching out to take one. After 3 seconds, he handed the cigarette back, saying, "I'm sorry, my girlfriend doesn't let me smoke." With a gesture akin to that of a benevolent elder, Old Yan smiled and took out another cigarette, striking a match to light it and releasing a puff of smoke. "I want to talk to you privately." Everyone understood Old Yan's intention. Zhou Zhengxiong hurriedly arranged a refined reception room for the two. Once they went in, Song Yixue became the center of attention in the banquet hall. People rushed over, asking him indirectly why his son knew Old Yan. He was at a loss, only able to reply with vague answers, until Peng Yuan, seemingly deep in thought, approached him and quietly said in his ear, "Song Rui's little girlfriend is named Yan Yifei. Do you think it's possible that Yan Yifei is related to Old Yan? After all, that last name is rare." When she came to our house last time, she was very polite and well-mannered, unlike a child from a poor family. That's impossible. If that girl is old Yan's granddaughter, how could she possibly be in Jiangxing dressed so poorly? Song Yifei felt that today's events were somewhat unbelievable and cautiously speculated. If that's true, did old Yan specifically send Yan Yifei to Jiangxing to let her work hard and suffer a bit? That's too much suffering. Peng Yuan recalled the first time she saw Yan Yifei. Song Rui had brought the girl to the hospital before. She was incredibly thin, then had serious stomach problems, and was covered in bruises, as if she had been bullied. Do you think anyone would torture their own child like that? Who knows? Song Yifei felt that Peng Yuan was subtly criticizing him. Just as he was about to argue, several people approached him, trying to flatter him with small talk, and a few even wanted to finalize contracts on the spot, making him feel even more uneasy, so he could only turn his gaze towards the private room. In the conference room, old Yan slowly walked up to Song Rui, gently patting his shoulder, and said kindly, "At my age, people mostly regard me by my past achievements. It doesn't mean much anymore. The dreams I can and cannot pursue have all come to an end. You are still alive, and that is of value. You should live well, understand." Song Rui roughly understood old Yan's meaning. What is the purpose of living? Old man, you will die eventually. I, along with Yifei, will also die. Our lives are ultimately for death. We just want to do something meaningful before we die. Old Yan laughed heartily. My granddaughter wants to create a big news story tonight, and I wanted you to persuade her, but given your attitude, it seems you'll definitely be turned away. What big news? Song Rui frowned as he looked at the old man. Old Yan pointed to the sofa, gesturing for him to sit down, then found a spot for himself to smoke. My granddaughter is stubborn and acts without considering the consequences. However, recently, she has made me realize a truth: to live in this world, one needs emotions, and the warmest feeling comes from love received from the opposite sex. Our generation believed that men needed women, but my granddaughter taught me a lesson: a woman can also demand a man, and it could cost many lives. What are you trying to say, old man? Song Rui's brows furrowed even tighter. I am lamenting that this time I might return empty-handed. Old Yan sighed deeply. To be honest, have you considered that the conflicts between you and your father, as well as between Yifei and her classmates, would all be easily resolved once I intervene? That is power. I originally hoped that Yifei would also possess such authority, but unfortunately, she does not value it. Old Yan took out another cigarette, lighting it with the stub of the previous one. Before I came here, I thought about retiring. However, my roots run deep, and I have connections with many important leaders. My network is vast. I possess both practical power, and in certain respects have absolute security in terms of integrity. Do you know what normal retirement signifies? Does it mean safety and resources? You're right. Old Yan chuckled, shaking the ashtray and casting an appreciative glance at him. Although I appear to have lost power on the surface, I am in a sense permanently secure. If such a person has a granddaughter, wouldn't that make him the ideal in-law in the world? You could almost say that any unmarried man could take his time, selecting the most suitable partner to help her rise. Song Rui fell silent. Discussing feelings in front of someone with far more experience seemed meaningless. In his past life, Yan Yifei had not married. Even after Luo Mo married, she abandoned him for a month without news. He once found life so dull that he secretly kept a spoon to cut his veins for suicide the next day. But when he woke up in the morning, Yan Yifei was again beside his bed, looking at him with a half-smile. Song Rui, I find you always want to do some ridiculous things. Once you came out of the hospital, your life became mine, and do you have the right to commit suicide? Alas. The old man sighed deeply, bringing him back to reality. It's a pity she has decided that you are the one. If I were to make her break up, it would be quite a challenge. Song Rui's gaze was lost in the smoke in front of the old man. I'm going back to Yanjing tomorrow, young man. Old Yan turned to look at him. I came to see you to thank you for taking care of Yifei, but remember, since she has decided not to return to Yanjing with me, it's best for you not to connect with me. After I leave, I will say that you treated me to a meal at a barbecue stall that day, and that's it. As the old man walked to the door, he suddenly turned his head and said, Young man, next time don't make it so spicy. After Old Master Yan left, many people cast envious glances at Song Rui, wondering what kind of luck this guy had stumbled upon to be fortunate enough to earn a favor from Old Yan. It wasn't anything grand, merely treating Old Yan to a late-night meal at a barbecue stall. Song Rui was too lazy to pay attention to the eavesdroppers gathering around. After a while, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses approached him with a smile and introduced himself. Hello, classmate Song. I am Luo Gosher, the father of Luo Mo. I heard that you have some conflicts with my son. Before Song Rui could respond, Luo Mo's father cheerfully raised his glass and said, I won't beat around the bush. I'll toast you with this drink as an apology for the trouble my son has caused you. If you have any other requests, feel free to bring them up. I asked him why he had a conflict with you, and it seems he indeed has some shortcomings. He tends to have this temperament both at home and outside, lacking a sense of boundaries. I must thank you for teaching him a lesson. As the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling face. Song Rui had no interest in engaging in a deep conversation with Luo Mo's father, nor was he interested in gossiping. Though he would have liked to make a few sarcastic remarks if Luo Mo had followed him. He simply nodded, considering the matter settled. Not long after Luo's father left, Zhou Weiyun approached him gracefully and quietly said, Uncle, I have a question. Is your girlfriend's sister Yifei related to that old gentleman just now? Upon hearing this, Song Rui frowned slightly lightly tapping the wall of his glass. The little girl immediately waved her hand saying, "This is a question my dad asked me to find out for you. Just tell me the truth, okay? No, it's just that I treated that gentleman to a late-night snack at the barbecue stall." The little girl swiftly ran off, and not long after, as if completing a task, she returned to Song Rui looking up seriously and asking, "How did you win over sister? She's not an easy person to deal with. Do you have any secret weapons?" "I don't have any secret weapons, it's just that I'm relatively handsome and mature, which is her type." "So what's the status of your— have you kissed yet?" The question left Song Rui at a loss for words. Squatting down, he playfully flicked the little girl's nose and asked, "Why are you concerned about that? Don't touch a girl's face casually, be careful or sister will get angry." Zhou Weiyun stepped back a couple of paces, her little face scrunching up, clearly displaying her dissatisfaction. "Right now she's my strategist, I rely on her for all my plans." Song Rui widened his eyes in surprise, looking at the little girl in confusion. Just as he was about to ask something, she continued, "So you mustn't make her angry. What am I supposed to do if you do?" "We are about to go study abroad soon," Song Rui said, his eyes glimmering with a hint of imperceptible emotion. "You'll have to rely on your mom, then don't be too mischievous. Right now mom is busy having a little brother and doesn't have time for me. Today is a celebration because she has a baby in her belly. Honestly, I'm really happy. From now on no one will bother me and no one will force me to practice this or that, just like you two are free." While the little girl was complaining, Song Rui noticed Yan Yifei slowly walking toward her. It wasn't that his eyesight was keen, it was just that Yan Yifei's fair skin combined with her striking youthful vigor and melancholic expression made her stand out in the crowd. "What are you two talking about?" Yan Yifei, like Song Rui, crouched down in front of the little girl and blinked her eyes. Nothing. The little girl quickly turned her head to avoid Yan Yifei's scrutinizing gaze. "I was just chatting casually with uncle. I'll let you in on a secret. Dad thinks you're a relative of that old gentleman from earlier." Song Rui remained silent, believing Yan Yifei could handle the little girl's curiosity, and stood up to stretch his limbs. Yan Yifei ruffled the little girl's hair and said, "Then your dad is mistaken. Will he be disappointed? I've talked to him about this matter. He said he wants to speak with uncle in person later. But I think he's just saying it, he's quite busy." "What do you think of uncle as a person?" Yan Yifei asked with a smile. "What do you mean, sister?" "He's a bit temperamental with me, but I'm quite magnanimous and don't want to stoop to his level. But he seems to listen to you." Zhou Weiyun was completely innocent regarding such matters and remained unaware that she might have narrowly escaped a disaster. Perhaps only a 10-year-old girl could be straightforward about feelings and avoid Yan Yifei's speculations in this regard. "Little girl, do you think uncle and I will end up like your parents?" Let's hope not. They are like a boss and a subordinate." The little girl bit her lip, thought for a long time, and then firmly denied, "If sister and uncle become like this, I think you two will never be happy for the rest of your lives. Do you want hot chocolate?" Song Rui squatted down again, holding a beverage in front of Yan Yifei, and of course the little girl had a cup too. "If you're referring to Ms. Zhou Weiyun, does she want chocolate?" The little girl happily took it. Zhou Weiyun's little hands were greasy, so after Song Rui wiped them, he handed the other cup to Yan Yifei, explaining, "This cup has whipped cream, you'll definitely like it." Yan Yifei smiled slightly, took a shallow sip, and then handed it back to Song Rui, saying, "You saw my grandpa earlier, right? What did he say to you?" "Let me think. Did he say I was determined to be with you, so he couldn't leave first?" Song Rui shrugged. "Are you spying on me?" "You can tell without thinking." Yan Yifei handed over a Nokia phone. This was the phone Song Rui had left for her in the hospital. It contains all the details related to tonight's upcoming events, serving as my evidence of crime, as well as my dad's and brother's contact information. Keep it safe. Song Rui stared blankly at the phone in front of him, unable to reach for it for a long time. "Wait, what do you mean by this?" He looked at her incredulously. "Do you want me to use this to extort money from your dad and brother or something? Can you please clarify why you want me to hold on to your evidence of crime?" "It's like this," Yan Yifei calmly analyzed, as if the situation had nothing to do with her. "Just in case if Grandpa tries to take me away by force, you can use this to threaten him. That way, even if I return to Yinjing with the evidence you have, my dad or brother will find a way to ruin me, or even kill me. Then Grandpa taking me back would be meaningless." Do you know what you're saying? If your grandpa wants to take you away, am I supposed to threaten him to kill you?" As her words fell, a faint shimmer filled her eyes. Song Rui stared blankly, captivated by the glimmer of tears that seemed to drown his heart. "This is the only way. I don't want to go back and become a person like my dad, nor do I want to become like my mom. Since I met you, I want to become a new person and live a brand new life just for the two of us. I don't want to follow the old paths of my grandmother or my brother." Song Rui was almost overwhelmed by Yan Yifei's determination, struggling to breathe. After an unknown amount of time, when he finally came back to his senses, the phone was already clutched in his hand, and Yan Yifei had leaned in, linking her arm with his, whispering, "Don't be sad, look at the stairs over there, the show is about to begin." As soon as her words fell, the bustling crowd suddenly quieted down. A beautiful woman with the temperament of a model dressed in a loose maternity outfit appeared on the second floor of the villa, smiling and gesturing to the crowd as she held onto the stair railing. Song Rui leaned close to Yan Yifei and whispered, "Is that Zhou Weiyun's mother? She looks quite young and has a good presence. Is young Xian really that charming?" Yan Yifei squinted her eyes slightly. Under this expression, Song Rui felt a shiver run through him. Then in the sight of everyone, Zhou Zingxiang's wife, the hostess of this celebration, suddenly slipped, and amid gasps and shouts of disbelief rolled down the stairs. The originally festive gathering instantly turned into a ridiculous farce, with people shouting, and some surrounding Zhou Zingxiang's wife, and many others stood there holding their wine glasses not knowing what to do, and a group rushed out to the courtyard shouting about calling for help and dialing emergency services. Song Rui watched the commotion unfold, his mind buzzing while the cold smile of Yan Yifei occasionally flashed through his vision. The pregnant woman had a miscarriage, which was a significant event. Zhou Zingxiang's wife had a miscarriage in front of everyone, making it an even bigger deal. Everyone rushed to the hospital. The family was suddenly emptied. Zhou Weiyun sat expressionlessly on the sofa in the living room watching television, and even went to the refrigerator to get ice cream, eating it vigorously. Song Rui approached and asked, "Are you hungry? Do you want me to take you out for something to eat?" "I'm not hungry. The ice cream is delicious. Do you want some?" The little girl handed over the large tub of ice cream, her round eyes brimming with tears. "I'm sorry, everyone has gone to the hospital to see your mother and can't pay attention to you. Yifei and I are still here. We can take you to eat something, and then we'll see your mother. Don't worry, your father has already rushed to the hospital. Your mother will be fine." "I don't want to go to the hospital." "Why not?" "I'm just a tool for her to please Dad. Ever since she got pregnant with my little brother, she hasn't cared about me. She only cares about the baby in her belly." Zhou Weiyun stuffed a large mouthful of ice cream into her mouth, revealing a very strange smile, with the sweet syrup dripping down the corners of her mouth. Song Rui was taken aback, suddenly feeling an indescribable fear enveloping him. He felt as if he were standing on a cracked ice block ready to fall into the cold sea at any moment. He still couldn't believe his suspicion, and pulled Zhou Weiyun towards the exit, saying, "Let's go. Oh, I'll take you to the hospital." The little girl cried out in pain, almost tearing and biting, but Song Rui refused to let go. Yan Yifei, who had been watching the two, finally spoke up, "Let's go together. We can bear witness." When the three arrived at the hospital, Yang Zin's mother and aunt were already there. The room was filled with women crying, scolding, and fighting, creating chaos. Yang Xian lay still on the bed, only her shoulders slightly rising and falling as if she were crying. Zhou Weiyun ran to the bedside and timidly called out, "Mommy," but Yang Xian ignored her. She immediately felt her eyes welling with tears. Fortunately, there were many women in the ward who comforted her, and it calmed her down. Song Rui and Yan Yifei stood at the door of the ward listening to the women inside whispering. "It's strange that Yang Xian suddenly fell down the stairs. We need to investigate the reason thoroughly." "What do you mean?" another woman asked. "Can't you figure it out? It's probably that another child in the family is quite happy now as they can rest easy." "That's right. How could there be oil on the ground out of nowhere?" No one went up to the second floor except for Xiao Yun and Zhou Youqi. Yang Xian also mentioned that Zhou Youqi didn't attend the dinner, looking quite guilty, and he even locked the door mysteriously. "Mr. Zhou must be out looking for Zhou Youqi, right? He should be arriving soon." As a few people inside were talking, Song Rui and Yan Yifei encountered a grim-faced Zhou Zhengxiong in the hallway. He was puzzled as to why the two were at the hospital. Song Rui explained, "Your daughter insisted on coming to the hospital to see her mother, so we brought her here." Zhou Zhengxiong's expression softened considerably. He nodded to the two and then entered the ward. As soon as the main person arrived, the ward erupted like boiling water, resembling an ambulance lost in the room, with wailing and crying echoing, causing those passing by in the hallway to glance over repeatedly. After crying for over 10 minutes, another party involved Zhou Youqi hurried over. Song Rui noticed a slight red mark on his face, like he had received a slap, but it wasn't severe. As he passed by Song Rui and Yan Yifei, Zhou Youqi turned back with a face full of anger, rebuking, "What are you two doing here? Get out of here right now." Yan Yifei lowered her head and remained silent, but Song Rui sneered, "I came to see how you are getting beaten up." Zhou Youqi had been with Yao Pingping these days. As for the birthday dinner, it was to celebrate his stepmother giving birth, which had nothing to do with him, so he naturally wouldn't attend. Little did he know that today his father suddenly called directly asking where he was, which scared him so much that he hurried home. Upon learning about Yang Zin's miscarriage, Zhou Youqi, who had already been at odds with his stepmother, maliciously said, "Good riddance," just as his father was behind him, and slapped him directly. At this moment, Zhou Youqi, who had inexplicably been beaten and scolded naturally, did not hold back in front of Song Rui, threatening in a low voice, "Song, we haven't settled our accounts yet. You reminding me to come to the hospital has jogged my memory. The last time I was beaten up by my dad was because of you. If it weren't for my sister pleading for you in front of Dad, I would have had someone take you out by now. If you have the guts, don't leave today." After saying this, he turned his gaze to Yan Yifei. "And you filthy bitch, refusing to take my invitation to hang out. I've told you so many times, and you ignore me, huh? If I really wanted to mess with you, Song couldn't protect you." As soon as his harsh words fell, Zhou Zhengxiong's grim face appeared at the door of the ward. "Your mother just had a miscarriage, and you still have the time to act tough here. Why are you so foolish? All you know is to ask for money, fight, and play with women. Are you planning to go abroad to indulge in drugs?" After being scolded repeatedly, especially after being harsh in front of Song Rui, being reprimanded felt like a slap in the face, making Zhou Youqi feel a sting in his face, as he shouted, "Yang Zin's miscarriage has nothing to do with me. How could a grown person not be able to walk properly and fall down the stairs? To me, her baby isn't a boy, it's just like Zhou Weiyun, a girl, so it turned into a farce. Now it's all over, the miscarriage leaves no evidence. Zhou Jingxiong shot a sidelong glance at his son, and Zhou Youqi immediately swallowed the rest of his words. You're already grown up, think before you speak. Now I ask you, have you been home these days? No. Zhou Youqi spat out a mouthful of saliva. What's the point of going home? Yao Pingping has been asking me out at night, and I've been with her. Upon hearing Yao Pingping's name, Zhou Jingxiong's heart skipped a beat, and he angrily scolded, oh, you've got some guts now daring to mess with Yao Gongyu's daughter. I'm afraid you won't be able to keep your legs. I was just singing at a KTV. Do you think I'm out of my mind? To be honest, Yao Pingping doesn't drink and doesn't allow me to bring other women to hang out. If it weren't for her father and your face, I wouldn't even bother with her. Are you serious? Zhou Jingxiong was clearly angry. I'll call her right now to ask. Zhou Youqi was even more furious as he directly took out his phone and dialed a number. As soon as it connected, he rapidly asked, Yao Pingping, be honest, I didn't do anything to you, right? My dad is looking for trouble because he's afraid I'll bully you. On the other end there was silence for a few seconds, then Yao Pingping's voice sounded calmly in the hallway. What are you talking about? What do you mean by doing something to me? I'm doing just fine. Upon hearing this, Song Rui turned to Yan Yifei, who smiled with narrowed eyes. Zhou Jingxiong let out a long breath and said kindly into the phone, Pingping, my son has been a bit naughty. If he really bullied you, please tell your uncle. Ooh, I will stand up for you. That's not the case, uncle, Yao Pingping replied generously on the other end of the phone. I haven't seen Zhou Youqi since the summer vacation started, so how could he bully me? The moment Yao Pingping's voice fell, Zhou Youqi excitedly shouted into his phone, what the hell are you talking about? A few days ago you called me saying you were feeling down and wanted me to accompany you to sing. I turned down so many brothers' invitations to come find you, and now you say you've never seen me. Yao Pingping had never been cursed at like that. After a brief moment of shock, she immediately retaliated on the other end of the line. Watch your mouth. You hang around with all those shady characters all day. I must be out of my mind to seek you out. Think about it. What gives you the right? Is it because you drugged me, or because you wanted to feed me ecstasy? Look in the mirror and see what kind of person you are. You're accusing me unjustly. Zhou Youqi, noticing his father's expression, panicked. I only wanted to get you drunk and have some fun. You came to the bar and KTV drinking nothing but cola, and only the freshly opened cola at that. What do you mean I drugged you? Zhou Youqi spoke with fury but suddenly realized he had said too much. However, the meaning of his words had already been clearly conveyed to everyone present. At this moment, even Yan Yifei showed a hint of surprise and whispered to Song Rui, he's ruined his life, and it's all his own doing. Song Rui looked at his former playmate, unable to articulate his feelings. He turned his gaze to the increasingly dark expression of Zhou Jingxiong, the logistics tycoon with a gang background, who let out a cold laugh. To Song Rui, the laugh sounded chilling, but to Zhou Youqi, it was like thunder. On the other end of the phone, Yao Pingping reacted sharply, screaming, I used to think you were just a bit cynical, but who knew you actually had thoughts about me? Let me tell you, Zhou Youqi, what you just said is enough for you to die 10 times over. Do you really think my dad wouldn't dare to act against you? Zhou Jingxiong stepped forward, snatched his son's phone with a rough motion, his eyes icy. But the moment he spoke, he revealed a strange smile. Song Rui found it familiar, as if Zhou Weiyun had smiled the same way just moments ago. Pingping, my son just drank too much and wasn't thinking clearly. They'll bring him to apologize to you another day. Don't worry, I will teach him a lesson and you will be satisfied. Then just go talk to my dad. After Yao Pingping finished speaking, she hung up and the busy tone echoed from the other. After hanging up, Zhou's father sighed deeply. He had too many issues to deal with today. His wife had a miscarriage, his son lied, and even carelessly mentioned drugging Yao Pingping. He connected all these events in his mind and formed a rough plan for handling them. He softly said to Zhou Youqi, come here. Zhou's father's voice was very soft, seemingly devoid of anger. Zhou Youqi thought his father would scold him like before, relieving his anxiety somewhat. But as soon as he got close, Zhou's father grabbed his hair and slammed his head against the wall. With several loud thuds, blood splattered on the wall. Fortunately, there were passers-by in the corridor, otherwise Song Rui suspected Zhou Youqi might have met his end at his father's hands today. Starting tomorrow, you will stay home and not go out. Zhou's father pulled out a white handkerchief to wipe the blood from his hands while speaking softly. Choose which country you like. I will send you abroad for studies. I will wire you money every month, and you shouldn't come back unless necessary. Dad, I didn't lie to you. I've been with Yao Pingping these past few days. Zhou Youqi was shocked, struggling to grasp his father's leg. Just as he was about to cry out, Zhou's father yanked his hair and delivered 2 sharp slaps, crisp and loud. Even if you were with Yao Pingping, it doesn't matter. If what you said on the phone is true, I will go down with you. Look at yourself. What kind of state are you in? Do you really think I would leave you the family fortune? Let me make it clear, even if you had no brother, you would not get a dime from the family. Zhou's father glared at his son fiercely. In ancient times, I would have directly executed you for this. Now sending you abroad is already lenient. Zhou Youqi, terrified, gasped without catching his breath, crying and clinging to his father's leg. Dad, I was wrong. I really was wrong. I only had thoughts. I never actually drugged Yao Pingping. She's beautiful and often comes to see me. Isn't it normal for a man to have such thoughts? Zhou's father impatiently replied, use your brain. Since you said it, you must bear the responsibility. Yao Gongyu loves his daughter dearly. If you don't go abroad, I believe you won't live long enough to know how you die. Think positively, you won't have to worry about money for the rest of your life. Zhou Youqi cried again. Then Zhou's father yanked his pant leg, throwing him aside. Seeing a father hit his son, Song Rui felt a sense of unspeakable sadness, while thinking Zhou Youqi deserved it. Yan Yifei, noticing his dejected expression, tiptoed and whispered in his ear, "He's crying because he won't be able to be a second-generation rich kid for the rest of his life, not because his father hit him. You're not him, so don't feel bad." Song Rui squeezed her hand and shook his head. Zhou Youqi saw the two of them looking at him with glee and secretly vowed to do something big before losing his identity as a wealthy heir. Zhou Jingxiong walked into the room, and the cries and wails erupted again, accompanied by the loud commotion from Yang Xin's family of over a dozen women, driving him almost to madness. "I need to talk to the mother and daughter about something. You all can leave for now." Zhou Weiyun with red-rimmed eyes rushed to Zhou's father's side. But after hearing Zhou Yuqi's cries, she didn't dare to act coy, and only said pitifully, "Dad, my brother was crying so sadly just now. What happened?" "Wei Wei, you should go out too." Zhou's father patted his daughter's head. Once everyone left, Zhou Jingxiong stepped forward and abruptly pulled back Yang Xin's blanket. The woman curled up in surprise, sitting up in fright. Zhou's father stepped forward, looking down at her, and said, "Listen carefully to what I'm about to say." Yang Xian originally thought Zhou's father had gone outside to give Zhou Youqi a good beating. She believed that her alliance with all the other women had pressured Zhou Jingxiong. However, after he entered and chased everyone away, he glared at her like a fierce god, causing her to widen her eyes in fear, shrinking back, and clutching her clothes tightly. "When I speak, look up at me. This is the respect I deserve." Yang Xian, disregarding the tears in her eyes, lifted her head to look at her husband. "Good. Don't be so scared. I'm not angry with you. You need to understand one thing: no matter how much trouble Zhou Youqi causes, he's still a member of the Zhou family. Don't think you can involve so many people and influence my decisions. The facts are right in front of you." Yang Xian, with tears in her eyes, said, "Only 4 of us can go upstairs on the 2nd floor. That corner has never been oiled before. Who knew someone would tamper with it tonight? Who else but Zhou Youqi? He's jealous that I'm having a boy and fears his position is threatened." "Let me emphasize once again," Zhou Jingxiong said coldly, "no matter what, he is still a member of the Zhou family. Don't think that just because you are Wei Wei's mother you hold any significant position. Understand your own place. How I choose to handle this is my prerogative. Don't even think about trying to coerce me, understand?" But I just heard Zhou Youqi lying. You can't favor him just because he is your son." "Oh." Zhou Jingxiong was nearly driven to laughter by this foolish woman. He impatiently spoke again. "I advise you to think carefully before you speak and get a clear understanding of your status. Now that Wei Wei is older, she has little affection for you. I see that you wouldn't mind having another mother. You can try bringing your family to announce it like a loudspeaker. If you do that, the consequences are on you." Yang Xin's eyes reddened, wanting to cry, but she dared not weep under Zhou Jingxiong's stern gaze, fearing that her sobbing would only anger him further. She could only grip her clothes tightly, remaining silent. "It seems you have thought this through. Regarding the miscarriage, I hope to hear a version where you slipped, not one where the stairs were slippery. Do you understand?" Yang Xian suddenly lifted her head, facing Zhou Jingxiong's indifferent gaze. Her heart raced, and she instinctively shrank back a few steps, nodding through her tears. Zhou Jingxiong snorted coldly and hurriedly left the room. After he left, Zhou Weiyun peeked in from outside the door and gently called out, "Mom." The little girl's voice carried a hint of obvious guilt, but Yang Xian was still lost in her emotions. She could only sob as she pulled an apple from the fruit basket, biting into it piece by piece. Zhou Weiyun cautiously approached and called out again, "Mom, don't cry. I know I was wrong. Please stop. I'm here. I will protect you in the future." Yang Xian, already troubled, felt even more annoyed as her daughter cried beside her. She immediately turned serious and scolded, "If you want to cry, go home and cry. Don't bother me here. Have you studied your French? Practiced your piano? Don't end up like your brother, understand?" She was about to mention Zhou Youqi pouring oil, but the stern warning from Zhou Jingxiong just moments ago stopped her in her tracks. However, the anger inside her could not be released. She could only vent all that emotion onto her perceived weaker target. "Do you know why your dad dares to scold me like this? It's because you're a useless liability." Zhou Weiyun, frightened, clung to her mother's arm, but was pushed to the ground by Yang Xian, who angrily threw the half-eaten apple at the little girl, cursing, "If you were a boy, would I have to suffer so much? Get out of here." Song Rui saw Zhou Weiyun emerge from the hospital room, tears streaming down her face, mixed with snot, yet there were no sounds of a 3rd-grade girl crying. The once delicate little princess now looked as forlorn as a bird caught in the rain. He glanced at Yan Yifei, who silently watched Zhou Weiyun, a dangerous white light flashing in her amber eyes. "Why don't you comfort her? She will eventually adapt. All children raised in families like ours go through this," Yan Yifei said without a hint of empathy. "When we were in such situations, did anyone come to comfort us?" Song Rui fell silent, knowing that Yan Yifei was right, yet he couldn't help but want to comfort Zhou Weiyun, as if doing so could make up for his past. So he walked over to the vending machine, bought a bottle of orange juice, and handed it to her. After some coaxing, Zhou Weiyun finally took a sip, and after moistening her throat, she finally trembled her shoulders and made a sound. Yan Yifei came over and gently embraced the little girl who was softly sobbing in her arms. "Many people are like this," she said softly, They can't obtain the dignity they seek, so they resort to scolding their children. You did nothing wrong, and no one blames you, and don't feel guilty. They all deserve this. Zhou Weiyan shook her head repeatedly, her voice gradually rising. The discomfort you feel now is because you still have hope for her, believing that today's events are your fault. But when you truly become disappointed in her and look back, you will understand your current self. The little girl continued to cry, and Song Rui began to worry that she might suffocate. As Yan Yifei comforted the little girl, her tone showed no sign of fluctuation. Perhaps this was not comfort, but more like a dissection of herself. Life is like a bridge. Some walk on smooth stone slabs, while others cross on iron chains, reaching the other side with their eyes closed. But what lies before you and me is a narrow plank bridge. In the past, someone held your hand, and you thought that following them would lead you smoothly to the other side, but you were wrong. The person guiding you will eventually let go, and you will have to walk alone. You thought that as long as you obediently complied, you could finish this journey solo. But you were wrong again. On the narrow plank bridge, someone will always come crashing through, and before you can react, you will be knocked off into the abyss. If you're unlucky, you could die upon falling. If you're lucky, you'll just be injured. When you manage to climb back onto this bridge, you'll find that the whole world has changed beyond recognition. The little girl's sobbing gradually ceased. She looked up at Yan Yifei and asked, "Sister, what do you mean by all this?" "You'll understand soon enough." Yan Yifei glanced at Song Rui beside her, then lowered her head. She recalled the days locked in a room, a time more terrifying than imprisonment. Her home was shattered overnight. Her mother had jumped off a building. Her brother, full of pity, brought her back home, but the housekeeper and security had all changed. She was confined in her room with the only communication being, "Miss, the young master has instructed that you cannot go out." At first she immersed herself in the sorrow of her mother's death, sleeping with her head covered and waking up crying. But gradually her stomach began to ache more and more. She wanted to call her father, wanted to call her grandfather, but no one responded to her. Only at mealtime would someone promptly push the food cart in and then take the dishes away on time, regardless of whether she had eaten. The gentle brother came to check on her from time to time, taking care of her. She cried to him, saying, "My stomach hurts badly. I want to go out. I want to find Dad. I want to find Grandpa." But her brother suddenly changed his expression, scolding her for being so willful. Both Grandpa and Dad were very busy. How could they have time to see her? "It's because you were so disobedient that Mom jumped off the building. Be good, be more obedient." She had been taught since childhood to be a well-mannered girl, to be a good child, so that she could attain. "Indeed, it must be because I am not a good child that my mother jumped off the building," she thought to herself. She wanted to be good, to be very good. Staying in the room was incredibly boring, so she rummaged through the drawer for some paper and pencils, drawing countless pictures of her dad taking her to the park, of her mom waking her up for breakfast, of the four of them, Dad, Mom, brother, and her, happily together in a picture. But no matter how good she tried to be, no matter how much she endured the severe pain in her stomach when she ached and woke up again and again the next day, she would wake to the stark white ceiling and the loneliness of being by herself. Endure it, keep enduring the pain. Her brother said that as long as she was a good child, the stomach pain would disappear. Her brother came again, leaving her some pills. After taking them, the pain indeed vanished. The monsters that had been drilling inside her were driven away, and she felt that being a good child was indeed effective. But her head was still groggy, and she could only be awake for a few hours each day. One day, when she was dazed, she saw her mother. She began to cry, sobbing fiercely, to the point that the neighbors called the police. When she opened her eyes again, she was surrounded by a large group of people in white clothing walking back and forth around her. Afterward, her father questioned her brother, asking why he hadn't taken her to the hospital sooner. Her brother explained, "I didn't know, she never told me. Who knew she could endure this much? A good child cannot get what they want." Yan Yifei squinted and smiled. "You will thank me in the future very much." Song Rui noticed Yan Yifei's unusual behavior, but didn't know how to comfort her. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Are you thinking of your father and brother?" Yan Yifei shook her head and replied, "I'm fine. I'm not a weak person anymore. I just occasionally feel a bit sentimental when I think about it." Song Rui thought for a long time. He didn't want to contradict Yan Yifei, but facing a little girl who resembled him so much, he couldn't help but squat down, holding her hand as he sincerely said, "Given your current situation, it's very likely that your father will find you a brother in the future, and it may not even be your mother's child. Things will get particularly complicated then. I understand you are clever and smart, but have you thought about what you are doing?" The little girl clearly realized something and glanced at Song Rui, standing up to run away, but Song Rui quickly grabbed her hand, saying, "I have a story to tell you. There was a little girl who grew up being pampered, but one day her mother became pregnant with a brother. The clever little girl realized that once her brother was born, no one would care for her anymore, so she did something that made it so no one could see her brother again." The little girl struggled again, her voice harsh, as she cast a pleading look at Yan Yifei, who was simply lost in thought, gazing at Song Rui. "Don't be so nervous." The little girl in the story was indeed very anxious enough to forget to wipe the grease off her hands. "I just want to ask you one question. Deep down, did the little girl ever regret doing this? Was it jealousy or fear? Why should I be afraid? Why should they treat me this way? Ever since the brother came along, no one has cared for me anymore. Why do they favor the unborn child? Why? I just want to reclaim my old life." I know you're hurting, but sometimes a person's bottom line can be gradually crossed like this. Do you understand that it's wrong? What do you care if I'm right or wrong? Adults can do whatever they want. Why can't I? My brother has caused so much trouble and done so many bad things, yet my father only scolds him a little, and my mother doesn't even dare to discipline him. Today when she fell and miscarried, I finally saw clearly. I want to be like my father and cut things off completely, and when he gets old I'll throw him into a nursing home and let him die there. Just like he discarded grandfather. Anger bubbled up in her as she bit down on Song Rui's hand, leaving a deep mark. He didn't loosen his grip, but turned to glance at Yan Yifei, who was smiling with narrowed eyes, and continued, "Your parents and brother are bad people, and there's no saving them. But you are not. You can still be a kind-hearted girl. This matter will be a secret between the three of us, and we will keep it confidential. But you must promise me to always consider the consequences in the future. I don't wanna. Get away from me." The little girl's eyes widened, seemingly frightened. "You can think about it some more. Choose to follow Sister Yifei's path. But I want to emphasize something. Think carefully, and don't end up like your uncle regretting it for a lifetime. Do you understand? If you can remember that we can make a promise." Song Rui released his grip, gently ruffling the little girl's hair. The wound was still bleeding, dripping onto her head as he said, "This matter ends here. It will be a secret for the three of us forever." When Zhou Weiyun had cried enough, Song Rui took the two beautiful girls out for a stroll. Not long after, they arrived at a milk tea shop. By this time it was nearly 10 o'clock, close to closing time. The two employees were listlessly chatting, and Song Rui went over to order 2 cups, 1 full sugar pudding milk tea, and 1 lightly sweet strawberry milk tea. As before, Yan Yifei took a couple of sips of the strawberry milk tea and handed it to Song Rui. He first tried to persuade Zhou Weiyun to drink, but the little girl just sat on the stool lost in thought. So he thought of a way to scold Yang Xian while drinking milk tea. Zhou Weiyun finally opened the lid and started drinking, venting her frustration by scolding Yang Xian along with him. Halfway through, Zhou Weiyun said in a fierce tone that didn't belong to her age, "No matter whether it's 10 years or 20 years ago, I will never forget the words she said to me today." After finishing their milk tea, Song Rui hailed a taxi to take Zhou Weiyun home. Seeing her no longer sad or upset, he felt a huge weight lift from his heart, inexplicably feeling a sense of parental responsibility. By the time it was deep into the night, the two were slowly strolling under the dim streetlights. Yan Yifei couldn't help but say, "What would it be like if we had children? You being a father is quite amusing, greedy for food and sleep, still a child yourself, while I wouldn't know how to comfort anyone. As you said, I only know how to retort people." "Well, we can learn slowly," Song Rui shrugged nonchalantly. "Such things should be learned from our parents. Unfortunately, they didn't set a good example, so we just have to rely on ourselves." A lot has happened tonight. Yan Yifei's shadow in her white dress stretched long under the streetlight. "Do you think I went too far?" prompting Zhou Weiyun. "I can't quite articulate it, I just feel that it's not right for you to hide this from me, especially the phone you gave me." Song Rui shifted the conversation, saying, "You entrusted your life to me. What if I turned around and sold you? Whether to the old man, your father, or your brother, they could all get a hefty sum. Didn't you always suspect me about this and that before? Why didn't you leave any backup plan?" "I did leave a backup plan." Yan Yifei's eyes flashed with cunning. "The matter with Uncle Gong was something you and I did together. If you really sold me out, I would expose you as my accomplice, and we would go to jail together. Of course, it's more likely that only you would go to jail. With my grandfather's capabilities, keeping me out wouldn't be a problem." She turned to look at Song Rui, secretly thinking, "Even if you betray me, I won't hold it against you." Yan Yifei added in her heart, "But that way you won't have an opportunity to betray me again in the future." "All right." Song Rui finally felt a bit better. "You suddenly consider me in everything, and it feels awkward. Since you say so, I am rather reassured." Yan Yifei looked at Song Rui under the streetlight, thinking to herself that actually there was no need for him to interfere in Uncle Gong's matters. "But if you didn't follow me in doing something bad, how could I keep you by my side?" Returning home, it was already late at night. After washing up, Song Rui fell into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes, a vague shadow appeared before him. Still unwell, his mind was hazy, and he instinctively called out, "Mom, I feel so uncomfortable." Yan Yifei sat by the bed, thinking that perhaps in our most painful moments we can only call for our mother. In the past, when her mother cried while holding her before jumping off the building, she also called out for her mom. So she bent down to hug him, saying, "Next time make sure to see clearly before you call. I don't want to be your mom." As September approached, the weather turned cooler. Yan Yifei wore a blue floral dress, her skin looking exceptionally tender, which made her appear particularly gentle. After washing up, Song Rui stared at her in a daze, thinking that in their past life, during their last meal together, she wore a black t-shirt and tight jeans, looking very quiet, which felt dreamlike compared to now. He said, "There's still some time before evening. Oh, let's go to the mall together." Yan Yifei pouted, clearly unwilling, but still nodded. As they walked along the street, they happened to see a new bubble tea shop with a long line, so Song Rui took her over to take a look. Yan Yifei refused, saying, "Let's skip it. You don't have much of an appetite, and I think bubble tea is too sweet and greasy. We don't like it, so why waste time waiting in line?" Song Rui, feeling indignant, replied, "You look down on me. I have a great appetite. Just wait, I'll drink 2 cups of bubble tea to show you." After saying that, he eagerly went to line up, but upon seeing the long queue, he hesitated. Instead, Yan Yifei came over, suggesting he rest while she went a queue ahead. In the end, it was Yan Yifei who forced herself to drink the 2 cups of bubble tea. After walking a bit further, they saw a small restaurant. Yan Yifei pulled him in for lunch. Song Rui glanced at the menu at the door and said, "Let's skip it. I don't have much of an appetite and you just had 2 cups of bubble tea, so let's not eat lunch." Who just said they had a great appetite? Song Rui spread his hands, left speechless by her rebuttal. By 11 o'clock, people had started coming into the restaurant. Song Rui ordered a bowl of century egg and lean meat congee, sharing it with Yan Yifei, but as soon as the congee was served, he took a sip and frowned intensely. Yan Yifei urged from the side, "Is it really that bad? Let's change to another place." Song Rui stirred the congee with a spoon, distractedly replying, "It's a pity we'll be leaving here soon. Otherwise, if I don't like someone in the future, I'll bring them here to eat." Yan Yifei initially wanted to laugh, but then retorted, "Do you not like me? Well, it's better that you don't like me than the other way around." Yan Yifei pondered for a moment before suddenly laughing. Song Rui looked at her happy expression and laughed along, but as he laughed, an indescribable feeling arose. "You don't have to accommodate me too much. Although it's a bit harsh to say that a dog can't change its nature, we both have our inherent traits that are hard to change. You have already changed a lot, so now it's my turn to try." "Then there's really no need." Song Rui propped his chin, gazing at her. "In the past you were essentially abandoned by your own class, and now your grandfather wants to pull you back up. Have you really thought it through? Are you saying you don't trust me?" "Trust is something I've always had for you, but I just feel like something will happen tonight." Yan Yifei replied with a half smile. "You're really contradictory sometimes. You clearly want me to stay, yet you always say these strange things. What was your grandfather's impact on you two great yesterday?" "I'm sick and sentimental," Song Rui chuckled, propping his chin. "During this time I feel like you've been affecting me. I wonder if we got married, would we have conflicts over trivial matters like oil and salt?" Yan Yifei, noticing he was changing the subject again, didn't press further. "I owe you 500,000 now, and I don't know how much it will grow with interest in the future, so I will yield to you." "You make it sound like you care so much about money. Why do you always have to be so indirect when comforting someone? I know you want to comfort me after we got together, but why do you always have to speak like this? It's really time to drop the pretentiousness." Faced with Song Rui's blunt remarks, Yan Yifei blushed sincerely. All right, let's stop talking about this. I want to ask another thing. Whenever I touch the watch, I always have inexplicable memories or illusions come over me. I remember you were paralyzed in that vision, and I'm really afraid it will become reality. Do you know who did this to you?" Why are you grinning like that?" Song Rui lowered his head, blowing on the congee, and the spoon, took a dull sip, and avoided her gaze. "In the dream you were very unfortunate, and I deserved it. There's nothing more to say." "Don't say that. Those things are already in the past. I have felt the emotions of my dream self. I think even though she hates you, she still likes you, so it's impossible for me to have done anything. You must have misunderstood something." Song Rui remained silent for a long time before suddenly speaking. "After my mother died, there was only me at home. At that time I lived on the 3rd floor in a small room by the river. I could never sleep, so I would brew a cup of my father's favorite white tea sitting in the living room waiting for him to come back, wanting to have a good talk with him. When I woke up the next day, the tea would be cold and the cup would have drowned bugs in it." "What are you trying to say? I don't understand why there are bugs drowning." "Later I discovered that at night the tea in the cup would reflect the moonlight shining brightly. The bugs would follow the light and drown inside. I never understood why the bugs would chase after that false light and die. After meeting you, I realized that even though it's a hypocritical light perhaps for the bugs, it's still something worth pursuing. But I wonder, do they truly not hate it before they die? All right, since you say so, return the watch to me." Song Rui looked up at her. She maintained a very serious expression, but only held it for 3 seconds before breaking into a smile. "I need to ask my dream self if she truly hates you. Even if she does, she wouldn't harm you. I believe she would investigate what you have gone through. She must see her own pain in you. I've always suspected that my dream self is just like you, self-destructive and willing to ruin everything, but I won't be like that now." "Do you really think so?" Song Rui looked dazed. "Of course." Yan Yifei reached out to hold his hand. "Because I care about you, I can feel that emotion from her side too. So you've always hated Luo Mo because of me. I always found it a bit inexplicable, but I'm quite happy that you can hate someone because of me."